So
I see.
yeah, we put them the OC.
I mean, you guys are coming to this as somewhat of like an unknown entity, you know, like you've made these changes, things have been flowing. Should we give it a full reset and we get you guys fill it in for us?
Yeah.
Would you help that? Okay, cool. Give me a hand. And for some reason, by the way, German company ESL had Big Clan here for some reason. I'm just gonna, pop that around there. Okay, have you done yours in game yet, or is this going to be a sneak peek?
Of course we did our game.
Yeah.
We are locked in. We are locked in. Instantly.
Okay.
So guys.
Yeah. How do I use a microphone? How do I do this?
What do you want to stay?
I don't know. I'm just gonna put it like around your mouth while you're talking.
Yeah. Okay. So where do we start? 0-3.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I
let's start 3-0. It's easier.
3-0. Vitality. And mouse.
Okay.
We've seen that before.
Do you think Spirit is in a good form?
I also.
Oh yeah. Did you see Spirits? Did you see Spirit Stage 2? That was.
Yes.
Spirit is in a good form.
Yeah.
I think just they have the best coach in the game right now. Has to be.
How are you supposed to compete with adorable stuffed animals? That's the real question.
Yeah, I'm out of words for that.
Actually, I also put my pick'ems like this. It's a
Okay.
win-win situation. So
Right.
if we qualify 3-0, that's good.
Yes, but worst case, you can still go through on the 3-1.
Exactly.
And you don't want to put like the most.
I'm giving the what explain to
Explanation.
us. You know the explanation. Because 3-0.
Okay. Next up,
I think you put Navi in 3-1 as well.
Navi,
Yeah, that makes
Falcons.
Okay.
Falcons is sure.
sure about
Let's put them aside at the moment. We'll think about it.
Okay, we're gonna think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think G2 will make it.
Yeah, was it their performance in the previous stages or just the pedigree of the team?
I think
Like they're no slouch, and it's all best of threes as well. I feel like they're a team that can. Yeah,
Much
Yeah.
more interesting.
yeah. You guys are on. I mean, everyone I speak to, I assume, is happy with this best of three change,
I think
Yes.
I think everyone is happy unless you're a big.
unless you're a big
And
underdog.
then it's like yeah, but it's fine.
But it sounds right for a stage 3. Fury is a good shout.
I would put Mr. Cologne here.
Yeah,
Fallen,
Mr.
yeah.
Cologne here, the professor.
Yeah, exactly.
Foot, my boy Coolio. I love them.
Okay, respect to Foot. I feel like
I think that's fair actually.
yeah.
I think they are playing.
Looking
good
at what's left, I mean, I guess the question would be like your Mongols, your Paravision, your Auroras.
These three are question marks.
Yeah.
Putting G2 guys.
Yeah, I'd have question marks.
I'm putting G2 up there.
already there.
I would put. For me, it's
Like if it was out of all of these, how would you one of them taking that spot?
I mean, I think Falcons has to make it.
Oh,
Nah,
exactly. I
nah,
forgot
no.
about those guys. They're hiding over
No
there.
one is guaranteed that.
yeah.
No one is guaranteed.
Like if I have to pick between these guys, I think it's Paravision.
Yeah, really?
Yes, or actually Legacy.
No, Legacy is playing first game against us.
Yeah.
They are 0-1, so let's put Paravision.
Okay, lovely. I mean, we don't really need to do these ones, but
No,
I guess the 0-3. Let's be fair.
You like that?
I mean, yeah, they've been fighting tooth and nail. I was so impressed that Monty made it this far, to be honest. It was a really good...
Okay, do you want my honest opinion?
Yeah, go on.
Aurora 3-1. One goes Legacy here. And I think...
You think this?
No, I think this.
You think 9-0?
Yes.
Yeah, no,
3-3.
Paravision 1-3?
I trust more in BetBoom than 90.
Yeah?
I thought more in Paravision than both of them.
Legacy beat us last time, I'm just saying.
Did you play Dust 2 against them?
No, probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
No, their Dust 2 is fucking nasty.
I don't think it's about Zero Dust too.
No, okay.
Actually, this is exactly the pick in my head.
Is it?
I would change these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With, you'd swap BetBoom?
With anyone from here.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Let's put Paravision.
I like this. We've kind of, through democracy, we found the Mao's pick'ems. Looks solid. But how have you boys been doing anyway? You coming into this one? What was the strat? You just did like 2 weeks boot camp, or what was the vibe?
Just like 5 days boot camp or
5 days?
6.
I mean, I guess 2 weeks is crazy, right? That's actually probably too much. You feel like you've done an event before you go to an event.
You need to have quality, not quantity.
This guy, dude, you missed it. There was such a look of pride on Cyclone's face there. I genuinely, like, involuntary. I just saw it wash over your face. Like, he's right. He listens. He listens. Yeah, but how was your 5 quality days? How was it spent? I mean, I imagine it's not anteing and stuff like that. That happens the day before, and it's just like procedures and fundamentals, or.
part of it is actually that you want to be a step ahead. So you of course have to look, okay, when they observe us, what do they see from the last few tournaments, right? And try and be a step ahead of that.
Okay.
You don't want to be on the day before like, oh shit, we didn't really play Beast Blades. Maybe we should have something ready for that.
Right. Okay. So you're filling your quiver with arrows that you're going to need. You know you're going to need.
Sure, but I mean at this point with this team we're not that detailed yet. It's more making sure we are in sync and have good rhythm together. Yeah.
And this and Zelex, how is he as a character? I haven't really got to speak. I made eye contact with him, and he said hi, and I said hi. That's about as much as I've spoken to him. But you know, how is the new kid fitting in? I'm going to Spinks because I haven't heard from you. How is the new kid fitting in?
I think he's fitting in really good, to be honest.
Yeah.
We said it many times. He's a young prospect in the.
He was always
hungry.
like, we kind of knew he was over there in the horizon.
Yeah. I think MongolZ kept him in NXT for a while to make sure, but waiting for the right timing. But yeah, he's a super young guy and super talented. Super, like, he's just nice. He's have good vibe, he's smart, he's playing really good.
How would I categorize his like in-game, you know, his character as a player? What is his? What kind of piece is he to the machine? Maybe I go to coach for this one actually.
I think coach is good.
Yeah.
Curious. He likes
I'm
to.
sorry, I'm not very good at this interviewing thing.
He likes to be a confident player. Yeah.
Confidence?
Yeah, he likes to play in front. That's also the role he has in the team.
Yeah.
He has a background in go-karting. And so he knows how to be on the fine line and be on the edge all the time. Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that. Yoink.
Yeah. Good at dealing with adrenaline, I think. Also, where he made an impression on these guys, that when the pressure is there, he's a fairly cool head still.
Oh, and I mean that's a valuable asset to your ranks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time, boys, but I appreciate you taking the time. And as far as watching stage 1 and 2, did you kind of, you know, I see BetBoom, you had some praise for them. I see Foot have managed from stage 2. You guys have got a lot of seeing them 3-0. I'm just trying to think of like dark horses coming into stage 3. Looks like you guys have put Foot as your dark horse as far as like name value.
I think also G2. G2 also a little bit, I would say.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's valid.
I think they are doing pretty good with Nerds lately.
Yeah, it does look like a good pickup for them. Like he looks so much more comfortable. Do you speak to Nerds at all?
Yeah, a bit, of course.
Yeah. Like, I mean, he seems like he's feeling himself now he's in that jersey.
Yeah, I think for us it was obvious he will be good. He's a really good friend with Heavy God.
Yes.
And he's also been under coach in the past, so we knew he can show better than he did in Liquid.
Yeah.
And also I think G2 is the right fit for him. So.
Perfect. Back in Cologne, in the fancy hotel. Does it feel like a major when you rocked up? Does it feel like a major already, or is it you have to be in the Lanxess for it to feel like a major for you guys?
For me, it feels like Cologne at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, okay.
It feels like Cologne, like the media, everything is the same.
Yeah, you wait.
So it feels like Cologne. I'm waiting for the switch for it to feel like a major, to be honest. I want it. Maybe it will happen in the studio. But yeah, for now, it's Cologne.
Yeah, I like that there's a crowd in the for the groups for the stage 3. Yeah, well, that's nice. Yeah, which oh, I hope my microphone picked that up.
Yeah. We did get into the major vibe a bit watching the hype video.
Yeah,
for sure. Good job. Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know what to do with you guys. I was like, MongolZ have changed things right before the major. Let's see what happens.
We were joking that we had like 5 seconds there. I think we had the most highlights. Getting killed, yeah.
Oh God, yeah. You're in the kill feed at least.
We were up there. Yeah.
No, I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you for taking the time, boys. Thank you. There it is, Dastan. Isn't it beautiful? What do you think?
It's very nice.
Yeah. Now, do you know what? It's interesting. I've done this with like all of the stage 3 teams. Your team is the one that I have seen put here, and here by different teams. Yeah. No one knows what to do with you guys right now. But I'm curious to see, you know, Belchanok, is there any obvious ones? Could you start us off? What do you think?
Ones. I think like this.
Okay. I've seen it there. It's not the first time I've seen it there.
And I will make some interesting. Like this.
Ooh, okay. So someone's going to be knocking down some top dogs in the best of 3s.
But then this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And then maybe Dastan will choose.
Destin, you going to help me out?
I think it will be Navi.
Okay.
Navi will go
3-1, 3-2.
Yes.
Okay.
Then where is Spirit? 4 teams, yes, here?
6.
6. Spirit, then... Okay, who left? Okay, let's choose Falcons. Mones.
Okay. I mean, that's a very strong-looking playoffs already.
Yes.
We
Then
need-
who else? Maybe Foot.
Foot, yeah.
Young, strong.
3-0 stage
No
2.
pressure for them. I think they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's put Foot.
Have you played against Foot much?
2 times.
2 times?
One time we won. The second time they won.
Okay. Because I imagine it's hard to play against that team. Like they're very. They-
And the last team who
They have
qualified,
high level individual.
Yeah, like they just shoot you in the head. You know, yeah. We've got one more for the advanced. But I mean, you've got some big names. Like these are the stage 3 teams. G2,
Who
stage
will
2.
play, instead of Spinks, Jail in mouse. Brolin?
No, mouse not will qualify.
Okay.
Mouse are funny, yeah. They've got Zelex and no JL at the major.
I think mouse here or here. Maybe BetBoom?
Yeah, BetBoom. I mean, stage 1 all the way, you know?
In best of 3, it will be, I think, harder. But BetBoom or MongolZ can.
I was talking to different players, and they had like someone put BetBoom 03, and they were like, what? A lot of people think BetBoom are underrated. Like they're.
Yes, they played strong.
Yeah?
They lost only to Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. It's not bad at all.
But I think honest answer it's MongolZ.
Mongols.
And they're more favorites.
Okay, I see that. I heard they've been doing very well they've been strong
For me, it's
in practice.
BB or.
or Mongols?
Yes.
Okay, let's do this then. We'll do this like a little, like a maybe.
Yes.
Like, okay. So one of these two,
Yes.
but that looks about right to you. And then, I mean, this stuff,
Who will?
they're not going to make it. So I guess you don't have to fill this one in as much.
I also like how Bait playing.
Yeah.
Also, they come back on T side Nuke on the first previous.
That was impressive, no?
It was 2-2 game, and they have like some energy, like mental attitude,
Strength.
yeah.
Yes, I see that.
But they, I think, a bit more tired than others because they played 2-2. It was a long journey for them, but they still good team, I think. But I think if they had chance on 2-2, they can be here. I think I will put Bait here.
Okay, interesting.
Also, I like 9Z. Maybe they are not stable. We are also not stable team, but 9Z firepower are good. They also not too young. They're 26 years average. I think
Experience.
they're pretty experienced. I think they also had the chance to qualify.
Okay, cool. I see what you're doing. So like these are the teams that could be here, could surprise.
Yes, yeah.
I
Okay.
think also G2.
Yeah, oh cool. Yeah, that makes sense. I see you.
Here is 3 teams or 2?
I think it goes, there's 2 teams, then 3.
Okay.
That makes sense,
yeah.
right? No.
It's hard to say who will go 0-3.
Why touch Monte?
Every team here is good.
Yeah.
I think maybe, okay, I like Monte. In Astana, I saw they won the game. They played. We start after them, and how Gizmi talk with his players, and I talk to him like, "You are great." He speaks very like how I like directly.
When we have the listen-ins, we listen to the comms. I was surprised to hear like the way he speaks is very authority.
And I respect it. It's European team. I first time see that as a Gizmi. Just
So tell me, Dastan, are European Counter-Strike teams, are they a bit soft?
I think yes.
Yeah.
But when it comes to elite teams, there is no soft. Apex no soft, 100%. Who else? Maybe Kerrigan soft.
Maybe a little soft?
Kerrigan soft, I think. He's a good guy. Next round, guys. Let's start.
Yeah, we got it. Everything's okay. Give me a cuddle. Okay.
In Navi, I think Alexei is pretty. I think he's a good leader. He's not. I never see he. Maybe sometimes, but Alexei feels like good guy.
Yeah. But I want to hear about what you like. What should I expect from you guys? Is it kind of like uncertain for you? Because I've seen such high highs, and I've seen obviously the results lately haven't been meeting that same expectation. But you're up and down. It's volatile.
Yes. We practiced on bootcamp. It was good results.
Okay.
And I hope we will fight. First of all, we need to play good individually.
Yes.
When we will confident individually, it will be easier. But now, if we qualify on stage, it will be nice. I know expectation to my guys because after some results, I talk with my guys and with my CEO. Maybe I really make too much pressure, too much expectation. But when we play again in finals, when we beat some good teams, everyone wants to like perform, continue, to be more stable. But when I remember this guy's playing 3 or 4 months on tier 1, what I should expect.
Yes.
And now I talk, just play, guys. Don't think about anything. Just play.
No, okay, interesting. And how is that like? Because it has been so rapid for you. Like it must feel a little bit like just thrown to the wolves. Like go play, you know.
But that's unexpected souls. He prepared us for 1 year, like me, not JM, where he's talking to me every single day. When you will play on tier 1, they will gonna destroy you if you play like this. You know. So he was trying to prepare us for this.
And he has high standards for you because he knows. Yeah.
Always, every day.
And I imagine there's like a balance where it drives you forward, but it can also it could crush your spirits. It could. It goes both ways. Have you been on that roller coaster personally?
Yes. It's hard balance, you know.
Yeah, right.
Very hard balance.
And also I expect from Belchonok and Notar more than from Xielo and Zweig, because I'm with them more than 1 year. Yeah. And I. And
you know what they can do.
Yes. I expect like more quality of plays, and I hope they will show. And I told you guys, let's play major always from avant-garde. In Virtus Pro, in Outsiders, major is a point where we need to show what we can do. Yeah. It's our level, and after that we will talk what's the next.
How's that individual form going? What's been your process to kind of find your game? What are you up to? Is it like kind of is there a kind of a routine, or is it more just practice and personal reflection?
It's everything. It's individual routine like deathmatch, bots, you know, walk before sleep, for example, good food. Yeah, you know, it's everything is important. It's also we're practicing a lot like a team. Yes. So we have pracs, a lot of theory, something like this, you know. So it's everything together, and you're just doing it every day, and you are trying to balance to not burn out, you know.
Also, what I can add. In this bootcamp, it was Chef Power who was cooking.
You had a chef at the bootcamp?
Yes. It's not every time, but before the big tournaments, he comes and he's really saving our time, because we are in one place, 7 guys in one place, everyone ordering. The ring on the door, it's it's unbelievable. First,
so annoying, you know, every time this sound and no one going, and you sit, please, someone open the door, you know.
By sleep schedule, we also ready, because we expect that we can. Tomorrow we play early game.
You give your boys a bedtime?
No bedtime. No. I mean, we start our day started in bootcamp at 10 a.m.
That seems reasonable. You know, like you've had your breakfast, you've woken up, and you start fragging.
And about individual level, at the evening they had time to play more. There was issues when we talked with each player, what's happening. Some of issues in mind, some of the other things. It's really all about skill. If you're a skilled person, you play good, you always will play good. Sometimes in your minds, some things, everyone is different.
I mean, confidence, I feel, for everyone, even the best, I feel like they probably lose confidence at times. No, I think no one is immune. It's possible. No?
Yes. And always maybe I see from my perspective, I'm 10 years coaching already. Yeah. For them, it's maybe hard. Some situations are really hard to. Yes. And at least we are in stage 3. It was our goal, and we will play until the end.
The last question: are you excited to play at the Cologne Major?
For sure. 100%.
I mean, is this an event you've watched before you were competing? Is in the Lanxess Arena? Is it just there? One more. While you get through this stage, you get to perform on that the cathedral.
Bootcamp. We watched the ESL preview.
Oh, did you like it?
2026. It was. We go to Discord and watch to take the atmosphere. Yeah, okay. It was really nice. ESL production.
Thank you.
Very nice.
I'm glad you liked that. I'm really happy you liked that. But guys, I'm looking forward to seeing you play. This has just got me more excited to see. Who's your opening match against? I'm sorry, I should know this.
9Z.
Yeah. Okay. We'll keep an eye on him. We'll keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys.
We need to put here,
We
no?
do. We should probably finish it off. Let's finish it off. So, what are you thinking?
Actually, I think I have a bad feeling about Mouse because they're playing with changes. So and they didn't play second stage, so they're not well prepared. Well, I think
Okay.
maybe they will go
So it could be. Yeah. Okay.
like this. I think Brazilian guys will at least win one map. So
Monty there and Aurora
And, yeah.
win takes one. There we go. And of course, we have this kind of, it's one or the other, with BetBoom and MongolZ, the one here, maybe one here.
yeah.
Thank you for your time, guys. Take a look at the Paravision pick'ems if you need some inspiration. But that is the lobby, that is Paravision. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lobby. We got the MongolZ. We have the pick'em wall. Let's see what you guys are feeling. What's the vibe? Who do we think is going in the 3-0? 3-0? Well, obviously, no? Yeah, I've been. Oh, they've been playing well. Okay, so 1 for Spirit. 3-0. Donk's been playing kind of crazy.
Тач 3-0-аар гарахгүй дээ. Тач 3-1-ээр л гарах бах та.
Prediction штэ.
3-1 дээр тавьчих юм уу?
Okay. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Because they're going to lose to MongolZ, that's why.
Yeah.
Энийг хийчих юм уу 3-0 дээр?
3-0 дээр үү?
Тий.
Ер нь басна. 99-ийг яах юм шүү.
9-0 энэ үү?
I don't know why I'm putting the microphone. What do you think, Furia?
That's яах юм?
Ooh, interesting. So Carrigan plus Falcons? Okay.
Нави гарах гэдэг.
Oh, yeah. I probably have to do Navi. Okay. It's looking good. Yeah. Who? Paravision? Yeah. I have no idea.
Пэри ер нь 0-3. Бас арай л дэнд баг л та.
За аль нь монто юм уу?
Сци юм шүү.
900 хойж штэ.
Сци юу? B8.
Бэйт ч хойж.
It's not easy. Not easy. Someone's got to be in the 0-3. Okay. We got one.
Таныг байгаа.
Нүгт наач яг.
Тэнгч юм уу?
За тэгээ болно.
Okay.
Yeah.
За би яах вэ? Энийг хайшаа их.
You've got to go somewhere, guys. What's the third team?
Өөшөнтэй.
Хаанд явах вэ? Ингээд юм.
Okay, yeah. That's good.
За пэрийг л гарахгүй бах уу те. 900 ч бас гарахгүй.
Футбол гарна л та.
Бүт гарахгүй л дээ.
So you need, what is it?
Ер нь эвгүүлтэй.
6. Чинч 3 баг мөн.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we need 4 more.
4 more.
4 more here. Yeah, right. Fury is good.
Wow, to see it down.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay. G2. Yeah, not sure. Okay. A good understanding. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, these guys are quite good though, maybe. Foot impressive? No, just MongolZ, I'm just going to put them here. There we go. Thank you for your help, guys. Thank you. That's the MongolZ pick'em, boys. You heard it here first. And they had a lot of fun. We should do this every time. Thank you. Perfect. So like kind of, they're saying that Foot maybe get a second best of 3. but a lot of faith in the kind of name value, you know? I feel like I've seen a lot of these guys in playoffs. I guess they're just going off of history. But this is an interesting one. We haven't seen people put Aurora 0-3, so maybe there's like a MongolZ Aurora beef brewing.
Azul will pop up to at least find one. Wow, this flash did catch Snow.
Azul for the ace. Has he got it in him? Finds another into the 1v1, picks up the AK-47 and pulls it off. Outrageous scenes.
I need to calm down. Let's go, boys.
That's a good kill from Nissan. Holding on, Jam Young with a good headshot. Time starting to take on that fuse. It burns away. G trying to turn around. Jam Young's got away up and sets in. Will they clear him? Will they check it? Lato peeks out. Another kill towards Mercury. He's been so elusive in this half. And another kill through smoke. That's brutal. Jam Young, last remaining player. 10 rounds for Legacy. And he goes out into the open, another collateral, this time from Sizzy, showing us his open skills are sensational. 4 pits up, there's the 8th for the young man, he's got all 5. Nice! Let's go, man.
Monty Advance, charging through, a clean 2-0.
Pass into stage 3, and they have the chance to chase their own Brazilian legacy. The ace of Kenzizor, he knocks him out of Cologne with an ace as he runs up middle.
First day of stage 3 is here, and that means we're blessed with a lot of Counter-Strike on the menu because absolute 16 best teams are going to be battling it out. But one team, as usual, stands out. Despite their recent fumble at IEM Atlanta, Vitality come in as heavy favorite to grab the trophy here in Cologne. And they also look to kickstart their new Grand Slam run as they clinched the last one at IEM Rio. But it's safe to say they have target on their back. As Apex said, winning this one would end the debate who is the GOAT team in CS and perhaps even GOAT player. I invite you to witness it with us and how and if that happens. This is Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major, Stage 3.
Well, it is a new day and a new stage here in Cologne at the Major. My goodness, my name is Trace Stunnasaranthus, and alongside of me, I've got some legendary folks. I can tell you one is a 5-time Major champion here in the middle. Make some noise for Dupree.
Oh,
okay, yeah, they love you. They love you. It's because you held the pub quiz last night. It's because you tried to hold that for what it was. And then down on the end, of course, Janko Paunovic joining us all the way from Serbia. How you doing this morning, Janko?
Yeah, I was hoping like you weren't gonna go for that. I had the whole intro plan. Like I'm so happy you were here and not Freya, because she would have some smart-ass intro about a 5-time major champion and then Stanislav's brother, right? But in reality, it's just two guys who've never won Cologne. So I'm happy to be here.
that's actually true.
That's not bad.
Yep.
And you guys aren't even the end of the list of teams and people that aren't winning Cologne. In fact, we had a whole stage of teams that got kind of nixed from that idea right away. So let's kind of talk a little bit about stage 2 to get this one started, guys. What's sticking out off the page to you?
I think stage 2 obviously was where everything got a little bit more interesting with a lot of the teams that have been showing good counter-strike through the year that is trying to make it into stage 3 where we have the best teams in the world waiting. And obviously I think the big names is the fact that Spirit made it through. They didn't even break a sweat, and also Foot looked like phenomenal. I think it's a team that everyone could be very excited about. But even like making it through, like 9C was in my books one of the big surprises alongside BetBoom. But I guess if you look at the other pool, the most impressive team, in my opinion, looking outside of the big dogs here, I think it's Monte making it through. That wasn't really on my picking cards.
Yeah, looking like a very well polished squad, right? Some lack of firepower, and they're making up for it with great team play. Gamer Legion definitely the biggest disappointment of this tournament after their run in North America. Making grand final of Atlanta. Shown none of that here in Cologne, and then also what's going on with your boys over there, Peter?
Yeah, that's quite the disappointment. Even with how they started the tournament, I know it was against Gamer Legion where they had like a blowout, but then after everything just looked to crumble. And whether there was like a bit of pressure or whatever got to them, but it just looked like they didn't have like a game plan over it. It was because of like Hooksy having issues finding out how to like rule his troops or anything. But that's a very bad result for Astralis.
For Legacy starting off in what would be a harder method to getting to stage 3, but at least they did that. Tell me a little bit about this Legacy that could.
I'm actually, I think a lot of people are starting to overlook Legacy a little bit. I think Legacy has had a down period where they decided to swap out Lux, but now they've gotten Art back into the team. And I think talking about Art is a guy, with a lot of experience in Furia and a guy that actually thinks slots very well into this play style. And I think he's bringing them the things that they haven't had in that team for a long time. It's a little bit more structured. It's a bit like he still wants them to play like they've always do. It's very brawly. They want to, take the fights, but he wants them to do it together so it doesn't get on the individual side all the time. And I think that's one of the things that I really like about Legacy. And I had them as a dark horse moving forward. I actually decided to put them in my top 8, so I have high expectations for these guys.
They're just playing 4D chess, right? If you go 3-0 in stage 2, you got to play Vitality. No one wants to do that. Not even Legacy, because it's not best of ones anymore like it was in Austin. So they're just taking the long way around, giving themselves a quote-unquote easier opening game and then maybe an easier run to the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe. Because really nobody wants to play Vitality first, let's be real. I mean, that's not really where you want to start your journey in this stage at the very minimum. So what I do want to talk about in our journeys is our pick'ems, because I know mine's just pretty much screwed. Like, at this point, I know I've pretty much taken the L hardcore on this. But Janko, perhaps Dupree, what do you think? What do your pick'ems look like?
Well, unfortunately, I'm 1 point off of getting the diamond coin as of right now, but I'm still going to be like putting in an effort to try and get this one right. So if we want to move into my stage 3 pick'ems, I think it would be an idea to just go from the bottom up and just look at what teams I think is going to be my O3s. I decided to. We don't want to do that now.
Well, I think we should bring in Stiko. At least let him play at some point. But for the time being, here's our stage 3 pick'em.
Right. Yeah, this is, as you can tell, like I have Monte and Bait looking as a teams that I'm not gonna, even though I just talk very well about Monte, I think it's gonna be too much for them to chew. I think it's gonna be too much of a hustle here. But as everyone is saying, the big favorite here is clearly gonna be the Vitality and Spirit, and to a big surprise to a lot of people, maybe you didn't put Fury there as well. So I don't have Fury moving forward together with Harry. So yeah, I think that's I hope it's gonna be a pleasant surprise that we do get to see Fury in the top 8. But right now I have my concerns. A bit concerns.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's bring Stiko in and continue this conversation around the pick'ems, as it is the thing to talk about within the Counter-Strike realms, especially on a day like today where if you haven't locked them in, I don't think Valve's going to let you guys sleep at the wheel anymore and put those in any later this time around, right, guys?
They must have someone.
Surely there's
someone's awake now, right?
It's your watch, brother. Like, you need to be up at whatever it is, 3 a.m., lock those bad boys in. But these are the most unethical pick'ems of.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, guys. Bring in Stiko. Where is the man? Where is Stiko at?
I'm here. I'm here.
Hey,
Can you hear me?
There he is.
Hey, everyone.
There he is.
I got demoted from doing the pick'ems because I already failed my stage, so I will just be placing yours. Let's hear it. I'm down to hear some opinions on this.
Okay, let's just get off from from the bottom up. Let's go with the 0-3s to begin with, and let's just use my pick'ems because so far it's been working okay. I'm just 1 point off, so I'm just gonna be hopefully doing a bit of a show off here. So let's start with putting Monte in there. We talked about Monte. It's a team that surprised everyone in stage 2. But at this time, I think it's going to be too much for them. I think it's going to be too difficult, even though they have actually shown some pretty good counter-tracks. So I have them going out. I want to put Bait in there as well. I think Bait is a team that have had struggles throughout both stages, but they, in some sense, decided to, still show up regardless of how they've been looking and make it to stage 3, but I don't think it's going to make the cut here. Let's go for the 3-0 Stico because that's our favorites, and I guess everyone would be thinking that I don't know what I'm talking about if I don't put Vitality right there. So you can put both Spirit and Vitality in there.
Spirit, Vitality, all right. I think that's
also so funny. So many people are like, oh, how can you put Vitality and Spirit? They play each other in the 1-0 game. They might not.
Exactly.
Like, they might. There will be one upset in this opening round of games. And then even if they do, who's going to beat them in the 2-0 game?
That's what I mean, right?
Right? Like, so I think that's like the way to go. I did the mistake. I was wilding too much in stage 2. I'm vanilla picking in stage 3.
Vanilla picking. I think I'm hitting the shuffle button. I think that's where we are at this
just all random.
Hey,
look. You can actually do that. I'm going to try that one major just to see how it pans out.
Well, the crazy part is I still got the same picks that you did for this stage.
Ooh.
Oh.
I got mine same as well.
Yeah. Well, okay, so we've got the 0-3 done, and we're at the 3-0s done. So, Yanko, you're on board with all this so far?
Yes, these are my pick'ems exactly so far.
Okay, let's switch it up.
That's not a good sign for you, Peter.
I know, right. Let's start talking about the teams that's not going to be making it. I think you should be putting Aurora in the 1-3 pool.
All right.
I think there's a lot of disturbance happening inside the team. I think there's a lot going on, and I just haven't really been impressed with what they've shown the last couple of months, so I think they deserve to go there. Unfortunately, you're also going to have to put 9C there. I think that 9C is... they have the firepower, and they have the passion, but is it going to be enough? I am not sure. And then I had a little bit of a little bit of a hustle here. I kind of wanted to put Perivision there, but I do think that Perivision at points can play some real good counter. And I think Dastan has promised us that he can actually he can bring up the guys to perform even better. But let's put them in there. Let's put them in there.
He said he's chilled out.
I know, right? But it's
in the interview, I saw the HLTV interview yesterday. It's like, hey, maybe I need to be a bit nicer to the guys. Maybe I need to be a bit more mellow. And, sometimes all you need is someone to high-five you, say, hey, you
Good
got
job,
this.
you know?
That's so Dastan, right? So
imagine that's the thing that's going to flip the whole thing for them.
I think I don't know how people are putting them 0-3. Like, people have lost their minds in some of these pickings. I saw someone put MongolZ as 0-3.
Yeah.
I saw Jacob put Aurora as 0-3. It's like, yeah, these teams aren't doing great like Aurora. Yeah. But do you know who Aurora lost to in the last 3 months? Vitality, Navi, and MongolZ. That's it. Outside of that, Draculan, which we're not going to talk about those. So it's like, at this level with these teams, you can't be putting them 0-3, man. Come on.
No, not even close. But we can't keep going. Dupree, I think you're on a roll here.
Let's go the 2-3s before we talk advancing teams. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm going to put MongolZ in there as well. I think that MongolZ is still in kind of a rebuilding phase. I'm not really sure where to have them. I've usually been a believer in the team. I really like their run throughout 25. Though we are on 26 now, so it's been a while, right? But the changes is not really right now seems to be doing them that well. So they go in that pool. I think I'm gonna be putting. Who else am I gonna be putting? Fury in there, obviously, as the one that I have not advancing either, which is probably a bit of a surprise. But I'm gonna put it in there to do a little bit of a Hail Mary to hope that they actually make it through.
You have MongolZ, BetBoom, and Legacy over Fury and MongolZ.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy, but
bold predictions right there.
And then you're going to be putting BetBoom as the last one. I don't think they're going to make the cut either. I think they've been impressive, but I think it's going to be too much as well for them. They've shown some really great counter-strike, but I think once you get up against the best in the world, they will figure you out regardless of how you're playing. So now you can just fill in the rest, and then we'll see magic happens as we unfold.
Okay, Yanko. If I look in your direction, I say, where's your biggest qualm with this? What is it?
I think it's probably MongolZ and Furia, although I think Furia is really reliant on how they start this tournament. I think if they start strong, they can make a deep run. I think if the first game goes horribly wrong, they might be in trouble because they need that confidence to play in the way they play. I think they look better in Astana. But MongolZ, we keep underestimating them. I mean, this is the team that throughout last year we're saying they have the highest floor. Like, their structure is really sound. It's all people in there that know how to play in the system. And then Exertion is the best fragging IGL in the world in group stages, right? So this is where he does his best work. So I don't think that's going to be a problem either. And you put them against some of these other teams, like they're just so much better at Counter-Strike. Like their understanding and the depth that they have is better. So yeah, they have Brolan now back, but he's just gonna play. People forget about Brolan, that he was this, you know, young prospect playing for Fnatic from Sweden, rotting away in NIP for a while. But I think he'll surprise people with just his individual level too.
The state of MongolZ.
I think the state of MongolZ is, you know, I think Exertion has impressed me with how he's taken over the reins and how he's leading the squad, but more so that he's just putting in so much firepower, right? I think, you know, promoting selects from the academy team has also been something they've been looking to do. I think they've been impressed with what he's bringing to the table, but he's still very new. And you know, I got to catch up with Sipek yesterday throughout the day when they got here, and I talked a little bit about, like, how do you guys feel about the roster? How was it to play with JL? And, you know, they really enjoyed it and everything, but now, you know, bringing Brolan back is more like, Brolan is not, you know, out of the team looking like, I think a lot of people looking at MongolZ thinking that Brolan has been out of the team, he's been benched, he's not going to be coming back, but it's more so that they try and bring him back, and, you know, he's still in sort of a trial inside the team with this new role that he's going to be playing now that he's not going to in-game lead anymore. So I think the team actually, you know, believe in what he can do on the server, just not in the in-game leading role. So I think it's an interesting swap up, but I'm not sure that this is the roster that they're going to be moving forward with.
And you might actually be onto something right there. And, you know, only time will tell us that. Also, it is time for us to say one last time hello and goodbye to Stiko. Are you over there, Stiko?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just going to say Legacy in the playoffs, I don't believe it, personally.
Come on, Martin.
Just for the context, 1 year ago, they weren't even supposed to be at the major, at the Austin. They replaced Bestia, right? And right now, what a glow up, by the way, that you were putting them in the top 8. So pretty good pick'ems nonetheless. I wonder how this one will go, and well, good luck to everyone who can still grab the diamond coin.
Yeah, good luck to all of you out there that still have a shot at glory. Yeah, no joke. Thank you so much, Deco, for being our I don't even know what that would. It wouldn't be Vanna White, but it's kind of like akin to that there on the board. Regardless, when we start talking about the major, we also have to talk about how this has changed. And I'm talking about the drastic changes from the times of the first majors you've played, the first majors we've witnessed together, up to where we are now. And just what it took to get to where you were in those majors in terms of playoffs or just the format itself. So Dupree, give us a little backstory of how things used to be.
A lot of things has changed throughout the years. I recall some of the first majors that I played that you could end up beating the same opponent just twice and you'd be in the playoffs. And it was a questionable format at times, and it was about making top 8. If you just magically made top, like if you got out of groups, you would just magically be invited for the next one. So the group stage was almost more important, and it was best of ones throughout the entire thing when you started. So you could win 2 best of ones and you make it to top 8, and that is, you know, that is kind of how the format has changed throughout the years. You know, then we also gone from the whole the RMRs and the minors and everything, and now we're in a place now with we have more stages, and you know, I think it's turned out more competitive. It's also being dragged out a little bit more, but I think we do get the best quality of teams so far.
Sorry, go ahead.
This change with best of 3s in stage 3 is the single most important change to the format in Counter-Strike major history. Like, there's been nothing quite like it. If you look at it here, just best of 1 throughout. In 2017, you had only best of 1s. So you could win 3 best of 1s and go through. That was the PGL Krakow major, where Gambit and Big were the 2 teams going 3-0, right? You look at all the majors where there's been upsets in terms of teams that are in the playoffs, in terms who ended up lifting the trophy. It's been a lot of the favorites sort of going 0-2, 1-2, right, and being down in the dumps. So I think looking back, that's why for a while Cologne, just as an IEM Cologne, was more difficult to win than a major, because you had to go all the way through best of 3s. You would have a best of 5 grand final, right? You never had a team from the outside sort of be in the grand final. You go back the last 10 years since the Cologne was a major grand final, it's always the best teams in the world competing for that trophy.
And you talk about format changes, and I just want to recall a time where we had randomly decided maps.
What's the worst?
Just a crazy concept that is around the edges now. You think about your qualifying game. Looks like you're playing Cobble again.
Yeah, I mean, I've
conveniently for NIP.
Yeah, I know, right? But that was a mess. You know, I don't even know how that ever got into the fray. That's gonna be a great idea to have competitively be random picked. I think that was an interesting time, and you know, I've gone through it all. Well, this is probably my team. It is my team, right? You know, we have Sonic sitting here, and you know, that was probably from all of the times that we played a major. And damn, that's an old astrology.
Yeah, well, I think it was when you like hurt your little appendix.
Yeah, my little appendix. It is from it's 10 years ago. It's in 2016. You know, I remember recalling playing this, maybe not this specific game, but throughout the group stage, I had like severe stomach pains. I was like, what is going on? And then, you know, we decided to go to the doctor, and apparently my appendix decided to, you know, not really be on my side anymore. So I had to get that one removed. So that means I was sidelined. And as you can tell, you know, we beat Dignitas in the beginning, and then we lost to Gambit. I think it was throughout the Gambit I actually started feeling worse. Then we beat Dignitas once more, and then Decider game against Dignitas. No, sorry, Dignitas again for Decider, where I did not play.
That was crazy though, because that's when Astralis sort of subbed Cajun for Kirby, but because Kirby played for Dignitas at the minor, they couldn't use him. Dignitas could use Cajun because Astralis didn't have to play the minor. So now they have Glaive. Yes, Glaive was a stand-in at that tournament, hadn't played the major in a year and a half. He's just standing in. Zonic has to sub in for Dupree, and they're playing against their other, you know, the other Danish team with MSL and Cajun and all those guys, and they eliminate them with 2 stand-ins. Their coach playing in a best of 3. They beat them to make the playoffs. That was really shocking. But one big one was, look at that Group D. Kind of stands out somewhat, right? The SK, obviously the major champion, Fnatic, one of the best teams in the world still, and G2 was like a top 5 team at the time. So you had 3 top 5 teams in the same group, and also FaZe, who were no slouches. They were in the FaZe that we saw later on, but that was just crazy because we didn't have proper seeding. You know, you had FaZe and G2 come from the qualifier, and SK and Fnatic had a slot already, so they could be put in the same group.
And if you think about the year 2016, even looking at Group C, you know, a VP that was the Plow at one point. I mean, you look Envious. They were having some tears during the summer times back then.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Envious was always a team, you know, to be reckoned with, and the French guys, I guess that was yielding of Apex and Kenny, the big stars in that team, right? Obviously, with looking at all these groups, you know, it kind of throws me back to how competitive the game was at that time, and I mean, Group D is by far, like in my books, the group of death. But it's funny how things has changed throughout the years with the whole system and everything. And I think we've gotten the better out of everything. And it's nice to be at a point now where we have best of 3s, and I think that the crying from the fans and from the players and everything, it has finally paid off, that we don't want this best of 1 bracket thing to be happening, because it just feels like it's too random. And I think it's for the better quality of the game, and also for the tournament, that we can get the best possible teams in the playoffs.
And there's only one thing left.
Yeah.
Just the seeding, right? Like, VRS did a great job. We have really good seeding in that sense coming into the tournament. We just need to stop with this #1 seed playing the #9 seed.
Yep.
Like, that's ridiculous, because the reward for going 3-0 in stage 2 is you play the #1 seeded team. So that's why we get, you know, Spirit versus Navi in the opening game, and we get Foot versus Vitality, G2 versus Falcons, those sorts of games, and then you have some of the other matchups on the other side of it, like MongolZ BetBoom. So I think that's the one last step that we need to make this tournament, once it gets to stage 3, really a celebration of professional Counter-Strike, and the format matching the prestige that the tournament is supposed to have.
And Dupree, dare I say that some of that compromise, and I say compromise in a way that now that we're on the the max rounds that we are, and we are in the best of 3 territory, you know, time constraints, things to think about when you run into these big, long series.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just the fact that best of 3 just seems to be less random. You know, it's also for the teams, if they get a bad start, it's obviously giving them more time to get into the match, and I think it obviously favors the favorite a lot, that, you know, you do get to play best of 3s, and teams like Monte, teams like 9C, they would have probably loved to play best of 1s, because that would give them a higher chance of making it through, right? But if you find yourself playing, let's just take even BetBoom coming up now. Like, you have BetBoom going against MongolZ. If you had them in the best of 1, that could be like a big chance of upsets. But now that you go in all 3 maps, and it's going to be less likely. But in the long run, you know, that will give us better quality. But overall, it favors the better team for sure.
Map pool is such a huge part of what makes a team elite, right? Like, there's 20 teams in the world that can be really, really good on one map or two maps. But for you to be strong on 4 maps and be able to play 5, 6 on a high level, only the elite teams can do that. And you forcing them to play best of one takes one of the things that makes them elite, exactly, right? And then just makes it more random to an extent. And I think this is very good for teams like, for example, Aurora, for a team like Furia as well. Teams that like to play maps like Overpass, like Anubis, they would never see those maps in a best of one, right? Like it's just Mirage, Inferno, Nuke, that's maybe something like that. Agent, depending on which teams meet each other. So I think this makes it more fair in a way, right?
Yeah,
like to determine who the best teams are, because now you'll have to play your 4th map in a game. You have to play your 5th best map depending on the matchup, and I think that's what we want to see at the end of the day.
It's like you took that one thing, that one upper hand that the less good teams they had, like the underdogs, that thing they had to potentially cause upsets. You took that away from them.
Well, even for the teams coming from stage 2, or perhaps you even came from stage 1 at some point, you're from a long time ago in a place far, far away. Then you've kind of got some reps going into this stage 3. So you kind of have that in your pocket as well, albeit this could be a different caliber of teams overall is what we're expecting.
I don't think it matters as much. We were talking about it in between stage 1 and 2, whether it will matter or not, and it didn't. And I think it helps for the teams coming in stage 3, the fact that this is familiar territory for all of them. I mean, they come to Cologne every year, it's the same venue, it's a slightly different setup, right? We'll have some fans in here that will add a little bit of spice to it, but for most of them it's sort of business as usual, right? So I think that's gonna matter more, and the fact that they're just on a better level, right? Like this warming up stuff doesn't seem to be as big of an issue as maybe some people think.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about, like, the elite teams, they know they get the job done here. Like, whether it's a little bit different, this is Cologne, this is a major, like, for them it's any other tournament, and it might sound like a little bit like cocky saying that it's just any other tournament, but that's the reality for the majority of the elite teams. It's just another tournament, and yeah, I mean, there's a little bit more on the line for the likes of Vitality by making more history, and everyone wants to win a major, right? But in the end, it's like it's the same teams, it's the same kind of caliber and everything. So that's also what plays into their mind.
In the end, only 2 people can potentially have 5 majors under their belt at this given time. You're one of them, and the other one is on the team Vitality, which we will be seeing at some point later today. So for the time being, we do have in front of us a quick break. We can get this major stage 3 started right here, right now at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne in 2026. We're starting this one off on B stream, a little bit of Perivision versus 9Z. Now, we did talk about the struggles, a little bit of 9Z coming in against the Perivision, who looks ready to trot, but again, that is over on the B stream. If we do switch up a tone just a little bit to the A side, we were talking about MongolZ and BetBoom, and we will continue that party on the way back. We're gonna go to a quick break, and when we come back, let the games begin.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. 1 round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
I mean, even at Budapest, obviously, Cobra wasn't here, but with Controlas, it made a very amazing run, to be honest. And was there something about having to prove yourselves that gave you motivation? Was there also fear or nervousness that came into the run at Budapest, or do you always feel sort of just calm when you come to play at majors?
Actually, it was kind of not different comparing to Sinzo, not different than like that with Controlets, and we were confident for us to qualify, same like before, because of our 4 players are still here, the coach is still here, just the 1 player and the 1 position. That's the star player role is that's kind of the mixed position.
Flexible,
yeah, flexible. So, and we can manage that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
Have you guys? Sorry.
And Budapest controller himself didn't feel nervous, so that's why we have good run at there.
Yeah.
There. Yeah.
So no nerves. That's the key. No nerves. I like it. Okay. Have you guys watched any of the majors so far?
Yeah.
Is any teams that you think have done really well or not as well as you thought?
BetBoom wanted it well.
Yeah.
And not.
Spirit were good. Yeah, they seem pretty good.
Only 10 rounds.
Yeah.
I was actually disappointed for Astralis, actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are they good in practice when you play them?
We were faced against them at Bucharest, and we saw them to watch them some matches. They were looking really strong and solid, but I don't know what happened. They just out of the major.
Welcome, Zino. How are you feeling? Welcome to the major. You're finally here. Get to show how you play. How are you feeling in the team?
Feeling in the team is good, and we just did boot camp before major, so we're confident in here. Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit what happened at the boot camp? What were the main focus points for Mongols to iron things out? After CAC, obviously, that was a good round, but this is the major. So, what were you cooking on the boot camp?
Every details and creating new tactics and working on communicate a lot. So yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about expectations? I don't like to talk about it that much, but obviously you need to come with a certain goal. So what's the goal for Mongols in this tournament?
In this tournament, we're not in great shape. Like Astana, you did see us, and for me, it's at least playoff.
At least playoff?
Yeah.
You think you're capable of doing it? You're feeling ready, or it comes to who do you face and the overall form in the matchups?
We don't care about who did we face, and just try to win and try to achieve it. So yeah.
I want to say good job on the jerseys. New jerseys are here, and I wish you good luck in this best of 3 opener. Looking forward to see what you cooked up on the server. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe. We'll save the date. It's going to be the 11th of June. We're going to be getting this next stage of the Cologne Major started. In the year 2026, I'm very, very happy to welcome you all back and get these games underway. Of course, for us on the B stream, we're looking at Paravision and 9Z, but on the A stream, it is the Mongols taking on BetBoom. Now, we've been seeing a lot of BetBoom lately, but the question marks might be around the Mongols. Having heard what Mzinho had to say there, perhaps there's something to tail on with, Dupree.
Yeah, it's a team that has been struggling a little bit in the last couple of months, where they've also been hurt by not having their coach behind them, and they've really put a lot of effort into saying that, you know, whenever he's not there, they don't really feel like this full team. I think he's had a lot of say for the team. I think he helps the team a lot with obviously preparing, but also communication. And some teams seems to be more reliant on having their coach behind them to, you know, guide them through the tournament, but also the games than others. Looking at U-Spirit, they're doing pretty well without them. But the Mongols that seemingly have struggled, in my opinion, still since they've lost Sensu. I think they really lack that one clear star in that team, and it's been a you know, a bit of a hustle for them.
I'm sure Yavic would have some words for you, Dupree.
Absolutely. I think they're just crazy, right? And without Mara there to keep them in check, they get even crazier. So it becomes a bit too much, when it comes to playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike. But I don't even think as much that the Mongols have fallen off, as much as other teams have gotten better and they've stagnated, right? And we'll get into it a bit later in how I feel like they lost some of their identity. But it's crazy how we don't have a single North American player in this stage, but seemingly Mara just finds talent in Mongolia time and time again. We thought they were cooked when they lost Sensu, right? Controller just comes in, they don't miss a beat, make playoffs of the Budapest Major. And then even with Cobra's era, like it's been a bit more inconsistent, I guess, but they've still had decent results. It's not like they've fallen off a cliff. You would have definitely liked them to do a bit more, perhaps, in tournaments like Astana or Bucharest. You expect them to perhaps lift the trophy, but as I said, some of the other teams have surpassed them really in a way. The likes of Foot, for example, have taken up that mantle and have been a fun, exciting, aggressive team to watch.
I really think the bright side for them is, as you mentioned, Yanko, is just the fact, even if they've had the struggle of having Sensu going out, then, now yielding Cobracera and also playable controllers, they didn't jump off the cliff, they still made playoffs. That's good. I think that any team that would have been in their positions where they come from, with how good they've been looking in the past, with how dominant they've also been playing, and even fighting for trophy at points, and also winning trophies. That's a lot of teams would have crumbled way more than they have done, but it's like they still have managed to withhold like some sort of level where they can still look at themselves in the eye and say, yeah, we know we're not playing the best, maybe the roster is not set, but at least we still make playoffs, right? They're still being competitive to a certain degree.
Yeah, there's facts in that. Let's talk a little about those results from the side of the Mongols. I'm looking at results from Bucharest, Astana, even CAC. We just heard Mzinho talking a little bit about some lacking thereof, leaving a lot to be desired, Yanko.
Yeah, missing out on the playoffs in Astana was a big one, seeing as how, Vitality and Navi weren't there, and it's or Foot, and it's a 8-team playoff, right? So you're basically not making the top 10 in that regard. Bucharest third place, it looks nice, but there wasn't, they were the highest ranked team there. It was Foot and Astralis who were in the final, and then also at CAC, right, ending up their run in the quarterfinal. I think for Mongols, they would have liked for Astana and CAC to go a bit better, just to have more confidence coming into Cologne.
And it's also like, if you look at the matchups they've had, specifically looking at CAC, it's not really, it's teams that I would have thought that Mongols would have a easier time beating, but it got relatively close. They even dropped maps to teams that you wouldn't expect. Looking at, obviously Legacy winning the tournament was great, right? But it's the roller coaster of emotion for them, because it seems to be very aligned on their day-to-day form, and I think that's also going to speak to them throughout this stage. Because I did put them through for playoffs, but that is because I know what they have done at majors previously, and I also think that as a team that rely a lot on their individuals, then if they show up, they can beat any team, but at the same time, they can also just lose to anyone.
Yeah, are we saying a vibes team? Is that what we're feeling right here?
Yeah, there's definitely some vibes in the team, but it's also a team that seems to be working just very much off of, they know what they're good at and they just stick to it. It's not like they're trying to, dig deep and come up with massive tactics or anything, but they know that they have to go out and be brawly. They have to go out and fight for the map control, and that's what they've always been doing. The thing is just like people also starting to get aware of that, and I think that's also hurting them in certain degrees.
Yeah, because this is a different look Mongols than we had at EWC when they picked up the trophy over there, or even as far as, really.
Peter is talking about their sort of identity and everything. They've lost it, right? If you look at the map pool for the Mongols in the last 3 months compared to last year, it's flipped on its head. Like, what are the Mongols known for? Mirage Ancient, right? Like, they're gonna pick one of the two, mostly Mirage, whenever it's in the pool. And now, in the last 3 months, it's their worst rated map, Mirage. Second worst rated, Ancient. Like, they've started picking Inferno, they even picked Nuke. Like, so I think that's the problem for the Mongols. That's why I didn't put them to go through, because I think if Mongols are going to beat the other teams that are contending for the playoffs, it's gonna have to be on Mirage, it's gonna have to be on Ancient. And if they don't have the confidence on those maps, I have no faith in them going through.
It's always tough when a team seems to be losing their identity, and I think I think within the team they probably have the idea how they want to be approaching their identity and how this is how we used to be doing it. Why can't we just return to it? But it's like when the map pools is also seems to be stagnating and they don't really seem to be finding the results that they're looking for. It also just hurts them. And if you can't put in 2 maps that you're just really good at, then you're just going to have a hard time in best of 3s and specifically go against the best teams in the world. So it's a MongolZ where the map pool has, it's been thinning out a lot. And even if the games where they win, they seem to be dropping maps to teams they shouldn't be.
And Yanko, this is a team that's far past the days of us being told that, well, we didn't practice. Right? But surely we're well past that.
They rocked up last year to Cologne with no practice, still made playoffs. And you mentioned EWC too. That was an outlier. You know why? Because who was the MVP of that tournament? Techno 4K, right? Like he isn't their best player, and that was just, he just had a live tournament, and it helped propel MongolZ to a championship, but he hasn't shown that level since, and they haven't been close to winning a trophy since.
Let's flip that coin, and I don't mean like your predictions. I'm talking about BetBoom, the other side of the equation here, a team that we've been watching pretty closely, I'd say, through the duration of most of Stage 2, if not the entirety of the time.
BetBoom is, I think it's an interesting team looking at all the players in there, and then they have been haunted by a lot of visa issues. That has caused them to be more of a BetBoom mix, as Boom is so kindly referred them to. But like looking at through the stage, Stage 2 and the Stage 1 here, like they look solid. I even think in Stage 2 they look solid. It's interesting to see that a team that is relying so much on playing with different players can still come up with such a good game plan and still make that few mistakes in my books. I think they're actually proving that nowadays with Counter-Strike at this level, you can still be, at a relatively good pace.
They look good, but has anyone really looked bad against Team Liquid or Gaming Gladiators?
Liquid looks pretty bad against Team Liquid.
Not to take anything away from them, you play the teams that are in front of you, but they haven't played a ton of good teams. Like they played Spirit, got smacked in a best of 1, understandable.
Those are on another level, right?
Yeah, and then they played Monty, who they beat 2-1, and that's it. That's the 2 teams that they've played that are going to be in Stage 3 as well. So I think they haven't really been tested, but they're also a team that's super flamboyant, that's very explosive, similar to MongolZ in a way, right? And their individuals have just been popping off. They're playing with a lot of freedom, and I think that's what's been the main reason for BetBoom being in Stage 3.
BetBoom definitely were humbled by the side of Spirit, as you can see up there, and that's just a stark reminder. It's the difference, the disparity between 2 stages.
It's also the power of friendship, Trace. Donk and MongolZ, right? Like playing Queuing Face It all the time together. Donk #1 rated. MongolZ ended as the 2nd highest rated player of Stage 2, right? And I think there's a good reason for that. We had them in the winner's interview after it. He's talking about how the team is helping him more, like they're sacrificing for him. He's just taking advantage of that space. His coach helping him with the mental. And here's a couple of examples. This is just him with a Hero AK on an eco round against Monty in that qualification game. Gizmi punishes him for that repick. Now they're in a 4v3, and you're going to see the teammates helping part, right? Zorti just peeks so he can trade him. Magnus isn't even being shot at in some of these examples. Like here also, Boomich is taking contact. He's just playing off of Boomich's contact, gets a nice 4K in an eco round that was really crucial. Second half as well on the CT side, Zorti shows himself with the op. That prompts Monty, okay, the opper is not on A. Let's just go into an A, execute, pretty sound. Takes them a while to organize themselves, but they do get there. Magnus reading it well. Gets into this position knowing he might be able to get a freebie before they actually start executing. He does get one. The kill on a Zubu. Boomich throwing the counter util. So does MongolZ, Flash. And it's just the mechanics, right? It's so clean. It's so crisp. The opponent's not really even standing a chance, and that's another 4K for him. And you saw a lot of this right from BetBoom. But again, the level of opposition that they faced, MongolZ, a different animal to deal with.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. I think he's, with my time, just briefly, when he was rising in the CAS region, I had a small stint of playing against him in Tier 2 when I was in Pre-C. He was by far the one that stood out, and I think he was as labeled as well as Donk's friend. So like, if there's a guy that can play Counter, it should be this guy, and he just proves it more.
Hey, I can testify to that. Being someone's friend can take you a long way in esports.
Are you referring to Nico here?
Yeah, I was wondering, who's your friend? You didn't tell us you had friends.
I don't know, man.
Fair enough. Let's talk about vetoes, guys. I mean, your friends are cool too, don't get me wrong.
Maybe a couple of them.
Yeah, maybe.
No one here, though.
Fair enough. Vetoes, best of 3s, guys, all week long.
Yeah, this is where, you know, we see what the Mongols do. There's some overlap in terms of MongolZ. They've like Nuke recently, BetBoom love it. Do they go ahead and pick it? I think Dust2 should still be the pick for BetBoom. And then for the Mongols, the weakest map for BetBoom is Mirage.
Yeah.
So do you still feel confident on it despite your recent sort of mishaps that you've had on the map? Or do you go for something else? There isn't really a lot. It would be Ancient for Mongols.
But looking at those two for BetBoom, you know, it's definitely a map. You know, they haven't picked too much, but they have like an insane record on. So to finally see them picking up this one makes sense. And there you have it. That's a Mirage pick for the Mongols. They love to play it, and even if the stats is not really backing it up, it's still a map that they always seem to be relatively happy to go to. And then a Nuke ban coming out for the Mongols, and then Overpass for BetBoom, which leaves us with nothing but Ancient. So you do get to see both Mirage and Ancient for the Mongols.
Wow,
how do you feel about that?
I don't like that BetBoom, you know, allowed the Ancient to go through over Overpass. I get it that maybe with Flammo standing in for now, a different player again, they just don't feel confident enough on that map, and Ancient is obviously more puggy. But this is Mongols getting 2 out of the 3 historically best maps for them. And I like that they picked Mirage because you have to pick it against BetBoom, right? Like if they had picked something else, that their confidence was so down on Mirage that you don't pick it against BetBoom here, that would have been a really bad sign for their chances to make the playoffs.
So I look at this veto, Dust2 Mirage Ancient. How do you think this one fares, even though we haven't seen the Mongols?
Oh, it speaks in the favor of Mongols. Just even though that they haven't been looking as sharp on Mirage and Ancient that they've usually been, it's still a map they stay true to. That's part of their strongest map pool. So I think it's going to speak in the favor of Mongols here.
Yeah, I think Mongols have the edge. BetBoom has been red hot, but I think they get humbled here by the Mongolian horde, right? Like they arrive, we tend to underestimate them, but I think they have enough to take down BetBoom.
Yeah, which is going to be fun to watch at a very minimum. If you're joining us from around the world, this is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. Let's get stage 3 underway.
More than meets the eye. More than just a game. A portrait of the human experience. Mirroring the human mind at work. The best moves require clarity, confidence, and strategic vision. The worst moves, a product of overconfidence, panic, or the blindness of emotion. Every piece has its role, working in perfect unity to manifest victory. A player's gameplay is a glimpse into the human, a window into their interpretation of the fundamentals. Control the center, a delicate balance of calculation and intuition. Take space, an equilibrium between order and chaos. Sacrifice. Under time pressure, there is no time to calculate. The flow state, a mystical place, an immersion. Every player has seen it. Few have felt it on the main stage. Tune out the crowd, the beating in your chest, the expectation of your fans, the needs of your family, and make your move.
The culmination of a Counter-Strike season, the Major, from 32 down to 16. We got stage 3, we've got a crowd in the building! I'm excited for this one. BetBoom start on the attack, and we got MongolZ on the defense. How you doing, Cologne? Yeah, all right, it's early, I understand. Get the bevs in. We're going to get some counter. We're going to get some pushing up the guts. 910 wants to get a biff early here, Mr. Birchall, and he might very well find it as he's taken the head off of Diladez. Backing away behind the smoke. First blood is drawn.
In lower right now, Techno's got action.
Okay, he's got a lot of work, but Mazinha's providing some support. Back was turned. Good find back from MongolZ. Will equip himself with some dual Berettas. His action on long side. Flamus has found a very quick one onto 910. Opens up an avenue. Blitz, unable to find it cleanly. Takes a bit of flack from MongolZ, but the bomb spotted, still loose on the doors as a freebie comes Zorti's way. Mazinha wasn't ready for the long-range Glock. We've got a 2-on-2 here with so much time. This gets into a real funky mid-round now.
Okay, they're giving them the bomb. Flamus has joined the party. They can drop down, pick this up, but where have Blitz and Cobra gotten off to? As they try and take space elsewhere. Blitz a little bit clumsy there with the movement, not going to cost them. Flamus coming back and spotted.
Okay. You know they were knocking on that short door. Do you stay mobile? Flamus is kind of counting on you bringing this fight. Blitz backing his aim, gets the shoulder peek, spotted out Flamus not overexerting himself. And Flamus just crab walks in. Removing Blitz, puts the pressure onto CobraZera for the clutch, and oh, it's getting uncomfortable. Still able to find Zorti, up to Flamus to find a third, and CobraZera stands his ground.
Okay, second major for the kid, the first time in the Mongols jersey, and clutches up on the pistol. It's been a wobbly time since he's joined this roster, not the direct replacement for Senzu that people were hoping for, but that's a delivery in the clutch department early.
I mean, your first round at the major, you want it to be a win. 910 started as he means to go on. Nice opening kill. But it's CobraZera's clutch that stops Flamus from the 3K.
Yeah, you can see him there after the first going, all right, well, at this point, he's going to make the next move. Back off, take the fight, and Flamus frustrated. It's going to be the eco just with a scout in for Zorti. It's Eagle for MongolZ, but all in all, light investment into this one. This is where for BetBoom it's going to get a whole lot more serious. Up until this point, they've only had to play 2 best-of-3s. Now on stage 3 with only the best-of-3s, we're going to get their map pool tested. Dust 2 is something that's been at the tippy top. They've been picking it time and time again. That and Nuke, Mirage and Ancient, their weaknesses. And, well, both of those are coming up next. So if they can't get Dust 2, Mongols will be looking good to take this in a 2-0 fashion. First kill found, and the rest will follow swiftly. Blitz. And 910 combined. So this one, just looking for a couple of casualties.
Yeah, just playing it safe.
It's a bit like a cinema out there right now. Are they serving beer already? It's not even lunchtime.
Of course they are.
I didn't get a reaction.
It's because they're chugging their beers.
Yeah, okay. All right, Flamus goes down, 2-0 start. The Mongols and all 5 alive.
Get the guns out.
Yeah, I think the deeper problem for BetBoom, obviously we have this whole Dilladez, Flamus, Siren, Zorti situation throughout the year, but the roster they have right now, it's been key. It's given them flexibility. It's also alleviated some pressure knowing that this isn't the 5 that you intended to be here with, but now that we're going to get tested best-of-3 after best-of-3.
Yeah, you're right. I can see how the map pool would be one of those things that typically takes a lot of time. CobraZera has been caught by the scout of Zorti, so down to 47.
And also there's a lot of reps of you on these maps now as well, right? Yeah. So how much are you really able to add as Xenia wants to be active early. Off the nade, takes space, nobody home, and this is a massive gap. BetBoom are lining up for the other side of the map.
I can't believe how proactive he's being. This is so early to be doing so. He's found the gap immediately.
There's at least 1 kill here.
You'd think so, yeah. Take it, takes down Boom, dips back, and already uncomfortable for MongolZ. And now they have to kind of, they feel channeled into the B site. Now it's Techno and Cobra here, FAMAS and MP9 respectively. Not the best nade, and it looks like Cobra's trying to take an aggressive page out of the book as well. Bomb's coming back.
Yeah, well.
He's kicked the football. Okay, Zorti aware of it. Catches a FAMAS bullet with his face, and there's Dilladez. Long-range tap to the dome. Puts us back in the 4-on-4, 54.
There's a way out now. Blitz has cheated over to B, so there are gaps across the map. It's just a bet we really want to risk taking this space elsewhere. Still looks like they want to be stubborn. MongolZ coming to join this now, so the 3-man stat looking good, and that nade, more chip damage.
Yeah, softened up for these MP9 and FAMAS. Peeking in is a death sentence. Dilladez shows us how. Good work from Blitz, that 3rd man. It's going to repel the invaders.
910's won the round.
Oh yeah, he's cut the rotation in half. You're not ready for this. You're going to have your backs turned. 910 primed and ready. And in combination with Blitz, Mongols channeling BetBoom into their crosshairs. Beautiful start.
Gonna get 3 AKs out of that, so couldn't really be going better at this point. 910 will equip into the AWP. Drop that AK across, and it will just have to be a light investment for BetBoom now, who are really yet to get going. No plant in these first 3 rounds. The pistol was close, sure, but MongolZ now showing a bit of prowess. And I think that this team for me is an enigma, right? They, as Yanko mentioned, last Cologne, they didn't even practice going into the event, right? So it's so tough to really understand what their priorities are, but we know the majors, since Shanghai, this has been a playoff team.
Right.
Looking to make it a 4th consecutive.
Up against the stage 1 team. Long push, Mazinho, only the 1, that's important from Boom. Not only do you take the territory, you're going to put an AK into your hands. It's going to pull 910's rotation away from the doors, and that's exactly what MagnaJez was hoping to profit from.
Yeah, he's heard that and he's relayed it. So backing off with the weapon now, and they've got a little bit of util to cover off. And they're forcing back the vision of Blitz as well. So there's still enough util for a mid to B. They can go crisscross, they can go back towards B and pop in with the smoke and flashes, or is it just the complete reroute up short?
Okay, well, jiggle smoke defense for Blitz. He's seen enough. Will he get away safely? Yep, locked at 55.
Didn't cost them anything, but burnt a smoke. Now pressure on the B defenses. They wonder what's up. Cobra has quite the sight line into upper tunnels for now, so at least they have a little bit of info that they're not leering in just yet. More pressure applied will keep this split in a 2-2. Blitz has more utility delay.
He's got another smoke.
Yeah,
it
this
gets
is
awkward
tough now.
Especially if he gets that cleanly. Okay, they're going to push through it, and he knows it. That's why he's positioning himself like this. He's hoping to catch someone sneaking through, but on the smoke break, he's exposed. Boomich uses that AK to great use, finding Blitz on the trade. 910 can't hit the second on the follow-up, so gap closed and bomb can be planted. MagnaJez masked by the smoke. Cobra going to be applying short pressure with Techno. Can Boom put Mazinho's AK to any more lethality? Not going to happen. MagnaJez on the side. Good luck with that.
Okay. Well, at least they got the bomb down. They were going to be buying into the next round regardless, but a little bit more threatening in this, just forcing the pressure onto the MongolZ early. With the 4-0 stun as the fuse comes through. Zodi will get his AWP now, right? He went for the scout in the second round, which means it's just going to be waylaid. But available now, fully equipped, will be BetBoom. Got some long spawns if they want to try and change the pace of this one. How does Boomich want to proceed with the AWP spawned far away? He's going to be late to the mid pick, and well, looks like MagnaJez is... No, never mind. Not going to play this one with pace, but look at this aggression.
How's this? A sweep through from the AWP and easy pickings. MagnaJez down, 910, using that perfectly. The smoke completely nullifying the flame. They are out long though. He's calling for backup. Mazinho turns tail. He's in the open, but 910 is saved in there. Just by a hair. Diladez, however, takes down the AWPer for a 4-on-3. They are aggressive on long side. All three of them committed to this. Smoke on the cross, and with Mazinho low, you've got Blitz cooking up that flank. It's a weird CT smoke they've thrown now. That might delay you further. An angle over the top. Ooh, Cobra unable to finish his meal. Diladez finds his second before Techno gets to him, and that is not the kill! Oh no, Blitz didn't find the headshot. Zorti with a quick flick puts us back into a 2-on-2. Could this be BetBoom's first round? I think it might be. I think it might be. Oh, gets away from the flames. He's still a dead man. Boomich makes it so. Techno in a 1 versus 2. They've just been slowly whittled away at. He mantles up, looking for Boom. Finds that clean headshot. Now knows Zorti was on the long. It's AK versus an AWP. Bomb planted for that platform. He's going to have to get down into the pit to find the angle. And Techno's going to be peeking into an AWP. Baits the shot. Okay, can he find an angle for the defuse? He's looking for utility. Picks up the kit. Now he's got to get back up there. A 5-second defuse. Will it get uncomfortable for Zorti at all? You'd feel like he has the advantage. Now he's in the post-plant position. He can see your elbow, and he'll secure the round. BetBoom on the board.
Okay, had to fight for that one. Another opening kill going in the favor of the Mongols there. They've been flawless in that department, but they do drop their first round. And Blitz, well, that's what it comes down to. You had the opportunity to win the round right there and then, and you've missed in the back line. This is Zorti swiveling into it.
I mean, we're playing, you know, world-class Counter-Strike. You got to hit the head.
Yeah, you can't be missing those. So we'll putt that one in, and the first full bite has worked out nicely. Everything they want and more is 910 will just take the fight. With the nade, the fight through, and another opening kill. He keeps stacking them. That's the third one for 9-10 early.
It's good to see him in good form. 11-2. CT side does too. You want to see Europa making the play, providing the opening incision.
In lieu of Senzu, he's kind of been the main guy on this team. It's Blitz being aggressive long now. They're going to have to keep tabs on this. Flamus is aware that earlier in the play, MZinha was the man pushing. These rounds are so tough for BetBoom, having to operate down a man early almost every round at this point. It's starting to get out of control. At least you've maintained base level info on the map.
I'm curious when we get that replay how much 9-10 can see in the HE black smoke. Because Zorti didn't see a thing.
If you're able to stay too strong on B like this, you're not being pulled towards the mid to B. It's a total setup, so Cobra and Techno are in a good position to shut this one down.
Villadez ahead of the smoke, and Cobra Zera was caught off guard, but he's managed it so well. Hectic. Boom. Puts the AWP onto Blitz, catches his push top mid, but it feels like a consolation frag at this point. Cobra's done the dirty work on B.
Yeah, it looks like it might just be a long save here. Boom over towards long. MagnaJez is still going to try his luck here. He's surely a dead man walking. Boomage has gone down, and MagnaJez will follow. So 5-1, 4-round gap, continuing to stack the rounds. Fierce on the mic, so Coach contributed to the convo now. The money's all over the shop. You've got the high end of MagnaJez at 4.5, the low end. Well, after Flamus has started to invest at 1.6, but he's got himself a Deagle and Kev, so it is going to have to be partial buy territory before they can get the guns out again. Only one plant up into this point, not a single opening kill.
Here it is from 9-10's POV. Yeah, wow, okay, plenty of vision. For Zorti, less so. And yeah, you thought Cobra Zera got caught on the dismount. The fact he leaves with both of the kills and alive. Yeah, frustrating death for Villadez. When you start to commit, you know, you kind of feel like you're putting the round up for debate. Cobra ended that quickly.
I want to still try and keep this round close, right? See if they can take a bit of a chunk out of this MongolZ money. MagnaJez ready to pop into B.
Yeah, hoping for an overextension here. Cobra Zera so far has passed the test.
And they're starting strong B every time, right? They don't want to be losing rounds to these pops or last tick of the molly. They got the long control, they've denied the B pop. Let's meander back over into CT to shore up the mid to B possibility. And really this is on MagnaJez. He was the driving force on the rifle, even doing some secondary AWPing. That's stage 2, him and Flamus. Two highest rated players on this team so far, and it's Dilladez at number 3. So it's the rifling core, it's doing the heavy lifting. Up and towards A they go. The Glocks to lead the charge. MagnaJez needs to find the trade so they can take some space. Oh, that's well placed. Slows things down, segregates for now. Oh, edging around it, excuse me. Blocking each other, wanting to get the smoke out. This is clunky.
Oh, yeah, not ideal. MagnaJez, that was the rifle. Flamus at least able to pick it up, but 9-10's just having his way with them. 4 quick kills, he has 16 and 2, a KD of 8. We are just in round 7.
He's got 6 multi-kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and you consider the openings, he's now 4-0 in that department. He's sitting on a heater right now, 9-10. Well, he won't be getting the final kill of this one. Cobra Zera is going to have to take it, and that'll be round confirmed. So, 9-10. Fantastic form right now. And Blitz is back in the middle. I'm not sure if that's a change that's happened in recent tournaments or not, but there has been a period of time where it was Techno who moved to the middle, and we're asking, why is Blitz on the end? And they've just gone, well, Blitz wanted to sit at the end. So I will have to go back and scrub through the CAC. I wasn't paying too much note there in terms of the seeding order, but it's something I've noted now. The people at home will be able to take a look for us, but back into the guns, BetBoom.
Will we see another one as far as openings go for the MongolZ, or can BetBoom wrestle for that early control? Looks like there's a clear game plan. The fact that Flamus is just holding util.
A little bit squeamish as well in terms of getting this map control, because you have been getting poked and prodded, right? You've got the fight towards suicide early. You've also got him being aggressive short, so they need to respect everything. So slow the rounds down. Don't give away the opening kill within the first 15 seconds, and then start to work on your map control, which is starting to manifest now. So MagnaJez and Boomage in combination will get lower and Xbox space.
They're doing like a long distance of Angar smokes. Or at least one on the top of the wall. You're not ready for that, are you, Flamus? And Zinho set up to succeed by 9-10's boost earlier on.
Look at this.
Yeah, and that's going to catch Dilladez.
Cobra clears.
Yes, that's if he considered it. Still, Zorti's going to get a jump scare.
Techno's going to be screaming.
This is backwards now.
The bomb is behind Cobra.
Okay, he doesn't know that. Dilladez does. Can't handle CobraZera. He's defending B from inside the tunnels. Crazy individual form already. Nothing for Boom. Good luck, have fun. The bomb got to get past Cobra, and he can't get past him. Brings the AK through. 3 kills deep from CobraZera.
Okay, this is starting to look like a stomp right now, and not just because of the scoreline of 7-1, but in terms of just how easy these rounds are. Openings are flowing. 7 combined between 9-10 and MZinho. So they just keep adding these to the tally, and the fact that they even get away with this, right? Cobra gets into the back line, doesn't even know that he's got that bomb at toe, and then just slaughters them. So getting hammered as it will just be a partial. It's a hefty looking, oh, never mind, they're fully shoved. Yeah, they've gone all in. They want a long pop. They're going to bring some brawl to this.
Okay, test for Blitz. What have you got? A flash in his face, and on the double dip, finds Dilladez to
First opener.
What with his nades out? First opener, is that real life? It's quickly equalized by MZinho, and he's done one better. Bowls down Dilladez.
Reaction on the radar as well. Cobra taking upper tunnels. They know that you're committed to long.
You're already in a bit of a pit of despair.
Remember, this is your map. This is what you've turned to throughout the major stage 1, stage 2 so far, and you're just getting blanked. This is not a feeling that BetBoom have had.
The stage 3 teams are here, and they are making quite the announcement of their presence.
17-2 on 9-10, right? So this is just absurd output.
Has he got any more?
Maybe you saw what Donk was up to.
Yeah, perhaps. The nonchalant sniper. Primed and ready to rack up, and is the 18th frag. Round 9. Hang on, he's got Techno under pressure. Zorti was trying to throw the nades, and 9-10 puts him down. Good one back. Hang on, MongolZ heating up. He's made it an equal affair. Techno not in a position to stop the cross here. CobraZera's just hoping for that little exposed head. He's going to throw out a smoke that enables Techno to close the gap. That's the fight. Perfect, Techno. Onto MongolZ, puts Boomich into the clutch. Knows where they both are. He's only got 20 seconds. Bomb on his back, but he wants to try and isolate a duel, or he's just going to back away for the orb. Okay, catches Techno. You weren't expecting that, were you? Get the bomb planted. CobraZera's going to try and use this moment to close the gap a little. 1v1. Can BetBoom get something started? Can their captain get that second round on the board? It's necessary at this point. Stops the bleed and steps up for the team. It's a second timeout immediately.
Okay, well, something going here. They can still salvage this, but it's going to be a long way back. It's money for another full buy coming in for the Mongols, and then you've got the residual cash that's going to linger a little bit on 3 of the 5 players. So Fierce knows they're going to be up against it. And because it was only Boomich there, the last man alive winning out that clutch, their money's not even great on this T side either. A couple of Galils to complement. The AWP passed across into the hands of Zorti. So this one is still going to be rough. 9-10 finding this dent and then just gets emboldened, hitting everything at the moment, so you can understand the swing. They've taken a couple of these fights. I think that's one of the keys. In a brawly moment, it levels out in my mind, right? BetBoom versus Mongols, both these teams can shoot extremely hard, but so far it's just been opening kill after opening kill. And you start with the pistol with that 1v2 clutch from Cobra. That really set the tone. You pick up any momentum the tail end of the first half on your map choice. Rubbing with the AWP towards B. Blocked. And that's just how it's gone throughout. Stays fishing on Zorti, see if they can catch them. Liking now the smoke's faded. The jump spot from Techno, susceptible. Oof. Looks like that info went one way in the initial. Lurk smoke comes in. As they are working on this standard map control. So slow and steady. We're going to win the race with this one, BetBoom.
Crisscross. like there's going to be bodies behind them as well. Blitz does have that HE to break, and he's exposed. MagnaJez trying to line up the Molotov, so does catch him. Another opening kill for MongolZ. 30 seconds. Dilladez trying to get cheeky around the smokes, but it's another smoke break, and now Mazinho, he's not going to get flashed. You're back exposed, and he's going to go down. Job done, round one. Flamus 20 seconds with no bomb. This one seems set in stone. Picks himself up the orb. Zorty would like that, but actually hits it onto
Okay,
Blitz.
that's not bad.
Yeah, okay. It's still 8 to the CT side.
Yeah,
I mean, that is bad.
And the two, when you frame it, being a clutch from Boomich and a missed shot from Blitz, right? That's the reason that they have 2 rounds on the board right now. So getting absolutely ragdolled. This is a very good sign, right? We normally talk about teams who are in previous stages coming in a little bit more warmed up, right? They've been in the setups, they've been in the environment, they're ready to go. Vincere saying they came out of a boot camp. That's a very good sign, right? I'm talking about this team as an enigma. We don't really know, when they're practicing, when they're not. Where are they even practicing, and how quality can it be? That's clearly on point right now for the major. Another round that's going to be hard to salvage. 9-10 on the line. That'll be a damn good flash, Zordy.
Yeah, I don't know if this flash is sufficient for
It's going to have to be perfect.
It's kind of perfectly on the line. He's just going to pull the trigger. Yeah, okay, so flash connected, but so did the AWP bullet. Amplifying some pressure now, trying to crunch into A. Vincere again playing this disruptive forward position. Up against a Tech-9, though, it's a bit more up in the air as to who wins this duel. Long goes first, draws attention, confirms the AWP on site. Now Short starts asking questions, and it's Blitz that provides the answer. Beautiful, just dunked on.
I think the landscape of the buy there makes that a little bit easier for the MongolZ, but you should never be winning around in that situation when you don't have the long control and also you don't have Short, right? The fact that you can get collapsed upon at any time, but fortunately it was that line to buy scenario. 9-10 adds another opener to that list, and he's looking to start off with steaming form. This is wild. He is running away with his 21-4. Insane performance early. Let's see if they keep it up for the close, if this is just absolute domination from start to finish. Out long.
Yeah, okay, this is a bit quicker than they were anticipating. The corner smoke, or rather the full long smoke, has given Mazinho something to play behind. How's he done that? Just a premonition.
Looks a bit like bullying at the moment, and now with the double AWPs in the mix, they even are out to get all this tunnels control. MagnaJez. And he's owning upper tunnels. It might actually be a fight that favors him against the AWP at the lower. Never mind.
Okay, yep. Cobra reveals the secondary AWP, and he's holding car. It's just perfect from Mazinho. Finally failed in combination with Zorty's pick on the AWP. Flash, but they're not pushing through. They just wanted to lay you a little further. Buys time for Techno to get up the short Xbox. I say that, it's actually Boom. Maybe audible to Techno, but he's leaving with the bomb. He's playing for another clutch.
Oh, Zordy has to live during all of this, just taking a bit of a fuss.
Yeah, essentially.
Oh, he's going to be noted now.
Okay, now they know. Bomb was in middle doors. Does that give Techno? Yep, a back turn. Oh dear. Zorty catching Cobra. Zera puts it all onto Techno. A 1v1 established. Boomich trying to once again provide another clutch. It would be a second for their third round. Plants it and dips into tunnels.
Yeah, Techno's just going to let this smoke fade. He's got the kit, so he's got the time. At least remove one moment of ambiguity before going for this.
That time ticks away. Looks great for Boomich to end this half with a third. Something to hold on to for BetBoom. Touch on the bomb, and Boomich does reveal his position, but the clock against Techno here. All he can do is hope and pray. Doesn't get the kill he needed. BetBoom 3, MongolZ 9. We've got a 21 frag haul from 9-10 on the half, and this series has only just begun. Stay tuned. Stage 3. We got the big boy table now, the top 16 of the IEM Cologne Major for 2026. And the first map, first half, we've seen the introduction, the Mongols, a little dip into the form. And already looking pretty good. This, Chad describes them as an enigma. Well, if this first half's anything to go by, Mongols once again making a play for playoffs. They've got a Stage 1 team that's run all the way to Stage 3 in BetBoom as their first opposition. And this is supposed to be comfort turf for them. Only mustering 3 rounds, 2 of which come off a boomage clutch. We've got forward position from MongolZ to be disruptive to their spread. We've even got a bit more util. Softens them up further. Off the flash, MongolZ set up to succeed. Beautiful work in combination with Flamus. They crunch in. Techno fighting tooth and nail. Gets them both. Okay, that's going to deny a lot for BetBoom. A 1 versus 2 for Techno. He just wins it in tunnels.
It's going to be tough still getting into the B site. They don't have a smoke for doors. It's Techno with a decoy. Dilladez outside worried about the mid to B. And oh, they're going to be passed. He's going to catch this late.
Yeah, he has no idea. They're already flooded into the site now. Oh, okay, spotted the whole squad. We'll relay the information. Got a surge forward. He does hit a quick flick, and 9-10 saved by the bricks. Hang on a second. They're making a strong case for this. Zorti can't handle it. Another one coming in through for Techno for his 3rd, and the rest putted in. This is leisurely now. You've got yourself the pistol. You're already on double digits. You could walk this across the finish line for the first map.
I like the fact that they played aggressively on the pistol and didn't just get scared and start turtling up, right? They're still bringing a little bit of that tenaciousness that BetBoom and their individuals have in store. But this is the smile on the face of Cobra saying it all. It's both pistol rounds. He's the man who clutched it to kick things off on this map. So really setting the tone for the team as Blitz continues to do so. Up against the Eco, they're just going to get to shred. It's tough when 2 of your rounds are clutches. I guess technically 3, and then you've really struggled with opening kills. It wasn't even really like you were getting dictated to. I like the plays early from Xenia going for that long push, right, catching them off guard. We also had them being quite dynamic with the same over towards B, and 9-10 was looking for a lot of picks within the early stages, but either way, BetBoom shell-shocked right now, and they're going to struggle to piece this one together. Conceding the 11th by opting for the eco, but at least that means they'll get a gun round coming up next. So all the way out mid to B, there's 2 players tucked in towards bricks, both actively peeking, so info will be given on one, and Dilladez has now tucked down his head. He might get overlooked for a moment. No, never mind, he's trying to play wide, so go down to the window play there and swept under the rug, so 4 staying alive. 11-3, the buy now will take shape for BetBoom.
This is the round to dictate if there is any more to be said about Dust 2. Supposed to be a bit of a gimme, or rather a must-win.
A must-win.
A must-win is a better framing.
Yeah, I think that Yanko was discussing the weaknesses in the Mongols map pool recently.
Yeah.
It's just we're basing that off of a team that we don't know how seriously they're taking the other events, right? As long as they get that #1 spot in the Asian VRS, they're a Stage 3 team, and that's by their own doing. But the fact that this squad has been in a major grand final this time last year back in Austin. Most successful team from the region ever, and there's a reason for it. It's the default spread, going through the motions, a bit more conviction than what we saw from BetBoom, but you've got a whole lot of rounds to play with, so you can understand why. It's BetBoom who are going to constantly be responding to this. You can see it there with the block util. Trying to get answers over towards short, so they park behind this smoke. It's fading now, and they also back off. So they were ready to play for the execute. 2 men close mid doors. I think they'll look for a timing. This flash catches both of them there.
They're going to go for this crawl from Flammers. He does catch CobraZera just ahead of the assault. Now Boomich actually goes further forward. 9-10 core. MagnaJez activates from the door position. They crunch in on the short side. And this is clean. 5 alive, not a single point of damage. There's one discrepancy handed their way by Blitz, but okay. Signs of life from BetBoom CT side.
Yeah, that's their best round yet. We've finally seen them put together something comprehensive from start to finish. That was a round where, sure, they took the eco. This first round by, it doesn't have the Zordy enemy. It doesn't have the Zordy enemy. P is definitely lacking U2, and they still get the job done. So this is promising. Whether or not you take this map, you want to warm into things. 9-10 doesn't have the AWP, but he's got a scout looking for a tag on the cross, and hasn't landed. They'll get Dilladez and MagnaJez across safely. Look at the pace on this.
Yeah, okay. Accelerating. Boomich audible. He's not ready for this. Oh, a sitting duck. Blitz. He's the one to find a nice opening kill, a free opening kill. Boomich is going to be very frustrated to have conceded that.
He's just playing to do damage towards lower tunnels with the HG.
Ready for that kind of speed.
He's expecting a default, right? They've done completely out of the box move there, straight up cap. Haven't gone the standard 2 tunnels, 1 back mid, and they've done it on a much quicker timing. So Boomich, he's been the hero in some of these clutches, but now just has to sit back and watch and see if his team can salvage this. Flammers gets answers back short.
This is a very favorable fight if Techno does get caught. If he remains tucked, though, there's a chance they get close enough that this Tech-9 is overlooked. Okay, nearly 2. CobraZera ensures they both die after all, but Techno, great output with his forward position, and now Zorti's a dead man. Nice shooting from Mzinho. It's 12-4.
Yeah, this is casual. Comfortable stuff.
What a frustrating way to die as well. Just Techno burrows in with his pistol early.
There's levels to this thing, and the Mongols are showing stage 3 teams. They pack a whole different level of punch.
And like just the calculation, like you said, that isn't a default. You're just assuming, okay, well, there's no warp. Maybe no one's holding middle early. Boomich is still trying to stop and disrupt the lower tunnels clears. And the last round got caught by 2 CTs playing close doors, fast short flank. This time, Techno, yeah, he feels like he got robbed. He wanted both of them.
Well, he's done enough to secure this one.
Yeah, this is a ugly looking buy. Round 17.
Yeah, some contact was taken long there. Mzinho was spamming through the smoke, so knows that they started heavy long. Just walking quietly up cap for the fight, and there you have it, Zordy with the opener.
Yeah, wasn't ready for the off angle of Flammers. He'll drop down, and ooh, in combination with the HE, another body drops. Looking for something back, and yeah, Boomich will catch him, so information flows. I think I just heard Flammers screaming.
Yeah, he 100% was. Techno's been noted now. Dilladez should be able to cut him off at the pass, if not MagnaJez. So this round is another one, an extension of play, unless Techno can do something absolutely nutty. Dilladez says no. And they can find themselves some upgrades to continue this one. So just stalled out on short. No way forward, no way back, and that'll be another one. Two AKs, a glue, a couple of Tech-9s in the mix. Well, they've won around with less, so let's see if they can do it again.
You're going to have to you need to see names other than Boomich at the top of the table as well.
Double mid-smoke to try and ruffle these breaks. Really help them at least secure the short control or even the presence of the idea, right? Okay, well, if they're using the double smoke, they really want this short control. They put it straight into a mid to B off of this. MagnaJez has already responded. Zordy and Dilladez on the side. So the question is, can MagnaJez get across, or does he just want to defend and stay in close proximity to help out a potential A play? Util's in the air.
Oh, he got spotted caught by the flash, and they did spot MagnaJez. Underhand flash. Oh, it catches Dilladez, but he still removes Blitz's head. They're accelerating into B. The flashes do work, but Zorti, in combination with Dilladez, are defending solid. Last man through the smoke. Dilladez closes it down with 5 frags combined. Zorti and Dilladez deliver.
All right, well, their easiest round yet is coming up now. It will be the eco for the Mongols. Hard to justify any investments at this point at all. Everyone just sitting around that 1900 loss bonus mark. wonder if Mara just wants to take the timeout going into the next round, right? No need to take it now. Let the boys take the eco. Cobra's chipped in with the deagle, so no, he sold back. I was going to say, really hampered their buy going forward. And it's not like you need this to restart the campaign.
That's just the in-game body language for, can we win soon? Can we end this?
Yeah, I think you may as well just, look, throw this one to the wayside, give them the 7th, take the timeout with Mara, have a longer conversation, see what spawns you get. It's us too, right? If we get some long spawns, maybe we want to use those.
True.
And you still haven't seen an AWP in the mix, and the fact that nobody's gone down, that means that a decision has to be made from Zordi. Does he want to throw away that AK? Right, give that over to, actually he's got the M4, excuse me, but does he want to throw it away and bring out the AWP? Right, that's a question he has to ask himself, and he will. So they understand that they may as well have their best buys going forward. And there it is, the Mara timeout. So he's going to be very happy with the position that they found themselves. Is that an Mzinho yawn? I think it was. Okay, yeah. So a little bit casual for him at this point, but could get serious very quickly. And 9-10 put in an absolute shift to get them to this point. Wasn't the only one hitting hard, but he was the one delivering time and time again, whether it was the openers, whether it was the multi-kills.
Oh, it put such a dampener on the T side for BetBoom.
They don't have those long spawns to work with, so likely just to see them operate with more of a standard round in this one. Now that Zordi has brought out the AWP, we'll see if those double smokes come into the mid doors again. To eliminate the options for the AWP to find picks, just see if you can force him to be over towards Game Helper or Cars, just doing standard stuff, and that's where the flashes come into play. But with this type of buy, it is lacking key pieces of utility. So MongolZ will have a few options less in terms of how they want to get this map control or finish. It's one of the two. There'll be a trade-off there. Boom is just swinging. Doesn't want to get caught by that fast cat play again. So clears his corner, then drops his nade. Won't catch them on the timing. All Boomish's job is right now is to slow down this default, right? That's $600 investment of smokes towards the mid doors. If he can slow you down, force you to use another because you're scared of the AWP presence, his job is done. He's just rifling through these nades.
Cobra's going to be flashing for this short progression. Hoping to bait out a block smoke, but Zordi would rather sweep through and confirm it's clear off his own AWP. Save your nades. Now pressure applied to that B duo. Kept at bay by the incendiary as the crisscross smokes are down. You're trying to act like you're going one way.
Time's going to be the problem. If they don't get out cleanly against Flamus, the time constraints will cost them here.
Flamus is still there. Responsible for an awful lot. Here's the flashes coming. A test for Flamus, and he stands his ground for a quick tap. Takes the head off of Tech. No, the swing easily handled. Flamus gets support for the third. It's clean in defense of long. CobraZera just going to try and take a couple with him, and he has done very well. A missed shot from Zordi. There's no time. Okay.
Could have been if you gave him that one.
Ooh, MongolZ is not scared, and they're making this a whole lot more competitive. At least the scoreline looks as such. What's it for now on the trot from the CT side?
Yeah, and will need to be another partial coming in from the MongolZ now. So Eco into buy, into partial. Not getting the bomb down in this string is starting to hurt them. But you're also seeing BetBoom were into action, right? The teamwork, the individuals, when they're getting what they feel is fair fights, show that they can delete the MongolZ themselves. 9-10 should be able to get the AWP out into the next round. He's taken the fullest of ecos. 3,400, there'll be absolutely no doubt. And trying to set up Zordi for a fight. Now, this is where you have to be a little bit more cautious on the AWP. You don't want to lose a fight to a Deagle, one bullet, and then the round starts to open from there. He's going to, through his own mid-doors block smoke to corral them. That allows him to pivot back over towards A and set himself up in one of the strongest positions. So the setup is in the right place. U2 being juggled as well. Flamus just throwing a little bit extra. This is just a bait U2. You can see none of the bodies moving off of the MongolZ from that. So they just drop it. They're trying to siphon through more of these nades. So if they do want to find the follow through here, that hopefully there's less resistance. And that looks to be the case. Just flashes over towards A for now, so they should be able to get some room to move without Util slowing them down.
Yeah, it's just Desert Eagle, P250. And here comes that drop. Different elevations makes life difficult for Zorti. He's going to be worried about too many targets. Boomich does find two before the pistols start to fill the feed. A bomb plant would be nice. Are you able to get it? Flamus is going to try and run him down, but unable to stop it in time. So a couple of kills and a bomb plant. As far as the shopping list for that round, the Mongols got what they wanted.
Very well handled, I think. The fact that Flamus has to be drawn over for that double, that round gets out of control otherwise. Right, they baited out the util, then they went for the real execute. They got the space, they were close with the P250s. So well done considering the circumstances. Now it's just a 3-round game. What was a 9-3 half is now a map that's back on. It felt like it was the Mongols to seal.
Especially with your 9-3 half into pistol.
Exactly. And then you absolutely take away all hope. You let them win the first gun round, then you bounce back immediately. Their money's in the mud, and at this point, they're still in it. They're clinging on.
Spotted by his counterpart, Zorti. Does he really want to hold any sort of deeper line? MongolZ has pulled a second AWP out to try and catch them on their progressions lower. It's blitz with the bomb, but good util. Forces the AWP away. No one exposed on that break.
The plate's kind of overcrowded for Zorti because MongolZ just started the AWP A. Right? He wants the comfort of being over towards A after the mid-fights. Look at how the setup could find itself. You could have double AWPs on A, and both of them could be around CT and short. If one's long, one's short, it sounds crazy, but it can work. So Zorti has to stay committed to this. Also part of the read, Boomich over towards B to help out Dilladez.
Zorti, patience on the mid-line, finding Mzinho, puts the bomb loose at 44 seconds, so opening kill goes BetBoom's way, making a strong case to find themselves a 10th.
Might not expect the MongolZ AWP here now. Still the util in play.
Yeah, off the second flash, looks like Blitz wants to make a play. Molly for Ram, perhaps. And go. Tapping the head, unable to track Flammers. He's done well. Puts that AK to good use. And he's done very well. Another head just racked up from Flammers. CobraZera, a late arrival. Hang on a second. Techno hits two in quick succession. It puts it into CobraZera. He hasn't got the time. And they're not going to give him the fight. Dilladez will. Boom just burrows into CT to ensure the round goes their way.
Needs to save now. Couldn't win that fight. Head for the hills, son. They're trying to hunt you down, and he will get away to hold on to that AK, but this one's got close now.
Fair play. Fair play. I mean, you already put it as a must-win for BetBoom. It felt like that was already out of the question after the first half and pistol in the second, but they have shown some serious resilience. That is now 6 consecutive rounds. It's 7 of the last 8.
Yeah, this happened quickly. I think one of the factors we were touching on in the first half was just the amount of opening kills. I couldn't stop talking about it. Well, in the second half, it's a bit more of a drought in that department, running with opening frags of their own on the CT side. So that's the key. They're winning these opening fights. Now, they are able to buy again. We haven't seen the Mongols really hit the ripcord and try and take long spawns, but the question is, have you got him? And right now, they've only got one. It's on Techno, so you could try and send him out, but he doesn't really have the follow-through. When the openers are coming like that, they're freebies.
Nice
does very well there to get the double. Cobra a little bit too late to be able to assist in anything really, but this one is back on, and BetBoom are believing. Mongols thought it was just going to be a walk in the park for this one. It's the wake-up call. Black again is Zorti.
Ooh, tried to catch him, did Cobra. Thought he could book him. Zorti's still quick on the draw. On the repeat, maybe Blitz goes overlooked, playing in this little gap on the smoke. I mean, A looks vulnerable right now. They've got Zorti trapped on the B ramp side. Blitz playing around this smoke, crazy style. Flash. Oh, and another from Zorti. The AWP delivering in maximum capacity. 910 swallows the HE, gets spotted out. They know where you are, 910. And they're gonna find you. Techno to be shot in the back of the head by Flammers. He's at least pivoted into that. And Zorti's the next victim, but we've got ourselves at 12-11. They are fighting for overtime.
In lost rounds here, the bomb's only gone down once for MongolZ, so they've just been so limited in the buy department, but obviously the max loss bonus has been in play. So they can still eke out purchases once more. It'll be more Galil heavy than AKs this time round, and this is, well, not even the craziest collapse that we've seen so far, is it? So seeing a comeback here in Cologne, too much of a surprise, but it felt like the MongolZ should have had this one done and dusted. And everything they needed, both pistols, such a strong half, winning the rounds in the right order to really put salt in the wound of the finances. And well, here we are, round 24.
Yeah, BetBoom are fast becoming, you know, a team we put in that category of hard to put away. It's not over until you've got 13. Will there be a difference maker round 24? Can one of the MongolZ provide that opening that seems to indicate round victor? Or will Zorti once again thrive? Okay, confirmation the AWP was there. Pulls the trigger on the flashbang.
Your options feel limited, right? You've gone for this short execute a couple of times and you've really got nothing done with it. It was just the P250 and Deagle round where they were able to scale into the side. So maybe you're feeling, hey, we can try that again, but they're going to play more in your face with the rifles. They're going to try and stuff you in that choke point. They've got the weapon advantage, the util advantage. They've all got kits for this final round of play. Just one more in the comeback. It'll be complete and we'll be in overtime.
Here comes the pressure onto MongolZ. B-side, lots of questions to answer. Messi on the spray, he's lost Dilladez and he's lost his life as well. It's Mzinho, now 9-10, racks him up on the rotate through CT. In the last moment of regulation, MongolZ have found their way in. Flashed, booked, Flammers doing a dance, and MongolZ take map one. That was a question mark towards the end there. BetBoom have certainly warmed into things.
Warmed into things is one thing. Maybe MongolZ thought, hey, you guys have got 2 stages worth of reps here. We want to get every single round out of this one. They made it sweaty, they made it close, but BetBoom, they lose their map choice, and the MongolZ, we head to theirs next to Mirage. That first half was an absolute delight. Let's throw this one to the desk.
Yeah, real solid stuff there. Real solid stuff there, of course. The first map of that first series here in that stage 3. Great resilience from the BetBoom side. Honestly, great things to grab onto from this one, but just a little too far gone. MongolZ are going to go ahead and seize the day at the very end of the road there. I've got Yanko, I've got Dupree. My name is Trace. We're going to talk to you all about this game itself. MongolZ BetBoom. I think something interesting to point out right off the rip here would have to be MongolZ and Dilladez.
Yeah,
versus,
I mean,
well, versus Monty versus today.
Sure, like we know the thing when we highlight a player is because we know we've seen some really good things from him. Stage 3, he was the second highest rated player, so of course we have to bring it up because he had a phenomenal performance in that stage. And this time around, he went missing a little bit. And I think that if he would have been a little bit more inside the server today, it could have been even closer. But it was 2 teams that struggled to find their groove on the T sides with a lot of mistakes piling up. But the CD sides for both teams seems to be working in tandem of how to approach the CD side on those 2. But MongolZ had also maybe, I wouldn't say took it for granted, but at least got a small reminder that even if you have a big lead, you still gotta, stick to the plan.
Asleep at the wheel, perhaps, to begin with?
I think it's just for MongolZ was fewer opportunities. I think MongolZ did a great job on their CT side, shutting him down. We saw 9-10 a couple of times, go short immediately, just find the entry on him, pre-smoking the molly. I think that's just good preparation from the MongolZ. And I think it's for their dust too. Their T sides have been a struggle. Like they only win not even 30% of the rounds on their T side. So they got a little bit ahead of themselves early on when they could have closed the game out 13-4, right? They're playing against a weak buy and they're just contacting up short, giving away fights and so on. And you could just see why, MongolZ have been struggling on dust too on that T side to really rack up rounds when it comes to the gun rounds. And luckily, they had one in their pocket for that final one to close out the game.
I think the last round actually was a very great call from the MongolZ. I think the round previous to that one was one of the issues that I do see with the MongolZ, that it just gets too individual. You lose the first frag, then you have someone that tried to save the day by salvaging the situation, by also making an individual play, and it just gets by one, and that's what MongolZ they've loved to do for a long time. But you also have to back that up with a lot of individual skills. But it just spiraled out of control in the last round to actually get it over the finishing line. It was the short utility fake that also cost BetBoom BetBoom off guard, and then the B split just worked in tandem and they closed it out. So it was good to see that at least they learned from the mistakes throughout the game and just did something together for the last one.
Yeah, albeit we did see MongolZ with a nice yawn in there at one point, but also what we did see is very early on, 9-10 getting some freedom of movement around that long A area, pushing out towards middle, really kind of just running up in BetBoom stuff there. We can take a look at round 3.
Yeah, I think round 3 is one of the examples that I think that MongolZ did really well for their CT side. You know, Massinho at this point also, like in the beginning, it's like 130 in the round, and he's already killing the first guy in the back, just causing so much chaos. He finds himself in T-spawn picking fights and gets a lot of info that a lot of the BetBoom players are now in tunnel, and as you can see, they're just stuck inside tunnels now. They feel like they don't have any space. They want to be trying to go for the B contact play, but then they quickly realize that there's a lot of players here. They get blocked by the smoke, and now they have to vacate and find another entry, and they run all the way back to tunnels. But at this point, you know, 9-10 has already figured it all out. He pushes top mid again, and he puts BetBoom in so many bad situations. I think that was like the whole identity of the CT side that MongolZ they came in with, that they just wanted to get information. They pushed, and it made it so difficult for BetBoom to try and figure out how to, you know, approach these rounds. You know, they were constantly looking to be a nuisance, and it's just hard to play against a team that constantly pushes you and then always have the flank. It's hard to find the solution, and I think that's also one of the reasons why BetBoom struggled.
It's also psychological warfare.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, you're playing the first gun round and the guy is pushed long doors at 130 in the round, and then after he gets a kill, he doesn't fall back. He goes into T-spawn, right? And you're like, what the hell is going on? And you know, if you're BetBoom, and they didn't get a chance to really play their game for a lot of that first half early on.
No, and it's still within the rights of that first half. MongolZ, Yanko, what do we see in round 10?
I think round 10 was after a timeout for BetBoom, and I really like the call, you know, from Fierce and Boomage here. MongolZ playing with a lot of confidence, right? So you're going to throw some misdirection their way, play to the card that they might be overconfident and just over-rotate in this round. So you see the crisscross smokes on mid. They're sneaking out with 2 guys, but the bomb wants to go short. And it's just good play from Blitz, nothing crazy, standard. He sees MagnaJez, gets the kill. But then even Dilladez as the second player, you know, smoke break, he gets caught. This was smoked by 9-10 before he dropped down, so MongolZ, even though he's on his own really on the A bomb side, he's behind the smoke and can still find the impact. MongolZ clean up. So sometimes it's just you can do things the correct way, have the correct call, but MongolZ were just on fire in that first half, doing everything right and shutting down BetBoom even in that round.
I mean, even some of the team play we just saw on CT spawn right there, breaking in the smoke and being ready to have your teammates back. But it's a good thing for the MongolZ when their trades are on point. I think it goes without saying.
Yeah, there's just so many good details to spot in this round, specifically like the smoke on short, I guess, for the fact that he drops down smoke short before that, so he sets up his teammate for success if they actually want to come through short. And the double break in CT, you know, it's nothing crazy. It's very like default nowadays that you break the smoke to get in for, right? But it's the second one that Dilladez tries to sneak into spawn, but then 9-10 he goes down, drops his nade as well to actually get more info. And then at the fact that Massinho pushes up catwalk close to the smoke just sets him up for success. He sees the flash and he just very easily dodges it, and the round's over.
At this point, it's not even, you know, 9-10 isn't smoking that because he's expecting that fake.
No.
They're just in flow state, right?
Exactly.
Like everything comes natural at that point in time, and they're making all the correct decisions. You can make an argument that all the rounds that BetBoom won in the first half was due to MongolZ sort of just lacking some discipline and sort of that blitz whiff. You know, they gave them those rounds instead of BetBoom really finding ways to win them.
I can tell you what they were smoking on, and that would be the BetBoom pack. Because 9-10, definitely numbers will back this up. He was having a good time on Dust 2.
Yeah, it's phenomenal to see that 9-10, you know, he's stepping up to when there's no clear like star to go to in Sensu, then he's the one that we have to be highlighting. I think he had a phenomenal game, like without getting a lot of openings, but I think at one point he was 16-2 at an 8KD, you know, even in the piss round, he just showed a lot of, you know, resilience and you know, confidence, pushing all the way up to mid, finding that first kill, but always just being a nuisance. You know, he had the whole package this game. Like he would be sitting on A side getting kills, pushing up short, as Yanko mentioned, trying to eliminate MagnaJez in the early of the rounds, which has been a strong force for the likes of BetBoom. But even like he's so confident, he goes for picks in mid, you know, and he's just a very stable guy that finds both kills by playing defensive but also being very progressive.
Has been such a disruptive force, really. You know, I think 20 plus of these kills were all in the first half, all 5 of the opening kills, and just shows you how much impact can an Opper have on a map like Dust 2, right? Like you can't really get to playing your own game. He was shutting down some of the plays from BetBoom that they like to go for, and just once he starts feeling it, like he's aggressive to a fault, right? Like he will overextend a few times, but also will just make it so hard to play against because you know that's not the right peak from him, and he still goes for it and he still finds the kill.
Especially when you're that opper, you're the long player. We were looking at it earlier in that half. You have that freedom of movement throughout long. You know, you've already kind of set a presence in that moment. Sort of like the Mongols have woke up and said, hey, you know what, we're going to go ahead and close out this first map so we can turn our attention right on into Mirage. The Mongols pick. Got to feel bad for BetBoom coming into this one a little bit. Mongols seemingly a little comfortable.
Yeah, I'm not sure what BetBoom would expect going into the veto. Of course, they are aware that historically Mongols really loved Mirage, and then I'm sure they gave it a chance of being in the pool. And in that sense, like, how do you prepare for them? Because the Mongols have always been a team that's a little bit wild, you know, like they play fast. They're going to end the rounds around the 1 minute mark. That's when they're at their best. So BetBoom, hopefully with that bit of a comeback there on Dust 2 gives them the confidence necessary to go pound for pound with the Mongols on Mirage.
I think it's one of the things that makes Mongols so difficult to play against because, you know, they're playing this kind of Asian style where it is a little bit crazy. They want to be fighting, right? And they do it with a very high success because they have a lot of firepower, but they're also just very hard to read. And, you know, in my time with Vitality, we tried multiple times to try and figure out, like, what can we actually do to punish these guys? And you look at, you know, if you want to go in and get a look at Skybox looking, hey, these guys, they like to do this. And then another game, they do something completely different. And we've always been saying to ourselves, it's because they change something from game to game, depending on what opponent they're playing against. But it's like, they always have, they play so much on intuition and so much on the flow that it's sometimes hard to find that one thing you want to be punishing.
It is hard to find that sometimes. Let's check out just a quick quote here. We actually do have some of the team comms. So let's try to catch into this just real quick.
В какой момент мы доросли до такого, да, стали настолько пиздатой командой, которая тренировалась 7 лет вместе, и у которой есть все сценарии, все отыгрыши, и все, блядь, на уровне, что мы, блядь, расстраиваемся от поражения Монголии.
Rhetorical question there? Is that sound look about right?
I think it's just, you know, keeping the team in check in terms of not getting tilt, right? Because if you allow yourself to do that against the Mongols, you're going to be tilt very quickly.
It's
right?
like very fast. It happened in the first buy round, probably.
They're just an annoying team to play against. Same way, you know, Paravision is for different reasons. Like, you can't allow that to get to you because that's just going to make it that much more difficult to deal with it.
Well, gentlemen, I hate to do this to you, but we do need to go to a quick little break so that we can keep this ball rolling on this series in specific. We're looking at MongolZ BetBoom going to Mirage on the other side of the break. And if you're wondering what you're watching, it is the Intel Extreme Masters. This is the Cologne Major, and we are definitely happy to have you on day one of Stage 3.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. One round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
I want to ask as well, Ancient and Mirage, whenever you do the veto, you usually pick one of those two maps, right? Recently, they've not been as good. Do you have any feelings about why this is?
On Mirage, I think we just changed our positions, tried some new things, and
which positions changed?
Like,
or is this secret information? Maybe I'm not sure.
It's like on Astana, Cobra, and I changed it. Like from T side, I'm going to mid, and Cobra's going to apps, and like the Star Rifler role is kind of changed on Mirage, and that was suck. Then we lost, Yeah.
So you swapped it back again, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you swapped it back, yeah. Okay.
So what were you saying? So Mirage is kind of, you've changed some positions
And yeah, that's because of the changing position on the Ancient. I think it's lack of practice, maybe.
Yeah.
And every other team is adapting, and
they're focusing on you as well because they know that you're picking.
because like our play style is very easy to read. Like, okay, they're just doing the same things, so they adapted it. So yeah, we're trying to figure out and changing our styles.
Yeah. I know in the past from experience, like sometimes like you have a map you're struggling on, right? And you focus a lot on the weaker map, and then your good maps, you don't put focus and they become weaker. Do you think that maybe happened a little bit as well?
Yeah, like sometimes Nuke was kind of our bad map, but we focus on Nuke very long time, and Nuke is kind of okay for us, but at that time we didn't practice Ancient or Mirage, so we had some kind of momentum lost, so yeah.
Our picking map is become Nuke.
Yeah. It's weird how that changes, right? Your worst map becomes your best map, just like that.
Yeah.
Again, the first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double for Cologne! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cologne is save Luminosity with the all-play.
And now BetBoom with the must-win Mirage if they want to start off in Stage 3 with the dub. Mongols just about by the skin of their teeth converting Dust 2 after a very well-forged comeback from BetBoom.
I know 9-3 is a pretty dangerous scoreline, but 12-4 when you put them on a bad bye, the game should have been done right there and then. They've warmed back up into things. BetBoom you know this environment well. They've been finding success here in Cologne with this hodgepodge pieced-together roster that has been plagued by these issues all year long, but they're making the best of a bad situation.
And you were a big fan of Fierce's timeout as well, just the way he was speaking to his boys.
We're a team who's been together for 7 years and talked about every situation. It's so good. Your strengths are shoot hard, right? Yes. You've got base level team play. That's the key. It's not a pug, but it's a high level one where the major stakes are what you're playing for.
And it's worked for you so far. You're in the third stage of the major. You are, however, up against Stage 3 teams. And, of course, the tipping top of Asia is MongolZ. Picking up the first map, we head to Mirage, and the desk had already highlighted way back before we even started that this is a map that's been fluctuating as far as the strength for MongolZ. We'll see if they can get off to a pistol start.
They're hearing about some position changes as well, so some practice, probably well spent. They even changed the seeding order. Well, again, Blitz is finally back in the middle.
Where a captain should be.
Fast B split, pressure on.
Underhand flash just narrowly didn't catch Mazzinho, and so he's able to just flatten the defense. I say that, Zorti's here. Can't find the head he needed.
Looking for 3 for 3 for pistols, and, well, that should be confirmed with that frag. Good luck, Flammus.
He's going to need it. They're not messing around. It's Blitz that's playing actively for the info. They've got this nice crossfire from bench and short side. He's just hoping to get an extra kill. Unable to do so.
They even gave him more fights than they should have right there. But respect to Mazzinho. Cops that flash and just keeps running. That's what you want from someone to take the space. Another pistol on the tally. And will BetBoom forge the force, or will they just sit by with an eco? Dust 2, they went for the eco, but it was a different state of affairs. So they're not going to force in. So CZ75, the weirdest of the weapons for Boomage. Scout for Zorti. 5-7 for Dilladez, and MongolZ and Flammus, they want to try their luck at the Deags.
Goes for that timing Deagle headshot, not able to find it. No smoke.
This is the unfortunate factor that goes both ways, one of which this BetBoom roster have had limited success on this map, to say the least.
Which is funny when we describe them, you know, as we did, you know, mechanically sound. And
they keep turning to Nuke, right, which tells you absolutely nothing, really. But this is going to be tough for them on this map. I don't really see an easy path forward, especially now they don't even get to start with the momentum of the pistol, but the Force could go a long way. So we settle into this, we're going to get a Palace pop. Images here, Zorti as well.
Yeah, CZ75 doesn't last long, and Techno's Mac 10. Wow, the frag onto Zorti. That's good control.
I think it was funny there from Mzinho as well. Yeah, you know, people, our playbook, people just know what we do.
Yes, what is that?
I think the thing is, he's right to a degree, right? This is a pretty vanilla team in terms of their tactical approach, but they're one of these squads that's like, they just shoot really hard.
Yeah.
And it's hard to stop them when they do shoot really hard, which it can't be your only win condition. This round is done, 2-0 to the Mongols.
It's two teams clashing, you know, that we'll describe as two teams that hit hard, now locking horns.
Oh, no, okay, well, Cobra. Oh,
damn.
He profits right there off of the sound cues being made, so poor Dilladez baited in. And MongolZ will just hold on to the Deagle and the Kevlar. So solid start, should be the 3-0. Paravision versus 9Z raging on right now on the B stream. We've got Vitality versus Foot coming up next here on the A stream, and Mouse versus Legacy. Those are the next set of games for the A and the B streams. Another Deagle, P250, and a couple of USPs into this one. Shot in window, so should be pretty straightforward. Don't expect too much to go wrong for the Mongols here. Legit stuff as they go through the motions. It is a stack from BetBoom that they have to get past. Nobody home over towards B whatsoever. MongolZ has to show a little something out of that smoke. 9-10 will take him down for another opener.
Will they once again get shredded by this Mac 10? Pressure applied from Palace as well, makes life difficult for them. And there's that Techno headshot. Hard to track 3 targets simultaneously. And so it's comfortable.
Oh, that's pretty scary. You've just given away 2 straight rounds. I understand the eco, less likely to make a dent, but that's the Force, and then the eco where nobody dies from Mongols. So they have stacks of cash going forward.
And this is going to be the most bonusy. I mean, 2 Mac 10s.
Mzinho was even looking at his notes there for a moment, so maybe just checking what the first gun round call was going to be. Standard opener, window, top cap. Under window molly. MongolZ cannot drop back and play there. We'll have to tuck in towards connector. So they've got this mid control pretty damn easy.
Oh, are you ready for this? Yes, you are. Boom. Clears it out, provides an opening. Catches the early ramp lurk from Mzinho, just tucked in. And Dilladez, this off angle in the window. It feels like it's destined to find themselves a 5-on-3. You overstep a mark, you jiggle just once. Dilladez is primed and ready to take your head off, and now baited in by that trajectory from Flammas' smoke. He'll give another one to his teammate while he continues to hold this position. It's not flashed, perfect. Now can drop away, removes the head of Techno. Zorti catches the blitz pincer. A missed AWP shot, nearly costs him, but he's got support. The whole squad's here. And that's going to be BetBoom on the board. Convincing defense of the bonus.
Was the CT side where they started their best work on Dust 2, right? So we'll see if they can do the same here. And yeah, they've shut down there is beautiful, but they still have to get through an awful lot of cash. Another buy now. This time the 9-10 AWP will be the threat.
Solo endeavor from Boom.
I'm just... there's not been enough gun rounds just yet to know, but I would just looking at the skybox for the last couple of games BetBoom have played. Maybe they've changed position. Oh, never mind. It's just it's looking dynamic as hell.
Yeah, and it's resulted in another opening. Bringing the fight, catching Blitz, just trying to establish some control towards under, and it's 9-10.
I'll be jumping there.
Poised to punish just an unnecessary jump from Zorti, results in him poking out on the top of the smoke. Blitz's death was not in vain. 9-10 secures it.
Gonna try and turn this into an A split. Good info for Diladez.
Yeah, he's proactive. Gonna free MagnaJez up to leave. Looks like the A finish.
Quicker than he's ready for.
Yeah, Flamus just on the line. Nails the headshot.
He just got there.
Zinio. Yep, perfect. His pre-aim was perfect. Uncomfortable for the Mongols now. You've got some territory, though. And an orb, well suited to the task, fighting with Flamus on CT. Diladez to activate, hoping to be overlooked. Looks like Techno's considered it. Diladez good for big frag. One back, Boomich. Ooh, hang on. This one's winnable for 9-10. Wouldn't write him out of this one. The fact that they're both ticket, though, he's not going to expect that. He's still considering potential loose pieces. And now looking to bring the fight. This is not suited.
Don't line up.
They could line up for a one-shot, but no, spread out. No chance on the no-scope. Boomich closes it down, and BetBoom find themselves 2 consecutive.
Yeah, I think they know how cheeky that was and how wrong that could have gone, but okay.
Hits the no-scope, curves the bullet. But yeah, this was a nice one back. It started off with that Zorti opening. He's going to feel a bit foolish jumping to Con. Despite 9-10's best efforts, it got awkward.
The key frag for me is Flamus there, just ready for that. Yeah, they're having a good time with that one, having a little giggle. The fact that even got in that situation. Okay, well, the AWP straight to pass for 9-10. Zorti starting mid. He's going to take a player jumping this time.
Yeah, jump at your own risk. The AWPers are hunting.
9-10's committed to Palace with the AWP. He's going to have to wait for the smoke to fade. So right now, sitting behind it, the rest of his teammates can't go down as Skirmish top mid.
Zinio is getting hot and heavy behind the boxes, forced to the tap side. He's got support from Zorti to stop Blitz. And they all connect. Beautiful. And peek before the smoke does bloom. Zorti's very comfortable here on Mirage, and it's starting to show. One top mid, pivots, catches under, checks on Palace after his, or just before the block smoke does puff up.
Yeah, it looks like they've made some changes. I think it's Diladez and Flamus that have swapped spots, because Flamus was anchoring B in some of their earlier games on this map, and now he appears to be freed up elsewhere. So, just trying to change the complexion. And I guess that's one of the keys, right? When this is a roster that is impermanent, you're able to change things up to what's going to work at the time.
Yeah, you know, Diladez does a very respectable job as the B anchor over on Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, I think it's tough, right? Because Siren is the natural anchor, and he's the player that's not here. But I think that Diladez, as well as Flamus, have a higher firepower output, but anchor role isn't always about just getting those kills, right? It's about delaying. This one will be confirmed. It is going to be 3-3 all tied up. Bless you. We can hear you a little bit. That's not on you, that's on us.
What do they say in Germany? Gesundheit.
That's the one. Well, saving this AK on Techno. Gonna have to be the eco for everybody else. Loss bonus going into the next is gonna be 2,900. Here's the opener. Great stuff from Zorti. Gets his revenge for the previous round.
It's a textbook AWP round, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Just putts all of them in, so very well done. And by that point, 9-10 couldn't have really done a whole lot, right? It was a 2v5 at that moment. But you want to let this AK work, so Techno in through underpass. A couple of pistols upgraded. Going to be hard to get the space with limited utility, but they're going to pounce into middle. Delayed by the smokes and the mollies. 9-10 still has the flash at the ready. Starting to leer out now is Cobra. Techno rerouted, coming out top middle.
Easy pickings for MagnaJez. And now catches the boosters, Flamus. No smoke in the window. They were just hoping they wouldn't poke their nose out. Flamus has timed it to perfection. So yeah, the saved AK gets nothing. 5 alive for the CT side and just going to run him down.
Bit of a shift in the momentum. 4 kills in the last 4 rounds for the Mongols. So BetBoom starting to pick up a little bit of steam. Techno, because of the save, will just be down to a D, but the rest of his teammates have AKs. No AWP for 9-10. They want to try something more direct. They want to keep with this default spread. Flamus pushing.
Yeah, he's supported by the AWP posted on the short side early. It's 9-10 and CobraZera going to be tasked with dealing with this aggression. Going to just play around that oscillation, hoping to catch a little bit of info. CobraZera audible to Flamus. He's so far forward. He should have 9-10. Does get the first. Now you're in trouble. CobraZera boxed in and removed. Flamus, 2 kills to start us off round 8. An immediate discomfort for the Mongols. Up the ramp contact style. You got MongolZ that's going to get that info for you, and boom, baited in on the sandwich position. Here comes that utility Boomage. Ooh, loses his support in MongolZ, but completely overlooked his boom. Flamus could even find a third frag. Chips in for number 3. It's looking casual in some of these gun rounds. It's what, been 2 rounds without any casualties.
Yeah, it's very light on.
Just the one.
It's all about the CT sides in this series so far. Dust 2 was all about the CT half. Same being said right now in Mirage.
They've got so much cash.
Yeah, this is already... Flamus is having some fun with it. Good to see the change of energy. They just started map number 1 a little bit stronger. This could have them setting themselves up pretty. Right now they need to claw for Mirage, and they're already putting on a pretty good showing. So another partial. Frustrations coming out of the Mongols boys here. This is quite early doors. This has gotten past the speculative bullets. Raven's heading close towards Con now. Cobra. Top middle. Does he want to replenish a window smoke to try and give them... They're trying to split in towards A.
There's an opportunity here. It's up against an AWP though, and Zorti's not missing those. Boomage perfectly positioned, contains the push through the smoke as Zorti's got himself 2. And yeah, this one goes nowhere.
Yeah, looking pretty limp. They're very fortunate they won that pistol round, Mongols, because otherwise could be staring down the barrel of nothing. These are all consolation frags. It's not going to count for much. Techno should be going down in a moment. That bullet didn't do the trick, but the next one will. And Dilladels will take him down through the boards. So 3-round gap, 6-3.
Can they keep it up?
9-10 just had a hero AK there. I don't understand that. He could have been bringing out an AWP into this round, so now he's going to be likely with a Galil. I'm not sure about the decision-making on the buys there, and maybe nor is Mara. Timeout taken, and so it's just to take some momentum out of the landslide. Gives Fierce the same opportunity to get on the mic, but he's going to be a whole lot happier with what he's seeing. Individuals delivering. Zorti's been great in the openers, 3-0 in that department. And when tested, everyone's stepping up and delivering.
Yeah, today's going to be a real litmus test for a lot of these Stage 3 teams arriving. Coming in cold, but with the kind of favorite tag naturally affixed to your team. I think BetBoom using that does to come back. Like you said, they could very well have picked up an extra round here or there and could have even secured first map, their pick. But now on the Mongols' turf and putting up a solid CT side.
Still not turning to anything direct to the Mongols.
No, this whole half it's been the same. Fight top mid is coming again. Flamus just the same story. Will it be the same result? He's up close. And again, 9-10 down. This time, CobraZera an immediate trade. So we'll fall into the 4-on-4.
I do like this game plan, though, because the Mongols are going to be much stronger once they get into the mid-round. If you let them establish stage 1, get that space, even stage 2, they're going to have your number every day of the week. They're going to have better reactions off of each other. So the fact that you're taking the fight to them, you're finding openings consecutively now without any response. This is working perfectly. And Flamus, he's a sharp tool in that shed. Throw him forward, let him shoot. Image, yeah, this is so much space. There was a slight gap on the other side of the map, but not for much longer.
Okay, Zorti able to get this kind of flick. No, doesn't even react. CobraZera immediate on the frag. MongolZ tucked on bench, eats the flash, now spotted, that information relayed. Molotov going to make life difficult for him. A smoke to play around enables an escape. He can play around. Hang on a second, MongolZ can't find CobraZera. 3 kills provided into the B site. And even spots Boomage. All of that hard work on this flank now squandered with the jump spot.
Some heads-up play right there, isn't it?
Quite literally.
Boomage, you still want to try and do some damage. He's hanging around. Blitz has cut him off. He's committed to this now.
He's going to lose it all. Blitz is coming. Boomage attempting the clutch. He's just got his back turned. It will be Mongols kind of breaking their silence after a 6-round run.
Good stuff there from Cobra. Not sure if that's exactly how Mara wanted the round to go, but the aggression came their way top middle. Flamus gets traded out. Cobra goes and finds another. And they just pile on the pain. So at least this time he doesn't get the double kill. That's a change from the last Flamus push. This is the most important, right? If MongolZ gets to stay alive, longer around the smoke, gets a double. Completely different looking round.
It's a frustrating one, especially when you had the info that A was quiet.
Going aggressive again, right? Wow. This is consistent.
Same result? Yep, just like that. Cobra and Blitz are gone.
Tell me this isn't Pug.
Yeah, this is the whole CT strategy. Bring the fight, leave a mark. MongolZ gets caught. Hang on a second. Techno onto Dilladez. Could open up B. Good work. Passes his test.
Yeah, they're aware that they're leaving the gaps open if they're going to go for these mid-fights. So when you're returning to the space, you have to be gun on. Can't get caught. There's round number 7. Not far away. Flamus looking to cut them off at the pass here as well. He pushes up, calls this clear. Well, clears it himself. This is going to be the bomb down on Mzinho. How ready is he? Oh, back turned, sideways. Flamus in for the clear and...
Ooh, dink exchange. Okay, so now you've seen the bomb. You know he's low. It's 9-10, the unknown entity, just creeping and crawling out the ramp with his eye to the scope.
He knows he has to take some space. He can't just sit here. Even though he wants Mzinho to get closer, he needs to take some room. Look how low on HP Mzinho is.
But if he gets himself like posted on this jungle line, he's going to keep moving. Not to know. Zorti could return to this. An AWP head-to-head up close. Quick scope and Zorti! He's quick. Clear indicator that Mzinho is not far behind with that bomb, and so the 5-7 closes it down. Dilladez and Zorti with 5 frags in that 11th round, and it puts us 7th next to BetBoom's name.
Okay, so all they have is 1 rifle round in this half, Mongols. Let's see if they can make it 2 before the break. There's going to be some missions in the buy again. There's 2 Galils, 1 for Techno, 1 for Cobra. The rest are going to get onto the AKs. They're in that U2 department, but they're essentially starting like 3 to 4, 5 players middle in some of these rounds just to fight. Throwing the team at them. It's double AWP for the final round of the half, and it looks like Direct finally going for an all-in execute. Boomage and Zorti to deal with this. Spotted.
Yeah, okay.
He's a flash or something.
Yeah, can someone bail him out? Here comes the util. He'll manage to make some space. Zorti finds 1. Removing Techno. They're accelerating regardless. Dancing around up close. Boomage, Flamus. A full BetBoom roster run down and shut down. Mongols get nothing on the change of pace. 8 for BetBoom, fighting to take it to the 3rd map.
Oh wow, there's the first for Huntfrag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no health on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
Will the trend continue? This has been a story of just strong CT sides. The maximum T-side rounds we've seen so far has been 4. And now it's BetBoom that take to it. Can they buck that trend to secure a path to Ancient as the third and deciding map in the opening game? It's been fun and games. You can see the giggles from the BetBoom side. There's been some funny business, but MongolZ just 4 to their name as we swap sides.
That was Flamus' reaction when Fierce said, you can play con, we'll put Dillard as B. So he was so happy with that. But the pistol round of the first half, that was the difference maker for MongolZ to be able to get 4 on the board. Otherwise, very light on in their output.
Oh, we see a T-pistol.
B split.
B split. Okay, Dillard and MagnaJez working outside. Which going to go through the
Faking A.
Faking A with this, but 910's put him down quick. There's more where that came from. Techno's leaving B. Techno has left B. MagnaJez gets to hoover up all that space. Sure, 910's hitting the shots, but now it's going to become a retake. And it's going to be a 10-second defuse. MagnaJez confirms market now occupied. All of them, bar one, heading in through this fight. It's Glock versus a multitude of USPs. Blitz has removed one. That's a nice overrun. Just Zorti on this flank. Is it planted for him? Doesn't look good. Doesn't look great. The defuse will come through. MongolZ will start off with the dub.
All right, they've won all 4 pistols so far in this map. Or series, excuse me. If there was that many in a map, we might have a whole different game on our hands. But that's tough for BetBoom. Throughout stage 1 and stage 2, it's not like they were great at pistols. They were literally middle of the road at 50%. But when they were winning them, they were converting 90% of the follow-up. So if they could have got one of those, it would have been a step forward, assuming that trend continued. But they've kept this fire output of firepower.
Yeah, that works.
But it's been keeping up, right? They were top 3 in opening kills from stage 1 and stage 2, top 2 in multis. Galil.
Oh, and he's found it.
Yeah, okay, that's not bad for MagnaJez.
That's going to have you thinking they're fully invested as well. What with the bomb plant? You see a Galil find an opening kill. Little do you know, the rest are just rocking themselves a couple of upgrades like Deagle, P250. And 910 quickly goes and clears MagnaJez's ramp and confirms he's gone. Long gone.
Look at where he's waiting. He's actually in a very strong position.
Yeah.
910's looking for info.
Get out of there.
Yeah, he's drawn one back, and I think at that point, you can't really confirm whether or not it's a force buy still. They turn to A. Blitz is over towards Ticket. 910 just needs to essentially stay alive.
Doesn't feel like he's playing too cautiously.
He's just made noise there. They know he's still close.
They're right next to each other. If they go up that ladder, MagnaJez has got him dead to rights. He's starting to path, looks away, his back turned, and there's another from MagnaJez. This hero Galil living up to the prefix. But now Zorti enables a plant, maybe. They're swinging CT, can deny. Important from Cobra. Stops things from spiraling. Oh, no catches Flamus, and now very uncomfortable for Dilladez. All of that hard work from MagnaJez, at least keeping rebuys for MongolZ, but is there any word for a 1v2 clutch? Audible is Cobra. Dilladez, how's he done that? Finds Cobra cleanly.
He sits the plan. This is a huge round. Oh, okay. Expecting the retool, the regather. He's a sit and duck. Techno will deny, but still, that's a costly round for the MongolZ. All right, there is 4 players in the grave to essentially 1 Galil and some pistol upgrades. So, BetBoom, you don't win the round, but you were damn close.
And you've set yourself up nicely for this next one.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for a reset round because the force buy for the MongolZ that will follow will be weak. They carry through nothing. Right now, they're going into this with 3 MP9s because they want the util. So does that change the way they open? Do they want to be more aggressive? Nade onto 910. One back the other way, more damage done onto Boomich. MagnaJez with the Mac-10. He's using whatever weapon he can right now. He's already taking this underpass space as Cobra tucks in close B. So lots of moving parts right now.
No one's saying it's a perfect
It's just Cobra on B. Oh, he's blocked it. Lucky, Techno can help now. He can actually help from short.
You're absolutely right. He's freed up. Boom's going to have to take this fight. Techno should have him. Nails it as well. Now Cobra under so much scrutiny. Just an MP9. Flamus has already dropped into the side, but Techno could catch him here. From the short side. Not going to get any output. What is that? Dilladez and Flamus combined. Dilladez pops off into the site to clear it out. Looking good for their early arrival on the scoreboard. Getting a T round immediately after the pistol and its conversion.
Flamus has heard Mzinho here. He knows he's middle. Heard him make that drop, so should just be able to track him down. Doesn't know exactly where he's gotten off to, so letting Mzinho make the next move. So what he calls short clear. So Mzinho is working with a bit of a gap, but doesn't have a kit. Otherwise, it is essentially an empty bomb side. He's going to grab one, just wanted a better weapon. He gets the M4, but for how long? Looks like he's got a safe haven to par the way top middle. Zorti and Dilladez want to hold on to their AKs, but a great round there from Dilladez. Triple kill. I thought Techno had done enough to make that convincing. And the flashes on the site, you saw there just how blind everyone. It wasn't just Cobra, it was all a BetBoom too.
Yeah.
It bought enough time for the rotation to get there, but that rotation got slaughtered. And now some issues in the buy for the Mongols.
Good shooting.
Can bring out another M4. And a famous for Techno. 5-7 for Cobra and Deagle for 9-10. Blitz the upper rope of short. Actually wants to play forward for a fight.
Yeah, he's looking for that opening. He wants to provide his boys that value. Tag up Boomich and he'll scalp her away.
Yeah, they don't really have the util to flush him out if like it was a full gun round. So Boomich fortunate to be alive in this one. This time they want to turn their attention towards A. Techno and 9-10 here. Mzinho not far away from window.
It's not an easy fight for a Desert Eagle. No one's saying that. And yeah, caught by Flamus, just creeps out, nails his timing. Now the pressure applied to Techno. He's forced to find it extinguished, gets booked by a flying Mag 10. It's taken shape. Flamus will find Mzinho before things can spiral, and a long range, good spray. Dilladez has removed Blitz.
Yeah, Blitz having a bit of a mare this map, only 4 kills to his name. And that one right there is going to force Mongols onto an eco, so that's a huge round for BetBoom.
Keeping it simple.
Yeah, I think just the fact that they put up such a blue wall on the CT side. And it was a bit of a shutout, wasn't it? Just opening kill after opening kill. Zorti great on the AWP for openers, kind of doing his best 9-10 impression for the first map of play. But a good call. Simple stuff. And this should be 11, as it is just a Deagle and a P250 that they have to get past.
What was once such a safe haven for the Mongols, Mirage.
Yeah, 6 rounds is pretty inflated because of the pistols with the conversions in here, right?
It's real vulnerability. Hang on. Nice shot.
LB is essentially open. 9-10 is trying to hedge over there in time, but just with the USP. MongolZ has heard his steps there as well, so.
Yeah, he's just gunning for that Deagle.
Well, he's got the upgrade. What can he do with it? I think just Dilladez starting to par back. Boomich top middle, joined by Zorti. I suppose if they do blindly execute in towards A, that's where the stack finds itself right now. They're starting to get a little bit mobile themselves. So Cobra spotted short, and then dead, and 9-10 steps is enough to force them into this A side.
I mean, still going to be a lot of hard work. Techno unable to find anything. Spotted default. 9-10 backing his aim and does deliver, but looked for more. Anticipated the ramp explode. Makes it easy for MongolZ, as does that. Blitz just sitting at the top of Balk.
Be extremely diligent looking for Mzinho right now. This is your traditional A defender, so everyone should be on high alert. He's got another for his troubles.
Not bad output. 3 kills, you'll take it considering the investment, but you are running out of chances.
You can see there we've got Vitality and Foot taking to the stage for the game coming up next. They're just plugging in, getting ready for their opening game. We've got to see if Mongols can bring this back and get it done in 2. It's going to be a long way up. Second tactical timeout called from Mara. 9-10 can buy the AWP. Does mean he will be glass cannon, so it's a big choice to make. Zodi has his on the other side. And if you take a look at the last 3 halves of Counter-Strike, been better played by BetBoom. See if they keep that up and close this down. It's just that first half that felt like such a statement piece for the Mongols.
It did, yeah.
Back in Dust 2, you're thinking, oh, okay, hold up. Let's take notice. See if they can turn it around now. It's not too late. Straight into an A execute for the knockout blow. Mzinho starting solo A, just setting up his mid defenders with some flashes. Standard stuff as during that BetBoom line up the execute. Blitz has a HE to break. It's going to be a damn good one.
Yeah, you're going to need Blitz to chip in here. Here comes the barrage of nades. There's Blitz. Onto Diladez. Mzinho around the smoke. Flammer's looking for it. MagnaJez has just found him straight through. Blind spray of the smoke results in a bomb plant.
You got to save.
You've got to get out of there. Cobra doesn't want to. Jumps into the jaws of Boom. One back from Blitz on the retreat. Oh, he's spotted by Zorti, and he ain't missing that one. He ain't missing much. Blitz at least manages to put him down, but it's just to preserve his M4. He wants more.
Yeah, I'm surprised all 3 of these players had a look. Cobra I could understand, because if he gets a kill, then they might consider giving it a go. But then Techno dying, and then Blitz having another look, like he's still hanging around. Boomich might be able to find him here. He's still got time. And if that happens, they have very limited going into the... That's not going to happen. It just, if 3 of them saved, they had the 2900 loss. It meant that they could drop 2 more M4s. It would have still been a pretty tough situation. You were down 6 rounds, but you've limited your chances now. Blitz can drop 1. 9-10 gets that, understandably so. This is a good look for BetBoom. Looking fierce right now, and that's not the coach. At least BetBoom on their map choice actually had a little... Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, MagnaJez gets given the AWP, looks for the pick, gets the tag.
Just Blitz's toes poking out enough to inform the wallbang.
These type of rounds, when you know you've got the opponent on the ropes with the money, let them make the first move. Right, sit back, have the default net, see if they go for any desperation pushes. And then once you've identified the map control is yours, just group up for this finish. Straight on the nade so far from Mongol, so playing a block. Now that the mid U2 comes in, they'll dump some of their own to constrict Connector's movements, but it's back towards A with the bomb.
Flammer's caught a good timing last time. This time, 9-10, perfect. Removes Palace. Provides an opening. Second wave this mid UTOL. Top con smoked, and Diladez is starting to probe. Oh my god, Boom applying pressure to these duo on B.
Forced a rotation.
Yeah, you can see movement from Blitz, and now they amplify the pressure on A. You're in so much trouble. You've lost your sight. Looks like you might lose the map. Boom! On the cross, catches Blitz. Oh, and Techno caught in the murder hole. MagnaJez doing the murdering. And Cobra Zera surely a dead man here in a 1 versus 3. Zorti locked in, and so is map 3. Ancient awaits.
What a bounce back from BetBoom. Beautiful stuff. You think on Dust 2 they get rocked for the first time this tournament on the map, and that was going to be them starting to fall apart. But it's stage 3, and they're still here to play. They have just absolutely cracking Mongols on their map choice. And coming up next, hopefully a bit more of a brawly affair. Something that isn't just about the CT sides.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a little bit more than that on the other end of things. But yeah, for the looks of it, we're going to need an Ancient as Mirage does come to a close in the way of BetBoom, Dupree, Yanko, and myself being Trace. We're going to talk to you about some of this ag play, some of this aggro stuff. What do we see in the game overall, Yanko, at a big picture?
I think the Mongols are fortunate that they won every single pistol so far in the series. Otherwise, this game would already be over. And we're seeing BetBoom, I think, after that first map, and they had a good CT side. And starting off on that side, on Mirage, they just took the game to the Mongols, right? And that's what suits BetBoom against any team. Like I feel like that's when they will play their best CS with this lineup. And the Mongols just didn't have any answers for it, didn't really make adjustments, and that was a really poor T side from them.
From a player's perspective, I think this one really just played into the fact that they managed to claw their way back on those two, even though they lost the map. I think they warmed up into this series, and I think that also just showed how they approached their CT side being a lot in your face. They wanted to take their fights, and I think that's also one of the things that you can do against the Mongols. Like, if you allow them to have much space and you don't fight for that neutral control, mainly now talking mid on Mirage, then they're gonna have a field day, right? And they took them to that fight, and they showed that they were willing to do it. And I was actually waiting for Mongols to do a little bit of an adaptation. They did that in the last round on the CT hub, but then they got completely smoked on the A side as well. So a very clear and very structured game plan from BetBoom. So that was great to see.
We could take a look at some of that game plan, some of that approach from the BetBoom side. Yanko, I think we can kick it off with just a massive package of ag.
Yeah, I think it was really impressive, you know, the mindset that they had going into this one, because you lose the pistol. First gun round, Boomage doesn't care, just goes to clear ramp. And watch out the time for all these moves. So this is before it even hits the 130 mark. Second time around, the underpass setup, free kill on Blitz, really just flying into lower. Third gun round in a row, Zorti breaking up the smoke, finding another opening, Flamus with a delayed sort of clear on mid. And this is every single gun round. Like, there hasn't been one gun round in the first half where BetBoom didn't try to do something like this, right? The play from Flamus, from that point on, finding a double kill at the start of the round. And this is very frustrating. And if you're seeing like this and you're like, why are the Mongols doing the same thing again and again? Well, on one side, you're maybe expecting your opponents to change, right? Like, oh, like Peter was saying, they might hit the bomb site, so they'll play for the bomb site, and we'll keep playing default, and then we'll gain some map control for free, perhaps. But that just wasn't the case. They didn't make big adjustments in how they were trying to take mid either, and BetBoom was just able to break their default time and time again.
I think it was two of the times where Blitz just rushes underground. Like, I don't know if that feels like a little bit of lack of overview. Like, it just seems like the first one he jumps there and he gets killed, right? The second one he just runs there without, he knows there's mid pressure, and I don't know if it's a lack of communication between the top mid guys and the guy coming from Underpass, because that's like a very important thing to be communicating. Like, what do you see? How much pressure are you actually under? Great for BetBoom to have these aggressive plans, but like, I feel like the Mongols had a very weak answer to what to do against it, and that's why they got punished so much.
Yeah, especially when you look at the likes of, say, Flamus in round 16, the POV.
Yeah, I think, Flamus is to me, a very outstanding player, and in this specific round, he just gets all the work done by himself. The mid defaulting here with the smokes is what sets up the play as well, just causing this distraction that he can then find the space coming out of apartments, and he single-handedly wins the round by killing 9-10 rotating, and then the Molotov, it just gives off the position of the guy playing Shadow, and, he doesn't even give a break, he just runs out, he doesn't even wait for his team scaling up from ramp, but, at this point, it's just the Mongols just dying one by one, and they have a very poor decision making this round because they have two M4 saved. I think it's Blitz just runs out catwalk fighting on his own. Messinio is stuck behind the smoke and window, and they get nothing out of it. Like, they only try and go for a little bit of a fight, but get nothing done with it. And also Blitz, and whenever they would lose this round and like they lost the A side, he just still decides to go for the fight on catwalk instead of saving the gun for the next round. So I don't know if it's because they're a little bit frustrated with how they're playing, but it's just weird decision making on my side.
Detrimental decision making.
It's just Blitz.
It's just Blitz. I know, right? But
like, he's always been even.
I know, right?
Stuff in lower B, it's just sort of like, it seems lackadaisical at times, but so do all of the Mongols, right? And on one side, when they are on point and they're hitting that flow state, that's what makes them really difficult to play against. But then when it's bad, it can look really bad, right? And we were talking about their Mirage. It isn't what it used to be. I think that side, that T side, is a great example of that. You win both pistols, and all you end up with is 6 rounds total. That's absolutely atrocious for someone like the Mongols on Mirage. And going into the decider being Ancient, it's their second best map historically, right? But lately, not so much. So again, like, do they have enough in the tank to hold back this aggression from BetBoom?
How much, and just to kind of revert back here, we're talking a little bit about going into Ancient, it being a strong map. We have the subtraction of Senzu from the equation. Has that been a deterrent, a detractor from the side of MongolZ?
Absolutely, he's a top 20 player. I mean, MongolZ isn't a bad player, but he's no Senzu, and that's always going to be tricky, you know, to make up for his fragging. We see 9-10 take a little bit more responsibility and try to take into matters into his own hands somewhat. But for me, the focus is going to be on Blitz because he is the mid player, right? And you're going to have to be able to deal with, you know, Flamos getting in your face. I'm sure BetBoom is going to have a lot of rounds where they're going to try to take that mid control fight for it early, and you're just going to have to be on point to avoid starting every round with a man down.
That's what I think has been one of the big issues for MongolZ in this series alone, but also looking back at their recent matchups, is like the adapting just seems to be happening so slow. And Ancient is one of those maps where you need to be adapting so well, because if you can't hold on to mid, and Blitz is going to be very instrumental to do so. And I'm sorry to say, but he just doesn't have the firepower to back up that position right now, and that's a big issue for them. I think it's going to come down to them understanding and hopefully realizing that if they can't hold on to mid, they got to be trying something different, whether that's pushing down B ramp to get the information on lane, or pushing into A house together with Messinho. It's about, you know, finding the openings instead of maybe going for that all-in brawl style that we know that they want to rely on, because it just doesn't seem to make the cut for them right now.
So let's just hold the phone here on the conversation that is MongolZ and BetBoom, because over on that B stream, it's Paravision 9Z. First map, Overpass 13-1. Second map, Dust2, 13-8. They're now going to Inferno. Just out of the gate here, you think about a Paravision. What accurately describes them really quickly?
I'm just shocked that that game has gone into a third map before our game. You told me Paravision is going to have a faster series than MongolZ and BetBoom playing each other. I would have called you crazy. But yeah, obviously a bit of a shocking result, even though it's 9Z's map pick on Overpass for it to be 13-1, 11 rounds on T-side Overpass. But, you know, it's also first map of the series, and Paravision seem to be warming up into it.
Yeah, they seem to be doing that. Again, that is the B stream for 9Z and Paravision. For us, it's Ancient. Let's talk Ancient, boys. How does the series shake down now that we have a BetBoom that's woken up, that came alive after the first map woes?
I think when we looked at the veto, we talked about it going in the favor of the MongolZ, namely because they do get Mirage and Ancient, but now they just got smoked on Mirage, which was their map pick, and you know, it doesn't really speak, like for me, it doesn't really speak as a MongolZ team that has showed up at the major, because I think Yango made a really good point coming into this series that BetBoom probably haven't really been tested, and if it would have went the way of like 13-3 on Dust2, just, you know, brawling their way through things, then I would have agreed to. But now they did, you know, they did get tested, and now it's even in the scoreline. I think, like so far, I think that BetBoom has played a better series than the MongolZ have. I mean, the reasoning why I think it was so one-sided in the beginning of Dust2 was namely that MongolZ just won all the rounds, they won the pistol, got off to a good start, and BetBoom just didn't wake up. Now they've woken up, now it's very even. Ancient is a map that both teams like to play. It has been a very strong map for the MongolZ for a long, long time, but recently it hasn't been looking that great.
Yanko, I'm looking for MongolZ.
Yeah, I think he is one of their focal players, but for me it's also down to the preparation. I think BetBoom has done a great job at that in this series. I think despite only getting 3 rounds on T-side Dust2, I liked some of the things that I saw. I think they've been the better T-side team so far, right? So in my mind, if they can win one of the pistols at the very least, right, and then get rolling, have a better start, I might just have BetBoom edging MongolZ out.
Might just be the case. Again, that is MongolZ and BetBoom. For us, we do have a quick break. We've already seen Dust2. We've already seen Mirage. We're now looking forward to Ancient here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. You can believe it's Stage 3, and you can believe we need 3 to decide this one. So we'll go to that break, and we'll BRB.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Got him in, sir! We
round, but IEM can afford to wait and then just recommit with nades. Molly backside, couple of smokes. Notes are leaning away. I'll call it. IEM are going to win this round.
Flash to try and set up Ziello. Hoping to come barreling out through this coffin smoke. He is dead straight away. Luchov hitting a blinder. Turn around, ready for the banana fight, but not able to get the shot off in time. Belchanok carves a path back in for Paravision.
I take it back.
And a bit of help from James. Suddenly that advantage is flipped on round. Smokes now fade and this orb gets potent. It's kept you trapped in these positions at the back of the site.
Go quick up and above this AK. Falls off. That goes very wrong for DGT. Tries to take an angle. Falls off the box. Backside man. Got to be quick. And so to Paravision. Clock against him. Belchanok with the kick. He's dropped it as well. Clock in his favor. Mayan tucks in and James back of the side trying to find this connection. It's not the kill. 9Z pick it up on the eco. Massive win. Never in doubt. Mayan triple kill. Takes that orb out of the round.
Been far and away the quietest player in this series for 9Z. And he's just secured them a clutch round, getting them on the board early and breaking Paravision's money. From 0 to hero, Mayan very, very quickly gets 9Z off to a good start.
Oh, that shot from Luchov to open though. That was Yellow getting double flashed in. He had to get something there. Instead, he gives him the gun that wins the entire round.
Well, we were talking about how these two teams squared off in Astana, an event that went to be a position on the podium position finish for 9Z, making it through into the playoffs. For Paravision, it was a bit of a disaster event, right? 9Z just a footnote there in their string of losses. And in that match, Luchov went absolutely huge. 44 kills, 22 deaths. He's actually outdoing that in this series, even with the map loss. And his best performing map in that head-to-head, what map was it? Inferno. So the idea that the best may still be to come for Luchov is crazy to think about.
Just would be unimaginable after Overpass. But here are 9Z taking control back of the money. An unlikely eco from Paravision. We see this sometimes. I wonder if they're going to do it. Paravision like to eco this round when they lose early in the half, then half by the second round, then fall by the third. They might just buy next fall, right? They can get a couple of rifles, it will be okay. But they like to sometimes swap the round that you eco in. Let's see what this looks like. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath on longs. Yellow comes through with a flash, full blind. Luchov still takes one with him. Impress him enough to keep it even. Zeus denied. And Yellow rotating to B, where 9Z have to end. Look at the time. TikTok, you're in trouble.
Double molly even could be a big problem here, but they're just going to swing out with the guns, keeping it on. Yellow's dropped the bomb.
It's party time, third map for both the A and the B stream as they get ready for Inferno as that continues. We've got BetBoom Mongols and we've got Ancient kickstarting the first day of play for the third stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne.
Yeah, and all the pistols so far have gone in the favor of the Mongols. Let's see if they can make it 5 from 5. This map's aggressive A main play, MTNO, and 9-10 tucked in tight.
It's a good weapon for this, that just unload your mag. And never mind, Diladez has silenced him without anything. Support for 910. It's all about the timing on this flash in front of the box. 910 can peek out, draws attention. Flash comes through. He swings with it. Tracking Flamus. He did well to try and pull the crosshair away, but the rest delayed. And 910 and CobraZera just tapping heads.
Wouldn't be the first time we've seen them pull the ripcord within the mid-round. So Dilladez is going to try and plant on B. MagnaJez needs to hold them at the gate.
Will we see a pistol for BetBoom in this series?
That's a big goosh.
Yeah, nice one. Dips away, and a bit of a race. CobraZera is going to be there to catch Dilladez emerging. MagnaJez to cut rotations. CobraZera obviously susceptible to both, so MagnaJez brings that fight. Gets caught walking. Plants possible.
Oh, Cobra's low. They're going to run him down. The bomb will be planted.
Okay, Dilladez. What have you got? A clean headshot onto 910, and hang on a second. He had it right there on a silver platter. It was Blitz tapping the head of CobraZera. It could have got very, very awkward.
I love the fact they don't just full commit, right? They salvage that situation. You get shut down on A after the opener, but you still pivot back. You get the plant, you make it a 1v1, and you keep this as a high quarters all round for the Mongols.
That's a good way to describe it.
But this is just stressful, right? The fact that MagnaJez is there shaves one off the pack. This TK, hey, get out of my way. I'm winning this round, says Blitz. He's going to be... They know how close they were. Considering the circumstances, once more, they've salvaged the best of a bad situation. BetBoom 2026, that's the tagline. Starting with a heavy mid fight. It's just going to be 910 jumping into Donut. He's going to combine with Mzinho to defend A, and Boomage kicking up a fuss towards B. They're just making this look like a standard round of play, but it is going to be the A setup.
So Mzinho, he got caught with empty hands. And now they're coming his way again.
So the molly out for the defense here. When's he going to drop it?
Now, through the flame. They're committing. Flamus, true to his name, in the flame for one in combination with Dilladez. 910, how crazy. Ahead of the flashbang, just goes running through and actually equalizes into a 3-on-3. With the bomb now planted.
Yeah, Cobra's still on B. His rotation is very late. Boomage at the start of the round did a great job with just a light bit of util.
Kept them busy. Oh. That's a good one back from Blitz.
Smoke for the bomb.
MagnaJez knows he has to play forward, doesn't want to get trapped, he wants to be disruptive, wants to try and find CobraZera. First fight though, he loses control of it. Zorti, he's already got 4 HP, so softened up for a quick swing of CobraZera, and they'll pass the test. Another plant for BetBoom, but a second round for Mongols.
Yeah, I think they should just relent right now and take the save. Maybe not. If you really want to keep the pressure on, you could justify a buy. It's going to be light with the AKs, but you could have a bunch of Galils, some Tech 9s. You really could shove here. It would be in line with the sort of puggy nature that these boys are able to pull out. People miss Mirage. It was let's fight middle every round and disrupt the default on their CT side, and it was beautiful work. And they are shoving again. I think it's a great call. Just keep the pressure on. Don't give Mongols a chance to breathe, but you don't stick the landing on one of these soon and you're in hot water. Red smoke, donut smoke. They're going to fight for mid control.
It's going to get hectic. Zorti gets across to the box. 910 behind the smoke. Same for Mzinho.
Good push.
Walk, yeah, okay. I mean, Boom's here to kind of hold this at a good range for a Tech 9, and oh, spotted. CobraZera doesn't back away immediately, will slip further away, keep the distance from the Tech 9.
And they're just going to take that space.
Cobra
yeah.
Completely booked, didn't anticipate the sudden acceleration of pace and bodies up the ramp. Flamus has found Techno, 910 stubborn, runs out of bullets. It's a good advantage, but Blitz is here to finish off the job. Catches that bomb carrier sweeping through. So with Dilladez gone, and now Boom will be tasked with the plant. Provide the cover, can you Zorti? No, he can't. Mzinho catches his swing out cave, and so another Mongols round, another bomb plant, and a lot of casualties. I mean, this is just close but no cigar. 3 rounds on the trot.
Well, you can buy again, right? You get 2,900 loss, you get the $600 coming through, and then you're also getting from all the kills that you got. So they have enough to go again for a similar buy, if not better. I think Cobra, we mentioned this is his second major, first in the Mongols jersey. Right, he's had this whole season to play top-tier Counter-Strike, but he caught out on a couple of occasions. He started the series off strong. It was a 1v2 clutch on Dust 2. That feels like a lifetime ago now. And Blitz said he'd need to step up on this map. He's 5-1 right now. His kills are not the flashiest, but they're definitely important.
Again, it's Galils.
And again, they're taking mid-space.
Test for Mzinho. Flying Flamus, charging at him. look at the speed. Oh my god, with Red Room dead, he's just going to keep walking. 9-10 maybe caught out by the pace of this. It was audible to Flamas, a flying Mac-10. He's got support, and never mind, doesn't need any help. Hits it on the AWP. That was not an easy shot to hit.
Sticking around for more, so calling the bluff that BetBoom haven't hung around. Right now, pathing back. They've foregone this mid-control. Dilladez and MagnaJez over towards B. The bomb is going to cheat through spawn, and Boomich is just lingering around middle as the late piece. So only just now, the Mongols are getting a true understanding of what's open, what do we need to be concerned about, and what does the setup need to look like, because that was chaos out the gates. Boomich faking A, and it's going to work nicely. Look at the radar. You can see the position of 9-10. He's going to lose vision. That pulls over Mzinho. It's Techno and Cobra to defend B again.
Yeah, would he get caught out again? Cobra just on a little passing glance and confirms presence on the ramp. Throws out the incendiary. Dilladez is closing his gap. Cobra's a dead man. Techno 2. Beautiful. BetBoom have taken the B side by force. Puts just Mzinho and 9-10 who were pulled by that smoke from Boomich.
If you're BetBoom, you want them to try this. Hey, come, lose everything.
Ooh, okay. You're taking MagnaJez down, but no rifle for you.
Don't forget about Boomich.
Oh yeah, he's still sticking around. 9-10 would love this AWP. I don't think he's ready for someone to be so close. Hey, main, he's got him dead to rights. See ya later, alligator. Boomich wanted the knife and then realized, oh, there is a crowd now, isn't there?
And at this, you know that their loss bonus absolutely in the mud there, so it's a huge round to win. If you're Mara, do you just want to take a timeout so the boys can have a breather from the pace? This has just been mid-take after mid-take, and I think that's one of the keys. If you have Flamas, Dilladez, and MagnaJez, right, I don't just need my aggressive rifler. I have a bunch of aggressive riflers, and I can send any of them out middle, right? And Boomich will go out first if he has to. So I think keep up the clobber in time and keep taking this space. They've opted to take the eco. So the 1900 coming into the next, you can add that onto what they have right now. It means that Cobra is going to be in a little bit of a tough spot with the buy, and the same for 9-10. Everyone else is just going to be in range. So sure, BetBoom haven't won a pistol this series yet, but they are keeping this early game very tight. Oh, okay, Cobra. Trying to make up for some of those woes in the previous holds. That's a big shot on a Boomich.
Sweep through red. A couple more dead.
Blitz just TK'd again. He's had 2 of those in 5 rounds of play. That'll be 2 rounds confirmed for BetBoom now. Timeout call from Mara. Okay. So not liking the flow of this, and understandably so. These boys are looking to buy in. 9-10 has been given the AWP, but let's see if the buy complexion changes now that the coach has gotten onto the mic. It felt like they had this game plan before Mara was involved. Does he want to play more for the extremities? If BetBoom are going to continue to take mid with the pace. Okay. Not sure what to expect coming in today. Stage 3, got a crowd.
BetBoom
people
fans have arrived.
Yeah, look, I've been impressed with the turnout already. But what's the adjustment from Mara? No kit, but they do have this AWP, and the AWP could be the surpriser. Really just skill checking the mid hold in a lot of these rounds.
Fumbled the movement, unable to make it across, and we've got a test for CobraZera here.
This is the B defender in A main. He's heard steps.
Yeah, okay. He can relay that information. Zorti actually got the bomb and the AWP, so that's a prized scalp. Gets 2.
Great output.
Couldn't ask for more. Gets the early info for Blitz to be here with his MP9.
We've seen them pull the ripcord, but they're committing to this one.
Does look like full commit. 9-10 hearing this towards the big box.
If they stay quiet, Mongols might think that there's a rotation. Oh, okay, Lurk's been caught.
More of an indication it is a commitment A. Flamus has tried to just maneuver silently forward. Gonna try and probe in as the bomb does get
smoke fading.
Okay, hang on, wait. Fake. Break. Double. MagnaJez transfers in, finds Mzinho. It's a 2-on-2. It's up to 9-10, and he's got the perfect pre-aim. Wow! Beautifully pieced together. Techno in the clutch. Can't handle MagnaJez. With Flamus and MagnaJez heating up now. It's a tied-up game. That's 3 on the trot. BetBoom making quite the statement on the A site.
That is an insane round to win. Cobra gets 2 kills. He has all the information on the bomb. They stole that out. They even deal with the lurker. Boomich over towards middle. And then these two make magic happen.
It's like they were waiting for the smoke break. It genuinely felt like they were just playing. Mongols were playing into BetBoom's hands. Both of them positioned for either fight. Smoke break comes in. MagnaJez actually swishes in for the double.
Yeah, that's a very well-played round right there. That one's humbled the money again of the Mongols. They're just down to a lighter buy once more. The pistol upgrade. They sound off towards middle. Blitz very desperate to get something done. Now, you don't need to charge for this mid control in a round like this if you BetBoom. Will this play into the next rifle round as well, the extremity control? Because if a team is going to consistently shove so much for middle, right, by taking away A main space early, do the same thing, you got pipe down B lane, you're able to shave players off the pack. And Cobra with another kill. He's had a couple of nice shots on the Deagle now.
Oh, I guess Info on Zorti too.
That's got Blitz pushing. He wants to take some room. He's just going to pick up the gun and get away. So he has Kevlar to go with that. It's just about the finish. And the bomb's down outside the B doors. This looks like Boomich's hand will be forced into calling that as the finish. Techno in cave, Cobra and Blitz. We're concerned about the red leak. It's 9-10 just solo A. It will be this B finish. 40 seconds now, and before that finish, they just have a handful of smokes.
Just feels like Techno's so booked by the fact that this is a MagnaJez Mag 10.
Oh, unless Cobra comes and baits.
Oh yeah, that could work. Timing's everything. Oh, now easy pickings. There's that Cobra Deeg. Does find the belated trade. Blitz, that AK he picked up, might have to put it to good use. Now he's been spotted, somehow does dispatch of Diladez.
He should live. Let 9-10 play next. He's ages away, sure, but you're in a 2v2 situation on an eco.
Fake, and Blitz is not waiting. Okay, gets him off the bomb with 7 seconds. This is going to have 9-10 scarpering to try and lend a hand. Blitz committed in, needs to reload, and now Zorti. He heard you coming. Removes 9-10 and removes the threat, you'd feel. Yeah, Flammer securing it on the tail end there. A threatening one from Mongols, but it's BetBoom for on the row.
Yeah, they just get away with that one there, don't they? Nice shot from Cobra at the start to get that AK. Blitz does very well, but as you mentioned, 4 consecutive. And the rounds that Mongols won to start the game were all very close. That's why we had the consistent force buys coming in at BetBoom. They knew they could rock them, and now wobbly. Mongols get out the full bite. Oh, I say full, it's not full. They don't have a kit. Techno has an MP9. It's lacking rifles for everybody. And right now, changing the tune. They're just not going to keep piping out middle. Starting 3B, though. Big nades.
A lot of chaos here, and Boomich, despite the full flash in his face, just sprays down 2.
He's open, or so you think.
Oh, now it is. 9-10 removed. Job done.
This is BetBoom playing with some sheer momentum. Blitz has been able to slip in short. He's noted now. Boomich goes down, but the boss man, he did the hard work to kick the round off. Now, Blitz, you're dead.
I wonder what that looks like from Boomich's POV. His teammate just screaming, you got him. Well, they tried to bring some CT aggression, and it's been thwarted comfortably by Captain Boomich.
And Ebzinho is hoping he can save this, but take a look at the radar. Well, don't even worry about that. We'll put it on screen for you. The hunt's on, and it's being announced. Flammus only off towards Donut. MagnaJez taking the main control. Ebzinho knows that he's boxed in. Can he hold on to this? Good for the first. That's going to buy him a buffer to get out of there. Running in for this. MagnaJez might just unload within the smoke, but Ebzinho surely is going to be safe with this one. MagnaJez jumps up, whips into it, but they will retain 1 rifle. I think another timeout is due. I know it's early, but this is the CT side. These are the 2 maps that were highlighted as a bit more of the comfort maps for Mongols, but their map pool's been teetering. Here it is in the replay. See it from the context cam. And then this one, I said the site was open. It felt that way when Cobra and Techno go down the AWPs there. 9-10 gets nothing done. That's not how we started the series. He was a monster on the CT side of Dust 2.
Hasn't had many AWPs here on Ancient. Product of all that hard work done.
It's going to be a while before he has another. They are opting to buy again. And this time everybody has a rifle at least. So the resource is limited, and it might have to be another round where you try something as an aggressive stance. I'm BetBoom. I would return to the mid control.
Why not? You know that they're not going to have everything in the buy.
Smoke break, no one home. Pressure quick onto Techno's cave. He's conceded the space.
Yeah, that smoke means nothing.
Blitz to lend a hand. Overpass. Ooh, had a opportunity there onto Diladez towards heaven. But an opening kill once more. Thanks to BetBoom. Diladez the one to provide it. Now just waltzing forward is MongolZ. Going to try and burrow himself towards Red Room. And this pack rolling towards Donut. Flammer's going to be that late PZ main, and that's Mizinho's responsibility. If he can find Flammers, it's going to free him up to help Blitz. They're hearing it. Flammer's waiting for a reaction. The work and pressure onto Blitz. Does well, reveals his position. Now A-Main can play, and Flammus does get caught. Mizinho's done well, as does 910. Catches the bomb, spews forward onto the site. Very uncomfortable for BetBoom. And now Zorti with the AWP, it just feels insurmountable. He's surrounded. Techno's locked the door behind him, has to fight forward. Nice shot and trade from Blitz. Mongols break their silence. Took 6 rounds before we saw another CT round.
Yeah, good rotation there, right? They lose their B defender. They were already stacked towards that site, and they heavily rotate towards A. So good understanding of the situation. And they handle this one. So the fact they had so many bodies entrenched, it's always nice if you have somebody in A main and they're coming A through Donut. Alleviates an awful lot of pressure there. So well done, but it needs to be more. Another one of those required to break the money of BetBoom late in this first half.
Boosting the AWP up and, oh wow, just caught. Mizinho charges into middle, catches MongolZ trying to edge the smoke, and now they know the AWP was boosted ramp.
Forcing him into B.
Clear indication it's going to be that B site. A test for CobraZera.
Too late.
Shallow smoke though. Makes the fights weird. Techno dancing around the smoke as well. Concerned about the cave wrap. Spam from Blitz has Diladez low. More damage inflicted. Techno unprepared for Diladez. 15 HP all he has to work with after the HE's done with him, and Incendiary gets him lower. CobraZera back turned as he dips away. That information will be relayed. The bomb is on the back of Diladez here. And those smokes will likely fade. Still up on long side, short open, and that's the bomb retrieval, costing Boomich everything. Loses his life, and now they're losing everyone. Zorti in it to win it though.
Bullet.
He's hitting every shot, just one bullet and not ready for Blitz. Tied up scoreline. And finally, broken late, as you highlighted. That could signal Mongols at least having the lion's share of the rounds before we swap sides.
Yeah, important opening kill in middle there, right? The fact that it just alleviates the pressure, plus also gives you all the information that you've stuffed that choke point was key. I think as well, when you look at the opening kills, they've been few and far between, really. You have Cobra on lighter buy rounds getting 2 with a D, where he gets 2 A main in that 1 round, but otherwise it's been hit and miss. So BetBoom in the key rounds have been winning out those openers. Somebody with some extra cash has decided to bring in an AK. The final round, they will get 2,400 loss, so he'd love to be able to at least keep Mongols limited in the finances and get the bomb down. Bit of a recovery here for the Mongols. They can still win this half, but right now they should be guaranteed the 6th. Nothing being offered up to Zordi so far. He'll have to go searching. Crossfire established between Blitz on the long side and Cobra tucked into the cubby. And 910, well, he draws first blood. Magnage's out mid. Now the B steps. This should be a farm fest. Cobra, one and done. The trade is there.
Zorti does what he was supposed to. Trades, but loses out. Catches Blitz just in the open. Bomb gets down, and it is a 2-on-3 with at least an M4 on Diladez, and he's lost his teammate there to the spam. Blitz, good for it. 20 bullets and 3 targets for Diladez. Known on the ramp, forced forward, just has to stand and deliver, unable to do so for another Mongols round.
Okay, they're holding on
This B-bomb side is feeling pretty ugly in terms of the hold right now for the Mongols, but they're still able to convert. They grab the final one before we have that halftime swap. And again, I think the reminder needs to be, it's 5 pistols played so far, Mongols have won them all, right? So if they win 6 from 6 and they end up losing this series somehow, that's astonishing. It's double orbs. Cobra gets one, and I think that might be the crutch for him with the amount of times he's jumped away from action with the back turned. It's kind of wild. Well, maybe it's back to mid. That's where they found so much success early, BetBoom.
Yeah, the nade does find his target. Thrown out towards middle, softens up Mazinho.
Wow, this is also a play that they had within the early stage of this map, right? Have Boomich sell just a standard round over towards B and execute in towards A. MagnaJez has the smokes ready. 910's going to be here in time to post the AWP up from Temple.
He's got to hit that first shot here. We've seen this flashbang, it bounces off the floor. Catches the AWP. And now, progression. Flammer's going to start to make his run. Knife out, straight around the corner. Flammers just puts a bullet into the smoke and into the skull. Mazinho's gone. They've got access to the site now, and it's a long rotation. Blitz, however, flirting with this elbow push. It's held by Boomich. This is a very key fight here, and it looks like Boomich has absolutely booked him. Looking good, set to succeed, set for a dead even half. Who needs a pistol when you can win them on the gun rounds? Techno and 910. Half-hearted on the retake, very little they can do.
6 rounds, and the 6 is the one that stands out. The jewel in the crown there for BetBoom. It's the Flammus MagnaJez 2v4 that sets this team alight. We're tied up at half.
The closest half we've seen all series, and it's on the third and deciding map in this opening game between BetBoom and the Mongols. We're getting our first taste of what the Mongols are bringing to the major, and as of yet, the jury's out as to what we can glean from this. I mean, they can win pistols, I can tell you that much.
They've been great at that. Let's see if they keep it up. 6 from 6, that'd be a special.
No, it wouldn't if you can't win the map. Come on, lads.
Wow.
Let's see.
They've had their struggles, that's for sure, but late little resurgence there. I would have put a patch of 3 at the tail end of the half to tie things up. Himself a chance in this.
100% pistol win rate. Slow and steady. Boomage with that reactive flash. Looks like he'll hold on to it.
That flash is the key, right? Because Zorti and Flammus are both going to try and come in through Donut, surely.
And Boomage, oh, he's hitting headies. He's doing some serious hard work. 2 quick clicks. He's still got that util.
There's the flash.
This has got to be BetBoom's first pistol. It's a very big one as well at a 6-6 half. Third map. Here they come, flooding out of Donut. 5 alive. BetBoom have done it. A pistol round in the series goes their way.
You got Boomage letting out a roar as well. They're happy with that. And yeah, he did the heavy lifting.
What were those first 2 clicks?
I don't know if the second one was intentional, but either way.
Yeah, maybe.
It's going to count.
Oops.
Okay, the fadeaway there. He was playing his life at that moment. And then Flammus comes through the full trust. So bomb going down does facilitate a Mongol's force. Boomage is happy with that one. Okay. Cobra in with the Galil. Tech-9s for 2 Deagles for the others. Cave Smoke and Red Smoke deployed as Boomage and Zorti look to shut down middle. They go what they're looking for. Late mid control. See with Blitz throwing that molly, he wanted to limit anybody scaling close to the smoke. So they got the space that they were hoping for. They throw a second wave, so Donut now dabbed in. Let's a 9-10 walk out. 9-10's Deagle, it's been hitting.
Cobra is exposed by that, but it's actually Flammus that goes down. So there's the one rifle providing the opening. Can you make good on that? Can you convert?
They're blocking Donut. I think they need to cool off.
Yeah, but now that enables Zorti to be in such a power position. Looks like Cobra's not ready for this at all. The off angle, Profits goes for the multi, just sprays them all down. Just the one is all you're getting, says BetBoom. Over the top, spots the tip of the head, and it's clean.
Right, this is a chance now for BetBoom to extend this lead. It should be a freebie up against an eco. I'll remind everybody how this started. Dust 2 a couple of hours ago now, but it was absolute demolishing in that first half of play. It was 9-3, but 9-10 was just putting on an absolute show. Opening kills, looking great on the AWP. And
he looked incredible.
He was. I thought, okay, this is the Mongols we're getting this major, apparently.
Yes,
They've been practicing this time.
And then over the course of the series, Dust 2 just kind of faded from my memory.
Especially the fact that they got both Mirage and Ancient, which are historically some of their stronger maps, and looking to be the 2 maps that they could drop in losing this series. So, BetBoom just going to wipe this one away. Blitz goes down first. The rest should follow easily as MongolZ, he's not even going to get the chance. Zorti, he wants the eco bash. Takes 2 more for his troubles. Flash high, not going to cost them anything. Boomage sharp as you like in 9-10. Followed by Techno, that'll be the round. 9-6, 3-round gap, 5 staying alive. As the buyback in now. Had a couple of glances up to see Vitality and Foot. They're all set up, they're all ready to go, and likely outside now having the conversation before we get their match started. It's coming up next.
See how this first gun round on the T side fares. Boomage breaks the smoke, but Blitz had already made it across. And Mantle up. This might catch MongolZ completely unprepared for that. He thought the info mid would have been relayed.
Direct pathing there from Blitz, so a big move.
Might find more here. Dilatez is going looking. And Blitz already further forward than he's ready for. Captain Blitz. Too good. Zorti spamming smokes, hoping to catch something with a stray bullet. It's actually Techno that's removed him, and Flammer's caught looking the wrong way. Nearly flawless. Boomich the one to put the blemish on the record, but it's just for an AK. It's just to bring through to the next, and it's MongolZ.
Blitz is the man hunting, right? I'm not sure how many times he's going to be able to be the space taker and creator. I know that as the in-game leader, he plays some of these more, I don't want to call them selfish positions, but more like the star positions, right? The space creator spots, and on the CT side, some of the more higher output positions. So if he's able to get away with a move like that again, huge. But if not, they're going to need to be able to dig a little bit deeper as Techno cleans the board. Boomich goes down, and there'll have to be the full reinvestment from BetBoom. But don't worry about that. There's plenty of cash to splash. Thought he can get his AWP. They can have the full buy. Just depends on how they want to apply themselves into this next gun round. But this happened so quick. Look at that. A minute 37 on the clock is the bullet in the back of your head. And then Dilladez not expecting that. Just some fast pathing. Techno with the knockout blow. So he does get the AWP. There's a kit on Dilladez. One on Boomich as well. So everything that they'd hope for if they do find themselves in a post plant. Starting heavy B this round at BetBoom. They want to try and play for space. Same opener, Cobra. There's a lot of damage there getting out. Making it look like the last round, but this time investigating over towards A. Cobra's been good with a couple of these openers.
I mean, Zorti's going to be there to support Boom. And AWP is in a power position now. Perfect angle from Boomich. Nearly found two.
Big miss.
Not ideal for Zorti's AWP. Now his position triangulated here on the Temple side. Not going to hit his second bullet either. And wow, Mazinho will just taps the head of Dilladez. No smoke. Enables the fight at range for the AWP as well, though. But the bomb's going to be pathing through on 910's back through the donut side. He's going to stand in the flames. Nearly loses all of his health. 10 HP, but Flammer's finding Mazinho.
MongolZ is the man right now.
Right. If Techno goes down, this round is on.
He's heard him. He knows. Shadow.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's up. MongolZ still can't hack it. Good kill from Techno. That should secure the round.
I want to hang around to see if anyone oversteps the mark. There's a lot to lose right now.
That's only Techno's 6th kill, but it is going to enable MongolZ to post an 8th.
Yeah, he heard MongolZ first. MongolZ then spotted the Shadow, right? So they both had the information on the fight. Techno, just more conviction on the duel, wins that one out. He loses that. That could be round going with it. This is punishment right now from Blitz, as if he can find anything on this hunt. Bomb's about to go off, so he's going to get 5 seconds after the detonation. And as he sweeps in, it's the AWP, low HP. He's going to be able to take this one for free. There it is, and then other with the back turn. Flammus, can he get to the AWP in time? No. Will retain the M4. And a timeout called by Fierce, so BetBoom take the 30 seconds. First of all, assess the money. Running around roughly the 2.5 mark. Boomich could go M4. Flammus could drop a Flammus into the mix if he'd really like, but I think the best option right now is to concede the 9th, just go for a lighter buy. Well, not concede. Make some type of a plan around this M4. Right, try and insert Flammus into the play, see if he can get a multi. He definitely can. This is the type of kid you want in Chaos. Try and get as much output as you can with limited investment. And the next round, you'll be able to full buy, get all the bells and whistles. MongolZ just knew that was the duel.
This is when the pressure really starts to mount.
Yeah, Blitz is having a map, 17 kills. Necessary on Ancient with the positions he plays. So Flammus will start the M4 over towards Donut. Maybe they're hoping for the boost if there's a Donut smoke catcher player scaling, but they're not going to get offered that. So they just start searching immediately.
I mean, CobraZera, if he does just hang around in this elbow, it feels like he's destined to find some friction with this Flammus and M4, but also the Boomich USP supporting him.
Yeah, Cobra's been involved in a lot of opening duels. Again, a bunch of them were in lighter buy situations with a dig. But he's been involved in the most so far for MongolZ on this map.
That's a good Molotov. Channels them both into this corner. Boomich does still want to bait them in. Do you clear it? You don't. Baited in by Boom, and Flammus is M4 now licking his lips. He's going for the crazy maneuver. MongolZ unprepared. It's quick trade from Blitz. Valiant opportunity. You have to go for something like that. But hang on, MongolZ with his 5-7. Now Dilladez trying to scoop something up. A second through the smoke. Gets weird. Should be fine for the plant.
It's a CT plant. MongolZ is heading back towards CT spawn.
Okay, so 910's going to dip into the Temple side. MagnaJez has already found more than he was worth on the 5-7. Everything should be fine.
Smoke on the bomb. That's going to cause chaos.
That's a bit scary. You're going to start to panic if you're Mongols. You hear that sound. Now you've lost 9-10 in the panic. You just have to come up clutch, Mozinho. Have you got it in? Yeah, he's in the flash, and BetBoom have stolen one away. Outrageous. It was a saved M4 and pistols. They leave with a 10th round, an AWP and an M4.
I'm surprised not seeing a bigger celebration out of that for that absolute daylight robbery that we've just seen. You got the crowd surge right there. Flammers has to pull the trigger in that situation, immediately traded, right? I love the move. It's the only gun they have. You have to make this type of a play. I don't think he gets punished for it. He causes a lot of chaos in this situation. That's a huge kill from Gilades. And also the problem is it is the AWP, right? So as soon as the smoke goes down, Mozinho is the only one that can try and get them off of the bomb. That is a round snatched away. That was the chance to tie things up, and now BetBoom have the lead off of an eco with one saved gun.
Yeah, now it's Mongols whose guns are looking a little worse for wear. We could get a head-to-head here. Yep, we do. 9-10 removing Zorti. MagnaJez wants to find that equalizer. It's into 9-10 Zorp and does jiggle bait the shot. Cobra safe from the spam.
Look at the stack for the CTs. Flammers has all this A main control. So they're able to hedge their bets over towards B. They have the bodies in the right place, unless there's a pivot from the Mongols.
It's not stopping, just relentless through the wall bang. Gilades tucks in, forced away, and now they can run them down. Beautiful. Tech9, Mag-10, surge forward, takes space, Boom in the cave for one back. But surely Flammers even getting caught by Blitz here. Yeah, okay, confirms his location. Nothing he can do as far as winning the round is concerned.
I might just have to save again. Oof. Fortunate for the flash, 9-10. Doesn't catch him on the spot. Techno for the hunt. Cobra's dropped the secondary AWP and picked up something a little bit nicer. They couldn't get it done against the eco, but getting it done on a lighter by their own. So we go tit for tat once more.
Horrible death for Gilades as well, just catching so much flak through the boards and then getting run at the same moment you're trying to take shelter from the wall bank.
The stack was good, right? Image was also an unknown factor over towards cave. It's just not enough individual output there. Oh, okay, and they've still got the smile on the face somehow. Flammers can drop an M4. Sort of can by himself. Same as Boomage, so it is going to work out for another BetBoom buy. This one's going to be down to the wire, right? Neither team with any real loss bonus. We're talking 1,900 for BetBoom if they lose the next round, only 1,400 for the Mongols. Getting broken late, map 3 could be game over.
Techno spots the shoulder of MagnaJez and his nade.
Oh, sticky nade.
Yeah, he's anticipated the reposition. Instead, just softens two of the cave players up. Look at this from Blitz and Cobra. Flammers pushing in. Mozinho was on that gap. An audible rotate. Zorti the same. This is actually the perfect gap. How are they not ready for that? Blitz clotheslines the AWP. And Gilades up close too. That molly's designed for him. He goes swinging on in, gets away, dips away, but the flames find him from the grave. It's a 4-on-3. Hang on a second. They can surely go and pressure MagnaJez. He's alone on B. Cobra's Era's behind him. Boomage is trying to lend a hand, but a little too hasty.
That's so desperate, isn't it?
That is knife out. Mozinho's going to get another one here. Maybe not. Flammers does find his head necessary. It's still like just a 10th tied up.
See if they can get a better gun for MagnaJez and save again, right? Remember, the loss bonus is the big point of the game right now. So we're going to be tied up, sure. 1,900 going into the next means an eco, but as long as they have a couple of guns, they can stay somewhat threatening, and they're not being hunted this time. I think the Mongols realize they need the finances as well.
Maybe MagnaJez can do what he did with the 5-7 once more.
The Mongols are finding their safe haven out to hold on to these guns. That will be the round. Now, the fact that Zorti's not ready, I couldn't quite believe that. Caught off guard, just in rotation, and then everything from that point felt desperate. Right, they understand they were out of position, rotating in. You could tell the execute was coming. But the Mongols are holding on.
And Blitz is a big reason as to why.
He's even had 2 TKs in this map, so Thought he just completely bamboozled by this. Blitz just puts him down. Zinho hears the hasty moves of Boomich and deals with him swiftly. Okay, so it will be some light investments behind the safes, but again, already saw them win a round like this with even less. Can they do it once more?
All eyes on MagnaJez and Flammus to be the hero that BetBoom need when you're all tied up 10-10 at the late stages of a third and deciding map.
I'm going to boost over this.
Yeah, okay. That's not an angle you're going to be necessarily ready for, I say that. Blitz is spotting. Oh, wow, MagnaJez just unloads his mag. Hang on, Flammus and MagnaJez have both managed to draw blood. Sure, MagnaJez is gone. 9-10 made sure of that. Now Flammus removed.
And they can't get his gun right now.
If you try, you're surely going to go down here.
Boomich just has to go wide.
Position. He's going to try and pull the crossset. Peeking in. Wow, Dilladez quick to it. Good.
If I want to.
Techno trying his luck. Now he's catching flat. Going to have to try and throw your nades.
Not ready for this.
Not ready for Zorti.
USP can do it.
He's just going to shoot you in the head. Oh! Okay, still somehow got the bomb planted. It should be over. Again, BetBoom, with just a couple of saved rifles, have got themselves an 11th round. Unless Techno can do the impossible, it's planted open. He's not even going to try.
He's got the kit. The round's done.
That's an 11th for BetBoom, stealing another one.
Their last 2 rounds have been ecos. Their last 2 rounds have been ecos. You're not winning the map if you're losing rounds like this. And that looked like the perfect little pug move. Boost over the smoke, the damage being done. Then Flammer swings out heaven while the attention is drawn.
I couldn't believe he just commits the whole mag.
Absolutely beautiful stuff here, just playing off of each other. The teamwork continues. 2 men in cave. I think they're going to swing. They want the info. No, the fight comes to them. And then just commits to the plant. 9-10.
No wonder Mara's taking his 3rd and final timeout for that one. You've got to somehow shake that off.
Still better without the guns. They're not backing down from the moment. The fact that they've kept the grit and determination. Holding on to this one. Boomich knows they can put them away with this. It'll be 12, and then the money absolutely in shambles.
And you highlighted that they were going to test their map pool in the best of 3s. Certainly seeing signs of life already. Techno's Mac 10 trying to solo sell the B lane control with sound cues. Now mid with the majority. Just Hail Mary burst through the smoke there as they replenish red.
Now, if they don't smoke donut, Zordi should have at least a kill here.
Yeah, and it's not a favorable fight for 9-10. Cobra catching flak. Oh, the flash perfectly forces Zorti off the line. He's back of Donut with the AWP though. Throws out a flash of his own design, but peeking into 9-10 results in an opening kill for the Mongols. Zorti cut out of the round. Flammers to take his place. A couple of extra nades and a must-win duel. He's gonna be dead. He's in so much trouble. They'll double swing him. 2 different angles. Cobra Zera overwhelms the defense, and now that A site is flying the Mongolian flag.
Well, they're boxed in still. Techno still around heaven, so if they want to go for the save, they are going to need to find a path of least resistance or deal with this man on the screen right now. MagnaJez still gun out. Techno yet to make a move for the hunt, just monitoring if they are trying to slip through doors. So they have definitely understood that it will be the save. Now it's about what they can do about it. Boomich, that's the heaven presence. There's more where that came from. AWP's going to post up on the line. That'll liberate the movements of Techno now.
He's going to have to find velocity. Oh, wow. Oh, he's so nimble. You see how hard that was to track for MagnaJez loses out. No rifle for you.
The seesaw of the finances for BetBoom. It's going to happen to them again, right? Once more, they end up finding themselves in such a tough situation. If they can hold on to these guns with the residual cash on Dilladez, he goes down. There could have been a buy around this. You have to ask yourself the question again. How do they proceed forward? Boomich can't hold on to the M4. And we're tied up once more.
Yeah, but you've got real problems, real financial jeopardy.
Yeah, Fierce just hit the timeout button. You've already won 2 ecos. Are you really going to get away with winning a 3rd?
No.
You have to, the timing here for Flammus, you got to feel for him, don't you? Gets there, gets the nades in his hands, goes to throw it out, and they're already in his face. There's been a couple of moments like that that have cost BetBoom. But this one's gone the distance.
Now they know what that means as well. They know their opponent is just like scrounging for pennies at this point.
Yeah, they're able to bring out 2 M4s into this buy. And I think the fact you have won rounds with less makes you feel at least some level of confidence. Okay, they're prioritizing the AWP. Diladez has had enough to drop that across. It means that he just has to operate with a Deagle. There's a 5.7, an MP9.
That's a lot of pressure onto the AWP.
Yeah, well, that means Zordy might have to play forward in a round like this. Looks like they might just put him as a ward over towards A just for info. So a standard start. I say standard, it's just one man on B, just MongolZ.
They want to fight this. Smoke break red, spots exposed, nice shots, hang on, Flammers, boom! They're doing it in mid! Nice follow-up from Techno, he knows he's got Boomage dead to rights, and that nade should be the end of Boom! Caught! 9-10 will pause, he could have just completely lost the round if he walked through that smoke. MongolZ lingers. A dangerous game being played. MongolZ, we know what he can do on that 5-7, and he's doing it again! Takes down the AWP, Techno thrust into the clutch, and MongolZ just playing for the info. I think he may have spotted him on the pixel, and Zordy secures it! Oh, despite Techno's best efforts to claw something back, it's going to be BetBoom with an opportunity, series point or overtime.
And the last 6 rounds of play, the 3 that BetBoom have won have all been broken, battered buys. This is insane that they've got the grit to be able to hold on to these. Techno, trying as he might right here, does everything to clear out middle, but then left in a 1v2 situation. The rotation was already there, and we go again. Round number 24. Couple of SMGs for both sides, complemented by the rifles, and away we go.
Awkward for Boomage. Extinguish provided. CobraZera across to the big box. He's getting hectic off the flash. They've closed the gap. They know you're there. Tracks him still. CobraZera surrounded. And removed. Neutralized by Flammers. They've got full lane control. This is it. They're walking through the smoke. The back is turned. Mazinho booked. BetBoom fighting for this. Just 2 kills away from doing it in regulation. You've got to admire the tenacity from BetBoom. Once, fine, twice, but 3 times. Finances in the bin. You've managed to wrestle together for a round. And now Blitz and 9-10, AK's worse for wear, walking into Flammers domain. BetBoom to start off stage 3. It's been a long journey for them, and they take down the Mongols in regulation. A 4-3 map affair, but that's a statement from BetBoom.
What a turnaround. Stage 3 teams. Mongols, the first one up to bat, and no problem. You look at the stage 1 team to stage 2 teams, short, but these are the household squads up to bat. And BetBoom take care of business in beautiful fashion. This was a gritty game. This had it all. And the fact that they were able to pull out so many of those rounds where they had absolutely no chance. Mongols, you're going to be left with a bit of egg on the face. Sure, this is your first taste of Cologne for 2026, but it's an L in the column to begin.
Extra shout out to Flammers as well, a big part of that. Top of the tables with 22 frag, but a full team effort. I mean, the synergy, the comms, you're seeing it flowing, and BetBoom, doesn't matter what they've got, what the buy looks like, what little they managed to save, they managed to turn those rounds on their head.
Continuing to be unpredictable are BetBoom, tough to deal with, and when these individuals, they hit and they hit hard. I'm going to throw this down to the interview.
Thank you, Chad. I'm here with Boomage. That was a crazy final map. Talk me through that second half.
Oh, it was really hard, you know, because we lost some crucial rounds and they got the economy and win some forced rounds with 2 guns. So it was insane. That's all.
You guys won your first pistol in that final half. Were you missing it so much that you just kept winning rounds with pistols?
Yeah, you know, the pistol rounds is a lot in CS2 because not many rounds, but the second pistol round, 2 one-taps, I'm really happy.
Was the map pool what you expected coming into it? Because we saw some really good preparation from you guys on Mirage, on your CT side. You were really in their face. Did you expect Ancient as well as the decider?
Like on 50% we was expecting Ancient, but the map pool like Dust 2 and Mirage was expectable.
How important is it for you guys, you know, all the games that you played from stage 1? Flamus has played with you before, but in different positions, different roles. Do you just keep getting better with each game that you get here?
Yeah, of course, we're trying to evolve day by day and practice with the stand-in, so it's really hard to play structure, but we're working every day, that's all.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to throw it over to the desk.
Yeah, wow, what just an ending of endings right there. Dupree, if I'm watching the end of this game, is it the movie you thought it was going to be?
That was a pretty bad script, to be honest. I think if you're on the Mongol side, right? That was interesting. I think that also just speaks to what we have in store for you guys in Stage 3. You know, very close games, teams that are playing, you know, very high caliber counters with high octane. I think if you're on the Mongol side, you'd be pretty disappointed in this one. I think the Mongols were clearly the team making the most mistakes, and given the fact that, you know, they're the higher ranked team coming to Stage 3, having to go up against BetBoom that have a really good tournament so far, it's pretty disappointing to be on the Mongol side when you make these times that you shouldn't be making them. And I think the whole aspect of the game, like adapting, was just not really flowing in that way.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be. It wasn't designed quite that way. But yeah, we did see some great individual heroics there from both sides, bouncing back and forth. Speaking of which, welcome back, Yanko.
Thank you. That was a crazy, messy game, dude. Yeah. I mean, it's fine for BetBoom. Like, they will thrive in it. They obviously have Flamus standing in for Siren, not even for Dilades this time around. But from the Mongols, like, you just expect so much more out of them.
Really.
It felt like they got so many opportunities to be back into the game, to close out the series, and just couldn't really do it against these weaker buys.
Was this test good enough for you in terms of BetBoom not being tested a little bit?
Yeah, I think it was, you know, and maybe it's unfair because the best team that they played was Spirit, and that's Team Spirit we're talking about. So yeah, I really like what I saw from them across the series in terms of, you know, preparation, in terms of how they looked as a unit, and then their guys stepped up when they needed them the most.
Let's talk a little bit about these early rounds. In round 6, I'm thinking about Cobra and a double push and kill sort of moment.
Yeah, this really paints a picture of how Ancient was flowing with the reaction that, you know, if you didn't get mid control, you had to go look somewhere else, right? And this given round is specifically where Cobra decides to push into Aim, and he knows that they have they don't have the mid control, so they have the mid control, but he pushes into Aim regardless and finds himself at two very important frags to set his team up, and that's some very good shooting from him. Then the fact is that, you know, it's a 4v2 situation. Look at the utility on the side of BetBoom. They have no more smokes. What I don't understand here is why Mongols have to break open this smoke. They could have just waited out the round and just wait out. They have nothing to do. And now, instead of getting, you know, a coordinated attack from both CT, Cave, and also from Donor, then they just end up giving them individual duels. And this is one of the mistakes that honestly pissed me off the most about watching this game, is that the Mongols, they have everything, like they have every right to win this round. They've put themselves in a favorable situation, and they can even win the economy game by winning this one. But they managed to slip it away by making, in my look, like a very questionable decision. And I don't know if this is one of the guys at Donut making like that call, or if it's like someone else that, you know, chimes in. But this was just in general just a really bad overview.
Just trying to do too much.
Yeah,
you're in a 4v2, you know where they are. They have nowhere else to go. You're fine. And the problem is you're breaking the smoke. I would even be okay with it if the Temple guy can play immediately and the CT guy as well. So you're sort of 4v2ing, you're like going at them. But 9-10 is chilling in Temple and the CT player is super far away. So you just are doing a 2v2 fight there for no reason whatsoever. And it's been mistakes like these that have really ended up costing the Mongols this series.
Well, gentlemen, there's plenty of more Counter-Strike to come, so we can't put a ribbon on that one, put it underneath the tree for Christmas time, because we do have a quick break. When we do come back, it's Vitality versus Foot here at the Intel Extreme Cologne Major in 2026. We're going to have that matchup coming for you on the other side. It is a best of 3, as is all games here are in Stage 3. Vitality, world-class, world favorites, and Apex personally looking to break some of Dupree's records when we come back. The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Bro, you're baiting every round talking about, I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Hello, Apex. First of all, welcome to Cologne. Second of all, congratulations on behalf of everyone becoming a parent. We wish health and everything that comes along with it.
Thank you.
But you're here to do business.
Yes,
and
I'm here for kids.
you're here to do business, to grab trophy, perhaps even start a new journey towards that gold bar again. But against Foot, I want to talk about that matchup. What do you think about them so far? This is quite the opposite, you know, experienced team. Not the experience on the other side. They like to yell. You like to yell as well. What do you expect from this?
Well, they are the upcoming team of this year. They've done well. They won a trophy, even though not all the teams were there, but they're getting better and better. They have good individuals, They have a good team overall. So I think won't be an easy matchup for us. But yeah, we're ready. It's always exciting. And if they want to scream, I will be there.
Definitely want to see how that goes. Talking about prep, you mentioned that you had 2 weeks of preparation. Can you share a little bit of an insight? What is Team Vitality cooking up for this major? Was this something too special that you cannot share, or is there some insights?
Yeah, crazy strats. No, I mean, classic preparation for us for major, few days home, trying to set up new strats, new stuff that we've been lacking the last few tournaments. Then going to bootcamp for 4 days and be sure that we are up there individually, that we are grinding the game and be as consistent as possible in our plays and in the new strats we do, etc. Because I had on some maps a lot of stuff, so we had to do a lot of work. But yeah, that's it. No, nothing special.
Last question before I let you go warm up. How ready are you? I know as a player you cannot ever come fully ready into the tournament. If you put it scale out of 10, how is Vitality faring so far, in your opinion?
I'm not going to give a note, to be honest. I think we're ready. That's all I think. I don't think we are more ready sometimes. You know, when you hear people, we had a crazy bootcamp, you know, hey hands. I don't think we had the best preparation. I don't think we had the worst preparation. I think we just had a normal preparation. The sure thing is you try to work on stuff that's maybe not the right strat against opponent, and then you lose the practice. But you learned a lot of things about how you can do stuff and how you can improve. So I don't think the preparation was up there, but it was good. So we're just ready and ready to fight, because the most important is to show up on the server.
Let's show up on the server. Good luck in this best of 3.
Thank you.
See you soon.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe. Well, in this next matchup, I can assure you that one of these teams is not like the other, but the other one has shown us that they are definitely mortal, and they are coming in this major looking to lock it in for themselves. One would say that it would make them the greatest Counter-Strike team to have ever graced the game, bar any that Dupree has been on, of course. And with that said, we definitely have a good one in our grasp right here with Vitality and Foot going toe-to-toe in a best-of-3 Stage 1 opener. Excuse me, Stage 3 opener even.
It's pretty easy to say that Vitality is by far the favorite to clinch the trophy here. I think what Vitality is doing right now is they're proving to everyone that what we thought we did back in Astralis, that was unachievable, but now they're just doing it in a completely different fashion. And I would be lying here, guys, if I wouldn't say that Vitality, and specifically Apex, was not living rent-free in my head since they started this roster. Just to put into context, since Rob's joined back in 25 at the beginning of the year, they've won 14 trophies. And another context, that is as many trophies as Simple has won with his time in Navi. So let's sink in for a moment, guys. I think it's a team that has proven that they can take Counter-Strike to a whole new level, just like we did back in Astralis. But this time around, they're doing it just maybe to a tad even better. They have like phenomenal players in every single role. It's like every role is set. They have the star power in Saibu, you know, a guy that has been claimed as the greatest player of all time, and rightfully so. I believe he's in there with being a massive star, and he's backed up by another big star in Robs, and the duo of those two guys is just, you know, phenomenal. Looking at the entire roster, I think there's no clear weakness. Even looking at Apex, which is by far probably the one that is the at least strongest, he still just puts up such a massive performance when it comes to team and leading the team. So a team that's here to just, you know, recreate history and do it even better than we did.
And Yenko, just to kind of piggyback on the idea of Apex, this is a guy that has definitely been around the server for a real long time.
What he lacks in firepower, he more than makes up for with his leadership. And I think that's something that perhaps isn't talked about enough, just the mindset and the mentality from Vitality throughout this run. I mean, it's much more difficult, and I'm sure you will attest, Peter, to stay on top than it is to reach the top. And the fact that they've been able to stay motivated, stay hungry, that he's keeping his teammates in check the entire time. I mean, winning 4 tournaments in a row without dropping a single map in the entire playoff run, like that's unheard of, you know, in terms of dominance. And you talk about it being MR12, and you always talk about how random it is and the best of ones and whatnot. Not for Vitality, it isn't, right? Throughout this whole run. So it's been just impressive on all counts, and it's for a good reason that they are the #1 favorite coming into Cologne.
I think it's very obvious that Vitality, you know, they stay hungry because they're chasing something, right? You know, they've set themselves for success now, and they're only gonna finish the job now because, you know, no one thought what we did could be recreated, but they're doing it right now, and that's the carrot that they're chasing, and they know they're so close now, and I think they really want to be shutting people's mouths, including myself, about being the greatest team of all time. And, you know, cleansing the major here, I think then the debate is pretty much closed.
Yeah, one of you can be the GOAT, one can be the boat. Right? Like, you got the greatest of all time.
I'll start rowing.
Yeah, and we'll get Yenko to start rowing. But all things considered, with the Vitality big picture, there isn't much that they haven't accomplished with this lineup, and it was put together for this specific purpose. We hear about different lineups getting that same sort of beginning and getting ushered in, and this is what they're meant to do. But these guys actually did it, Yenko.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Grand Slams, 2 majors. For now, that's what they're aiming for. This would be the trophy to end all debate about who's the greatest team ever. And Apex, obviously, he played against Peter during his Astralis days, and he remembers what it was like being on the other side of that. So now him having the team that is the best, that he knew could be the best early on last year, he's letting everyone know, and he is getting his revenge almost for some of those early days.
I mean, the guy has Cologne already, right? That's the one that I'm missing. So, I mean, like, he's already... One thing is, like, when I retired, I think it was 6 trophies ahead of Apex, and that just went by, like, in an instant. Like, all of a sudden, he was just up there, right? And now he's won 2 Grand Slams, so I only won 1 single, but I still do have my 5th major, but I mean, like, this guy... He's chasing me, and I think he's coming for it.
Yeah, I think he is too. Does it feel personal, Dupree?
Of course. It's hella personal. That's the one thing that makes me a little bit special, and he's trying to destroy it for me. Well, at least we're going to be tired if he gets it right, but as Yenko just said, for now, I mean, like, why wouldn't they also just, if they win this one, I mean, why wouldn't they just go on to win the second one of the year as well?
Might as well, you know what I mean? Speaking of which, if you're Foot, you might as well just get Vitality here in your first game of Stage 3.
I think it is because of teams like Foot that it might not happen for Vitality, right? Because we have these new teams on the up and up, new talent. We have some of the, you know, veteran teams as well making changes and getting up there. I think this is the most competition that Vitality will get at a major since this iteration of the roster was formed. And I mean, for Foot, just probably the most exciting team to watch, one of, but out of the newer teams, definitely went 3-0 in Stage 2. That series against G2 was interesting because they picked Anubis, which they haven't really played, and were getting away with it, but whipped it out in that game. I think it definitely caught G2 off guard, and that is a great sign for Foot if they can add that map to their pool. Might really help them for a potential playoff run here in Cologne.
I think they're so interesting. I mean, I just love watching Foot play because it's this new take on Counter-Strike that this young generation really has brought into the fray. And I think they've really just showcased that you can play very aggressive and you can play in your head Counter-Strike, but also do it smartly. And that's what the thing that stands out to me. Like, they can be a little bit too hectic sometimes, and they can go out and maybe overpeak a little bit. And that's also what their coach has been saying to them. But I mean, like, it's hard to play against this style. And I think I'm not even going to be lying. I think it's actually a nice matchup for Foot to go up against Vitality because it's a 0-0 game. Like, they haven't really played yet. Yeah. And the fact is that, you know, you've played throughout stage 2 and they've looked phenomenal. And you can potentially catch Vitality off guard by, you know, just playing in your head. And Vitality needs to be ready from the get-go. And they have absolutely nothing to lose on this.
There's not a single team out there that is going to come out and say, we like playing Foot. Like, no one likes playing against that style. And these two teams faced off against each other in Fort Worth. You can see that we've talked about Dust 2 for Vitality. You know, they're the best team ever to play the map. They lost it to Foot with their coach standing in. So we have a couple of examples of how that really happened. And Foot, yes, very aggressive, but also have a lot of depth to their game. This is just a straight anti-strat for this long expo. Like, the setup is meant to cancel this out. You can see once they see the smoke, counter flash comes in, Krbeni is just spamming it while Demon pushes the smoke with the flash. And it's just so clean, right? Like, people talk so much about their aggression, and yes, they're an aggressive active team on CT side, but also they've gotten better at a lot of the other things. I feel like since joining Tier 1, learning how to play against these teams and finding a good balance in between sort of the aggression and some of the other layers. Krbeni has been great as a fragging IGL, very active, closes this round out. Now the final round of the game, you can see how they just take short, they take risks, they take short without utility. There's no mollies here, no flashes, they just sneak out. Jugs gets into this copy after throwing the mid to B smoke, right? And now the A execute is going to come in from the side of Foot. The utilities, I was going to throw some counter utility of his own, do actually really good damage with the HE, him and Apex after, but he has to fall back in the setup. They get the bomb down. Patience from Demon on long. Flamesy was waiting for that lurk. Jugs hears drops go, and he activates first, right? And he's able to find something. Even this boost that I saw was like a cool innovation for an extra angle. And Demon, as soon as he sees Flamesy on the kill feed, that's when he activates and is just running, knows there's no reason to be slow about it, right? Comes with that flank and finds the last 2 kills. And this is a level of composure. You know, the game is getting towards its end. You're neck and neck with the best team in the world. You have your coach as a stand-in, and still the poise that they've shown and the confidence has been really impressive from this Foot squad.
ZywOo still pushing 30 kills right there. So
yeah, you're beating them on Dust 2 with ZywOo having 30 kills. ZywOo was having a game.
Speaking of Dust 2, let's talk about our maps in this best of 3.
Yeah, I don't think there's like an easy punish one for when you look on the Vitality side, because no, they even gamble with the whole idea of playing 7 maps. You know, we do see Vitality going in with a Dust 2 pick, which is probably their best.
I wouldn't be so sure. This is the veto for the last series because Vitality doesn't play Ancient. So I don't know what the maps are, but they are in this. Vitality could have picked Dust 2. Foot could have picked Mirage, but I'd be shocked if Ancient is the pick.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to.
And also Vitality vetoing Inferno, definitely not the case. That's Foot's permaban. So whatever the maps may be, Trace.
Yeah, whatever.
Let's hope for a good game.
Anubis, Overpass, Nuke sound about right?
We do get Anubis in, actually.
Right. So I think that's interesting because we talked about Foot whipping it out against G2 and now being willing to play it against Vitality. That seems to have been the weakness that Navi first exploited, even though they lost a couple of times. That's where the games got really close. So yeah, I like this from Foot. It would have been either Mirage or Anubis. Mirage didn't go so great last time. They switched up with Anubis, and Vitality with the Overpass. That's brave, having to start on T side, but they've really shown a lot of prowess on the map, and that Nuke where Vitality would get to start CT side if we get to it.
Well, gentlemen, I think we just need to sit back, relax, and get ready to watch the Counter-Strike. Foot versus Vitality. We've got our 3 maps of Anubis, Overpass, and Nuke, and we also have stage 3. So let's play some Counter-Strike.
And a whole lot higher level of Counter-Strike as well. The contrast is impossible to ignore in this head-to-head. 4 major rookies in Foot, the youngest team at the major, taking on the world #1 who are fighting for their 3rd consecutive. That's the stakes. Whole different kettle of fish here into stage 3, a trial by fire for Foot.
What we need to find out is the messaging from the Vitality camp about the US tour, as that was a vacation. They weren't practicing, they were taking their foot off the gas. Well, let's see. They're definitely practicing for this one. As he flashed off the line outside B, so information gathered early.
Cemetery immediately starting with the Jewel Berettas tucked baskets.
And they played heavy for sides, haven't they? But now they can start to clear out other parts of the map. Krebeni returns to middle. MongolZ and Demon take E-box control, but there will be a fight over towards A.
Jug's going to be playing for that one tap, baiting into Cemetery. Doesn't find that one tap. ZywOo and Robs have opened up the account and opened up the site. Just Krebeni for that cross, going for that one tap and dip. Already ZywOo pathing first, draws and gets the info, and Flamesy's lurking through middle to make life miserable. You can't rotate, you can't win this round, and Vitality have started as they mean to go on.
I do like the fact that Foot have picked this, right, to really try and turn the screws. They did the same thing against G2, but it's always going to be tough against Vitality, especially with all the time they will have spent prepping for this major. And if they might even get a kill on this pistol round. Demon, last man standing, surrounded, and Mezzy, he can have the job done in a moment's time. A little bit late to it, but Demon is taken to the underground, and that is a 1-0 start. Flawless stuff from Vitality, and also their intensity, right? The intensity they're going to bring today for this is going to be out of this world. They can't get tripped over in a best of one. They're going to have plenty of rounds of Counter-Strike to play, but we'll see how easy it is, right? Because coming into this major, everyone understood the messaging. It's whether you believe it or not, and the only way that we can see what's true is the result we get in the server today. If they come out hot, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, we kind of all forgot a little bit. We saw Spirit win an event. Oh, Na'Vi toppled them. Apex saying, well, if teams can't beat us when we're not practicing, what's going on, right? We're giving them a chance. So force buy back. Heavy A-lean. Krebeni ready to assist out the hole. 3 main. And Long's just blocking over towards B. He's got another smoke to work with. Tempered start, not just running into any of these fights. There's the next smoker play, and Lonks is out now. It's just Jugs. Krebeni catching nothing on his glances. Playing a risky game, right? If they do walk up middle, while he's glancing through the hole, he could go down, and Apex looks somewhat ready for this.
He's been waiting for it this whole time. Now he starts his maneuver. As do they. Ooh, hang on. Rob's going down. That's a good start.
Oh, ZywOo sleeping.
Nailing the headshot onto ZywOo, no less. Now Apex has got his work cut out for him. He needs help. He's getting deagled in the back of the spine. Easy pickings. Foot second round with 5 alive. Just Mezzy to get past. It has collapsed for Vitality. Doesn't find that immediate headshot. Crosshair wasn't far off the mark, and now Krebeni's going to drop in and start scavenging, see if he can find an upgrade.
Good luck to get away with this one, Mezzy. 25 seconds. You're going to head back towards spawn, but they're pretty damn close. Lawrence trying to cut you off at the pass. Worst case, you go down after time, and this could get even more miserable.
He'd be left with just $300. You've got 5 alive. You managed to pick up all those guns. Do you really want to go any further? Lonks looks like he is going to give it a look.
And Mezzy's in the open.
3, 2, 1. It's half the time. Is he tucked in time? They're charging in. Lonks has a go. And he does go down after time.
Okay, $650 for Mezzy there. Fortunately, he takes down Long, so he gets himself a little bit of extra cash. Was a cold shower immediately.
Yeah.
Flawless pistol, and then a force buy at 1 back. That one is going to leave a mark. The first one into Rob's fine. ZywOo looked like he got caught sleeping here. Felt like Krebeni was on his screen for at least some time to do something about it. This is fantastic output. Is now Vitality. Have to buy in with something rough around the edges.
It's impressive. Losing pistol and winning the second round force versus a squad like Vitality, that is a feather in the cap of Foot.
3-1-1 with the heavy lean towards B. Bomb down towards T stairs and not picked up. Tells you if they do want to finish on this side of the map that the bomb will be late. These could be some of the ring rust for Vitality. Apex will get the E-box control, but goes down. Easy for Demon.
Easy peasy. your opening kill. Krabeni continues to play his power position in middle. So I was going to have a go versus Demon. MP9 versus Deagle.
No head armor.
Yeah, it could just be caught by the burst. Demon seems to be informed and easy pickings.
Even basics on display right there that you love to see, right? Peeking with the molly coming in. Subvert that expectation, maybe catch him turning away or scampering back. It's tidy stuff early. As we're about the 35-second mark, and now this gets desperate for Vitality.
Yeah, you got Jugs here just ready and waiting. Spotted, he does make it difficult to track. Fair play, loses complete control. Symmetry overlooked completely. They have no idea he's here, and Rops wasn't ready. Beautiful. Doesn't overplay his hand and converts the round cleanly.
Get the loss bonus, my friend.
Yeah, he needs it.
Don't let him toy with you again. Okay, this time he will be getting that loss bonus into the bank balance, but it's only 1900, 24 next, so this will have to be the eco. So Foot, they win out the early game.
And Vitality will be humbled completely for this.
Yeah, a little bit lazy here as well. They've done Jugs the anchor, but they're not even considering a second at all. Too easy for Symmetry. Good output from the AWPer, and well, he gets exactly that going into this round. So Krabeni twists the knife in this one, understands they're on eco, will surge out window. I want people to keep their eyes on those plays. There was a nice little move from Foot. They will go for mid-round aggression. They'll allow you to establish that water control, and then they'll have a combo of two players pushing in through E-box. Symmetry setting him up with nades from A, Jugs will push A main, and Krabeni will jump out that hole, and it is tough because, well, if you can have access, you can really slow down the defaults. If you're able to shave one off, you can almost ruin an entire round. And for Vitality, the fact that there's an MP9 in T spawn with 1 minute and 15 on the clock, you already know that you're not getting much done with this. The hand forced back into B, where the two rifles are just on the jiggle, ready to slaughter. Smoke fading, and here comes the fight. Demon gets his bell rung, but doesn't have too many qualms whatsoever. It does go down. Okay, picked up. Krabeni's not going to get there to upgrade away from the MP9. But the guns now come out for Vitality. It's Apex in with just a Galil. Same with Mezzi. They need the util. So how long until the world #1 starts to settle into things? I thought it happened with the pistol. Pretty quick wake-up call. Insta E-box smoke thrown out from Apex. Heavy towards T stairs. The AWP going to take the line.
We'll fire one off. And look at the pace on this. They want to ask questions of A immediately. There's 3 CTs here. Quick reaction. You take your first stage behind the smoke and then peace out.
So it's kept the CTs moving, sure, but they still have a boatload of util to rifle through. Keep smoke towards A main, and Jugs up on Fountain. Being relatively confident that that space is theirs again. Symmetry will now take this B line, and the bomb rotating back on that side of the map. They want to flash out longs.
Active, so active. There's the util. Mezzi confirms and relays likely. Push out B main, and then on this return, ooh, long slips off. Actually saves his life there from the Galil. Demon
fight.
Summoned to come and back him up.
Okay, again, just the details. Playing it together, understanding the situation.
Enables Mezzi to quickly start to throw out his util for this crunch. 2 through E-box. 2 through main.
Apex has a molly for the plat.
He's going to have to be forced to throw his util. He's burning down, and still easy pickings for FlameZ. Just walks on in and claims the site for Vitality.
They're giving it a look. 2 towards CT. On the fade of the smoke, they'll have a chance.
Glimmer of opportunity through the smoke. Catches Saiwu trying to escape, but it's a one-tap out of Rops' AK.
All right, it's going to be called off now if they can get this AWP.
If you can get past Apex, another one-tap.
All right, and Krabeni over towards T-spawn, looking for some damage on the way out the door, but that'll be the second round for Vitality.
And FlameZ just Beyblading into the site.
Yeah, once they got that space, the execute looks simple. You can see how much pressure Launch was under with that molly.
tough. You go 3-0 in stage 2, and the way the seeding works, you end up against one of the top teams for your opening game. Now, the whole point of this is to avoid the best teams facing each other in our 2-2 games. There's definitely another way, but that's a conversation for another day. Okay, so rifle round has been notched for Vitality. Let's see if they can make it 2 on the trot, because Foot don't have any issues in the buy department. Rops this time tasked with throwing out the Insta E-box smoke. Just applies so much more pressure and kind of alleviates some of those plays through the hole. Oh, just double mollies into main.
A little bit of damage. Nothing to write home about.
This for me feels like they're set up for that play I was talking about, the mid-round scoop out the hole with the double E-box push. So set up and ready for the aggressions.
An exchange of util E-box. It's Apex versus Demon, but he'll take the space off the second Molotov. Confirms that's theirs.
Because they dumped 2A main, they would have one more right now, but they can't use it for plat.
Oh, they weren't ready for the AWP. They go swinging dry. Zywo booked by Krupeni, though, on the retreat. So that will be Foot with first blood. 2 E-box. Robs is there to support Apex, who's up close to the wall.
He's going to have to leave him. Someone has to get the bomb.
Oh, yeah, again. Just left at the top of the stairs by the pharmacy. Take notes, ultimate.
All right, bomb's picked up. Do they still really want to try and finish over towards B? There's 30 seconds left. This is going to be so tough now. The AWP could just spear them right here, right now.
Temple smoke. Symmetry perfectly positioned for that one, and he's provided it. Going for a second. Rops will punish that. Arrogance. And a messy spray from Longs. He knows he needs to do better. Demon can. Has the opportunity. The back of the site. Rings the bell of FlameZ. Still holding on. Doing his best. Pressure applied from Mezzi. Makes it too much to handle into a 2-on-2. Jugs is coming straight into the crosshairs of Mezzi. And he makes it look easy.
Crisp.
Okay, Krupeni. Not anticipating this reposition at all, is he? FlameZ's already dipped through using the last few seconds of the smoke to play this. And he'll play it perfectly. Back turn, Krupeni, too many angles to check. And Vitality will find 2 consecutive rounds.
Okay, that's a nice one to win right there. Apex lets out a bit of a roar, understands, financially speaking, Foot are in a tough spot. Just coolly, I want to take the time out to discuss the options because there are a couple of M4s available. Could just be the life buy. And this is Krupeni really playing this power position throughout, right? He is going to be such a nuisance. Your choices are, right, throw a lot more utility into getting this mid control, but then you're going to have to leave somebody there if you want to flush him back. Yeah, it was really a nice couple of shots there from Mezzi. The fight down in towards E-box is never an easy one. Cool, it does get on the mic. It's the CT side of Anubis. But you are up against Vitality. You want every round. Forget about par for the course. Has brought in an M4. Light upgrades around it. Next round of play, we'll see 2,400 loss. So a couple of landmines that Vitality have to get past in this round. It's not going to be smooth sailing. They are going to condition middle. They've got pace on this one.
Okay. Krupeni's got his work cut out for him. Look at the speed. Already right outside the door. That's a nice headshot. That is a nice headshot. Krupeni stands in and delivers.
Rob's in trouble.
You're right. Oh my God, he's so in trouble. Jugs instantly finds his headshot.
They keep pushing, they're going to find the bomb.
They're not to know. Apex is behind enemy lines as well, and Krupeni does actually hit a deagle body shot, so Apex operating with just 50. Mezzi retrieving that bomb. It's all hanging on tenterhooks. Apex catches Demon waltzing around that corner.
Okay, think about the info. They knew one player was over towards camera and 2 were A.
Does that smoke slow them down from Apex? Just underhands it, hoping that Longs and Symmetry, how they're using it. Look at this. He has no idea. They've just walked straight through that smoke.
Bomb's heading through middle, so they're going to be able to group up. There's no one who can defend A.
It's such a... They've found the path of least resistance. Apex has just had a bit of a miracle. Not only with his backstab getting in with 2. He's escorted his boys into the A site, frictionless.
Lonks is coming over to have a look. Everyone from a different vantage point on the retake. Again, this was a light investment. They want to give it a go.
You'd be tempted with an AK and M4 through to the next, wouldn't you?
Oh, he's heard one.
Was they're close. And no way. Jugs has just spammed Zywoo out of the round. Now you will give it a go. Now you will give it a go. Apex has gone down to the 5-7. How has Jugs done that? Just coming in from A main. The first one onto Zywoo. I don't know what he saw. Is it just vibes? How has he found him?
All right, I'm going to have to catch that one in the replay right there. But they've got 4 rounds, and 2 of them early have come in either a force buy or a light buy complexion.
It's just smoke spam.
He actually steps into it.
What?
Jugs, that is insane. That's meant to be you relenting the lead. That's you holding on and shaking the cage of vitality once more.
Some of the rounds
2 rounds like that in the first 8 of 7 to play, yeah.
Crazy.
You're going to be asking for a bit of accountability there. The fact that Robs gets nothing done as well on that push, just a jump scare from him, not expecting any form of aggression. Here it is, here's the push.
Benny's just jumped out the window. Backs are turned. The meat grinder spins and whirls into action. Bringing the fight to vitality.
You're taking a timeout after this one, I tell you that much. Vincere Mezzi, 2v4. He's got the bomb, trying to buy a little bit of space over towards A. It was Mezzi still kicking the fuss. So the information flows 4 foot that there's a man outside B. Flamesy looking to make moves on his own. So Mezzi, the very late tail of this. B-Smoke's just faded.
It's if Benny's on the line in time. That's the question. They're starting to maneuver back as Flamesy arrives. Fountain.
He can just wait now for Mezzi. Oh no, he wants to fight.
Wants to fight. He has managed to fight the one and done. It's Jugs' important trade.
Yeah, the rotation should be coming thick and fast now that the bomb's down.
Yeah, and Cemetery's locked the door behind her. We'll be closing the gap. That bomb info informs Foot.
He's got some good util right now, Mezzi. How can he use it to get this bomb down? Heaven smoke in. Rick's molly deployed.
And Swing doesn't find immediate lethality. And that's going to result in a 5th converted.
Just saying, watch out for the trap play. That one's just out the gates, and that's going to start breeding the frustrations for Apex because the type of rounds that you have lost so far in this half are miserable. And that there, they felt like the comms were coming in late because Krabeni was out the window, sound cues were made, and still a player just caught, just completely unawares. Right, this moment, is it Robs on the left side already, or is it Zywoo? Either way, I feel like they weren't comming clearly in that situation. Now they have to eco. Take a bit of gas out of the tank and slow things down. It's just going to be a couple of P250s and Glocks.
Walking into Cemetery's orb. I mean, he's potentially going to be overrun if Krabeni goes down. Oh. Hang on, yep, that's lethal.
P250 Glock combo right there.
Instant headshot from Apex's P250. Now gets a bit awkward.
4 of them are ahead of that.
They are in your spawn. Zywoo gifted the M4.
60 seconds. Plenty of time to work, but options still so limited because of just the lack of anything.
And you have no idea. You didn't get numbers. You just said a lot mid.
So they blocked Temple and B main, and well, Apex is trying to sell this B play. Main on the side, telling of pressure. Jugs can mow this down.
Yeah, he's well positioned for this. Doesn't immediately find that kill. Flamesy tries to distract, and it's Zywoo that profits.
We'll take the plan.
You would love the plant. You could even get more. Cemetery, not ideal weapon for this. That's an important fight won by Demon. Now Lorx coming and applying pressure, but he's got the help of Robs. Bails him out of a tough spot. Cemetery swings, does hit the quick scope, but it looks good for Vitality. And Demon looks like he's not even interested. We'll have to bow out of this one. Vitality have wrestled one back.
This is an insane patch of rounds we've had. A force buy, yeah, sure. A light buy, something else. And now an eco. We've had a total of, what, $600 worth of investment right there, and they've just stolen that away.
Shout out to Apex. I know he didn't get that first kill, but it was his dink that Flamesy was able to convert. And they keep this just a one-round game. So this one's out of the box. Anything's possible. Gloves are off. And that might mellow out the camp a little bit on the Vitality side. You're definitely going to have those frustrations brewing, but the fact you win one of your own back, it's going to feel good. So celebration's limited, and now both teams have essentially gotten away with theirs. Still Xtaz on the mic. Maybe this was just programmed in regardless, wanting to have the word. But you're being pushed by the youngest team at the major.
Here's that Apex headshot, immediately converted. Zywo doing what he had to, gifted that M4, gifted that responsibility. He got the necessary trades, and so did Robs once he scavenged it away.
And let's just be aware of things. We can't have everything, guys. Huh? So let's just be aware. We can't be surprised all the fucking rounds.
That's fair, right? Either pushes through a main or pushes out the hole, and another push this time. So it's the group up. It's the ready and raring to go. They'll press middle and B at the same time. So that's a heap of information. Mezzi's not there. The penny's going to drop, but right now, Vitality, they haven't pulled the ripcord. They're not completely in A just yet.
Symmetry's going to be there on Heaven's side, but the chaos will continue.
The penny's definitely got a kill here on the flank.
Yeah, surely got Zywo here. Bomb thrown across by Rob so we can focus on a main, but that's still held by the AWP, and bait the shot with a jiggle. Very uncomfortable now. But the flank does arrive just in time! Zywo gets his eye to the scope. Removes Krabeni, potency waning. Tit for tat, Vitality have removed Longs. That might be enough. Do the CTs keep going? Yes, they do. Symmetry probes forward. Not going to be caught by the spread of the flame. Now with Rob's gone, they'll start to accelerate this late retake. Good one back from Mezzi. Demons removed him on the trade. Flash connected. Time. There's simply no time for that defuse. Demon would have to be defusing now, and he's out of there. Vitality will tie us up 5 each.
It's sloppy. It's definitely lacking the polish, but you give them at least a map to warm into things here. We haven't seen them play Counter-Strike since Atlanta, where they had lost to Na'Vi. So it's the first time Vitality are back in the officials. Considering that was an execute into a completely empty bomb site. They had all the extra util, and then nobody was considering the flank. Zywo doesn't hit that. I don't think they win that round. This is definitely not the prettiest Counter-Strike we've seen from Vitality. Again, though, it's to be expected.
What a nade. What a grenade.
Yeah, some more unforced errors, right? A flash of your own design, being misthrown, looking straight into it.
You're going to boost Zywo? No.
Yeah, you just have to monitor it, right? You see how much Krabeni wants to go for these fights.
Good restraint from Jugs. He hasn't thrown his smoke yet. I think they were hoping to force it out early, but no cigar.
Well, Flames gets doors control. They know Krabeni can no longer harass through the hole, but he's still close.
They're just going to go off this.
He'll be flushed back by this.
Certainly. Demon's been audible. Oh, it's Krabeni, though. Wins out the opening duel. Oh, he swallows the grenade. 2 points of health for Krabeni. He knows that blocking A is a priority.
Yeah, the fact that he's only got 2 points of health doesn't matter, right? This smoke right now, if it goes in towards A main, we're at the 34-second mark.
And your plans have to be scrapped.
You have to play through it.
They will. Oh, good find. Finds the healthy Jugs. Now Krabeni alone with that scrap of health we discussed.
Here comes the util.
Robs has saved Vitality, given them an avenue into this A site. Time is of the essence. Krabeni catches Mezzi with a wonky heaven smoke. Then Longs can activate. Catches the late Zywo, and it is falling to pieces. No chance for Robs. gives it a good go. Just simply no time, and overwhelmed by bodies. It's Foot up to 6 on the defensive side.
Another one there with unforced errors, right? A missed heaven smoke. The fact there's a gap, it's a free kill. Otherwise, how much more output are you expecting from Krebeni in that situation? So at least they've guaranteed the tie at the half time.
I mean, this game is reminding us that Vitality are human.
Yeah, and that's a good sign if you're Spirit, Na'Vi, Falcons, Fury are watching on. Maybe even Foot if they keep playing like this. Final round of the half, AK, Galil, and 3 Tech 9s. Vitality, this is just about salvaging the half. Look at this push middle. They are taking the fight to Vitality.
They are taking something, all right.
They're going to keep pushing.
Just outrageous. You force them to be so aware of the potential, like drop into that and fight for water, that now the mid gap is open.
Oh, he's made a step there.
Yeah, Apex knows. Yeah, you can see his mouth moving a million miles.
He flashed.
Oh no, he's just doing the flashbang dance, courtesy of his teammates, and then Krebeni pops out of his hidey hole for one onto Rops. To have the lion's share of the rounds, you know, to have that 7 on the CT side, that is definitely credit to Foot starting off on the right foot.
We talk about the CT aggressive maneuvers on this map being the key. Well, we have seen a whole sort here from Foot. This has been a fantastic half of Counter-Strike. And they're going to put the icing on the cake. You win a force buy, you win a light buy, and you're making Vitality work for their money. Back to back to back majors. There's a whole lot of Counter-Strike to be played before. That's the conversation. And now Mezzi left in a 1v5 with 35 left on the clock. This one's just a matter of time.
And Krebeni to secure it with this flank. He's got a good idea of what's up, and Foot to have 7-5 as we take our break. Okay, starting as they mean to go on our Foot. They're taking on the big dogs, the world number 1. 5 rounds to work with as we swap sides.
there's the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
That's probably what Vitality are feeling as they sat through that break. They've got 5 rounds to foot 7 and just insane turnarounds. We've seen 5-7s, these partial investments. Foot have been winning rounds they shouldn't, and Vitality feel like they're losing rounds they shouldn't. So let's see what our second half has in store for us. First map of this series, an opening game for Vitality. Our first look at this team since Atlanta, since that loss to Na'Vi.
It's tough that they had to win an eco of their own.
Yeah.
And that's just to get 5 rounds. Let's see if they can quickly turn the tables.
I think Flamesy liked the way that position looked on Krebeni. Going to start there as well and fire off a couple of shots and relay the information that Lonks is on the warpath.
Yeah, they're turning this into a B split. A main live from Robs.
Might go further on the second flash, but Jugs is tucked. That Molly's going to force Mezzy away. Some flashes chained together. Longs applying pressure. It's a fake. And this is the clear. Rob seems aware, as does Apex. Clean with it. Great awareness from Vitality, but now it's a race back into A. Through middle the pathing, Krebeni leading the charge, and Apex up on Pillar. He'll be susceptible to this fight. Doesn't hit that first bullet. Neither does Rops. Getting awkward. Rops onto Demon, dips away, and ooh, gets hunted down by Symmetry before he could round the corner. Bomb planted. Missed shots. Flamesy coming in from Heaven's side. It's this most root up right next to that HG's explosion. Launches caught another. It looks like Foot's pistol. Just ZywOo to get past. Just ZywOo. And Symmetry's handled it with poise. 3 kills on the pistol from their sniper.
Oh, Lonks lets out a roll. We know this team can be loud. Lonks is definitely the driving force behind that, but they got Vitality, I don't want to say on the ropes, but definitely rattled. Look at this. Conversation being had, and we know that Apex can get fiery. He's not getting the output he wants from his boys. It's a good clear short. They scamper back. Rops is able to get something, but he took so much damage, and he was pincered there regardless. Nice. So a fake on the pistol. Absolutely perfect. Vitality try their hand at a force buy.
During the halftime break, it was Coolio prioritizing communication. Reminding his boys they're on the same level. At least that's what they want to believe. Let's see if they can prove it.
Sights run over.
Yeah,
that's it.
Mezzy, unless he hits that deagle shot. Oh, he does.
All right, there's a chance to at least try and fight back into this, especially if ZywOo could have won that. Jugs just surviving on 4 points of health. They are going to have to hold on to these upgrades.
Clean and efficient conversion up against that second round force.
They'll take number 9. Keep tallying these up quickly, Foot. That's what you want to see. I think everybody was aware of the individual output of this team, and in 2026 they've definitely been making a name for themselves. They run in stage 2, a win over Bait, Tyloo and G2. They get the pleasure of taking on Vitality, and they're relishing it right now. This is what you want to see. The last head-to-head, so don't worry about it, don't consider it. That was because Coolio was standing in, but yet they were still able to take a map. If you're Vitality, you're thinking, oh, you weren't practicing, but even still, using the map to the coach in the stand-in slot, that's always going to leave a mark. Right now, they're doing it again. Even there, they had a missed smoke, right? That was highlighted by the Ops team in the last round. Didn't seem to matter whatsoever. And look at a punish. Aggressively over to B again.
Like instant lurk smoke.
It's crazy to run a lurk smoke against a light buy.
Because a 5-7 could be right next to it and shoot you in the head as you gray screen out.
Yeah, exactly. So they're still going to execute behind it.
Wow, this is some confident Counter-Strike on display from Foot, and Apex has been booked. His frustrations are going to boil. As an easy pickup for Demon. Goes down to the ZywOo USP, but the round already feels like it's set in stone. Flamesy's going to get a flash in his face. Yep, info for Krebeni. Knows where you are. Flamesy's done well, but the trade should come from Jugs. Drops on out. Flamesy's covered in E-box. And easy pickings. Easy goes the round.
All right, 10-5, 5-round gap. You hear that roar again. Now the gun's invested upon. ZywOo brings in the AWP. Symmetry does not.
just bullying that B site.
And they can continue to use that lurk smoke to just be a real nuisance on that side of the map. It's going to be that Apex Mezzy combo over towards B. We'll see if it continues to be a bit of a leaky ship over there. Drops to anchor down A. Flamesy tasked with middle. So heavy util mid to announce they want that presence. Flamesy respecting and giving them that room. It's a 3-man B start with ZywOo's AWP. And it looks like they're going to be fakey again.
It's audacious to try and fake out Vitality. See if it works. See if we see any reaction. Yeah, Flamesy is going to be pulled away. I think his teammates reassure him they're fine. They've already started 3 strong on this side of the map, and now Rob's readies himself.
He's going to get caught off guard. He's not ready for this.
They'll pop through. Ahead of it, just like that. Robs can't believe it. 3 emerge from the smoke, and they're ready for Flames. That's 11. They're speed running this second half.
It's crazy. This has been a weakness for Foot throughout the year. They've played it a total of 9 times. They've lost 6 on the trot. They've currently 3 consecutive, looking to make it 4, but they only got the G2 win to really look at in recent history. Before that, it was all about EPL. And right now, with Apex going down as well, this one is looking miserable for Vitality. 3,400 loss bonus going to the next shore, but with only 2 players staying alive, you are just going to have to continue to buy out the game.
Do you expect to see much Anubis here in stage 3?
This is one of the factors, right? When we get the map returning to the pool or the newest coming in, it always is towards the bottom of the map pool, and that's been the case. You take a look at the top tier events this year so far this season, and Anubis is down the bottom of the barrel. No one's playing it.
Yeah.
When you get to the majors, this is where it really can play a factor, and I love the fact that Foot are pulling it out now. Well, not just now, against G2 as well. Right, turning to it as something to exploit other teams who haven't had a lot of reps throughout the year on it, who maybe are not as ready on this as they should be because they're expecting it to be banned. I wonder if Vitality was surprised in the veto. Well, I'm surprised in the result.
And it kind of has to be a Vitality result if this Anubis is to continue. You can see this from Robs. Understandably, expecting a bit more of a signal that they're about to commit through. Hear those boots starting to stampede, seeing a flashbang or 2 thrown through.
It's a nice game plan, isn't it? You know, faking on the pistol, then faking on the first gun. Understanding they're going to have a bit of ring rust, they're going to be a bit skittish here, and they're able to capitalize on top of it. So it's only class from Foot.
That's exactly what we're seeing, and it looks like it's a rather direct approach again.
Yeah, well, now that you're grouped up, the rotation might be slower. You might not believe what you're seeing in terms of the util unless the body or the bomb is called.
Okay, you're blocked. And now you're going to die. Robson ZywOo, the dream team. Oh my god, he was trying to throw nades. Awkward death for Rob. ZywOo as well, feeling the pressure. He's got a molly at his toes, tries to strafe away, dips back, covered by the smoke. Good one from Flamesy, overwhelmed by Krabeni. ZywOo gone, already that site showing vulnerabilities, and they're both behind that smoke.
Have to give it a go. You're out of rounds, you got to give it a go.
Blew the smoke open in front of Apex's face. Krabeni's low, should be easy pickings, but actually dips into the smoke. They've walked past him. Cemetery unawares. They have no idea they're already out. But Krabeni surely won the round. He's got 2 Vitality members with no idea that he's in camera. Cemetery, now the penny drops. Who plays next? That bomb ticking. Mezzy booked, just like that. He can't believe it. How's he got there? Krabeni just worming through smokes, gets output on that low HP, and Apex resigns himself to a half-hearted, reluctant save. That's 12.
Yeah, Rops has had some real moments getting caught off guard. He's had some important moments too, where on that eco round he had some trades, but think about the first half. He's the guy who goes down first to the force buy, gets deagled in the face. They have this play as well on one of their lighter buy rounds where they push out A main and he gets caught off guard up towards Rugs. And again, caught off guard right here. You see ZywOo flashed. He trades as quick as he can. Flamesy doesn't catch the player scaling through the smoke. That's going to be his undoing. And this is domination on display. This isn't close at all. We are right now on track for a 13-5 Vitality loss to start their major campaign.
A cold shower of a result.
Apex just started the round with a nade in his face.
That's a hard nade to throw with that early timing. They've nailed it. Definitely seeing signs of comfort on this map, regardless of how little they've been playing as of late. Sometimes the 13s can be the hardest one to find.
Fine margins for Apex here. The fact he's already low, I don't think you can be playing the same jiggle util games you usually would. I like this from Foot. Just slow, default crawl, let Vitality make the mistake.
Oh my god, yeah, got Team Flash jokes down. It was Flamesy, excuse me. With the flash, opening kill goes Vitality's way. A quick retool from Foot. Everyone starts to group up. Robs gets more than he bargained for. That's an easy shot. That's the clawback kill. Longs has taken him down as I would relays that they are accelerating A. Tucked on Cake has support as well with Flamesy. Oh, trying to punish anyone crossing, and he's absolutely nailed it onto Flamesy. Zywoo, will he go overlooked? Lots of bodies on his screen, can't even find one! That is surely the end of Anubis. That is a statement to start off stage 3 up against world #1 Vitality, and they've got 5 rounds to their name.
Hey, this is 4 major rookies. Their debut on a stage like this. Sure, stage 2, they made light work of that, but making light work of Vitality, it's Anubis. Apparently, it's their home turf. That is a massive victory and a boon in the confidence department going into map number 2. Overpass just around the corner.
A crazy unfolding of events, and if you're an audio-only listener, I can assure you the scoreline will read in a way that you don't think it did end. It was Foot putting it down proverbially right there on top of Vitality degree.
That was a humongous win for Foot. I think they looked so sharp in so many of their decision making, but I cannot say how much I just loved how they approached this game in general. Like I was really hoping for them to go into this match with this mindset of that we have nothing to lose, and that's definitely what they showed today, right? But at the same time, they're also exposing Vitality's map pool right now, and the fact that Anubis is maybe a bit overlooked a little bit, and this time around, you know, they punished them, and you can also tell, like, from some of the previous matchups that Vitality's been playing, specifically against Na'Vi in Atlanta, that's also a map that Na'Vi has been looking to punish them on. So Foot playing by far the better game right now, and this is a massive upset to start with.
Yeah, seeing as how a year ago Foot was Na'Vi Academy, no wonder they take a couple of pages out of Na'Vi's book when it comes to the veto. But I think this wasn't as much, didn't have as much to do with the map as it did with Vitality just being a bit sloppy. Sure. You know, after winning Pistol, losing the second round, losing some ecos in there. Like, this isn't the Vitality you're used to seeing. So I think it might just be the first map of the tournament for them, right? The fact that it was on Anubis certainly didn't help, but I would still expect them to show us a better face from this point on in the series.
And we had a back and forth right there in the first half of this game, like right back and forth, and I do think some of these examples are going to be telling of that, Yang.
Yeah, and then that's the thing with the team like Foot. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile from you, and Vitality was able at some point in the first half to find control, right? But it is the players from Foot who, on some of those force buys, were able to get something going.
And it's like one of these things that I just think that, like, you know, Foot is doing so well. But you see the fact that Flamesy now just wants to go in and gets a lot of space. But it's, again, I think Rabini is like very over. Like, I wouldn't say he's overlooked in this lineup, but he's sometimes, you know, in a bit of a shadow when it comes to the rest of the guys. He's the in-game leader. He's playing a lot of these very crucial moments. And just the fact that he gets so much done, even in this round, you know, Apex actually salvaging it out for the likes of Vitality, where he goes into spawn and actually tries to salvage the situation that's already been fumbled. And this is one of the rounds where Vitality is definitely looking to bounce back.
And you think they're fine here, right? It's going to end up being a 3-3 post plan. This was really fortunate for Apex, or how he passed them. They get into an empty bomb site, right? There's no kit on the side of Foot either, but somehow they just find a way. Jugs with a really nasty kill here onto Zywoo, who didn't have the best of games, has to be said. And from this point, they find a way to clutch it. Huge round, weren't really supposed to win it. So what is this going to mean for them? Well, come into the next round, they just take advantage of the momentum shift, right? Immediate push through the new window, getting 3 kills here early on. And this is a different push than what they did against G2, right? And now it's 2 players window, flashing over from A. Against G2 it was 1 window, 2 pushing connector and 1 pushing A main. So even from game to game, right, they're giving their opponents different looks, and that's the problem once you lose an anti-eco. Now your opponents with that extra economy, with the extra confidence, they can go for plays like this, which is what Foot does best.
And I love the way that they managed to pull this one off. And I think you brought up something very nice with the amount, like the timing of doing it. So because you could tell, like the round before they just lost, like Apex was furious. Like he was upset that they managed to throw this round away, because you want to get as many T rounds as you possibly can on this side. And he just, like Karenia and the guys on Foot, they just instantly hit them with the hammer thing. Okay, well, we got the momentum going now. We're just going to go straight at you and don't give you any respects whatsoever.
Yeah, just no wiggle room, no room to breathe almost. I'm thinking one guy that was all in their face the duration of this map would be Crabini, the Crabman himself. He had a lot of impact felt early on in this map.
Yeah, I just love watching him play. Like, the one thing is, like, this is just like a compilation of things that he gets done for the team. He found a lot of success peeking out window, but it's more like his decision-making together with the team. He's always the guy that's, like, together with like the spearhead of things when he wants to go for info, specifically on the CT side. Also the guy running out, winning out this round by him, together with Demon. But it's just Crabini doing a lot of info team for the play, and like he's playing so well. And also when he needs to make the decision, like in this round specifically, he just got the kill in mid, instantly understands that he needs to rotate to A, help out his teammate by throwing the smoke to block A-man, finds a gap in the smoke heaven, and even this one, hiding the smoke, maybe gives a bit of his teammate's life away, but he puts himself in a position where he can clutch it out. And I think he's one of the biggest reasons to why Foot is doing so well, because they are doing wonders when he's in-game leading.
Is it fair to say, Yanko, that this scoreline, 13-5, maybe it is way closer than it appears?
I wouldn't say so. Not way closer, maybe a little bit, because Foot was in the second half just able to win pistol and sort of run away with it without looking back. Not a single round in the second half for Vitality. But yeah, I think Crabeni would be hard-pressed to find a better fragging IGL right now when it comes to Tier 1. And one of the reasons also is he doesn't play necessarily as an IGL, he just plays as another player. He isn't looking to sacrifice himself at all times for his team to create some space for a teammate just to get traded. Like, he's making plays on his own when he sees, there's a play to be made, really. And that's the strength of this Foot lineup, is all 4 riflers really are super reliable and can step up at any given time.
Yeah, there's no weak link in this team. That's what I really love to see, and it's just a joy to watch him play. And if you want to dive specifically into this Anubis game, you can find at least 5 situations where Crabini does something that will just win his team around.
But we are talking about Vitality on the other side of things, right? In contention for the greatest ever, and you do not get into that conversation by rolling over and dying after losing the first map. And time again, they've shown us this ability to bounce back. I'm sure there's going to be some stern words from Apex outside. That round you pointed out, Crabeni with low HP, that's a missed smoke for heaven. Yeah. So like, there's a lot of mistakes that have been going on from the side of Vitality, and you're going to have to start some T-side overpass. Like, whoever it is against whoever else on the other side, that can turn into a nightmare real quick if you get off to a slow start. So really important for Vitality to bounce back immediately here on the second map.
And it's only fair. We talk about Crabini being the sort of playmaker, the guy putting his foot through the door. Maybe the side of Zywoo over there, right? Where was he at in Anubis here? What was going on statistically in the matchup itself? Obviously, being outplayed a little bit doesn't help your case.
I think they're still looking for him.
They're still looking for him.
Yeah, he's there, guys. I mean, he wasn't in his natural form, that's for sure. I think he was actually caught off guard a couple of times. Even in the second round, he was caught sleeping a little bit on stairs, and then he was caught through the window a couple times by the guy we just talked about in terms of Crabini. And there were multiple situations where Zywoo was actually in the right place, but he just really didn't make a count, whether it was with the AWP or with the M4. He didn't really put up the numbers that we're used to. And I mean, of course, it hurts Vitality that you don't have your star players showing up the numbers that you usually do. But then again, you have 3, if not 4 other players that can do almost the same when they're firing it up. So it was more like on the team page that Vitality looked a little bit disconnected.
All right, Yanko, so paint me the picture that is Vitality running it back on Overpass.
I think they're just very good when it comes to prep on this map, how they use their HEs to apply pressure to clear areas right all over the map. Time and time again on T side, they're able to rack up rounds even with a slow start. Foot on the other side, a very dangerous team. I mean, it's not like they don't play Overpass. They play it relatively often. Sometimes they pick it when they feel like it's a punish pick. So it must have been for Apex and Xtaz and Matt in their preparation saying, okay, the way they approach the map is something that suits us, but it's not without its risks, that's for sure.
Dupree, I just have to ask about the bounce back. Just from the side of Vitality, you saw Apex's face at the end of that game. What did it tell you?
Oh, it tells me that he's not satisfied with these guys, and I think he's always the first guy to show these kind of emotions, being the captain of the team, you know, and he's always, you know. He also gave a snippet inside the communication that we had that he said that, guys, we're not aware, like, we cannot allow ourselves to be surprised all the time. And it's exactly against a team like Foot, you need to be ready for these type of plays, because that's going to continue in Overpass as well. And if they're not ready for that, you know, they've got a taste of how it is right now. And I do think that it's a fact that Overpass comes into play it's obviously going to help them bounce back because they know how to do it. But I also think that uncomfortably, that Vitality showing on Anubis also makes it hard for the individual to bounce.
But it's dangerous now. You can't let it get into your head.
Oh, no, of course.
From being surprised by it on Anubis to now constantly expecting it and playing too careful on Overpass, right? Like, you still need to be able to take map control quickly where space is presented to you. You still need to take risks. Counter-Strike, if you're not taking risks, you're not doing something right. So they have to find that balance, which can be tricky, especially if Foot continues to play well.
That was so poetically put. I love that. We're going to go to a quick break. We have Overpass on the other side of this one. Vitality in the hole and Foot in the door, because that is exactly where this series stands. 1-0 currently. Swiss round 3, round number 1.
Let me see you drop. So big, we hustle, but the oh my.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Leave that. Yeah, can you just stay in connector? You can pressure insta whenever you want and stay there, okay? Dima, you join middle and Jukes will, Cemetery will join mid. Dima, give me the flash.
I can flash you close, Jukes.
You will smoke camera when I say.
Yes. Flash now. Yes, flashing.
I break Koniki, watch out. Dima's camera. 2A. Smoke camera. 3 on camera, we go A. Smoke it and we go A. Come A, it's fine.
The big B main. B behind me? And the right side only. Yes. And the water. I'm searching.
Go A contact. Cemetery, drop me your utility, you will search with them.
They're picking con, guys. They're molly now.
Go, just go A main, please. My mouse shot it.
Fine.
Guys, from main here we run, okay?
That one?
We will run. Can you run, please? Can you run A? Run A, please. Take the gun. I smoke heaven, molly broken.
I do bounce flash pillar, Nikita.
Maybe I miss heaven, watch out. It's fine, we will wait. We will wait. And after we go. Let's be ready, let's go. 1, 2, let's run. I hold you left side.
Pick together.
I'm picking. Camera going in. Side, camera going in.
Camera.
I tell you what, I never thought like Banana would work for me, and then I watched you play Banana, and I'm like, this guy plays it with mad ADHD energy. Like, I've never seen someone like jumping around, doing so much work around the smokes, mate.
You're good at that, Bunny.
Yeah, I see. I'm learning from the best. Yeah. I see how you play. I really.
Remy is telling me to chill sometimes.
Yeah.
But because sometimes you know the thing is.
There's a balance. You need a balance, no?
Yeah, that's why you put Apex. That's why you put Apex with me to balance. No, but minus X minus is plus, right?
I don't understand. Minus X minus.
In math. Minus, how do you call it? Minus.
Oh, 2 negatives make a positive?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So you gotta two idiots make a genius.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why you need to.
Do you think if I asked Apex what? Dan, one question. I just want to hear your opinion on playing Inferno B site with this ADHD motherfucker. Bouncing, jumping. I'm gonna push. I'm gonna do this.
We are
I'm
the same. Sometimes we die both with a knife in hand, so it's okay. It's we really alike, so I understand him.
You kind of he was saying like you kind of two negatives make a positive. Like
Exactly.
you're both
Indeed, exactly.
Okay. But the energy for the team coming into this one, obviously there is a lot going on in the like conversations and debates and etc. But for you guys, you staying grounded, or is it in your head already?
We're not thinking about the rest. What's been the strength of Vitality is thinking about us, thinking about what we can do, the way we can play. And I just want to focus on that because that's something we've been good at for 18 months now. So not thinking about who's going to win or who's not going to win, but thinking about, okay, we have to go through the group stage first and let's see how it goes. That's it.
And when we were trying to do it, there is a lot of talent in this stage. It's not like a walk in the park.
No, of course, it's never like that. Even though some events has been easier for us during the year, we never thought that it would be easy when we started. We were the thing for us is to give the same in group stage that we will do in playoff. Even though I saw like the stats that we have like 90x% to go through, we don't think that way. We need to work our ass off to get through that, and that's what we're gonna try to do from tomorrow.
Thank you for your time, guys, and good luck at the major.
Oh wow, there's the first for Huntfrag. He could get a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does he go do it again?
Well, if Vitality want to start off with the win, I'm sure a lot of people in their pick'ems have a Vitality logo in that 3-0. They're going to have to overcome. Anubis was dominant. It was impressive, and the comms were flowing. You got to hear the listen in there from Foot, who are a map up versus the world #1.
The Overpass now. It's a map that Vitality have played 14 times in 2026. They've lost it once. So this one is pointing in Vitality's favor, but so is the head-to-head. Let's see if they're able to turn their fate around and push us to the third and deciding map of their opening day of play.
Is it just ring rust? Is it just a little slow start?
Like whatever happen will happen, but I want to play our game and I don't want to see that we are scared to do moves, because when we are playing proactive, that's when we are winning.
Well, that's the whole style of Foot, in your face, making moves, making you work. By. All right, so they announced their presence on the short side. You see this B stack in from Foot, right? 4 strong. There's just symmetry over towards A. He's just going to play for a bit of a jump spot right now, so still playing heavy towards B, so expecting that to be the finish are Foot. They got short, they've worked up through connector, and now they have to work on bathrooms and long. Kremeni has a kit and 2 flashes. Longs has a smoke and an incendiary. Lining up for this A execute. There's 2 smokes at the ready.
It's just symmetry here. So much responsibility as this exec gets thrown in. 2 smokes heading his way.
Trying to block it.
Does give it a bit of a rebound. Redirect. A couple of bullets connecting both ways.
My eyes are on these Kremeni flashes to facilitate his teammates to run out onto the site and take the fights.
This looks like it's going to molly truck for the go through with the flash. Demon and Jugs well positioned. Here comes that retake util. Flash perfect. Flame's still good for 1, but hang on a second. It's going back and forth. Apex needs this cleanly, finds it onto Jugs, now just onto Kremeni. Sure, he's got the kit, but he's got no head. Zywu makes it so. Vitality with the pistol.
Okay, this is T-side Overpass. Let's see if they can get past the force by this time. That was something they had a big issue with on Anubis, in case you are just joining us. And the conversation being, Vitality, Atlanta, their whole US tour, Fort Worth as well. Very limited practice. They wanted to come in good form for the major, but they've started off with a loss. At least as far as the map is concerned. Sure, not the series. Now, this is a team that we should be giving as much rope as they'd like, right? If that's the messaging they're putting out into the world, that they weren't prepped and at their best for Atlanta, we'll give them that. But coming into this, because they haven't played an official in a while, you could give them, okay, bit of ring rust. Haven't played officials while Foot are going from strength to strength. If they don't turn it around here, then maybe that conversation changes.
We've got 5 days for stage 3. Best of 3s the whole way through. First time we've had that in a major history, which is welcome when we have this caliber of teams. And it's also a good opportunity now for Vitality to show why it's nice to have the BO3s. You might be able to turn your fate. Look, to be fair, if it was the best of 1, you wouldn't have played Anubis. So,
yeah.
Take that argument and throw it in the bin. Another B stack.
And the bomb's nowhere near. It's just hanging out at the top of the con ladder.
I'm worried about the pace of this for Vitality, where sub 1 minute now, Apex is heading back to pick up the bomb, and it has seemed problematic in... okay, never mind. He's just lining up some U2. So they just want to probe out the site and see what's home. Heaven Smoke lands. How good are the flashes?
They better be perfect. Flamesy got a lot of work to do, and it's a massacre.
Well, that's how you hope that goes. So just mow them down. Krabeni is going to have to hold on to this. And I think for Coolio, what you're hoping for is on this CT side, when the guns do come out, that they stay relatively aggressive with the plays, right? Going for those mid-round pushes up towards Fountain or upper bathrooms just to clear. You know, when you're losing that short control, finding your timing to go for some fights as Krabeni grabs one on the dig.
Ooh. He does find the connection onto Zywoo at range, just not quite that headshot.
Yeah, crazy from the desk, right? Having that graphic highlighting that Zywoo didn't get a single multi-kill on the last map of play.
Yeah, how often is that the case? A rarity, for sure.
Yeah, everyone kept very quiet over there on the Vitality side. The highest was Robs and Flamesy with 11 kills apiece. So they're off to a flyer of a start here on Overpass. This third round will be the... I want to hold up. We have seen some crazy moments already within this series, but Overpass CT side eco, right, this is extremely tough to win. So you've got 4 upgraded pistols and a USP for Jugs.
And some action on long for Zywoo.
This is the bomb on Zywoo, so is he able to hold them at arm's length here?
Yeah, it's not likely to see Zywoo go down. Perhaps the Krabeni Deeg would have been the most promising prospect for removal of that.
Well, the stacks are right, though, aren't they? Right. Last round, they had the stack in the right place. There's also their move on the force by back on Natus was great. Here's a flash. Flamesy, the point man again.
Found you. Ooh, good one back.
So
Krabeni
info on 2 more.
nails his headshot.
Zywoo's still lingering around with the bomb here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dangerous game he's playing, for sure.
A very dangerous game. Right, all 4 CTs were just on the other side, right?
Yeah.
It's a very dangerous game, but fortunately he's away.
No problem.
Oh, mate, they just smoked Heaven, right? Like, yeah. I know you're just against an eco, and it's not going to cost you anything, but it's just some of these little details. They even had around back on Anubis. They're double mollying A main. Robs is flashing himself. So it's a little bit cumbersome for Vitality today. So just looking for damage off foot, seeing what they can get on the exits from Vitality. That's what he's done.
As far as recovery goes, there was only 2 AK-47s purchased, and one of them falls into enemy hands.
This is going to make things easier for Symmetry's AWP into the next right, having this one carried through. So they're going to get away. Backing off through backyard towards T-spawn. Krabeni coming in extremely late to see if he can find anything, but now as they start to make a move, they're just going to get shredded limb from limb. And a Symmetry with the saved AK, so that's a 3-0 start. Okay, Symmetry's going to stay with the AK by the looks of things. Would have had to have gone glass cannon, but could have hooked up one of his teammates. So it will be a 5-rifle start for the defense. That's where we get to see how in the face they want to be against Vitality. And what's the opening call from Apex?
That's a lovely little start from Krabeni. Gets damage into 2 of them. Dips away. Attempted smoke break, nothing to report.
Yeah, very limited information, but they're already quite fast on this. Mezzi is getting the connector control with the support of his teammates up and over, and because they're so deep in the site, they're not hearing any of these steps.
Just going to go for a walk. Symmetry's AK.
This is so quick.
It's late. Krabeni still hasn't got anything to report on these jump spots. They've closed the gap so well. Now the penny drops. They're up close. And they want to ask questions of this site. Tempered from Vitality. FlameZ up close. Molly long and still tempered from Vitality.
They're waiting for a push. They're waiting for a CT move. They're not getting it. They are not getting it at all.
It's more time. Ooh, Lonks is caught. That's the move. It's Krabeni, excuse me. Lonks has rotated through, though, and he's going to try and flush out FlameZ, but it's taken heads. This Galil feasts on 3. Nice work from FlameZ.
We've had 4 rounds played. He's found the opener in every single one of them.
That's a very convincing stat for his role.
Good to see, exactly. With the type of role that this kid plays, 8-3 right now, if he can keep that up in terms of the entries, that's a sublime-looking T-side. You already got your 4th. This one is a guarantee. Jugs and Demon, the double D combo. Looking to save their M4s on the other side of the map. And Rops, he was over here taking space earlier, but right now he's just playing containment. So how far do they look? Are they feeling that they've got enough of a safe haven just yet? The answer is no. They're rounding the corner to Rops in a moment. Can he take them both with him?
Looking good to do so, just activates. Oh, clean. First 2 contributions, and it denies anything being carried through.
Oh, that's a very tough first round there from Foot. There is an opportunity for Cemetery to buy a hero something, right? He had 6k, he saved that 8k, so he has a lot of money to splash, and I would like to see him be as audacious as to bring out an AWP, but we'll see if Vitality can keep tabs on that. It looks like he's just going to chip in with an M4. So we have seen one of these mixed light buys from Foot on Anubis find success. Overpass is going to be a lot harder, but you could see they put so much pressure on A. They were hoping to force out a CT push. They were hyper vigilant about that possibility. Nade stack at the ready for a monster look.
Apex going forward on this, just on his own. No resistance, no block smoke, and serious space.
He's passed again.
He's managed to find another completely undetected gap.
Insane how they've been able to take so much space these last couple of rounds without even being spotted.
Gaps in their CT info.
Oh, made it into that.
Yep, easy. Demon just waltzing across his screen. Pulls Apex into the fight and results in an opening kill and an extra rifle now for the CT side.
Okay, well, you were hoping to avoid these type of rounds. These are the ones that brewed the frustrations.
Krabeni's the only other dude with Kev. And he's the one that's far forward, trying to scout out any loose pieces in connector.
Well, they found the gap again, sure, but this is still going to be tough. Rops, can he get anything done? If he swings the door open, Krabeni still close enough to hear it. Yeah, Krabeni's coming back down for this. Knife out.
They're not ready. Krabeni removes Rops. Another rifle now falls into enemy hands, and they scarper in towards A.
Longs has a flash.
Oh my God, Krabeni's on the cross. Just in time. He had a fight. He has a fight he can win. Doesn't overcommit. Taking their post-plant positions, but it looks like they just want to keep the chaos going. A couple of flashbangs. FlameZ well positioned for this. Cywood gets the first. Krabeni does manage to remove him. He's putting that AK to great use. Scavenged and fragging. Now ZywOo, the last man, is dipped past in the smoke. They don't know it. There's a back turn. ZywOo makes it look effortless with an ace, a clutch, and 10 kills with 0 deaths. The man feasts on Foot.
Oh, the fact that was mandatory is the concerning part right there, but ZywOo wasn't bailing him out on map number 1. He just did so in a big way on map number 2. 5 rounds T-side Overpass. Give him the 7. Let's flick sides. I think Vitality will be happy with that. Krabeni, the Crabman, starts activating.
So clean. Doesn't even crack a smile.
You should never be in that type of position against that type of a buy. Foot did very well to make that a close round. Coolio gets on the mic with his first time out, and if they can get started now, they can still salvage this. It was never going to be easy on Overpass. And Vitality is still looking a little bit sloppy in certain areas.
Yeah, it was a valiant attempt from Krabeni. Now you get that Cemetery AWP out.
Yeah, need him to get going, and Demon as well. Both of them yet to frag.
Oops, that's not ideal. Okay. Accidental bit of damage in spawn. AC or not? No, okay, FlameZ's just going to burrow up. And now starts his walk. Jokes, easy pickings for him, couldn't believe his luck, and actually returning fire through the tracers. He tracks another. Well, that's fallen flat.
Yeah, round's not over, but Vitality don't have any space at the moment. Krebeni taking this play on A. He's listened to the coach. He's keeping to make his moves.
Move being made. ZywOo is diligent though, and wow, great awareness. The fact he's even moderately prepared for that.
Oh, that is the bomb spotted, but it's so far away. What does it really mean? There's 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. They could do anything right now. You don't have anybody who knows what's going on over towards playgrounds or balloons. Longs wants to change that, but how far forward can you go? And at this point, you've just split the defense 2-2. So sure, you've got a man advantage, but for how much longer?
Aggressive Monster Pipe audible. 45. Concerned about the potential for a flank. And it does look like they're pivoting. Okay, this is going to be really light on time though. You've still got like Cemetery's AWP hanging around towards bathrooms.
You got to run, knife out. You got to really make a move towards this side.
Seconds. Cemetery sees and realizes they're coming his way.
Monks is rotating.
Okay, ZywOo's bringing the bomb
through this.
Robs through the flames. Awkward shot to be hitting. You can see the fingertips, but there's one through the gap. Robs is advancing, hunting the AWP, and he goes down to Cemetery. First 2 contributions from the sniper. And a first round on the board, 4 foot.
Okay, well that one came too easy, didn't it? Jugs with the 2 kills through Monster and Cemetery. The icing on the cake right there, very well done. But as mentioned, 5 rounds T-side overpass already. You're pretty happy with that. The biggest thing you can blow right now if your Vitality is the momentum. So this one, tough to watch if you're Mezzy spamming through the smoke, giving away that tracer fire. Still money for another Vitality buy. They should have just enough if they can get another plant for a 3rd consecutive before the money's all gone. And he unlocks this time. So it's going to be a stronger setup towards A.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you can just see some of the timing slightly off. The comms not absolutely perfect or maybe flowing as intended right now.
Yeah, it lacks the usual polish we've grown accustomed to. And now you're swinging dry. Doesn't matter if you've got aim like that. Flames quick on the draw, finds one and another.
He's the can opener right now. Mate, he's found his 5th opening duel just there.
Yeah.
We've had 7 rounds played, so the fact that he's able to do this time and time again definitely keeps setting him up for these fights. So you blink and you miss it in these rounds. The opening kills coming in pairs in the last 2. That's about the gamble stack of your foot, right? You can't really justify staying strung out. You have to stack a sight. Jugs is essentially playing a retake position from heaven. Gives him the fast rotation up towards A. And a flash that's just meant to deter them for now. Apex is outside of B with the bomb. You would love to send somebody into one of these sites to get some answers. And it might be the can opener.
Flamesy hard committing. Gonna look to get some answers, and there's a lot of answers around that corner. Only spots one though. Jugs removes that, and they walk into this beautifully open bomb site, manufactured from the util dump.
Yeah, when you kill the A defender and the rotator, and then you see one of the B riflers on the A site, that's all the information you need to find that finish. So 6-1 as they look to hold on to these guns, and it should be allowed this time. Nuke is what waits in the wings here, the 3rd and deciding map. You can take a look top left of the screen on the radar. With 6 rounds, starting to feel like that is going to be very likely, but it's about how easy can Vitality make this look and how much resistance can Foot put up. The last thing you want to see them is just roll over. At the same time, do you want to expend energy on what could already be a lost battle? Okay, well, heard a bit there of the call. We'll set up this short space early. Saves the loss bonus, the guns are out. It's not about the buys.
It's about the biffs. Oh, wow, it's a boost. Gets so much. Demon moves Mezzy, even spotted Flamesy as well, so Krebeni's on high alert for his slip. Flash from Apex into the bathrooms. Krabeni not blind, but Flames, look at the space. He's hoovering up, and Krabeni unprepared for that. And now as they react, as their backs are turned, Robs with precision on display, removes the head of Demon.
I know the orb's around here somewhere, Cemetery. With this long space, Zawu has to deal with him, and Zawu has the bomb.
Is he taking the bomb long? He is. Cemetery's actually in a position to completely change the tables, never mind.
Jukes can still try and cut him off here. He's going to be a little bit late, would have to make noise to do so.
Yeah, he's too hesitant, doesn't know how close they could be. So Zai was able to get across the sight line. Looks like he's going to be bringing the bomb in uncontested.
Does he plant safe or open? That's the question. 45, Jukes is here.
Jukes peeks on through. Flames is removed longs, and that's that trade provided by Apex.
That good trade work there. They can buy again. They can keep buying, right? There's no real dramas with Foot getting the guns out. These saves have helped out there. The loss bonus, of course. Able to get Cemetery the AWP again. Oh, I think Flames wants another bottle of water. So puts in the request. 2 instant shots right there. Flamesy and Rob's not missing a beat, and that's what you like to see. And that's where the round could really start to come unraveled if Zawu goes down.
Kinda.
Yeah, I don't think everyone saw what we saw there, but a bit of a weird run boost going on out of T-Spawn. Didn't quite as expected, but away we go. The Extinguish, so much long pressure coming. Also over towards short. Rob's cops a nade, but they've already got long control.
What a luxury for the T-side to already know.
Cemetery's going back now, right? Oh, no, he's not, because normally your internal timer, at the point you want to respect this, you probably still got another 10 seconds before you consider the full W.
You're going to hear a flashbang popping long. Rob's out short water.
So you've got full long, upper bathrooms.
Same boost as before. Is Mezzi going to be dialed into a coordinated where that came from in the previous?
There's a lot of space for your A players to have gotten without any resistance. Finally, it forces out a bit of util. Cemetery respecting long, lobs out some nades, and Krabeni wants to play around this. Oh, Flames gonna catch him. There's another opener.
Oh, he's a factory of opening kills, is Flamesy. Now Apex just strolls forward. There's 3 here to receive them on the site. Off the flash, Jugs is caught. Booked on the barrels, easy pickings. Nice entries from Apex. That's what he used to do every single game. The brute force into the site from Apex. And he's even heard him. Robs is in hot pursuit of that AWP save. Cemetery peeks in. Wow, he's quick.
Yeah, juked him a bit there, didn't he? I thought he was off elsewhere, but all the hounds have been let off the leash.
Go and get him, boys.
Apex might be on for his 4th. Shots fired as he gets tagged up at Cemetery. You're on borrowed time now, mate. Apex will get his 4th in the round, and that is going to be the 8th.
Those were perfect flashbangs. The fact it caught every single one of the 3 CTs on B, there's credit for the util there. Can be hard to manufacture a flash that catches all the positions, especially barrels. The fact that Jugs is caught like that, that's a brilliant flashbang.
So Flamesy was essentially the lurk in that situation. He's not even meant to be the entry with how the round's unfolding, and he still was able to find that opening dent.
Yeah, he heard the smoke break, gave him just enough of an inkling as to what may be going on. Krabeni once again throws a little bit of an aggressive bullet down range. Oh, nearly got caught. Gets his boots on the ground, stabilizes for 1. There's Krabeni's 2nd. Avenges his fallen comrade, and with Rob's caught walking smokes, this is looking like a Foot round. Yeah, certainty now. Just Saiwu doing some housekeeping, making sure those AKs don't fall into the Foot hands.
His mission changes now. How much damage can he do? How many rebuys can he force? Only a handful of rounds left in this half.
But still, you can make it tougher for Foot going forward. And Zywa, with a minute on the clock, has plenty of opportunities to do more damage.
Yeah, the objective now does change. Take your time, get a couple of kills.
That's the first round that it's kind of been an all-in brawl like that. We haven't seen that up until this point. There's been some weird monster walks. You see Robs there tried as well based off of that early info. Oh, they're going to boost.
Deep down. There's the trade.
Okay. They got 2 drops available. They can still get themselves 4 rounds in the half, can Foot. And then you get the pistol, then we can have a conversation. But starting to be a lot of win conditions starting to mount. Double from Krabetti, and there's the one from Jugs onto Robs, just trying to leer through that smoke. You win this, and Vitality don't get a plant. Their buy for the final round of the half isn't going to be great. Looks like they're going to reel in the pace going into round number 11. Monster push.
Yeah, they're trying to test Apex here. Oh my god! He wasn't ready for another. Did catch Jugs through the smoke though. And that's a good one from Robs. Lorx commits to the crouch. Cemetery one and done. Krabetti. Oh, he thought he had the timing. Flamesy so sharp.
They don't have the bomb, but they'll get it in a moment, and then it's just about putting this one in. So you can even just use the likes of Flamesy and Robs to contain the movements.
Yeah, you've lost all your territory.
Safety first from Zywa, even smokes off top con. So Robs has that rotation over towards CT spawn. Flamesy has the backdoor possibilities. Demon announces his presence as he tries to pipe through this smoke.
Gives it his best shot. Flamesy actually does go down. Demon starts off the 1 versus 3 by overcoming what looked like an impossible fight through the smoke, uses his nades, now closing the gap on site.
Robs is low.
So I was going to be throwing the flashbang for Robs when he calls for it. Or he'll just peek on out and take his head off. Vitality post a 9th. On the T side of Overpass, the writing on the wall for Nuke. As a third and deciding map in this opening game.
Okay, well, the finances don't even need to be discussed for Vitality, do they? This has been a luxury of a half. You've never been in any financial woes. The only round that really felt like you were sweating was when you almost lost the lighter buy. And Zywa, he's arrived. He bailed you out with an ace. And he confirms this one as well. So comfy now. This is more of the Vitality we know and love.
Clear signs of discomfort for Foot. Doesn't have the same punch to it, does it, as the CT side of Anubis.
Taking this water control quite swiftly. Also playing for Con, so the core of the map, the control for this final round. So Vitality walk into this. Mezzi's had a quiet half. He hasn't needed to do a lot, but currently sitting 1 and 6. He'd love to get a couple more before the halftime break.
This pack of Zywa and Flames have been working in Unity. Cemetery versus Mezzi. Quick adjustment. Wow, perfect. Falls into place. Short water is occupied. And wow, Zywa just ducks under Lorx's first bullet there.
Yeah, short might be occupied, but you can literally have the rest of the map. A side, B side, you can have both spawns, long. You can literally go and have a picnic right now. You got 45 seconds to find the finish, and it's going to come to you.
Yeah, that's surely 10-2. Does look like we will require a third map to separate these two teams. That's not before we do, of course, swap sides. Demon, he is a dead man waiting for his fate to be sealed. 10 rounds, Vitality shaking off the first map, getting that ring rust out and trying to take us the distance. Nuke awaits in just a couple of rounds. A return to normality here on our second map in this head-to-head between Vitality and Foot. Looking to secure a third map. Vitality have already found 10 on the attacking side of Overpass. It does feel like this one's all said and done.
Yeah, I think Flamesy managed your screen right there. It was fantastic. They sent him in and he delivered. 6-1 in opening duels in the first half of play. Now it's the pistol, and we'll call this one done, dusted, and kick off on Nuke, where Vitality will get to start on that CT side.
Got to see Zywu with a nasty little ace and a clutch. His first one of the major so far.
Yeah, we'll keep a tally on that. Don't you worry about it. Mr. MVP.
Oh my God, how much info, how much bloodshed. Flamesy just takes the fight head on. Still have another flash where that came from, if you fancy it.
Yeah, and Rops is here as well.
Nice shooting though. They've tracked Mezzy, and ooh, long-range headshot from Apex's USP.
Take the plan if you can get it.
If you can get it. With Rops' bell rung, Apex will drop into sight to lend a hand and staying nimble on their Glocks. Krabeni, no Kevlar, just gets shredded. Symmetry in the clutch, he's been hurt. Does finish off Rops, he's got one bullet. Does need to go for that reload. Oh, what a clean headshot to Apex as well. Okay, this would be a bit of a fire starter, but denied by the Woo. His 17th frag and the 11th for Vitality.
Okay, well, that came way too easy, didn't it? I was just talking about Flames' openers, and thrown in there as the crowbar on the CT side as well. Smashes any chance Foot had in this map. And they'll force buy out the game from this point forward. In fact, he gets a second there on the pathing back. Very well done from Flames. And it does get a bit stressful for Zywu. Symmetry with those kills has been able to set Demon up with an AK. And they're all ready to pop out behind this smoke. They're going to do it silently, or they're going to use a flash. Okay, Demon's just going to take his chances. Rops might not be ready for this. There's an MP9 as well. Not the best weapon for the job unless he tucks in tight.
Yeah, it's going to be ahead of their expectations. In the absence of util, you'll use teamwork to clear some angles here. Robs here steps off the back of the flash. Forms Zywu to dump a little bit of util off the flash from Apex. Jeez, he's on B. Oh! Robs, doesn't matter if he's blind. A little burst to the face onto Longs. It's taking shape beautifully.
Oh, they throw a flash into their own, but it's already too late. Robs has backed off. They're going to play the numbers now with 45 seconds left. You are going to have to give this one a good go. Symmetry's been able to get back his AK short. Jugs fires off a couple of shots. It's looking a bit dicey, but Zywu will deal with him. And now the final two will just get swung upon. Zywu adds another to the tally in this A defense. Even it's spotless.
He's coming for you. And he does get punished by the scout Krabeni. The follow-up from Robs is clean, and everything's fine. A 12-2 run to that third map.
It's nice, right? Zywu throws the first one, then Apex goes, no, hold on, let me throw the second one.
We can come back somehow, but then we need some crazy magic. Like, they are playing a lot, so they are playing really good. Like, I don't want you to be tilted, because we did the same with them in Anubis, and now we are getting it back. It's their mapping, okay? But like,
couldn't be more spot on. I think that's it. That's, look, you get knowns. Right, he is bang on. They win the pistol, you win the first rifle round. We can have a combo, but now you're force buying out the game with a B rush.
Yeah, Mezzy's been looking forward to this. A chance to pad the stats, but kept humble by Jugs and his Tech 9. Flamesy just running and gunning around the smokes where he feels most at home. He's actually traded places with them. As it's just Krabeni and Demon. Good luck, have fun. And smoke won't last for too much longer, and neither will this map. Secured. Just 15 rounds, all it takes. An efficient response to the loss of Anubis. Vitality smash Foot on their map pick.
Yeah, that's the energy that they were hoping to bring on map number one, but Coolio is right. A slam and handed out on Anubis. The same now on Overpass. Vitality now sitting 14-1 on this map for the year. Up next, Nuke. And that's where Foot decided to take this. Vitality will get that CT side start. They're going to be able to run with that hot hand on the defense.
Red hot to trot. It is Team Vitality that absolutely run over foot in the Overpass game right here. Dupree, Yanko on the case with me, guys. That was more of a show of force, more of a show of dominance you would come to expect from a team like Vitality, given the run over the past X amount of time.
Welcome to the major.
Yeah, there
Vitality. You know, they have arrived finally. Took them a map to warm up, but here they are. Yeah, I think a very good sign. You know, obviously after the pistol and the conversion in the first gun round, like they weren't giving any space to the side of foot. They were very aggressive in how they were taking map control, and you could tell, all right, like this is Vitality coming to play. There's not going to be an upset here in the face of a 2-0, really, in a way, and they've shown why they are maybe even the best Overpass team in the world at the moment.
Very much in control throughout the majority of this map, you know, just like the way they work in tandems, and Flamesy just getting opener after opener, but also just some really solid mid-round calling from Apex. So everything in full control for Vitality, and I think, you know, that's probably also what was said in the break coming into this map, that, you know, guys, it's fine, we lost Anubis, we're still in control, we have 2 really good maps coming up, and so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good. Just give me like a locker room scenario here, Yanko, where you went back in between maps and you lost pretty handily in the first one, and then you rebuilt.
Well, I think if you're Apex, you're saying, guys, it's okay to lose, that's not a problem, but we can't be missing smokes, we can't be getting quiet, you know, we can't not listen to each other, and because that's something, you know, regardless of the map, it's going to be a factor. And moving forward, you know, he knows it's a best of 3, they're obviously still in it, and sometimes you just need to shake your players up a little bit, and they responded in a great manner. However he handled it, whatever was being said outside, looked like a completely different team.
Yeah, it looked like a completely different Zybo even, which is why round 5 is pretty pertinent, Yanko.
Yeah, if you thought maybe there's a way back into this for Foot, it's okay, they lose pistol, they lose the first gun round, but with this sort of half buy and a saved M4, oh, there's the 1 kill on Apex, 5v4. Soon enough, they're going to get 1 more onto Rops, and it's even as soon as they kill Rops, who's the B player, Corbeni here, he knows it's A, right? And he's going to be screaming to his teammates to rotate, right? And they do that. Still a good execute from Vitality, 3v5, and now Zybo just goes to work, right? You can see how easy he makes it look. 1v2, just incredible game sense, his movement, passing longs, and Corbeni had no chance. It's a ace clutch that I don't think you've ever seen one look easier than that.
Oh, it's a massive display of skill, how he, you know, navigates around that 1v3. I think, like, of course, he maybe gets a little bit lucky that he goes through the smoke at the same time as Longs does, but like the cover-up of the 2 last frags just like shows how good he is. And even if he has like a really poor performance as he does on Anubis, then, you know, he's always a force to be reckoned with. And coming into Overpass, he was, I think he was like 10-0 at one point compared to his 1-8 start on Anubis, you know. So, no, he didn't really get too shook off of his performance on Anubis, and it's a good sign for him and a very good sign for Vitality.
Very good signs of life for Vitality. Let's keep going on our list here. Round 8, I'm looking at a Vitality that methodically cleared in the late round.
Yeah, it's just like this, like the mid-round decision, and also like the calls coming out from Apex, but also just the you know, the overview from Vitality players. You know, they do catch like Foot does catch a frag onto Messi here, and then it's a 4v5 conversion. Flamesy just goes for one of his very classic reaches onto A, and then finds the trade. And on here, on that activates Robs, you know, he knows that he can play off the sound cues, and he goes in and find an equal frag, and even tries for the 3rd one. But the detail here is that Vitality haven't spotted the AWP yet, so Symmetry is somewhere around the A side, and since they approach the bomb side and they don't have that attention, they know that he's stuck in toilet somewhere, or at least out towards long. And as soon as Saibu walks up here with the bomb, he knows that he has to be careful of these 2 angles. And it's whether it's probably the 2 guys on A and Apex calling out that we haven't seen the AWP yet, Matu. Also, you have to be careful once you approach long, because that was also a good decision of him, because if he would have went through toilets, he could have been caught from underpass. So they showed a great display of skills, also communicating mid-round and also being aware of how the round was unfolding.
Flamesy was also crucial in that first half, right? Like, yeah, he was playing really well. Yeah, he was getting a ton of kills and ton of openings, but even if that weren't the case, just how aggressive he was in taking map control and in taking space, like that's what gives Apex options in the mid round. That's what just gives everyone else a clearer picture of what's going on in the round, how Foot is set up, and maybe it has something to do with Cemetery, you know, like we talk about like, Foot and how good they are across the board. Their liability is probably their AWPer, which is funny because the one tournament they won, he was the MVP. And that was a little bit of an outlier. And I don't know if that was the idea from Vitality to sort of try and abuse that, but we'll see. If you anytime you go up against Vitality, you can't be having anyone lag behind, right, and have an off game. So they'll all need to show up on the side of Foot on the Nuke if they're going to complete this upset.
Especially the longer we stay in the series, the more scary Rops gets. You know, he's practically there. He would be the kryptonite to Symmetry right there.
Yeah, like he just finds so much space, you know, like he's so, I mean, the thing about Robs is that he's really good at understanding when to strike, you know, when to activate, and I think that's what makes him so dangerous, but at the same time, he's also phenomenally good at understanding when not to. And, you know, there was definitely a lot of rounds in this game where the round I just showed before, where he activates off of what Flamesy does across the map, and then the other round where they know that they're probably saving, he sticks in spawn, right, and kills the 2 guys rotating off. And that's what makes, you know, an Anger, well, not an Anger player, but like one of the side players, you know, the Lurkers play so well that he understands what he has to be done in a specific moment, and I think Robs does that to almost perfection every time.
10-2 half, we put a, sorry Yanko, we put a ribbon on Overpass. Let's talk Nuke, if that's okay.
Yeah, talk about Nuke, right? Robs and then playing lobby and ramp. Like, he just finds so much impact on this map. One of the best players in the world on T-side Nuke, without a doubt. And this time they'll start on the CT side, and that's where the challenge will be for Foot. Granted, last time they had their coach. It's not the same, right? Long's also being such a big emotional part of that team, but they were having a lot of set calls. I think they maybe felt they had to do that with their coach being in the lineup, and nothing was really working. They won the pistol round, got forced back, and it was 11-1 for the side of Vitality in that first half. The game did that 13-11 though, so they brought it back in their own right. But here it's just about finding confidence after being smashed on a map like Overpass. And I like the approach from Coolio, saying, guys, it sucks, but we can't be getting tilt about this. They're just like a lot better on us than this on this map, and that's the problem for Foot against Vitality. Like, Anubis was great, but Nuke is their least played map after Anubis. Overpass, yeah, they play it, but it isn't in the top 3 for them. So just matchup-wise, they don't match up that well against Vitality. Looking at the veto.
No, it's quite the time to now have a reset for the Foot side. You know, it wasn't pretty on Overpass, that's for sure. But Vitality is also just like a whole other caliber. But you know, coming to Nuke, I think they're happy at least to be yielding, like they're feeling their whole roster, right? Not having to play with their coach for once in this map against Vitality, because you know it did get very close this time. So you know, it's also tough starting on the T side, right? You know, that's why you gotta crack the code, and that can be a hard one when you're facing the best team.
Apex was not happy in Atlanta about their Nuke. Obviously, it wasn't great on T side, but he was kind of mad that he didn't even have time to fix it. You know, I think he takes a lot of pride in their T sides. Obviously, that's his responsibility as a captain. So you can bet that he spent a lot of time during this boot camp ironing out their T side on Nuke, and you'll probably see them look much better today against Foot.
And this is like the classic approach to what Vitality has always been doing. Also, when I got to play, you know, it is Matt, the assistant coach on your screen right now, talking to Apex. Even spits out a bit of that, you know, sour taste that he got from Anubis apparently. But another one, and then obviously Matt is now he's briefing Apex on what he has seen in preparation. You know, because Vitality usually just go in and prepare a couple of maps, but then this time around, since it's the third one, he's going to brief him. What's like the clear things? What do you have to be prepared for, and how should he approach this game? So so far, Vitality is working as they've always been doing.
As they always have been doing. Let me ask the question to you guys, since we're running out of time. Does Foot prevail in this series? Do they come out on the other side in map 3, or have they awoken a Vitality that was just a little slow around the edges?
I think Vitality takes this. They just have a big advantage when it comes to the map pool in this series, and we saw that Anubis didn't go so great. We're able to bounce back on Overpass. I think they take care of business on Nuke.
Yeah, they think they've woken up, and I think it's going to be difficult for Foot to find their footing here again.
That's not bad. No, Peter, that's not bad at all.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, so stage 3 of the major. We have a packed house in attendance. We want to thank you all for coming out. We're going to go to what would be a quick break here in just a second on the side of Vitality and Foot in the stage 3 of the major. It's the major, Marty, in stage 3. Sometimes I can't even believe it. Anyway, you are definitely watching the Intel Extreme Masters. We'll be right back.
So we hustle, what the, oh my.
best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
To get back to what you said, like, yeah, we lost in Atlanta to Navi in a close game, except, I mean, the third map was not that close. But if we didn't lose that one, that would be, like, no way they will beat us ever. Like, I haven't practiced for a month. I haven't done much for a month, and we were off as a team, off individually. Like, nothing went well on our side, but we knew it, and that was part of the process to get ready to here. And, but yeah, I think that when you look now at the teams, I think that we, for sure, like Spirit and Navi had the two biggest threats, and we watched a bit of Spirits during stage 2, but we knew that they will smash it, whoever they will face, because it's not like they're playing against teams that are not at their level, both at the team and individually, so we kind of knew that what will happen in a way. But yeah, we are... It did... Overall, it doesn't affect us, like the fact that we lost Navi in Atlanta. I don't think we ever re-talked about it after it, because we don't really care. What we know is that we won 5 events in a row in this year. We lost to Navi in quarters, and now we just want to get ready as favorites coming up to the major, and that's all matters for us.
For you as a leader and also main motivator of the team, on some level, do you like it that you lost? Because if you hadn't, I mean, it would be hard for the players to not feel like nothing can go wrong, right? Like we're gonna just be beating people no matter what. This is at least like, okay, if we can't practice for a month and everything, like, okay, at that point, at the very least, people will beat us, and it just makes everyone still on their toes. That okay, you need still to take everything seriously to remain on top. It's not just gonna happen on its own.
Even though this happened or it didn't happen, I'm always on the backs saying that we're lucky and we need to work even harder and harder to be sure that we stay at the top, at the really top, because what we live is a life team. And I don't think whoever is in this team, even Shahar, that is 22, 23 soon, will maybe experience a team like that. So we need to get everything from that. When you look at now that Flamesy and Mezi have more trophies than Fallon, Nico, Simple, that's actually crazy, So we need to use everything.
Why it's crazy, the names?
That's crazy. So we need to use that because they're older than you as well. Like it's not like you're 22 years old and you won like 19 trophies.
Yeah.
So that's crazy. And I think that we need
20. I think
we need
the Grand Slam.
Say we need to be sure. We need to be sure that it happens as much as possible and we don't waste any time. So even this didn't happen, I will be on everyone's back to be sure that we give our best all the time.
It is the opening series for Vitality. They've arrived. It's stage 3. It is the big dogs, the top 16. Cologne, are you still with us? We've got a little crowd here for that third stage, and I hope we're going to get a bit of a game, a bit of a show, because so far it's just been Stomp back with Stomp. Maybe the third we get a little bit more competitive.
Maybe we should have just played a best of one. But I think the fact that we found ourselves here on Nuke maybe came as a bit of a surprise to Vitality, especially with Foot last time round beating them on Dust 2 with the coach standing in. We'll get this one ready. Vitality get the CT side start, Foot on the attack, and they haven't won this map in their last 4 outings. 2 of those were with the coach, sure, but they're still going to have to snap that if they want to take Vitality down a peg here today. An absolute barn burner coming up next, G2 versus Falcons. Let's see if this one can set the table nicely.
A T-star on Nuke. This pistol would be a godsend.
Everybody outside, so Kriveni drops the waterfall smoke, and they're silently parting behind the cemetery with the P250 to take a fight at range with Apex up heaven.
Yeah, he's first actually holding the flash. They're just walking, parting forward. That's the flash that catches Apex, and now gets the face full of information. Spotted 3, parting.
I can't believe he's going down the ladder.
Yeah, this is ballsy. He's been loud about it as well. He's got Mezzy up there, so they'll play this high-low. ZywOo even actually the third man to attend to this, so that will send Apex back up. Demon versus ZywOo. Clean first click from ZywOo's Dual Berettas, removes Demon from the pack. They're still looking for Apex. He's long gone. You've just got to get ZywOo. Okay, he's getting started now. Top form, bringing it through on the pistol. One back from that P250. Trapped on the vents is Apex, and Symmetry's done very well to pull back 2 kills.
Gotta get this bomb, though. That means you need to burrow in and take the fight for ZywOo. He's already got 1 ace. Can it be 2?
Certainly could be in one series.
He's giving him the bomb, so giving Foot the opportunity to make the next move.
I think he's anticipating it's going to take them a little bit of time to even get their hands on it.
The question is, do you want to go up the ladder, head yourself in towards A, or fight towards ramp?
Well, they know Rops is alive.
Options are limited now with only 20 left on the clock, boys. You've got to make a decision and fast.
Doesn't want to risk the ladder, so he'll take the extra time. Cemetery shoots up for early info, and it's ZywOo waiting. He could still find this ace on the pistol. Cemetery's not cleared his corners, and it is another. First series, ZywOo's presence announced on this third map with his second ace of the major.
Yeah, I think he was sitting at home watching Donk do some destruction throughout stage 2, thinking, hold up, let me get in the server. Anubis, it was just the ring rust. This man is back with a vengeance.
Those two are so quick in succession.
That's the signs you want, your superstar in that type of form. Force fight for Foot without the bomb going down. Long still brave the flames. Now you just got absolutely drubbed on your opponent's map choice, sure, but you need to get going early on this T side, and a force fight would go a long way. We haven't heard a Foot roar in some time. So Longs gets across short. It's a decent amount of damage done, but still the space will force the rotation. Apex down to B.
Yeah, no over rotation though. It was only the one they spotted.
Yeah, so ZywOo up in the heavens, Mezzy, backside, and Flamesy starting to trickle around. He's going to drop down to support Apex. So top side slightly lightened up here. Redeploy of the squeaky smoke. ZywOo with multiple problems to concern himself with. Really, this is on Mezzy.
He's a very solid anchor on this site. Usually good for the multi when they test him.
Yeah, they're waiting for this squeaky smoke to fade. As soon as this is gone, that'll be the go. Top Heart Molly's not going to do anything.
Here comes the commitment. They're trying to fence.
Down the vent now.
Fence, and that's a catastrophe. Jugs, low HP with the bomb. Doesn't look like he's going to even stand a chance at getting that planted. And Cemetery just hoping for an overextension from the heart. Mezzy's patience rewarded for 1.
Oh, this is tough for Jugs now. 20 seconds, the window's open. He will be able to jump out at least without announcing the presence, but low on HP. Should just go down to a slight breeze, and Rops will confirm it. But well done. Flamesy in the vent, just stalling him out there. I think that was a team ace. So an eco now at 4 Foot.
Oh, what a polite crowd.
Oh, they're just waving. That's
such
nice.
a wave. We haven't had crowds have bits before, you know, now the crowd have got a bit.
The waving bit.
The waving bit.
All right. 4 Deagles and a Glock.
Is this a bit?
Yeah, start of a joke. One for Foot. You would love to see them put up some resistance here, especially with how map number 1 went, right? It was maybe a sign of things to come as far as Vitality's Anubis is concerned.
It is,
right?
yeah.
If other teams now want to pick into it, and actually Vitality, well, we actually put a lot of work into it. We just started very slow. It's possible, right? But only time will tell. And you can't qualify or get eliminated just after 2 days of play like we had in stage 1 and stage 2. It's going to be a best of 3, 3 days consecutive to rinse and reset. Coolio was still bang on in that timeout, right, during the halftime of Overpass, right, saying, let's not get tilted. We just smashed them, they're smashing us now, they're playing good. And you can't let that linger into this map of play.
Going from that, though, and sure, maybe you didn't get under your skin, maybe you didn't get tilted, but then you've got to play T-side Nuke.
Yeah.
Up against Vitality. So it's been a while, like you said, since we've heard that foot roar. Apex, easy fight for him. Makes a meal of it, but still gets the opening kill before Longs can get that trade.
Look at the secret play there. Flames is already here. They know they're not crossed. He's ahead of this, has to fight.
Goes forward, no one there to spot him as he advances forward of the Flame. You're not expecting this. This is hyper-aggressive, feeling confident. Saiwu catches one, pulls attention. Flames, he gets an easy one to the side of the head. Krabeni not looking. I think Jugs has been spotted out, yeah. Audible, Mezzi catches Cemetery, and now Jugs in the clutch removes Zaiwu walking through the smoke. Little brazen. So is that grenade.
Give the guy a chance.
Yeah, just swallowed it.
Oh, nade in hand. There is a bit of a chance here. Gap has been found from Jugs. Flamesy not ready. Jugs has got another.
Hang on a second. It's made it a whole lot more competitive than it looked.
Yeah, bomb down on the lip of Hut here. You can see Mezzi patrolling that from the lobby rafter, paired up with Rob. So Jugs is the man who's going to have to make the moves, and the fight's not going to come his way. He's going to have to go and take that out of their hands.
He's handed Zaiwu his first death. Can he give Foot their first round?
Yeah, this would be an insane clutch, and I don't think there's any way into this. It's just the low HP, right? He doesn't get the opportunity to miss. You cannot miss.
And especially when you looked at how that bomb was, on the lip, it's unlikely he's going to get the fight he wants.
Might just be the save, which is not going to fill us with too much excitement here, but the right decision considering the circumstances. So a long old save here for Jugs.
Can't fault him, really.
Yeah, conversation already being had within the team. You can see him there just glancing down the line. I'm doing the same. I can see a Hunter and a Sampius warming up. Can't see Falcons on this side, though.
It's going to be interesting to get our first kind of glimpse at what Falcons form looks like come into this one.
The whole Carrigan Hail Mary.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean...
Jugs just asked for a HE drop. Does he want to try and make a door play? He doesn't have the best spawn, but he has a decent spawn, and this one came too easy, right? Apex, you said an easy frag. He made it look ugly. It's Flamesy's push and Zaiwu in combination, right? Just the timing's working hugely in their favor. So a partial buy behind the saved AK.
Oh, see.
All right, well, everyone was blind there.
No information exchanged.
They're both lucky to be alive.
I imagine just as a product of understanding the finances, Apex is giving that extra body to Robs in case they do try to test ramp.
Wouldn't mind the vent drop again. I think the idea was good. Flames just stuffed them in the choke.
Okay, here they come, committing into his sight, and again with backs turned, it's just a shredding. Nothing but one little blemish on the record. And runs to his demise. Ammo efficiency from Flamesy, shut down.
And a reminder here as we go into the second gun round of the map that Foot elected to take the fight here. They didn't want to tussle with Vitality on Dust 2, which makes sense. They have a stunning record on that map. But when you look at Foot's Nuke, maybe that leaves a few things to be desired.
I mean, this is what the best of threes in stage 3 are designed for, as well as to kind of punish teams that have maybe got a strong map or 3 and unable to kind of field much more. Not to say that's a category I'd put Foot in, but you are seeing some of the cracks on these other maps.
Ready for this?
Yeah,
apparel.
Oh my God, he's got it.
Oh, they've seen this boost
Yeah,
before. You know exactly where they're going.
What's up? Oh, still though. Doesn't find the kill. Zaiwu gets an AK bullet into his Kevlar, and on the smoke break, Cemetery just booked. Another one for Zaiwu. Just keep breaking those smokes. He's going to keep breaking the hearts. Nice from Demon, out hurt. Flamesy otherwise preoccupied. He's busy onto Krabeni. And they know where Demon was, but they've got the bomb. They don't have to move far. Robs fancies it though. Proactively looking for Demon, catches him, sideswipes, just hanging out on sight.
Just to note, this is his first couple of kills, but also he's been the opening death in every single round up until this point.
Damn.
Yeah, so Demon's finally getting to play one. It's his turn in a extremely difficult clutch scenario with the bomb down outside, highlighted here in the pip. Good luck getting to that, but he's trying to piece it together. 40 seconds. Can he make magic happen?
How is Zywu ready for this ladder climb?
Oh.
Last seen on site.
Oh!
Oh! A no scope. Demon, he caught Zywu looking the wrong way, but quick reactions and a smile creeps onto their faces. We are going to see a timeout called.
Okay, well, I think right there, Zywu had so many chances outside. With the boost, he was trying to catch them if they went wide. They were going for the one up and over. But then the breaks, they were so persistent. And one of the other keys there, Vitality also opened that round. They threw the standard deep incendiary outside, but they were playing for a fast smoke wall too. They dropped one just behind red to unravel any smokes that Foot could have been throwing off of a quicker timing. So you can see those games in play already. I say, you know, we've seen it before. Maybe Zywu didn't see it earlier in this tournament, right? So that there is a chance that he was misunderstanding the scenario, because otherwise
he would have
been pre-aimed. Exactly, so... Well, I've seen it now.
It's been somewhat vogue here on Nuke. T side as an option.
Okay, so partial bite. Foot, just an opener. Just get an opening kill. This time it's pace.
Yeah, Long's trying his hand at some pace, and it does look like it's going to be in Mezzy's face. Mezzy in flames, but there's Demon double. Make it 3. Triple on the hero rifle. And now a 2-on-1 for Apex to handle.
Oh, exactly where he is, huh? Bomb should go down.
He's given
First
himself
plan of the map.
Try and maneuver through. An audible reload as he pushes past. Tech9 spam connects down to 30. Looks good for Foot to get their first round. On this T side, thanks to Demon's heavy lifting. Just got to get past Apex. And they're on the board. 7 rounds, their time of asking, and it's finally theirs.
Well, it doesn't come with the opener, but yeah, great triple from Demon. Okay, the fact he actually gets to play the last couple, you're seeing his output now. Through the flames, good trade work there, but just pivots into all of this as Zywu, he gets that one. We've seen how much this guy can heat up. 12-2 at this point. The run and gun of the Tech9 secures it onto Rops, and then Apex, very tough way back into this. Can it be consecutive?
Zywu starts Ram.
Yeah, that frees up Rops. He starts Red Pole. He's already down B.
Perfect flash. Oh, he still gets one. Oh, he fumbled the
lost
movement,
in the
though.
source.
With no vision, thought he dropped. Just runs out into the open, and you're not ready for Rob's Red Pulse, so...
Yeah, you're expecting, hey, if Zywu's there, outside might be open for business. So man advantage again, back for Vitality. Might just force your hand into this B play. You're out of options.
Exactly what Flamesy's hoping, so...
Doesn't really have a rotation right now, Flamesy. Yeah, he's really on his own.
1 man versus 3. He's relaying this info. Will he get hard cleared? Yes, he will. Cemetery provides an equalizing frag.
As he's still on A, worried about the lurk. Apex and Rops are going to return to this.
Oh, and Jug's caught, worried about one side, gets shot in the back. Mezzy taking his sweet time. Still convinced there could be one lingering by the squeaky door. Little does he know they're side by side here on B. And that bomb timer is ticking. Hang on, Apex onto Demon. Cemetery the last man up against 2. A fake from Apex. He confirms it with the back turned, and it's easy pickings for Mezzy. That late vent descent. Mezzy with the kit to ensure the 7th is theirs.
Yeah, just getting him on it before it gets a little bit sweaty. So Zywu there, you don't see him getting lost like that too often. Just didn't jump over the railing. It's fortunate for him, he still got that first. They get his AWP, they throw it back into his hands, and we keep this at a massive gap. Here it is again. Yeah. It's great to actually be able to toggle the new flash in the spectator mode so people can see just how blind he is. It's perfect work there by the ops team to catch all that. Get that bomb down. They're in with another buy. They try and pace. A rush again.
All right. This time there's a HE with Launce's name on it.
Stalled out second timing.
Good position to stop this. He's losing vision, but doesn't go down without at least one. Takes the head off of Demon. Even trades. Apex swings to no avail. Good find from Jugs. Finds his second contribution. Rops has actually climbed up and is playing behind the vent.
Fading now.
Is Jugs aware of this possibility? As he considered it, his crosshair was off, and Robs finds it. 2-on-2 on this retake. It's Robson Zywo, exactly the candidates you'd want to close, but Krabeni removes one piece of that. It's just Zywo and not the weapon you'd want for the clutch. Eats the flashbang.
Still don't know exactly. Well, should have. No, he didn't spot him there off the jump. Or did he?
Yeah, he's going to swing in. Oh, Zywo quick on the draw. Now up to Cemetery. How's he done that? Doesn't even need to zoom in to come up clutch. Another one next to Zywo's name. He is here in Cologne. And he makes it abundantly clear.
Right, this man very seldomly has a bad map. And I think he got that out of the way early at the major. Just had it on Anubis, and now he's just having his way. Did Krabeni spot him on the jump, right? It's a Zywo, right?
Oh, on.
Just marauding his way back in, and that one gets Apex making some noise. Loving the domination now. This is the vitality I think everybody wanted to see in form for Cologne, especially with Spirit rising through the ranks. Na'Vi taking him down in Atlanta, and Falcons with Carrigan in the driver's seat. Coolio getting on the mic, second timeout, first half. They've been able to break in a top. They did it again, right? The two most, well, their one round, and the one that's been the most convincing since has been breaching into A. So do they try it again? Or do Vitality shore things up over there as Vitality just watching this man like mincemeat of the kids. Remember, these are 4 major rookies. Longs is only his second, and that was a long time ago, back in Rio 2022.
Yeah, in contrast with the winningest of all.
They're looking for their third on the trop.
Listen guys, we need plans. We cannot play like this. Like, we have Zorte after we don't know what's happening, and we are just dying one by one, and then we are frustrated and we are saving every fucking round. Like, I want to have plan. We cannot start the round, let's just play default, and we are dying from breaking and stuff.
Oh, their smoke wall hasn't landed outside. All the information for Vitality. Yeah, they're trying A again.
They're going to get caught off this time. Flames is perfect position. That's the bomb delivered straight to his front door. Mezzi's not got a vision. Jugs makes it permanent. Zywo gone as well. Krabeni finding Flames. It's looking like a guarantee until the bomb was once again removed. Krabeni down to Apex. Rob's in the lobby. Confirms that they're trying to retrieve it in a quick tap. Jugs trades. Apex, they know exactly where you are. And he's just going to go down, jumping for the info. Gets more than he bargained for.
Okay. Good rounds, right? Yeah. Again, it's this top side. They continue to pest up. Vitality's money, it's fine for everybody bar Zywo. So it looks like they're going to try and hook him up with the AWP. Means Rops is going to take an MP9 for this ramp hold. Wow. Yeah, and Rops is not ready for another player to be behind that CT vent. Important one there from Jugs. And then desperation again from Apex. Left in tough scenarios. There's 4 still available. Ramp rush.
Okay, well, Robs' MP9 will be suited to the task, and already bursting, finding 2 in quick succession.
Oh, Apex has already cut the map in half.
No 1 yard, he says with confidence.
Yeah, you kind of want them to go down to B now. Flamesy and Mezzi are already there. Zywo has you stuffed if you try and go heaven and hell, and if you go back to lobby, Apex has you dead to rights.
You feel absolutely booked if your foot, you don't know it yet. You're about to feel it though. A little bit of util thrown by Cemetery, and Mezzi will throw out a smoke of his own design. Double window swing. Demon. Oh, perfect. Foot just ripped to shreds by the defense, informed by that early yard push. Apex feeling good about that one. Understandably, it was his information that led to the stack in the right place. And as far as plans go, you heard from Coolio in that timeout.
A pretty brazen call to go for a ramp rush here, but it is against the weakest weapon. It's just crazy output for Rops, right? 2.5 kills. And the misdirection there with the smoke and the flash in their face. They're playing off of each other.
Let's fucking go!
Bringing that fire is Apex. Oh, he's caught Longs.
And he gets away.
Zywo's grabbed another. This half is done.
This is brutality from Vitality. A CT side that has very few cracks, very few signs of weakness.
They just did a 10-2 on the T side of Overpass. Now they're doing a 10-2 on the CT side of Nuke. This one makes a whole lot more sense. Either way, I think we got the same result impending.
Okay, a good find on the hot player. Jugs goes swinging on in and finds a nice pick onto Apex. Zywoo's got the cross though, so 1 versus 3 with no HP. Jugs down, that is a 10-2. That is a statement from Vitality. They've shaken off Anubis. It's a distant memory now. This is domination on display from the world number 1.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
I think Foot might be done soon, though. This is once again Vitality showing their dominance, showing they've brought their form, they're in that major form. And it's going to have to be one hell of a CT side if Foot want to change the dialogue.
Just for a little bit of context right now, Foot have won 4 of the last 27 rounds of play.
Jeez.
I want for this fucking second half, even if we lose 13-2, I don't care. But I want to see that we are trying, okay? I want to see that we are having plans.
It's all about the plans, and FlamZ might be able to rip them up if they don't overlook. Oh, they did. They overlooked the corner. Cemetery just waltzes in, 2 from FlamZ. And Krabeni can't hit the shot onto Robs. Zywoo hoping to be overlooked. Krabeni was ready, but Zywoo's deadly. He's hitting every shot he takes right now. 18-4, that's the current total. And it's just 1 man versus 4. just for insurance, the bomb goes B. Even less likely for Jugs to do anything with this. Tracking from ZywOo. He's beneath you. It's an 11-2.
Okay, well, this could be Foot losing a map without getting a single opening kill.
God, that stat you just threw at us for the last 2 maps of play as well. It's
28 and 4. It's getting worse now.
Yeah, okay, 28 out of the 4 out of the last 28. Rough.
Yeah. Especially when Flames is doing that to you. He equals ZywOo in the opening kill department there. 4 apiece for those two. They were both great on Overpass. So the force bite for Foot, that's all they can really do.
What's it going to be?
Apex is just outside on his lonesome. Has ZywOo for surveillance up on red. Silo, excuse me. Spams down to red. And he's across the secret with absolute ease. Now, in these type of rounds, normally with this space, you investigate to make sure no one's close. Then you can pivot into something that's a little bit more heaven and hell centric. But Jugs has company. They might want to try and comb through and clear this out. Jugs and Symmetry, can they find Apex? Remember, he's going to have to call from this position. So his crosshair could get pulled away. Look at all the talking, right? He has to focus on the crosshair, but also convey what's going on.
He is anticipating the potential for 2, and that swing from Jugs does take him out. Opening kill goes Foot's way.
So we're on 2 players, and they're trying to split into A right now.
Yeah, that's a good call. You've got a Demon up in the rafters. It wasn't cleared. Flamesy overlooked the possibility, so hang on. The pistols lined up for Lonks. Nezzy and Rob's down to like a single 5-7 bullet. Peak efficiency.
And just on time, jinxed it. So they did get their opening kill right there, and they're able to convert their 3rd round of the map. And themselves a bit more to stand on. We'll see if there's a comeback. We'll give it the respect if they can get past the first full gun round. Right now, it's Vitality on the force.
It's what Coolio wanted to see.
As tough as young men not to get dejected.
Of course. You already felt like the odds were stacked against you with this high siege you gave yourself. Smashing your way through stage 2 effortlessly.
Yeah, the gift. Right, impromptu wall. Oh! Apex runs into the bullets.
Yeah, did hit one of his own as Jugs low, and now just running and gunning into Kraveni. Okay, quick trade from ZywOo. Got Demon and Symmetry already down here.
Yeah, you can't rotate through the vents either if you're Jugs. Too low HP and it's already risky. Rob's to activate late. If he can find a way out, they can still pivot back up. They don't have to commit towards B. They know a rotation will have been drawn. So a lot to worry about still if you're Foot, right? Nobody had eyes on outside, so they could have gone back up. Opportunity that there was the lurk piece of Rops. He's coming to join this down towards B. There's about 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to brute force this site.
Symmetry's like quite far away. He can react to the info.
Demon's in at least a spot that's good for 1. So Demon can, Symmetry can get there in time.
This is their go. 15 seconds, Demon. That, can't get anything. ZywOo perfectly cleared him. Now that enables a plant, no one can stop this. They will extend play.
Jugs is low.
Ball dropping. You should have that first bullet, but wow, Jugs still gets output. Still don't ZywOo to get past, and he is lethal. 1-on-1. Lonks denies another ZywOo ace. He's not going to stick it. Mezzy's going to call his bluff. He has no idea where he's gotten off to, but the door is closed. Next time he touches that bomb. Oh, Mezzy gave it a go. It's Lonks who keeps it strong and an important clutch.
If ZywOo got another ace there. The one back on Overpass was just to keep their record spotless. The one here was to kick off the map, and if that one happened, it would have been to close this one. 3 and 2 maps of play. Would have been out of this world, but the fact they do so much damage.
It's clear on Demon.
I'm surprised he gets nothing done here. ZywOo just absolutely creams him there. And Jugs, that's a very important shot on the Robs. On low HP, very good output. ZywOo lusting for that, and then I guess Mezzy's thinking if it's a 10-second stick, I might have the timing on him right here, right now. So Apex wanted to say something there. He restrained himself. ZywOo in with a hero AK. There's Deagles, some Glocks, and, well, smokes. So action will be on ZywOo. He looks like he wants to test his luck over towards ramp, and at the moment it would just be a 1v1. Just Demon here playing a bit of an off angle as smokes are being dotted outside now. So they're hoping this softens the ramp rotation, whether it's the ramp defender dropping down or his point of rotation having to deal with something else. They really just want to be able to isolate the fight. Krebeni's on his way though. They'll be too strong.
ZywOo pathing forward. Demon takes contact, and down goes ZywOo. Empty hands. Should be spotless. Just the one. Make it 2 from flamez.
All right, he's got the bomb. He can get down towards B. Rotation will have to be launched through vent.
Glass not broken.
Light on time, 30 seconds. Can't really make too much of a play.
Best bet is the plant. And the doors will swing open.
Trying to pull him off.
He gets away with it. Understandable hesitance from Longs.
Gotta be some one-taps.
It would have to be impeccable, and the first is his somehow, some way. He makes it threatening.
All right, it wasn't ZywOo finding the output on the hero AK. It was flamez. Bomb goes down. Plenty of damage done. It's going to leave this CT reinvestment a little bit wanting. Krebeni's going to need a drop. Jugs and Cemetery should be able to oblige, and the high end is Demon. He should buy himself as part of this.
Doing the thing.
The wave again. The Cologne wave.
It's the Cologne wave. Starting early. What do you reckon, Cologne? You think Foot are going to put a couple more rounds on the board? All right, all right. See what Vitality have to say about that.
That's 2 HEs that gets you absolutely nothing. And now the second smoke wall. Trying to stall out this secret cross, but so skittish with the util, right? They're definitely feeling the pressure afoot.
At least Krebeni's got a smoke for this. He can jiggle, block, get the info. Might force a pivot.
And fortunately, the AWP is over towards ramp, so they can deny any access as long as Cemetery hits his shots.
He did deploy a smoke early. Fading now. Krebeni versus ZywOo and flamez. Oh my god. What? Oh, and the response from ZywOo looks otherworldly. Taps off his head.
35. They've got to pick a bomb save. Still got 2 players over towards lobby. Apex is still outside.
Looks like it's going to be B. If they can get past Demon on ramp, they can join him. And he just walked into the angle.
But Cemetery with the AWP down here. He's going to hit every shot.
It's not comfortable for an AWP in this position, but wow, makes light work of Apex. Now ready in position to deal with ramp.
That one
the
too.
jiggle from Robs did to connect, and he's hit the follow-up as well. Fallback AWPing. One-man army. Cemetery has some support arriving. Longs from single door. Bomb ticking. Jug's going to kick up a fuss from the ramp side. ZywOo poised and ready. In his major form, doesn't hit that one tap, drops into the site, ready for Longs, tries to bring him down, but it's again Longs that bests him.
Not planning for mezii.
It's uncomfortable for mezii. Feels like a guarantee. We get a 6th here. Cemetery's done enough. Yeah, beautiful. Foot will find a 6th, threatening throughout. And strong AWP presence from Cemetery. 3 important kills to get that 6th round on the board.
Yeah, mezii really had to get going there, and that's going to be a very tough clutch for him either way, right? This is great work from Cemetery. The fact that he hit that shot through the wall on Robs, he was already scared about taking that swing. That put him on notice, but the time forced him into it, and then mezii just sticking out. Partial bite from Vitality, lost bonus into the next round to play, maxed out. This is now 4 straight. And I think they got here with a force buy win. So Vitality, in a way, have let them back in. And they had those similar woes back on Anubis, right? Losing the light buys. So back to plague them again, as they've ducked under the scope of the AWP for now. When Krabeni, now he's feeling himself.
Aggressive maneuver bears fruit.
This is interesting. They've left Util on silo for Apex. Makes that look routine.
Yeah, and yet FlamZ's the difference maker. He's been audible, though. Oh, Cemetery doesn't pull the trigger. FlamZ, he provides an opening kill, or rather a return to the norm, a 4-on-4. There's another one where that came from. There's a whole lot more if he does clear out the vents. Jugs with 2 back. It's Mezzi in the lobby, empty-handed. They crunch in. Krabeni's aggression started off proceeding strong.
Timeout taken, Xtaz. First time he's felt the need to do so in this map, but now there's just a 4-round game. Pressure starting to mount, and this should have been done. This should have been over. The fact that you come into the second half, you win the pistol, at this point, it should have been game. Foot, they're not giving up. And Coolio, the calm and presence. You never hear him getting aggravated in these timeouts when we've had the listen in. Stayed calm is just asking for accountability from his team. Just wants you to put your best foot forward, pun not intended. Right now, they're making a map out of this. Sure, it does feel like a matter of time because some of these rounds have come down to the wire, but it feels that way until it's not. Jukes does fantastic. Even starts to transfer there into Zywa and Krabeni. Peekaboo.
Lovely double up.
And there's that signature roar.
What does round 19 have in store for us? Oh, Robs has got his own back. Krabeni, he found Robs in the previous. This time, just a timing unleash of the mag finds Krabeni just in front of the door.
You got to understand what he was up to there as well, right? Trying to rotate down the vent, so someone else is going to have to address that possibility unless they want to call the bluff.
Molotov will force Jugs out of position. Head on a swivel in combination with Longs to defend that top site. Is ramp completely open? It appears so.
Apex bringing the bomb over now. Cemetery just returned.
Down.
Yep.
Yeah, he just had a little look. It's Mezzi that takes him down. They've got everything they need. Cutting off the rotations as well. This looks like 12. Zywa removing Jugs. Robs just shoots Demon in the back of the head and nothing for Longs. I mean, he's in the right place at least. Even a fake Apex baits him in and takes the headshot himself.
All right, well, important timeout there for Xtaz. He takes it, they take the 30 seconds and they convert the round off the back of it. That's all you can ask for. Whether the coach just gave you that extra time or he made the suggestion, it's gonna look good in the stat column right there for the boss man. And it feels even better when the opening kill comes that way. Krabeni just getting caught. That's a tough way to go down, and then easy shot there for Mezzi. They all just fall right into place one by one. And this is where those close rounds come home to roost. Coolio takes his final tactical timeout, and we get to take a look at the complexion of the buy. It's 2 M4s, an AWP, and 2 MP9s. There's no kit possible, or at least not prioritized. It's weapons and util. That's just to hold on here. Made it a bit more of a competitive affair. You've salvaged the scoreline. It's no longer going to look like 2 blowouts back to back, but can you drag Vitality deeper in their first series?
Even with the compromises in the buy.
Orb starts ramp. Looks like they're going to give them the yard space if they throw the smoke walls. They can't really do too much about it. Krabeni outside has a HE with the M4. It's just Apex out here, so they're hoping to force a big rotation. So what they wanted to cross, they have. Replenish the door smoke. Robs move straight forward through it. Here they come.
Classic Robs maneuver, and it's going to try and provide a crack open of the site. Demon spotted Heaven. He's chipping in. Nice work from Demon. He shut them down. Sure, they've dropped. Sure, B site's vulnerable. Cemetery, is he going to play ahead of this? He is, and he's caught FlamZ. Thought he had time to make progress ramp. Cemetery makes it clear, and there's no access. Picking up that Molotov will delay one side, trying to channel them into the other, which is what he's primed and ready for the headshot, but it's Krebeni that's hoping to profit here, and gets the info! Mezzi's a dead man! And Apex thrust into an impossible clutch. A 1 versus 4 goes 1v3.
Okay.
A 10-second defuse, sure. And it's a good plant for this position. Covers great from Demon. Individual still popping off for foot, and they hang on by their fingertips for another round of play.
Does X-Times want to take another one?
I mean, the correlation between him calling it and them converting.
Well, they've got money right now. Fortunately for them, because they had such a landslide within the first half, if they keep losing rounds, getting the bomb down, they've got max loss bonus, right? So they're going to be in a buy position. And it means that for this comeback is as hard as it could possibly be. It couldn't be more difficult. You are not going to break the money of Vitality. That's the unfortunate truth of this one. So try to get tricky with the vent drop. Now this buy looks a whole lot better. 4-round game.
Multiple smokes are going to pop in unison.
Yeah, 2 questions. Outside the secret and the vent drop possibilities, both available off of that util.
Demon's in the right place for this. He's got the AK-47, and he's got multiple members of Vitality heading his way. He likes to just drop off immediately. Goes off the flash, anti for him. Cemetery burns through, trying to lend a hand, get some info, does good damage. No lethality, it's ZywOo versus Demon if he does swing. They're waiting for that reaction from Cemetery. They know there was an AWP nearby.
ZywOo could flash him into hell right now. Not taking the swing, just hoping for a shot. So Cemetery's palmed away, giving them the space. 40 seconds, 5v5. Demon's coming back up for a look.
This is that reclear Vitality are holding for. Just on that uncrouched tip of their head, Flamesy's nailed it. He's not going to expect a second though, so Krebeni profits. A 4-on-4 and Cemetery spotted looking the wrong way. Info flowing, Jugs down to Apex, that's a big headshot! Towsy got 2! Cemetery, you're overrun, mate! ZywOo takes him out, and it's just looking like a 13-8 scoreline after all. A hard-fought fight from Foot. Up against the top performer ZywOo, but Vitality will start off stage 3 with the win.
That's a big roll let out from Apex there. Anubis, they can forget about that. The ring rust no more. The type of form we had from ZywOo in this series is exactly what you want at a major, especially IEM Cologne. This here right now is the team to look out for. Forget about the lack of practice in their American campaign. That messaging, it's true. They're here to play, they're here to win, they're here to go back to back to back.
You want to talk about messaging? I think Foot have actually sent a message to everyone else in stage 3 is like, we can make these boys work. Sure, Overpass a write-off, a big win on Anubis. That's going to be a conversation throughout this stage is if teams have more than one map they don't want to play, that Anubis is a vulnerability.
You bang on, they got their toughest opponent out of the way early, so dealing with Vitality, sure, it's an L, but you can't play them again in the Swiss. Remember, Fort Major rookies, they would love just to get on that playoff stage. I think they've still got a chance, but Apex called the boys a good game in this one. That T-side on Overpass, they made it look easy, but coming up next, we got Falcons taking on G2. Let's see if that one delivers to be a bit of a barn burner. That's the first step of many for Vitality to lift the trophy here in Cologne.
And the form's there, isn't it? You know, saw ZywOo, Flamesy as well, his openings, he was just generating them, and it sounds like we've got an interview on the stage.
Flamesy, congratulations, winning ways for Vitality here. Very good Overpass as well for you. That was statistically the best map of this year so far. Did you notice this?
Yeah, Overpass was my... I didn't notice, but it's cool. It's nice to have.
Yeah. Obviously, with the win here, how are we feeling? Because we've seen clear weakness, and that was the first map. Why did this happen? Was it because of the map, because of the maybe rustiness coming into the stage fresh?
I think it's definitely a bit of rustiness because we haven't played officials for a while. I think we actually played decent, but I think they also played really good. But I think we played decent, but we lost a lot of entries, and you know that's tough to come back from 4v5s and 3v5s every few rounds. So they had a good city, and obviously when they got to T side, you know, things clicked for them, and they won the pistol. They won the first 3 rounds, and it's going to be tough if the first buy round we have they just destroy us. So. Either ways, every time we play a major and we lose the first map, so it's fine.
It's a curse or a blessing because then you go and to win it, right? As well. But I want to ask about this Nuke because at the end it was getting a little bit, you know, closer. Just how are you feeling about these kind of nerves or closing the games? Obviously, you're very good at that, but obviously Foot as well looked pretty sharp on the server. So any thoughts on Nuke specifically?
I think this side is tough on Nuke. I think so. So when we play, we try to, to compete in every round, in the sense that every round we would try to bring it close, even if it's an equal. It's like, let's have a plan for this equal and these kind of things. So even though they kept winning rounds, they stayed too alive. It was like 1v2, this kind of rounds. So it was, we knew that we're getting into a good situation. We just need to click in the last few seconds of the round, and we couldn't manage to do that. But obviously the last 2 calls were pretty good from Dan. So we will put in really good situations, and they are a team that pushes a lot and does mid round. So against them, it's really nice to play CS because there's gonna be a response. It's not just gonna be everybody waiting and stuff like that. So you just gotta have the right headshot, and you probably win.
Apex clinched this map with 2 great calls, and over to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about the game. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stiko. Thank you so much, Flames. And yeah, well, just right back to winning ways, you could say. A lot of control, a lot of composure there in the latter 2 maps of the series. It's great.
Yeah, 2 good showings from both teams, just in a little bit of different ways, right? Vitality, showcased to the rest of the teams here that even if you win the first map against us in quite the blowout, then we're still here to play, right? There's going to be taking a bit more for us to be knocked out. And then on the side of Foot, I think they can be proud of what they showed today. There's still a lot for them to learn. There's still 4 rookies here coming to the Mage, and it is just a tough task going up against Vitality in your first game. But there's still a couple of mistakes that they're going to be having to iron out, because if you make that type of mistakes or let rounds slip away where you have advantages like that, then you're not going to be beating the best team in the world.
I think unfortunately their map will just gets a little bit exposed, right, against the likes of Vitality. I think against some other squads, they'll get away with not having to. Firstly, they're not that good on Overpass, so they don't have to worry about that. I think Foot's Overpass isn't as bad as Vitality made it look, and then they can get away with not playing Nuke, right? The problem is they would prefer to play Dust, but Vitality is incredible on Dust too. After they pick Anubis, they're not going to get Mirage as a third against that, and Vitality's permaban is Ancient. So 2 of their best maps they're not really getting, and I think it might just come down to that for Foot and a playoff run, right? Do they have a bit of luck in terms of the matchup so they can get some of their better maps in these games?
Yeah, and what we got here was, yes, we did have a response in the op department from Symmetry, but at the other side of it, it's kind of hard to have a response for the gentleman named ZywOo. That's why in round 6, you see him kind of give those anti-hero vibes out there towards Big Garage.
Yeah, I just think this round just showcased that even if you actually decides to go counter ZywOo, he still gets so much work done. This boost is specifically designed to catch him, and he just catches this small glimpse.
How did he know?
I don't know. He's just so smart, right? And even at this point, he's been spotted. Then the constant bombardment of need to break up the smokes, even kills Symmetry just holding him, knowing this peak is gonna come by, right? And finds another flick here, and that's the thing. And then when you think he's gonna be caught in the back, you see someone sneaking up ladder. Then at the right moment, will decide to turn around and unscope him, right? And this was just a small showcase of what he brought to this series. Even at that amazing clutch where he also no-scoped the guy coming out of HUD, and I had a small chat with Ash in the green when we watched this one, and he asked me about what is it that makes ZywOo so good, and it's funny because when I asked him all the time when I play with him in Vitality, how do you know this guy is coming, and why do you always seem so prepared? And he's just I don't know, he doesn't know actually. It's just based out of intuition, and it's kind of crazy that a guy that can perform at such a high level so consistently can have these output, and it's just hard for him to explain what he does, because it's the sixth sense that just keeps kicking in.
Yeah, we're talking ZywOo. Yeah, surely we've seen his antics in the server together most times on the desk. It's just a tribute to what he's capable of pulling off when he has to. And most of the time, the supporting cast, they really don't always need him. So that's the kind of the beauty of Vitality, Yanko.
He almost had 3 aces. There was that one on T side where he ended up with a 4K, and that's the one guy you're not worried about if he has a bad map. Because the lackadaisical nature of ZywOo, just, it's not him choking, it's not him tilting, it just happened. And he can go into the next game without a care in the world, the next map, right, and put out the sort of performance that we saw after Anubis. And he is unique as sort of a superstar player, right? A lot of them have ego, a lot of them have a bigger personality, bigger character. He just enjoys the game. He just loves playing it. He doesn't overthink things. It's kind of annoying how many different things he does just based off of intuition while being the best
added.
And just looking at how he put out, like the numbers in those 2 games they won, if you could just like remove Anubis out of that equation, you know, that would have been like, he even puts up these numbers by having such a bad map 1. That's incredible.
Peter, this next team, hell, even in Yanko, this next team that's coming up on the screen here is going to be Falcons, right? So you guys sticking around for that? Falcons G2? I know we should be.
We saw what Dong did. We saw what Zaiwu did. MongolZ, you're up next.
Yeah, you're up next, guy. All right, so let's do this. We go to a quick break so that you can all get your lickies and chewies out here on the concourse, or even at home, head over to the fridge, grab whatever you need, and start to get buckled in for what the ride is going to be of Falcons versus G2 at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 Stage 3. Let's go.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. 1 round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Welcome, Nico, to the major. Everyone talks about you. Heavy topic point is Falcons. That's the privilege of playing for such team. So I want to ask you, how is the team feeling? How are you feeling? You seem pretty excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's major, so everyone is excited, of course. It's just super happy to be here, to get another opportunity, you know, another shot at maybe, you know, getting a title. No, but super happy and excited for it to start. And, you know, starting with G2, it's couldn't ask for a better start.
Yeah. Before we focus on the G2 match, I want to ask about Kerrigan edition. Everyone is talking about this, that Kerrigan, how he is changing Falcons, but I want to spin that question. How did Kerrigan change since last time you played with him?
It's a good question. You know, it's been a very, very long time. I had to try to remember, you know, how it was back then, but I think the biggest change that I just see, I think he's just way better at working with players. I think he's way more communicative and he's trying to develop everyone on the team. He's way more like kind of forcing his way through, and this is what I like the most. And just overall, I miss his energy on the server. I think he's bringing something special. You know, when we go out there and when we play, especially in the arenas. So it's been super fun to play with him again.
All right, let's go into the G2 matchup. I think you eliminated them in Budapest Major, and now this is your first game. So the destiny is here, obviously the rivalry with Hunter. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. They definitely, I guess, want to get some revenge. You know, as you mentioned in Budapest, it was a bit of different circumstances because it was, you know, a match to either go through or get eliminated. This time around, it's just the first match of the major, so I would say a bit less important. Of course, still a lot at the table, but it's gonna be fun. It's a different team, you know. To when I was in G2, I don't feel as that I'm going up against my ex team in a way, because a lot has changed. There's only one player that, you know, has been on that team, and it's kind of important one. You know, it's Hunter is there, so and there he is. So you can take him over now, and I can leave.
What a timing as well. Any words to Hunter before we start this off?
I mean, it's always a pleasure to go up against him. It's always fun. You know, we both want to win, kind of, you know, prove our points. Just hoping for a nice game, and just kind of happy that it's not an elimination game, so that we don't have to, you know, one has to celebrate, the other one has to kind of, you know, be a bit more sad. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun. It's the opener. Falcons are here at the major. Good luck, Nico.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel. Acer Predator, DHL. And Zoe.
It is a bumper day of Counter-Strike to open up Stage 3 here in Cologne, and our third game is certainly no exception. We welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters, and we welcome G2 back to the studio. They secured a reasonably clean path through Stage 2, but now they turn up a gear, especially because we've got Falcons laying in wait. Today marks the first time they step foot into the Cologne Major with their brand new captain in Karrigan. Question is that enough to finally unlock some trophies? That is exactly what myself, Freya Spears, Ash and Pimp are going to be following all major long, hopefully, if they can secure a deep run here. Because Pimp, very exciting to see Falcons back in the fray here in Cologne.
I think it's safe to say that it's been one of the most anticipated teams coming into the major. We don't really know exactly what to expect, but I think one thing is certain when you look at Falcons and when you look at that new lineup as well, that everyone likes to watch them for different reasons. Some watching them to hate on them, some watching them because they love to see MongolZ. Some of them are just watching because they're entertaining and play fun Counter-Strike. At the end of the day, the way I would describe Falcons is that they're always good for a surprise or two. You just never know whether it's a positive or a negative one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I have them down as potentially the second best team here at the entire event. Okay. And there's something about them that's just exciting to watch. I think that's what I like about it. And the Karrigan introduction, everyone's kind of saying how much they're really enjoying playing with him. Maybe it's not more of a nightmare of kickstand towards him, I'm not sure. The statistics actually say everything's kind of very similar, player-wise, statistic T side, CT side. So have to keep an eye on this, but this is an exciting team. They're going to be in your face, fighting, maybe throw in a few rounds here and there.
Yeah, Kiyosuke was, I think, the most recent one to add to the tally of, Karrigan gives you that extra motivation to be succeeding, right? And that's exactly what we want to see. Is this the final roster change? It's just going to be unlocking things for Falcons. We've been waiting a long damn time.
That's a big question.
I mean, at some point they'll change roster again. It's just a question of whether they'll do it anytime soon. But I agree, with Karrigan coming into the mix, it does add a bit of spice, and it hopefully, for the sake of Falcons, unlock some of that potential that we yet to still see, because no one is denying the fact that when you look at the individuals, when you look at the players, there's so much to work with. So, man on your screen right here, he comes in with tons of experience. He's been at Cologne every single time. So, in terms of bringing a new sort of fire, a new sort of life to Falcons, I don't think you could assign a better player in that regard.
And he also matches Apex with the 22 major appearances as well, which we thought might not be happening, because remember, coming into this, Ash, it was the fact that FaZe didn't qualify, so we thought Karrigan would be missing out on that feat. But no, he's found a way to get back.
I found a loophole. It's a pretty good loophole as well to go straight to potentially winning the major.
So did you, welcome.
Absolutely. I mean, it's great to see him back. That's the most important thing. I think in the graphic we just saw then, the only time he has missed Cologne is because, well, COVID happened and it shut down. So he definitely, you want to see him here. It's great to see him back again, and this could be a really exciting team. Get the crowd behind them as well with Karrigan.
Now, we were talking about the kind of question of how much has Falcons changed since bringing in Karrigan. How much do you think it's actually changed, Ash?
Well, some things remain the same. So there's a couple of radar moments that are still happening. So it's the style-wise, I think it's not massively dissimilar, and also on the CT side, like the statistics are very, very similar. So if you were just looking from the outside point of view, from the numbers, you would think, actually, did anything really change? But everyone's saying how much it did. So it's just some tendencies there that you'll still get the radar moments. It is still happening, maybe even more in discipline now, but that's kind of what FaZe was about, right? The cinema Counter-Strike.
Is that the example that you brought up from CAC, right, versus Mouse? Should we dive into that one?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go for this one. This is against Mouse Sports, that we're going through some weird moments, I think, with the lineup at this point. So it's just in a pistol round. We're going to talk about that in discipline and kind of not being on the same page. So we'll start here with the POV from Exertion. You'll see that he has multiple opportunities to actually go for this kill, and he takes his time and eventually goes, you know what, I'll take that freebie there, no worries about that one. He's been in fantastic form recently, and he's going to go through, make a second kill, and he's going to put Nico into an unwinnable 1v3, which of course he will save him. I'm just kidding, he won't save for this, he'll go out and die, because this is the Falcons way now, I think. Just go for everything. I kind of found problems with this. I just want to show MongolZ's POV. He misses a shot, I think it's kind of normal, takes his kill, comes out to help Karrigan. So I don't think you can really blame MongolZ in this situation, and Karrigan maybe could do a little bit better. It seems like he's more focused on moving it away from the bomb site, like, oh guys, B's clear, when it's kind of not really clear, as we just saw. I think I have a problem sometimes with the way they connect things, and I think this one is a Keisuke example because it's a T-side force buy. There's 3 smokes used in middle, top middle connector and window. That's an indication that the T-side is going to play very, very quickly. And in this moment now, Nico cannot help. He just can't. He's behind the smoke connector. I think he should be coming back. He should be connecting more with the team. If you are Zonic, if you are Nico here calling this round or Carrigan, this is the perfect call because you're basically 3 people B. If Keisuke respect kind of what's happening, he turns around, he's fighting towards B, and 3 people are here. You cannot have a better call in this situation. Against Pistols, you need to win rounds like this, and they are still losing rounds like this.
There's 2 takeaways for me when it comes to that. First, we have to contextualize the fact that Carrigan came into Falcons and they didn't have time to practice. So in terms of had they changed much from the examples you're showing, it kind of makes sense why they haven't. You know, he had to come into the lineup, he had to experience it for himself. And I think this example is great because there's definitely, you know, cases to be made where Falcons are completely dropping the ball. But for Carrigan to come in and experience that himself as an in-game leader on the server is probably what's going to help him coming into this tournament, having fixed some of those mistakes. At least you'd hope so.
Yeah, still craziness on the side of Falcons, even with Carrigan in the mix. How crazy was G2's road to this very stage there, Jacob?
I wouldn't say it was crazy. It was kind of expected to some degree. I think some of the games they played were exciting, and I think some of the games were a little bit disappointing as well. The game against Monty, I know they ended up winning that best of 1, but they should have lost it. They were down 18-15 in second overtime, I believe, and it looked like they were out of it. The loss against Foot as well, it was just a clear indicator that G2 is a good team, but they're still not a great team. I'm still lacking a little bit of that firepower from them. I'm still lacking a bit of that cohesion, so I'm a bit worried on behalf of G2 now that they're going up against the best teams in the world here in Stage 3.
Any thoughts on this veto rolling in, Ash? Is it going as expected so far?
No, it's not actually. I did not think that G2 would go for Inferno. I thought they would go for Mirage. It's been 4 loss streak there for Falcons. They've had a good win streak themselves. I thought this could be the veto of teams picking ones that the other team are struggling on. This is why exactly Falcons have gone for Dust 2, because I think G2 have quite a good record, but recently they've lost 2-7 is their recent record, and Falcons are kind of cooking a bit more on a map that they used to be struggling on. So that's interesting. Ancient for me was a lock-in for last. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go there. Maybe it's a prep thing that they want to catch them by surprise.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, so much for speed running this segment. It is time to truly welcome Falcons here to the Cologne Major.
As storylines converge on the cathedral, the plot has thrown up yet another twist. Reuniting teammates from a previous life. Victors in the Lanxess on their own ventures. As the Major and Cologne's paths cross once more, so did theirs. Captain Carrigan had us all on the edge of our seats in Budapest. Now he has inherited a roster of stars. Ilya the Kid.
Falcons right there as Modesty is desperate now, donning his weapon of choice. It's Ilya the Kid for the Falcons.
Flashes of brilliance game after game. Carrigan has his superstar, his soldier, his diamond in the rough. Is a seasoned captain enough to navigate the storm of scrutiny? Have the scriptwriters gone too far? Scar tissue remains.
What's up, Cologne? It's time for Stage 3. We're getting into it, and the main characters are arriving to the event. We've heard Yanko highlight, we've seen Dog, we've seen Zaiwu already. Now it's time for MongolZ.
Now it's time for MongolZ. Now it's time for Nico to step onto the stage. And across from it, Hunter, obviously, cousins with Nico, entering battle. Last time they faced off, Nico alluded it to, it was back at the Budapest Major for elimination. Now they get to open up their Stage 3 campaign in pursuit of the playoffs, and it's a fast pistol round from G2. Hunter's bringing the heat right out of the gate.
Looking to swing up through Banana. Good early damage done. Keisuke under pressure. He's going to be blinded. Nico actually takes that first kill. Quick second as well from Nico. And Carrigan's arrived with 2. So it may be a quick call from G2, but it's a swift end.
Yeah, very swift end. Nico just tapping away. That's very characteristic of what we've seen from him over the years. Tessa's going to find the final kill. And a very convincing no sweat pistol round from Falcons. 1-0 start for the CT side. Lovely shooting with that P2K, so precise at the back of the bomb site, taking the teeth out of the attack as it comes through the smoke, and it's a nice, easy cleanup for the rest of the Falcons as they shift over, and G2 get nothing done.
coming into it, we have a lot of questions about the level that Falcons are going to be able to get to. We heard Pimp highlighting the fact that Falcons didn't have as much practice as they would have liked. Short turnaround when Carrigan first joined the team. So had a little bit more time on the lead up here to the major. I guess the question is, are they going to be good enough to challenge Vitality down the stretch?
I mean, both teams kind of have that question, don't they? Nerds isn't too far off joining this. It's had significantly more time than Carrigan in this roster, but still, kind of leading into the major, that's one of the big things is how much is Nerds going to be able to rebound from his years in Liquid, his time in Liquid where he struggled, now that he's reunited with his old coach in Saw. Will be a huge key to this G2 side as they try and make a deep run here in Cologne. Defensive utility at the B bomb site. G2 always going to be marching up Banana. Nico and MongolZ and Tesses have that information that brackets is clear. Nobody has cheated over. It's these two initial defenders, Kyosuke and Carrigan.
It's just nice and passive for the time being for G2, but suddenly the utility will arrive and actually met a smoke at their faces here, so they might think about just going right through it. So util flies forward. Kyosuke's got the first, Carrigan on the second, and Heavycard at least battering through as G2 have both of the B defenders dead within seconds, and that's a bomb plant taken and a 3v3 post plant.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much from Kyosuke trying to push through the smoke. Heavycard's now got a very deep territory. One dig to the dome of Nico.
Yeah, Heavycard looking to make the difference, but MongolZ steps out, Heavycard now gone. And so Pius waits at New Box. Hunter alongside of him, and still a lot of ground to make up here for Falcons. No kit, no utility left. It's going to be tough to flush these two players out. One at Dark, one at New Box.
It's got to be now. It's got to be now. There's very little time left.
And Hunter just waits here. A Dark Tessa steps into the open. MongolZ can do nothing about this. So G2 have broken through into the B bomb site and responded with a second round victory after losing that pistol. And it's Hunter continuing some great form, 3-1.
Yeah, not enough production out of Kyosuke and Carrigan at that B bomb site. Both of them just going 1 for 1. I think that's an ill-advised push through the smoke. Fall back behind it once Carrigan falls. Maintain the position. Make sure they're funneled and they're kept inside the bomb site to make that retake as easy as possible. But Heavygod gaining that territory off of his death, pushing in towards ruins. It's nasty that he's able to pick off Nico, and that just makes it so devastating right here. That's when the round fully turned in the favor of G2.
Well, Falcons are forced buying back, so this back and forth might just continue.
And Ash just highlighted on the desk the way that Falcons, he just highlighted that round back on Mirage at previous events of them losing against these low economy rounds. Those kinds of rounds are just daggers in the back of Falcons. And they're going to build up if they can't right the ship. 5-7's pushing deep down Banana, no chance. And G2 holds strong. They're going to force Carrigan back. So a 5-on-4 in the favor of G2, still playing it very chill.
Spamming down through the edge of the smoke. And no one going to be connected to. Under a minute left on that clock, and G2 just one trap laid for them. It's inside a Banana right now between Nico and Carrigan.
There's no reason to go. I mean, their teammates have control, so they're just going to come back, burn some people out into the open. Actually now committing Nerds. He wants to fight. MongolZ still not peeking. They want to lure them deeper into this play towards the B bomb site, but Sampaius with the bomb is never going to move forward. So 1 kill, now time to bail out. And an easy round win for G2.
MongolZ halfway down Banana. It's actually landed the body shot, but a lot of damage, no kills until now. I'll grab one. And at this point for G2, they're going to be mega happy about the fact they've actually managed to lose the pistol, but convert 2 in a row and taking the lead of the game.
Oh yeah, and if you're Falcons, that's the disaster that you don't want to have, right? Because that's also kind of one of the things that Carrigan's talked about. He gave an interview after the CAC of saying basically like, I could have unleashed MongolZ. He was having a hot game, but I controlled him back in because I want this team. We have to be able to win as a team, and sometimes the only way we can lose is by giving up some of those individual plays. So for Carrigan, it's kind of going to be a balancing act, but especially when you start seeing the mistakes that caused the second round loss, that cost losses against low buys, you probably want to take a firmer grip as an IGL. We'll see how that plays out throughout the rest of this map and the rest of the series. Up against USPs and pistols without armor, so should again be another easy round for G2. Stack here at the B bomb site, but how often do you see this stack do anything at all? Okay, fair play to him.
It's worked out. It's got to kill, Jason. Something at least. No, it's dead, and Pius going for the Galil, trying to rattle them as they run towards him. It's Hunter coming through with that first, the second, and then Mac-10's making some money. But somehow, suddenly, what? How is this happening?
Okay.
Odyssey's got 2 Deagle kills, Tessis with 1, and all of a sudden, Pius is on 40 HP with over a minute left. Modessy's got a rifle, running up Banana, and he's just ripped it out of their hands out of nothing.
All right, let's see the Deagle shots from the kid. He got a double kill before he even realized it happened. There's the individual prowess of the Falcons players. Modesty making magic happen on the other side of the map. Absolutely insane. All the action towards the B bomb site. Stack gets this 1 kill. They're covering the AK-47 on the ground. There's the first from Modesty. And then deep, oh, nasty onto Heavy God. What a turn, what a change.
Well, we said it's time for Modesty now, and then that happens, then that is delivered. Go at Carrigan, he's gonna die first. Notice that first pick. That's now siding with G2.
Yeah, it can be really deflating, though, losing that opening kill. Now playing 4v5 after a round like that from Modesty. You want to get hyped up and build. Good flick.
Nice shot from MongolZ. Natus to respond, at least by taking Tessis down to MongolZ. Backs away into the site. He's got targets coming from 2 sides, and that is enough to get rid of him. Heavy God out of the balcony. 3v2. As G2 again doing further damage to Kyosuke and have really removed any chance of this round going forward for Falcons.
Man, G2 hitting it with a nasty timing. The walk up middle as soon as it's about to get re-smoked. And Modesty trying to do a lot to recover the situation as a solo defender at that A bomb site gets caught by the lurk out of the halls. And Falcons have to back away. So off to the miraculous double deke from Modesty. They can't build any kind of momentum. And can't get this back under control quite yet. Money's a huge issue. Nico's going to be able to drop a weapon over. They've lost the AWP. That's going to be passed over to the G2 side for Pius. No slouch with the op himself. So the task is going to get more difficult for Falcons now, 2-3. And we get the first time out of Falcons to talk over this awkward money situation. Nico gonna have to pass some guns over if they want to buy, if they want to invest here, but the money's right on the edge. So Sonic being involved in the conversation. Saw on the other side of the aisle, both of these guys playing with lineups that they're trying to make work coming into the major. New addition of Nerds, new addition of Kerrigan. And high fives come out down the stretch. We do see Falcons, as you can see, buy in, shove all in. Weapon dropped over from Nico Famasa on Kerrigan. And they come back into round 6, ready for a fight.
And you think MongolZ's starting to put himself in a position to actually somehow get impact out of that, and then the balcony push comes in just at the right time to alleviate G2. But let's see if this forced buy pays off for Falcons again, throwing what they've got into it. MongolZ without the AWP. Just behind that top mid smoke. He'll send a grenade forward. It's going to take some utility, some heat towards his spot, but not going to go deep enough to affect him.
Smoke fades, and now MongolZ's got vision of brackets. You can see it's clear. Nico and Tess is doubled up over by Pit. Most of the action at the moment happening over towards the B bomb site, as finally they're starting to scale up to gain control. Bomb is here as well on Hunter, following up Nertz and Sunpius. And a defensive smoke at half wall is going to force them back. So just getting ping-ponged between 2 sides of the map at the moment. And a very passive defense over towards the A bomb site. They won't spot the exact timing of G2 moving up to take brackets control.
Through long, we got Natus rounding the corner with a flash. No challenge yet, but 30 seconds. This could still go sideways for G2. MongolZ's out again. Natus not looking the right way. He's turned back. MongolZ's got a second. All of a sudden, another shot at this for Falcons. That 5-7 waits at the truck. MongolZ's on the move. MongolZ's on the flank, and he's got the damage. He set them up with a distraction, and Nico descends from the balcony to the pit. And now G2 once again in the pit of despair as they cannot get past this weaker purchase of Falcons. A tied game. What a war of attrition the first 6 rounds of this game has been.
Yeah, back and forth we go. This is very, very scrappy because money's now going to be an issue for the G2 side of thing. Out of the timeout, though, really good to see Falcons hold on and sustain. All on MongolZ. That's just a dry peek on Rap side and one missed detail from G2. Nobody looking for it whatsoever. Natus is clearing over toward Arches. That's a disgusting sequence, but MongolZ now having all the impact for Falcons in the early going.
Oh, what a start to the major for MongolZ. 10-3 at the moment. Doesn't look like it's got any signs of slowing down. Sapai still with the AWP, looking up through Banana, but Utility's going to come down towards him. Smoke and fire.
It's a very busted buy as well from G2. You have the AWP on Sunpius, Tech9, Deagle, Galil on Natus, couple players missing Utility.
And just really trying to wrestle for control of this game. Both of these squads not settling into it, not getting that comfortable economic break.
And Falcons reading the kind of busted economy situation, knowing that G2 is going to be scraping something together just in case. They've brought a third player, Nico, over to the B bomb site on timing. Double nade right on the head of Nertz, and that's the AK-47 on the ground.
Yeah, Kensuke taking up position and behind Car is going to send some shots down towards Sunpius. And they're going to start shifting that bomb away from B. A nice, great shot, in fact, from Heavy God. As Tess says, going to be gone off the balcony. Now, Nico's moved forward. Still covered off by those default boxes, and Heavy God does not want to venture out and try and pick up that AK-47.
This is dangerous, though, because of that kill. That's a huge kill out of Heavy God, because the defense is now a little bit nervous. Scrambling over to the A bomb site due to the weakness, due to MongolZ being smoked off, but the attack is going to come towards the B bomb site. They're on the wrong side of the map, Falcons, and it's a 1v3 here for Kyosuke.
Smoke comes down just at the right time. And
they still don't have vision in brackets, so nobody's budged.
Think about how many times we've said Kyosuke needs to improve on Inferno. Think when he first started with Falcons, he looked like a fish out of water, but he's grown into it, and now he's all on his own. His teammate's coming over now. Karrigan's going to assist him with Utility and send him forward. Kyosuke gets nothing on the initial defense forward into the site. Now with 13 seconds left, you've got Hunter putting that bomb down. MongolZ making the rotation, but Heavy God stepping through the smoke. Heavy God making the difference for G2 again. Hunter's on the follow-up, and Nico can do nothing. He can't get into this round. They're not going to let him into it, so Nico backs away. G2 continue this back and forth. It's Heavy God's impact this time, and they've got the lead of the game again.
Getting some mistakes on both sides of the map from both squads against these low buys. Now you have one here, Tess's. I mean, yeah, that's a very tight angle, very tough shot to hit, but Heavy God drills it. And that weakness provided by that opening kill made Falcons very, very nervous for the wrong side of the map, and it took them so long to find the information. None of them actually investigated, so G2 had all the time in the world to march up into the B bomb site and steal this round away. Snatch it out of the claws of Falcons. 4-3, but there's money to buy back up in for the defense.
Right off the head.
Opening kill, a double nade as well. 5-on-4 dropped by Falcons. Against low economy, a disgusting shot for Heavy God as Tessus just barely swings in, and another good lurk through the smoke during spam, and he's got a big smile on his face.
Nertz halfway up the half wall. They push forward. They're not ready for him to be so aggressive. That's Kyosuke going down, and Nertz going forward. Karrigan, the next victim. Only one left. Nico trying to stop it on his lonesome. The AK's out, and it's a clean headshot that might just make them second guess charging into that B bomb site.
Oh yeah, they're just going to slow it down, but they're still going to follow it up. You just killed 2 defenders. Even if there's another one at this bomb site, he's going to be late rotating over through CT spawn, so you know Nico's all alone in the bomb site. And yeah, it's Nico, but this is still going to be tough. Natus, Sunpius, and Hunter in Banana, ready and waiting, looking for a follow-up peek. MongolZ starting to shift.
Ooh.
The defense gets a little bit stronger.
A lot stronger with the start that MongolZ's had because he has all the util as well.
Yeah, but there's so much time for this patient wait. The problem is MongolZ can't peek for information. Sunpius trained for that exact play.
Just waiting for it. MongolZ into the open. It's going to be Natus to take it. So once again, it is all Nico on this B site. G2 have the utility to go for the execution, start to limit the positions Nico can be playing in. And then their gaze will turn to the coffins. Natus up first. Now they know where Nico is. But they're going back up through middle. They're going back to Tesses. He could save Falcons here. He could save their round from Boiler. Their first fight. It's good on Heavy God. Hunter had to trade, and he does so immediately.
Is this a 1v2 Nico wants to test? Does he actually want to challenge for it? Sunpius is here to cut off the rotations with the up, but he's very committed. A missed shot, and he's done.
He can't miss. Can't afford to miss here. Nico stepping out of the archway in just a second. He's got the read of the position, and now he's got the kill.
There's a kit.
Nico against Hunter. Nico moves in. So many places Hunter could be hiding. Searching for him, looking the wrong direction. Shots whiz past. Nico onto the defuse. Does Hunter go for it? Does he go for it? He's not checking, and Nico's stolen it away.
Well, there he is. He realizes the position with the bomb. He can plant a little bit off, or he can defuse a little off center, and Hunter can't actually see it. Those narrow jiggles thinking Nico might swing a little bit wider. And Nico just steals one from underneath the nose of Hunter. That's a dirty defuse to stick. But there's still problems on the Falcons' defensive side, and Zonic knows it, calling a second timeout out of this victory. Right on the edge still in terms of economy, and neither one of these two teams has been able to take control of the map. Zonic desperately trying to get that clutch, that 1v2 from Nico, to be the moment they can run away with this half.
He was defending the B-bomb site all round long on his own. He goes back, and he wins a 1v2 by taking Sunpius down and defusing. It's the two players of MongolZ and Nico that have delivered the impact for Falcons early on.
That's exactly who you want. That's exactly what you're looking for in this kind of situation. Star players stepping up. Utility exchange and Banana early on. Deep Molotovs from both sides.
Walking into the hallway, Heavy God dead to the rapid kill of the MP9. AK-47 now in the hands of Tesses.
Yeah, and MongolZ even pushed way deeper over towards halls, towards the stairs, and saw absolutely nothing. So content with that kill onto Heavy God, and they're going to shift a third defender over to the B-bomb site. Nico's going to arrive. G2 held off by a smoke. They've got control of base of Banana, and that's going to be the staging area. No more presence toward mid, no more presence toward halls at the A-bomb site. Everything focused on Banana.
Carrigan over the top, 3 players detected, 1 kill taken.
It's good information, especially considering Nico's here stacking things up. G2 have had to wait this whole round for utility to fade in Banana to make it make sense for them to attack, and here it is.
Oh, jumping through. Will they check Nico? They run by. Nico's out first, takes the shot. He takes the second kill as well. Sunpius had to trade, but now he's in the clutch. 2 players racing up Banana. He'll drop a defensive smoke and back away into the ruins, but Sunpius does not have information to play with.
That's why he's moving in this direction aggressively towards CT spawn, so we can at least clear out one of these angles.
Only 1 flash, no kits on the 2 remaining players right now for Falcons. But they're in the site. They're already in the site. Sunpius hears that tap in the defuse. Hasn't peaked yet. MongolZ dead. Tesses not on it, and he's won it on time. Sunpius has won the clutch on time. He'll go down in the end, but Tesses realizes no time to get that defuse going, so he backs away, and it's Sunpius this time stepping up with a big clutch.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just trading crazy rounds back and forth. Nico winning the 1v2 in the previous one. Now you feel like Falcons have the advantages. Falcons themselves probably feel like they had the right read, the right step. They had that third defender cheated over at the perfect moment, and just not enough production out of the hold. A round they feel like they should have had 10 times over. Nico even hiding, getting a double kill here. It's absolutely lovely. But the 1v2, Sunpius plays it perfectly. So in rebuttal to Nico's clutch, Sunpius neutralizes it, and now a timeout from G2 to talk things over. Neither team's money is anything to be super happy about.
What a stressful start to this game for both of these teams, just trading blow for blow, clutch after clutch. It's exactly what we want to see when it comes to a Falcons G2 game, but They haven't established economy on either side. We haven't been able to see MongolZ get the AWP out consistently. G2's buys have always had some weakness.
Well, look at this one, too. This is out of a round victory, remember. Sunpias wins that clutch and then goes down to the bomb. So they have no rifles outside of a victory, and they've gone down to Tech 9s just to be in a position to say, we have a one-round lead that we can potentially sack, just to make sure we get some money settled down and so we can have consistent buys so we can try and snag the last 2 rounds of this half.
And then in Falcons, you look at that buy, and you're like, oh, that's not great either. You got an AK from MongolZ, at least M4 for KyoSuke, but weak weapons on the rest. Carrigan going down middle, getting the opening kill. Heavy God to trade it, and now some speed for G2 into the apartments, but MongolZ waiting for them, and he's misfired. Yeah, the best weapon, and he couldn't get anything done. So now pressure falls to Tessez. 5-7 in hand, headshots land, just the single.
What?
Nico's come over, Deagle blistering through Natus, and a 2v2. Falcons once again having to try and recover this A bomb site. Bomb is planted, and KyoSuke is the player you look to. He's got the M4. He's got the rifle.
There's no kits in play, no utility for this retake. It's going to have to be perfect shots as KyoSuke scales up lane. Nico waiting for the smoke to fade, as it does now.
How do you pressure Hunter out of the pit? How do you get him out of there? KyoSuke messes up the movement, but the Nico Deagle blistering right through another! No way the Nico digs here in Cologne! And it's delivered a beautiful 3K and another retake of this A site, but it's time. They have just enough to tie up the scoreline.
That's insane from Nico. Came to play today in this opening map. The clutch earlier, and now these beautiful deke shots into 2v2. Just picks Heavy God out of the bomb site. This one's nasty.
Yes, it's just insane how many of these shots come in for Nico. It's just, they just don't stop.
Perfect precision as he slides into it. We're tied up at 5. Nico and MongolZ doing one hell of a job keeping Falcons fighting here on Inferno. But remember, that was just a low buy where G2 had some money, so now it's the dangerous one. Now it's the AKs and the Galils coming out.
Carrigan just being a nuisance again. Playing on the top of the banana smoke. Ran down middle in the last round with the MP9. And this time just trying to pick up some info. Ended up taking a few shots past his head. Just gonna retreat, not get involved in that engagement because he's now the only player at B.
Yeah, they've shifted away, so that tells you that they want to do something aggressive towards the A bomb site, whether they just think they want to clear it out and make sure they have the numbers here to do it, or whether they want to actually get some kind of a deep peek, deep spot. Nico's going to be committed in front of the left side smoke, looking for the boiler play. He's got no teammates, no support on the other side of brackets. It's all Nico. Meanwhile, Nertz and Sunpias are close enough to start pressuring the B bomb site, which is where Carrigan plays on his lonesome.
Nico going back in the middle. Taps away at the head of Heavy God as soon as it shows. 40 seconds left. G2 gathering at the B bomb site. And the rotation of KyoSuke coming back to help out Carrigan. A couple of weaknesses in this earlier. This 2-man setup. Let's see if they can get on the same page to try and take the lead of the game. 25 seconds left. The bomb is actually going back.
Natus has called him back because he's got all this room. MongolZ can't handle it. Now he's brought low. They might have to switch spots. Oh, is there another miss?
Yeah, another miss from MongolZ. Not calibrated right now with that AWP, but Nico's come in and got the kill. Now, with such limited time, you've got 10 seconds to try and get past. This time, MongolZ will not miss. Tessez and Nico come in for the rest, and G2 couldn't find the plan they wanted to commit to at the end.
Another round, Nico saving the day. MongolZ under a lot of pressure, missing 2 shots, brought down low, red HP, and Nico arrives to take the kill and Arches. What a good job hustling back for that fight. Nico doing all the work. The kill down middle with the push earlier, saving his Alper's life so that MongolZ can deliver this. The dying seconds of the round. And we're into the final one of the opening half. 6-5 lead for Falcons, looking to extend it.
Nertz already through the smoke. And the story of this half has just been such weak buys for the T side over and over again. Same for the CTs, but Falcons have got control of it now and looking for that 7-5 lead as G2 ready themselves to round this corner. Suke and Carrigan, rifles at the ready. Flash to their faces though. Carrigan has to drop back to first oranges. Nico's come over to help out. Yusuke gets the first. Carrigan comes in with the rest. And that'll end up being a dominant round. It's stopping G2 at the foot of the B-bomb site. And you've got Hunter, who has slipped through the CT smoke, but his time in the round will be cut short as well.
I'll tell you what, I mean, Falcons is going to take the lead in this half, but they got to be very, very thankful. They've gotten very fortunate a couple situations. You think some of the clutches, the Nico shots with the D, stick in the defuse on Hunter in the 1v1 clutch. Regardless, a weird, weird half going back and forth. Neither team able to settle it down, but Falcons have the 2-round lead.
But look at the time! Look at the time! There's 7 seconds of got the bomb! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round! We go to overtime!
The first half they went back and forth, but the stars showed up today for Falcons. Nico and MongolZ doing all the heavy lifting to keep Falcons in this battle. A number of clutches. Nico himself with the Deagle has been a beast. So G2, they got some tough players on the other side of the server that they're going to have to outlast in this second half.
Dude, the best moments were from the Deagle in that first half, right?
Oh, yeah.
MongolZ early on, getting the double down middle with the Deagle.
Heavy God's Deagle was no slouch either.
Yeah, it's crazy how many big Deagle moments there were from all these players. Got a little listen here with Zonic.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can understand talking about the anti-low buys and the anti-forces, and man, they looked a little bit sketchy in them throughout that half. A couple that went against them, winning the pistol round, losing the second round. Those are the exact mistakes we know that Falcons can't make. Those mistakes have become too consistently occurring for this team, for their aspirations.
And the caliber of players. But they're walking into a stack right now. You've got G2 with 4 players called to defend the A bomb site. Could be a bloodbath in the next couple of seconds here. Out they go through top middle. Some pies. Kyosuke with 2 right back, and Nico's got 1 in his P250. They move in towards Hunter, the last hope in the round here for G2. And he's cleared out by MongolZ. So they're into the site. Falcons going to be putting that bomb down, and Nerds arriving, but too late.
Yeah, correct call in the stack, correct place to put your pieces and all your players, but not able to get enough kills to actually slow down the progression. Good double from Kyosuke, with MongolZ and Nico chiming in. So Nert's left in a pretty much impossible 1v3. And he knows he's not going to be given any good looks, so backs away to save the armor, the dualies, and the smoke.
I mean, you're just going to be hoping that somehow, someway, you just get this good, clean start into the half. I mean, you never settled into it if you're either of these squads in that first half. And Falcons now with the pistol round victory. They go on to not concede the force buy. A chance to actually settle into the game, get the economy in.
A chance for that hot start that they wanted in the first half that they didn't get, right? They kind of get a do-over, and we just saw the listen in from Zonic talking about the anti-force buys, the anti-low buys, and clearly a little bit disgusted, a little bit disappointed in some of the showings in those rounds, but he's all smiles right now after another pistol round victory. 3-round lead for Falcons. Up 8-5 here on Inferno, G2's map pick in this series.
It's going to be very disheartening, though, for G2 to call a 4-man stack. You called the right side as well. They're coming into your trap, and you can't do anything about it. Kyosuke gets 2 kills, Nico with that 3rd, and
yeah, but you know what?
Falls away to nothing.
Falcons had a bunch of reads in the first half where they were in the right place at the right time and still couldn't. It happens both ways.
Carrigan getting knocked down to 42 health, Nerds to 31 off the initial engagement. But the issue is, Nerds is the only player at B, and he's taking all that damage on board. So once again, you're hoping this A stack's going to pay off.
Well, this isn't really a tactic that you investigate on if you're Falcons, right? You're kind of committing to a Halls play right now off this flash. Good job on the heavy god, but there's the stack inside the bomb site. Oh, it's deadly.
Yep, here's another one for Falcons. Is this going to be another loss to the force buy on the other side? You've got Heavy God waiting down in the pit, and Falcons, 1:10 seconds left. They've still got time to recover this, but if you're G2, don't give them any looks. Do not give them any free kills. Tighten things up and lock in this round as we go under 1 minute.
Yeah, you should be able to set up some crossfires in the bomb site and have no issues. I think Falcons want to try and turn this into a mid to B split. I think that's going to be the weakness they want to realize. 50 seconds, they've got time to move around the map. And MongolZ's looking in the right place for the reaction.
He just moved away. Starting to backtrack. Realizes that any second they could make a maneuver forward at short. They've hit the pause button. No one going down middle. Just going to gather just outside of the archway. 29 seconds left.
Even if they only find Heavy God inside the bomb site, they know there's multiple players here, right? They knew there were multiple players at this bomb site.
Yeah, but it's the time that's going to force them into it. So the smoke is going to go forward. Up against 3 players of G2, still defending this A site. Heavy God goes out first. Hunter's got a 2nd kill. So it's just MongolZ. 10 seconds left. Next fight is at Apartments. MongolZ not aware of it just yet. Looking for that bomb play. He's just got enough time to do it. If he starts it right now in the corner, pressure's on. They're running him down, and MongolZ will not get away from this. Natus comes and checks him, spams him down through the box, and another force buy victory. It's G2 picking it up.
Yeah, well, I think right now Falcons is thinking in the back of their minds, at least it's not a best of 1, because you've won 2 pistols, you lost 2 second rounds, but at least in the series play you can recover from it, can still do it in this map. But man, this has got to be a little bit gut-wrenching for a Falcons team that feels like they've been on the edge of being able to take this game over, but these continued mistakes that clearly haven't been perfectly fixed yet are still there.
Now they're going to be going for an investment of their own, and the only thing that sort of cooled the sting of losing a lot of those anti-ecos for Zonic was the fact that they won some of them. So let's see if they can bounce back and get another one fall in their favor. You've got Deagles out across the board. Nico in particular having his. That's what we're going to be looking at. 19 kills to his name. And the showing in that first half. Kyosuke goes into middle. But for G2, gotta win this one clean. Got Carrigan moving up into the top banana smoke. He's already at cart.
Not willing to test the other side of that smoke quite yet. MongolZ going to join up with him, and Kerrigan's playing the smoke fade. Sees top banana completely clear. Utility from Nertz now to hold them back, hold them at bay. A little bit of a sound cue.
Ugh. Miscue, perhaps. Nertz gets blinded, goes into the open. Half-wall smoke deployed, but Falcons staying forward on banana, trying to put that pressure on. Kerrigan chasing after with a Tech 9. Taken away by Natus. Smoke will land towards CT, but no further replies from Falcons being spotted going around that corner just yet.
Yeah, no one trying to trade that off from Kerrigan. He steps forward on his own. So another defensive smoke. That'll fade right around the 30-second mark. So this clock is going to get run down. I don't think these three players from Falcons, even with Tess's coming to join up with them, feel like they can break that smoke and make their way through. They've got to wait for the fade.
Well, it's fading now. And the utility once again flies into the B-bomb site, this time for the finish. The rotation coming back from some Pius. Nertz waits, covered by the pillar. Natus dropping down to first oranges. 15 seconds left. Unleashed by the flashbang. MongolZ going to be caught. The rest of the rifles doing great work, as Nertz will take the follow-up kill and put a stop to this Falcons attack into the site. Nico, just enough time to think about a bomb plant, but surely some Pius just runs him down, and he will, straight through that smoke. No bomb plant confirmed either, and G2 withstand. They don't let this get into that back and forth forced by War.
No, not yet at least. Not like the first half was. See if it finds its way into that direction, but G2 now with economic advantage and weapon advantage should allow them to even this game up at 8.
And now you really do feel that sting of losing these anti-ecos if you're Falcons, because you didn't win one back. You didn't get involved in that back and forth. And now you've got to set back there. We won both pistols. Now we're sitting in a situation where we're playing with Glocks.
Gonna pop right through this smoke, but they're likely gonna get sprayed down. Kerrigan's had a lot of lead time, created a lot of space, but the weak weapons just don't have what it takes. Good transfer from Nertz, 2 kills for him, 2 for Natus. And the last goes to Nertz.
They're finally getting some money. Look, G2 keeping 5 players alive. Nice reserve cash finally built up.
Yeah, and that's the real bummer for Falcons after winning the pistol, is not only do you have to kind of grind away this economy, but you gotta take away what's built up now as well. Sent back to just Glocks and a chance for G2's defense to get some money and some confidence beneath them. Round 17, we got 4 AKs for Falcons, a Galil on Kerrigan. Rather chill opening for Falcons. Don't want to test the early utility. Not a whole lot of it came out from the G2 side of things, so showing different looks on the defense.
Yeah, Nico already crossing that half wall. He's all the way up to the car, and the smoke is there for the time being.
Old school Nico loved bullying the B bomb site, peeking in and taking some 1v1s. He's going to get activated with the flash now, and he's done it again.
Yeah, Matt's caught trying to get back into the site, but the headshot's in, and so are Falcons. Nertz tries to disrupt. He has done well. That's the bomb going down. Kyosuke climbing up. It's recovered by Kerrigan. And Falcons move through a 4v4. A retake is possible. But it's this flank of Tesses coming to the archway.
Hunter's watching for it.
Nico's going to be around the backside. And yep, Tesses goes down at arches. Now a 4v3 for Falcons. They've got to dig deep.
They've got some utility to spend to drop and block off these choke points. Flashbang going to come in towards main. MongolZ's got the Molotov.
Well, the flash goes into a CT. That's going to set up the peak for Kerrigan. Trying to take a kill, trying to pull back that advantage, reel it in. They haven't got it, but the time is ticking. G2 need to get a move on. Kerrigan, nade to the head, but still standing until now, toppled by Heavy God. And now Nico waits from dark, shrouded in the cover of the shadow. It is Nico who is the demon in their dreams. The bomb will go off. Falcons have their hero, and that is the lead of the game.
Time and time again in this map, Nico is saving their asses. They have no business, it feels, being in this without his clutches. That is a 1v4 win from the back of the bomb site when everything else collapsed. Kerrigan and MongolZ have no resistance, lined up to get doubled up. And the one spot that wasn't cleared that G2 hadn't gotten to yet, Nico pounces perfectly.
Unbelievable start for Nico. And every major we ask the same question, is this the one for Nico? Well, the first map is fantastic. Let's see if Falcons can actually get another round off the back of this, or will G2 respond? We mentioned the fact that G2 have money. That means they get another buyout. They've got the AWP here for some Pius.
walking right towards that AWP. Tessa's up in halls. Kyosuke and Kerrigan looking at brackets with MongolZ in support. Sampaius waiting patiently on the other side.
Already through, up towards top middle. And they'll just send out a couple of sound cues, their steps.
They don't have a lot of utility remaining, Falcons. They need to be careful about when they decide to actually pull their final play, but at this point, they've just wanted to distract this defense and say, we have control of brackets, we can now pressure the A bomb site, we're gonna make you make a decision.
Nico, pressuring towards Nerds. It's gonna be Nico's kill, Nerds is gone.
That forces a rotation.
Blocked. Out towards the apartments for now with that smoke.
This is risky not knowing what's on the other side, and this is going to be your final play. Now Nico's coming back with Kerrigan. They're already jumping out.
There's a no-scope for Sampaius. Heavy God actually got killed through the smoke. So all of a sudden, Falcons with 3 left, 20 seconds, trying to get past, but Sampaius is the battering ram that breaks through Kerrigan, and he'll drop back defensively into the site, but Nico with a headshot. Surely there's not another round off his back. But Hunter makes sure that there won't be.
Might have been if Hunter didn't arrive in time. Might have been because he was hunting down that pit player to let MongolZ activate. Man, another one where it feels like Falcons had everything they want. They get that opening kill towards Banana, but they're so committed to this Halls play when it gets smoked off. There was time left, 30 seconds. Look at the turn from Sampaius. Very fortunate. The spam down from Heavy God is good. And Nico still almost brings it back within their control. But this is the factor, is so much of this round and success of Falcons have come from the late round Nico saves, the clutches, the miraculous moments that he's delivered. You're not having that same success in the rounds themselves with the tactics that are being called. It's kind of to be expected with how little time Kerrigan's had. They've talked a little bit about how Kerrigan early time in the first 2 events was kind of calling the same few tactics and just kind of improvising off the back of them, so we know the playbook isn't there.
MongolZ tucks his head down, but Nerd stays committed to the position. MongolZ revealed, and 3 kills quickly falling in favor of G2. They will snatch the lead. It's going to be 10-9, double figures, first found here by G2.
Doing a very good job on the CT side, not letting Falcons get activated. Isolated round wins, never able to string them together, keeping the money in a very, very rough place for the Falcons attack. And again, it's looking like another very, very clean round for G2. So every time you win, every time you do something good in a round, if you're Falcons, you feel like you get that economy close to its breaking point, but then that pressure gets alleviated by a clean win here, all 5 surviving. And the money builds back up, 10-9. A lead for G2. Nerds being very vocal on the CT side as well, looking down at his notes. Heard him mention doing exactly the same thing.
Guys, you need to talk to me here, okay? We have entry. If you can't go, you can't go. We cut the noise to 20 seconds, we go late A. You need to talk to me. If you want to don't force it, don't force it. I have no idea how the situation looks like. Let's fucking step up with the communication now.
That's Kerrigan referencing the round of going out halls, saying, guys, if they smoke it off and you can't go, then you need to tell me that. I can't see what's happening over there.
Yeah, well, I was listening to the vlog that they did at CAC ahead of this, and you got to a little insight into the team camp and the prac room, and they were talking about the main thing they're looking at is communication. And Kerrigan had said to the team that it's your responsibility, every individual's responsibility, to continue to communicate out of the round so they can build the round. And they just don't have enough information being pieced together at the moment, and that problem's still plaguing the Falcons. And it's going to be Nico, blocked in Banana by the smoke. He has to fall away and join up in mid.
Yeah, Kerrigan and Kyosuke already on left side mid, looking to turn the corner. Smoke's going to fade. Sampaius to defend with the ult back in library. He'll be smoked off. Arches will be smoked off. Flashed as well, but he still nails it.
Sampaius grabs that opening. Steps out of the library smoke, though, and offers it right back. Now you look at Heavy God. who's usually so good in the pit, so reliable for G2 in this position. He's got Hunter alongside of him. TeSeS dead first, Hunter's got the next. Nico dead. Heavy Guard shuts it all down, and this ground goes absolutely nowhere for Falcons.
Yeah, they have no strength on this T side of actually getting opening kills and entry kills. Like, no one is having any effect whatsoever actually attacking into the bomb site. It's all coming way too late in the day. MongolZ with the second kill, but he's dinked. He's got to go for the ace. He's got 8 HP.
He comes off the plan, expected a fight to come forward instead, so MongolZ now commits to it. Grenade going in, but it dodges him, and so he's got a chance, and he just can't connect another headshot. Gives it a good go, but Natus comes in and swiftly removes him. It'll be 11-9 now for G2.
That's his only chance to win in that clutch. If you're MongolZ with 8 HP, you got to get aggressive and try and find that one kill to turn it into a one-on-one. If he stays too passive and they're able to come from 2 different directions, that 8 HP isn't going to stand up. So forced into a rough decision. It's a 2-round lead now for G2. They are just 2 rounds away from taking this first map in the series. Blinded, he gets the kill. Also tags Kerrigan through the body of Kyosuke. And the entry attempt is TeSeS coming out of halls. Nico trying to follow that up, but it's not coordinated. And an easy double takedown. So Zodic is forced to burn the 3rd and final timeout that Falcons have available, as their T-side on Inferno is falling flat. Only 2 rounds. One of them the pistol, which they failed to convert, and then a gun round a little bit later on, but G2 has had all the answers. Done a really good job at the B bomb site, not letting there be a whole lot of comfort. Sure, you got bullied by Nico in just 1 round, but other than that, you haven't even really given them access to look into the bomb site. A hits have gone absolutely nowhere for Falcons.
Think about this, you're about to waste this Nico performance. You're about to waste it on the opening map. G2, great strength to stay in it. They haven't let those individual moments break them. They've bounced back each and every time. They survived the forced by wars, the back and forth. And now they're looking to try and get their reward. You've got Sampaius looking all the way down middle early with that AWP. Kerrigan applying pressure towards top banana. Natus is right there, right beside him. He's playing at the car. And Kerrigan just around that smoke at the half wall. Plenty of Falcons players ready as this smoke will begin to fade. Natus gets his gun out in time as he takes steps back into the site.
They're just going to walk up. If he doesn't smoke this, it's just going to be contact, and they're going to go right through it. They're going to beat it, and actually Natus has got to back away, rotate all the way back around. Kerrigan sees the bomb site clear. He's going to press the issue towards coffins, and Natus goes down. I think right now, if you're G2, you're really thinking about a save unless Nerds can provide you a kill really early on in this plant.
Sending some utility in, seeing what is offered up. What opportunity presents itself here for G2 on this retake attempt. They go into the open. Targets there. Nerds with headshots. Missed shots from MongolZ's Deagle. And now it's just TeSeS and Nico. And Nico moves through that CT smoke, but he can't save them this time. The only player that can do anything is TeSeS. And that Deagle waits behind a smoke, and the defuse has begun. In fact, it is done. It is 12-9. G2 recover the site. Map point picked up. TeSeS taken down. And surely G2 will walk away with map 1.
That's 2 4v5 retakes that G2 have pulled off at this B bomb site. And sure, this one is with Tech 9s and pistols that they make it work. 1 weapon salvage, but a lot of ground gained by Falcons on this initial hit. This is a great kill to be able to control this part of the map. A very narrow choke point, but look at the work that Nerds does. Spraying down MongolZ as well. They just can't connect it. Nico as well can't land his shots with the Tech 9. And all of a sudden, Falcons have got to rattle off 3 in a row, something they have not done yet in this half. They haven't even gotten to 2.
MongolZ waits for some aggression. It comes. MongolZ peels away. He goes into the open, needs the second. Heavy Guard, the second victim. 5v3, just like that. The aggression for G2 has not paid off.
Yeah, G2's calling for a stack right now at the A bomb site. All 3 players are going to be here. Natus kind of hanging around in CT spawn, but he'll step in with Nerds and Sampaius, and they'll just gamble and hope and pray that down the stretch, Falcons decide to commit to this bomb site. And Falcons do need to investigate. Part of the reason why they lost that round 2 in this half after winning the pistol is not looking into bomb sites, not scouting out the map. They executed straight into a stack at the A bomb site. If that happens again, could be a disaster. So taking control of Banana, hearing no pressure, seeing no counter nades drop in the choke point. Kerrigan will be the one to walk in. They do want to finish, it feels, over towards the A site, but Kerrigan's going to call them all back very, very shortly.
Yeah, throwing utility out once they realize, okay, no one detected, no presence here on the B site whatsoever. It was a gifted round, really. Apartment's play does not pay off at all. The fact that MongolZ gets both, it removes any chance.
Good to see those kills out of MongolZ too. He's gone a little bit quiet in this second half. He had 10 kills really early on in this map. I think he ended the half with 12. So 4 before this double kill in this round with the AWP.
Yeah, an incredibly hot start, cooled off almost immediately.
Money issues, right? We haven't seen him with the AWP as much as we'd like, obviously, as much as he'd like as well. And Falcons don't have a lot of cash built up. It's valuable to take these weapons away from G2, but you don't want to risk your own weapons in the process.
Yeah, this map is not done yet with that round victory from the Falcons. And the fact that the players stay alive.
As long as all of G2 stays alive here, they shouldn't have any more economic issues for the rest of the half. 2 rounds remaining. Nerds has 12,000. Sunpai has 9,000. They can drop and buy whatever they want in these last 2 rounds, so it's all good. Falcons are just going to have to do it the hard way. Nightmare mode, going up against full buys each and every time. That's the position they put themselves in. And Saw takes a timeout himself to have a discussion with G2, gives Zonic a chance as well to chime in. So Saw's going to try and settle these guys down. We just executed an aggressive play towards Halls. That was our shot at it. It didn't go our way. Let's go back to what's been working throughout all this. Let's go back to making sure that Falcons are the one who get to dictate the action, that Falcons have to prove that they can take over a bomb site, because they really haven't done it in this half. Opening series of stage 3 for Falcons and G2. G2 coming out of stage 2. 3-1 qualification record. We're live into round 23. MongolZ has his op, so does Sunpius. Everyone else kitted out on AKs and M4s with full utility.
Sunpius going for that opening pick down middle. Forced away by the Flames. Around the corner and play back from A. Tessa's moving into the apartments, this time with MongolZ. And no one home this time in the apartments for G2. The closest player is Heavy God. He'll play from the balcony.
No pressure in Banana in this round for Nerds and Natus, which has got to feel a little bit unusual for them. The first step for Falcons is being taken towards brackets. You imagine Nico and Kerrigan will start taking Banana a little bit later in the round. A mobile defense for G2 as they slide into a couple different positions at the A-bomb site, but nobody's cheating over to the other side of the map quite yet. Nico will have his chance, and he's going to step in front of the smoke, sees the elbow. Good shot from Nerds.
Great opening here for G2, 40 seconds left. Is it going to be the end of Inferno? Will G2 be taking this first map? Hunter waits it short, crossing into the open just as he moves his position, but that grenade is heavy. It's landed on top of them, it slowed them, it stuck them in place, and Sunpius enough time to reposition into the site. Heavy gone alongside of him, and G2 looking to take Inferno away from the Falcons. Great shot inside, just MongolZ, the only player that can do anything, and Nerd stops him before he even stands a chance. 13-10 win for G2, a wasted hero performance from Nico, and G2 are loving this.
Kind of fitting though how many times Nico kept them in this game. That was only ever going to last so long, and when that offense can't get anything being produced, no production. We heard the communication issues were there. This new lineup having some issues stepping onto the major stage for the first time. We got the Des to walk us through it all.
Yeah, what felt like a war of attrition in the first half, but it's G2 to make a sprint to the finish in the second. Gentlemen, I think this is exactly what we were expecting. Things got chaotic, things got scrappy, things got very crazy in this one, Jacob.
I'll be honest, that was way more than I expected in terms of craziness and scrappiness and back and forth game of Counter-Strike. I think we did say that Falcons always provide some sort of entertainment. We just also said, you know, we never know whether it's a positive or negative outlier that they're leaving us with. This time around though, Ash, I'll be honest, the quality of Counter-Strike was horrendous. For the vast period of the game, for both teams, you know, a scrappy back and forth, but for Falcons to let a Nico carry go to waste, a MongolZ that stepped up massively in the first half as well, and you still end up losing 13-10 on Inferno. I don't know about you, but that is underwhelming for me when I look in the Falcons' perspective.
Oh, I don't care. That was one of the most entertaining maps I think I've ever seen. That was incredible. It had kind of a bit of everything. Everyone was throwing all the time. Nico was 26-10 when the score was 9-9. I think Nico was having a great game against the other team and against his own team. He was kind of fighting everybody out there.
I'm glad you can take a look at the entertainment factor perspective, Ash, because it wasn't the highest quality. You're totally right there, Jacob. Let's go right back to the beginning, though, because Falcons, they kick things off by winning the pistol. How did G2 respond?
Well, it's nice of them to link it back to the pre-game show I was talking about. Example, almost identical sort of things happening. It's Kisuke again involved. He gets a kill, Carrigan gets one, and you can see there's a moment now. Kisuke, just go back, bro. Just go back. You don't need to do. You're not him in this moment. He's the only guy, and because he's the only guy, that means there's extra space to be taken. It is taken by everybody. Says thank you very much. And Nico obviously gets off to a poor game by down to the Deagle. Oh no, wait, he doesn't. He's Nico, and he comes back. So it's just kind of interesting seeing they're not kind of fixing these issues still yet, and this is. I mean, it's a problem not just this round.
But that's individual decision making, right? That's Kisuke as a player that at that very moment have to course correct and make the right decision. That's not something Carrigan, you know, maybe with time he can install into him, but that's been the issue for Falcons, you know, and that's why I agree with you, you know, in terms of how much have they changed, you know, with Kixen and Carrigan. Carrigan or Kixen cannot, you know, make up for that mistake. That's Kixen, that's Kisuke as an individual who has to know better.
Can I just say as well, the exact same round happened from both teams at the last, I think it was the last round and a half, and Kisuke did exactly the same thing and killed 3. So I don't know if after the game they go, well, actually, last round I killed them, and that's the conclusion from this. I'm not sure. It can be a bad thing sometimes.
Yeah, they say you learn best from your mistakes, but I guess not in that moment. You mentioned Carrigan. Should we talk about the call on round 4 as well? This is one of the Carrigan calls of all time.
Well, this is we've had Baby Shark at a major. Now we're playing Jenga and winning rounds, apparently. It's just all the kids' game coming out. And this is actually, Jacob, one of, I think we counted it, one of 97 eco rounds that were won in this
Something like that. I stopped counting after 6 or 7, you know, but it's a nice triple boost coming in with the USPs. And then from MongolZ's point of view right here, that's what I spoke about. The amount of impact he had in the first half, the quality that he possesses with the Deagle, coming in with the M4, A4 as well. You thought at this moment, you know, evening out the scoreline to 2-2, your Falcons, you think, okay, it may be a bit of a scrappy start back and forth. From this point on onwards, you'll stabilize, you'll take charge of the game, but as we said, Ash, you know, that was just one of, I think, 19 force buy wins in this game.
We've had a lot of questions about some individual decision making, a little bit of a question about the buy coming into this round, Jacob, because let's just contextualize this. G2 won the round before this. Why are they doing this?
Some players won a close 1v2 clutch, and I guess they must have felt that they didn't have enough money for a full proper buy, and if the read on the money is that Falcons are going with a full buy, you know, and had all the cash in the world, maybe they're willing to sacrifice this round and then make sure you have money for the last 2 buy rounds. But I'll be honest with you, Ash, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, and it looks very silly when you then don't read the money correctly on the Falcon side.
Yeah, I think I've only ever had this opportunity happen once ever, and that was with Snacks, and we talked about maybe after the game we should have ecos. This is one of those things that it's like a royal flush in poker.
But you didn't,
it
right?
never happened.
You didn't eco in that moment.
We still went for the force in that moment, and they took it out. And the thing is, if you come back and you win from there, you say, great call, but they actually lost every round after that.
Yeah, it was a head-scratcher one. Either way, G2 do manage to stabilize when we move into that second half, but you touched upon it already, Jacob. The fact that you have not only MongolZ popping off early game, you also have a Nico carry performance. And you still lose, that just ain't it.
It almost feels like a wasted Nico carry to some extent. Now, naturally, it's good for him to get off to a good start, but yeah, the amount of impact he was able to find in a very chaotic game of Counter-Strike was super impressive, especially when you consider the whole narrative around Nico, obviously, and we're going to talk about that plenty throughout this tournament. He's never won a major, and everyone is applying pressure towards him, and now all of a sudden he's also a big game choker and can never deliver in the big moments. I feel like Nico as an individual has never been under as much scrutiny as he's under right now, and his first response to all the critics is going into Inferno and having a great game, yet you still don't get the victory. That to me could be a bit concerning on behalf of Falcons.
I think Falcons have a real Inferno problem, like really badly. Kisuke in the last 5 maps, he averages 0.74, I believe, on the CT side, and he's playing the bomb side with Carrigan. This is kind of, it's not what you want right now, and I think this is the main reason why G2 pick this, because they're not even good on Inferno themselves. They see a weakness in the B-bomb side in Inferno. It's the most important one. We saw Eco's being lost over there as well. I don't know how they're going to fix this going into the tournament. You cannot just have a map map where you're going to lose consistently on if you're going to win the major.
And it's funny that you say that. I remember us having a conversation during the Budapest major as well. Falcons, Inferno, Kyosuke, not a map that he's playing. Whenever he was growing up would Face It, when he was playing in Spirit Academy and all that kind of stuff, not a map that he was playing a lot. So back then it was a weakness because Kyosuke weren't feeling comfortable on the map. Then there was a period where he was doing all right, he was finding more impact, and now all of a sudden, as you said, it seemingly is becoming an issue again. So at some point, I think Falcons have to do the hard call, maybe say, okay, Kyosuke, you had half a year now to get comfortable on Inferno. Clearly still not working. Maybe we need to move away from Inferno.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a question on the tip of our tongue for sure. If we're looking at the next map though, Dust 2, does that breed maybe some different stats for the side of Falcons? Does it make sense they brought this into the pool?
Yeah, so we've just played Falcon's worst map, and now we're going to G2's most recent worst map anyway. Like I said at the start, 2 wins, 7 losses very recently. Falcons are looking really good on this map as well. So this is how a best of 3 should play. It's why we really don't like best of 1s as players and coaches. You should lose the other team's map pick. You should win your own. If you have a good day, you win 2-0. If you have a bad day, you lose 2-0. So this is a good opportunity now for Falcons to bounce back. Nico's form, is it going to continue? MongolZ looked like he was on fire as well. And Kyosuke on a map that he's more comfortable in these face-it style maps, so we'll see kind of how this plays out.
It's also the map where I feel like Kerrigan can just slot in, his calling style back in his time in face as well. Very much calling on intuition, calling on the fact that he's getting information from the team players around him. And as you said, I feel like if there's 2 maps, or 1 map, where the 2 players of Nico and MongolZ always finds impact, always finds a way to, I guess, inflict themselves into the game, it's Dust 2. So I'm very much on board with you. It was a terrible performance on Inferno. Scrappy game of Counter-Strike.
Same again.
Yeah, I expect Falcons to stabilize here and actually get the job done.
2 different sides of the analyst we're seeing here for certain. G2 choosing to start CT side though. What do you expect from some of their setups here?
I mean, I'm hoping that Heavy Guy is really coming to play now. I think he's going to be under a lot of pressure playing that anchor role. He's a player that is often left to himself as well because they trust so much in him. And I know Falcons and Kerrigan in particular loves to go for that B-bomb side. So I would expect him to be put under pressure. Again, if you're G2, I feel like you got a bit of a freebie right here. I don't think anyone really expects them to beat Falcons on Dust 2. So again, try some aggressive moves in the beginning of the game. See if you can rattle out Falcons. You saw what happened on Inferno. And I just love when CT sides, decide to take lower control from the beginning of the game and try to contest that. And I'd expect Hunter to be at the spearhead of that.
And I think as well, when you're kind of not playing with confidence, be a little bit unpredictable and kind of get going. I don't know if this is the way they feel. The stats kind of suggest maybe it's a weakness and vulnerability. And usually what you can do to counter that is just everything out the window, guys. We're pushing middle, we're AWPing middle, we're pushing tunnels, and we'll just kind of see a crazy game, potentially.
Does this feel like a 3-mapper for your money, though, Jacob?
I've learned my lesson, unlike Kyosuke. I will never say it's 100% going to be a 3-mapper right here, but I'm at 99.9.
Yeah, I believe in this 3-mapper here.
Any particular individuals that you're looking for then? Obviously the Kyosuke, a little bit of a rough start on that Inferno. Do you think Dust 2 spells better times?
I think he's fantastic on Dust 2. The secondary AWPing as well that he sometimes pull out is another great asset they have to bring out to the server. MongolZ, will be interesting to see how he's going to fare. He had such a strong start on the CT side of Inferno, then went completely missing up until his 1v4 attempt and then didn't really work out for him either. So I'd expect MongolZ and Kyosuke to potentially bring out the double up setup and lay down the hammer.
Yeah, I think Kyosuke as well. I've called him out twice on anti-eco, so it'd be nice for him to go put 2 rating out there and shut me off.
Well, let's see exactly how it is about to go down. G2 managed to get that scrappy Inferno to a close. Ash wants more of the same, and honestly, so do I. One of the most entertaining maps we've seen so far here in Cologne. Can that continue onto the second of Dust 2?
Bro, you're baiting every round talking about. I had so many trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me 1 round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Side guys. One up mid.
Guys, no one B.
I have to go
We
sideways.
are staying 3B. I have long for us.
Okay, Nico, I'm gonna fight for it because you're
Holding
scared.
flash. Holding your back flash.
Alone.
One ups.
Upset.
They hide now.
Not going. I'm hiding short. Can be.
What's up B?
Go B, Ilya. Go B.
They're not tracking B.
Yep.
Short AP. 10 HP, too short. I'm going A.
One short. Two short.
10 HP and Oper. 10 HP and Oper. They're gonna save.
Opt.
Hunt him. He's in boiler.
He's
there. T-ups. Come here, man.
Two mid, two short.
Two short. One come through long. Through the smoke.
Might be Oper.
Corner or what?
Yeah, can be.
Savage B.
Nice, Nico, bratан.
Holy nice.
I would sleep like 4 hours during the night. I would play until 2-3 a.m. I would need to wake up at 7 a.m. to go to school. 5 days in a week I would sleep like this, and on Saturday, Sunday I would just sleep like a baby. Wake up, school, play, eat, sleep, repeat. The same day every time.
Я с утра вставала, смотрела на него, или там бабушка, синяки под глазами. Ну нет, он вставал, он шел в школу.
Спал там 3-4 часа, шел в школу убитый, там весь сонный. Но, как правило, у Ильи очень хорошая память, и он очень хорошо учился, поэтому ему там учеба давалась проще.
Были, конечно, моменты, когда, например, бабушка его провожала в школу, сама уходила первая, а он уже все собрался, ну, решил задержаться. Да, и часик-два на диване, пока мне там в WhatsApp не писала учительница.
My grandma, she's strict when it comes to this kind of things. They're saying that you look like a zombie, you know. She's saying me the truth. I know it's true, but I cannot do anything about it. Like, I cannot not play.
Я сначала, не была против. Ой, не могла я уговорить его, не могла убедить его в том, что это вредно для здоровья. Но видела, какое у него желание.
My brother would always try to protect me. In his situation, nobody would protect him than himself. I love my brother and very proud that I have a brother like him.
Андрей нас всех, и родителей, и меня, убедил в том, что это его. Он сможет показать себя, достичь хороших успехов.
А когда уже Илья подписал контракт с Нави Junior, тут уже все вопросы уже там иссякли. Ну, то есть не было вопросов никаких. То есть все прекрасно понимали, что это уже новый уровень.
Я уже видела на тот момент, что вот ему игра и вот этот вот КС, это его. Ну, что у него есть продвижение, это его мечта. И здесь большую роль еще, конечно, сыграл старший брат, который ему надо идти дальше, ему надо расти. Ты посмотри, как он развивается. Я сдалась, говорю, да, хорошо. И так получилось, что вот он чего достиг.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026 Major. We've got Falcons entering Stage 3. G2 being here, and they've got a map victory under their belt as well. Despite a hero performance from Nico, it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough at all. I mean, he was just barely keeping them into it. Now we go over to Dust 2, so we'll see what Falcons can have here. But I'll tell you what, you need more production out of the offense, obviously. And one of the big things they're missing that was there for that double tournament run where they went to back-to-back finals, didn't win either of them, second place at both events. But one of the things that we talked about during that stretch was how well Kyosuke was playing underneath Kerrigan when he came into the team. The performance, the individual level, the impact of Kyosuke just jumped up. In that first map, he was absent. He was quiet. We didn't have to say his name a whole lot. He didn't provide a whole lot of resistance. So we need that relationship, that connection between Kerrigan and Kyosuke to fire up here on Dust 2. And someone needs to join Nico as having impact inside the server if Falcons want to extend this series to a third map. Live into the pistol run on Dust 2. Falcons won both of them on Inferno, failed to convert both of them as well. Mistake-ridden Counter-Strike on map 1 for Falcons that has to disappear on Dust 2.
Well, they're going to be going heavy towards this B side, but look at this from Heavy God and Nerd stepping forward into the fight. And it's going to be Heavy God going out first with that headshot, but MongolZ and Carrigan with quick kills. Nico holding that flank coming through the lower tunnels. He's got the information of Senpai's coming as well.
And they're going to go quick with it. No blocks. Actually, I don't know if they know that both players are there, but now they know Senpai is close. Double swing from platform. Natus is going to follow it up.
Yeah, he's a little bit too far behind, but maybe that spacing will help him. But now they've got the information. Natus, it looks impossible. 3 players waiting down in the site, ready to peek him together. Another pistol round going the way of Falcons.
Yeah, maybe a little bit frustrating for Tessus, who gets caught with nades in his hands, but that immediately disappears as soon as his teammates get both the kills in rebuttal and just barrel down into that B bomb site. G2 winning this round or losing on this piece of aggression. Either you get a kill, either you find information and nobody's home, or you've got a battle that you catch them out on guard with. But it was always decided by that piece of aggression. Now, the eternal question, can Falcons convert round 2?
Ooh. MongolZ taking a tag. It's going up. Tessus is gone. MongolZ's tag, you've got the opener. There's a good chance that this Force Buy wins again for G2.
It's not feeling good at the moment, is it, for Falcons? There's a tag onto Heavy God through the smoke. MongolZ doing what he can with low health, and the deagle shots, they just narrowly miss.
Oh, Carrigan just taking matters into his own hands, running down mid with the MAC-10. Just gonna at least even out the numbers for now, but there's still 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. Where do you put this one if you're Falcons? Where do you decide to go? You've still got MongolZ waiting out top mid with the bomb on his back, and he's also got 17 health. Doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of options other than trying to get out long here.
Get out long to use the range of your weapons. Let Carrigan be the distraction and the presence over in middle. He's going to have to be very cautious as a solo player, but get the scout over in pit, and MongolZ can support the scale up to the bomb site. Heavy God drills another one.
Uh-oh, you start to sweat if you're Falcons. Under a minute left on the clock. 2 players coming out long. Heavy God at the ready, gets another one, finishes off MongolZ. And Kyosuke sending a shot right back. But it's the flank out short. Carrigan getting caught down low. Sends shots towards Hunter, still alive. Carrigan needs both. He can't get it. He's gone. So it's Kyosuke with a 1v2 ahead of him. 30 seconds left. Damage down towards the CT player, but Senpai finishes him off, and they cannot shake this curse. A pistol won and a Force Buy lost. It's incredible how consistent Falcons are at this.
Yeah, and look at Zonic. He's just got like that sad smile on his face. Like,
almost, I can't believe
about to be expected, I guess. Like, that's just what we're doing right now, is winning pistols and losing second rounds.
Because you'd imagine outside during that break that this was a big talking point. It was like, all right, let's get a good start. Let's win this pistol, and talking about tightening up those anti-ecos. It messed another one up.
Yeah, from Zonic, it's the anti-ecos. From Carrigan, it's the communication. Both of them lacking on the first map. Now fast-paced. They're running right into Nertz's position with the MP7. Goes for 1. Good trade. And another battle won by Kyosuke.
Yeah, good double with that AK. At least making it work for now. But a 3v4, G2 still with a chance to recover this. Natus is going to be waiting it long, and there are multiple players for Falcons ready to go around that corner.
Yeah, but this MAC-10 can chew him up. All pistols coming at him. Senpaius is even going to join up, and now it gets really dangerous. Peek with the scout drop, but he does tag Nico.
Well, MAC-10 trying to finish them off, just the one from Natus, so brilliant kill from Nico. And Tess has had to get the trade, so it's Heavy God 1v3.
Oh, and he hears the footsteps. Yeah, Kyosuke was watching for this, but he's got to go dedicated himself to the bomb site. They're going slow. Heavy God might have a chance to catch him as they walk up towards long, but not yet pulling the trigger to start making footsteps. Kyosuke, back still turned. Nico and Tess is now entering the bomb site.
There's a kit down there, but he isn't going to get to it. Heavy God needs this kill right behind him. Kyosuke is going to fall away. Tess with the scout. Heavy God has him in his sights. The AK-47 out, looking for the headshot. Will not connect it. Tess crosses over, takes the tag. Now the chances of Heavy God really dwindle. He's got no utility. Would have to cross in towards Nico as well. So Heavy God not able to piece this together, and we're getting that Inferno start, aren't we? The Force Buy win from G2 into a Force Buy win from Falcons, and it's just chaos.
Really nice round coming long late. Tess is, oh, he's going to win the fight at the end. Swaps out to the M4. Nice kill, cleans out all the rifles of G2, and Falcons right back to it. a little bit scary, and that'll at least make Zonic happy. You do lose the second, but you get it right back at the very least. Lovely openings provided by Kyosuke. Good trade, and prepared for the follow-up fight off short. Nico's Deagle, man, doing some real work. Come in today on fire.
Well, Nerds unleashed. He's the one rifle, the one hope here for G2 in this round. He's gone towards top middle, tracking those steps. Flash comes in, just the one for Nerds. Supplies trying to back away, but out of ammo. Karrigan makes it awkward. Here's the 5-7, and Natus gets nothing.
Karrigan's at 1 HP. Those bullets were meant for Tesses. They sailed past him and hit Karrigan, brought him down very, very low. A lot of pressure applied by G2, been very aggressive in the CT side in these first 4 rounds of play. Stress testing the offense of Falcons that struggled so mightily on Inferno. Here on Dust 2, it's gotten control right back. And an easy decision to make for Falcons is just let Karrigan lead the way with this 1 HP. Let him be the one to show you exactly where your opponents are.
Have he gone? Out he goes! No way! Nearly gets down to MongolZ, to Hunter as well, but you've got MongolZ coming out with that AK, and now Hunter's left in a 1v2. What can he do with his 5-7? He's all the way on the other side of the map. So Heavy God's moment looked like it might just ignite the round, but with Hunter being so far away, the dream just looks a little bit too far.
Yeah, I thought actually that he'd just head towards, I think he might just head towards Xbox and try and recover a weapon. I thought he'd go towards short. Bomb being planted just now. I don't even think Hunter's going to think about going for it. Just wants an AK-47, an M4 on the ground, and he'll recover that weapon and bring it forward. So Falcons offense on Dust 2 does what they couldn't do on Inferno, which is get rounds strung together in a row. They'll take a 3-1 lead and economic advantage moving forward. What's up, Cologne? You guys gonna be here all week for stage 3? Yeah.
We're all just charging towards the Lanxess now. Stage 3, the best of 3s as well. It's great to see that. I mean, we already seen the effect of it. Right foot coming in with a win early against Vitality and them having to recover the series. So the best of 3s already having their effect in their touch here on stage 3 of the competition. And for Falcons, they're happy about the best of 3s, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. A chance to recover here on their own map pick. This is the map they eliminated G2 on from that Budapest Major. It was the 3rd deciding map in that series. MongolZ just absolutely popped off once he got the AWP in his hands on the CT side. G2 just couldn't find a way past him. New lineup now, though. Maybe those solutions are there.
Well, you mentioned MongolZ op, it's out in play. And obviously no real challenge in the other side of things because it's just the one rifle here for Hunter. Heavy God's got a Deagle and does some despicable things with it over on the first map.
Yeah, and in some sense, I mean, you could see Falcons taking this one very slow and cautiously. These are the rounds that Falcons are finding, I think, the hardest at the moment is against some of these low buys. We heard Zonic talk about it in the previous map, lost plenty of them. So really nervous at this point. Karrigan's likely saying the only thing that can really make us lose this round is something silly. So everyone kind of just be a little bit more cautious. Don't try and overextend. Don't try and do anything on your own. Let's just take some basic map control. Tess is watching for long pushes. Nico watching for B pushes. Karrigan, Kyosuke, and MongolZ, the pack mentality for the attack.
Really fumbled that one, haven't they? Trying to boost Hunter up to misfire, and they don't want to stick around once they've given that sound cue on over.
It looks like Falcons want to go right at it, though, despite the sound cues.
Well, Karrigan walking up. It's going to be some bias of foot spotted. Karrigan's going to take that first kill, tap it away to the side as well. Karrigan is the entry, apparently.
Yeah, creating the space. We know that's what he likes to do for his star players. Kyosuke following up. Nico as well coming in late. There's the jump up, but that's being watched as well. So no issues for Falcons in this round off the Karrigan openers. They'll take a 3-round lead. They're going to be up 4-1 when all is said and done.
I think Zonic's blood pressure can go down just a little bit after this start now, at least. At least you're able to wrestle for control of it. Yes, you lost the anti-eco, but able to get themselves back into a position to stabilize. And it's Karrigan who's had the strongest start here. 7-3 beginning to this game. We know what T-Side does too, can do that every now and then. Have a great game and lead the charge for his team in do the dirty work.
I think we're going to see a lot of that, I think, throughout Dust 2. I think he probably left Inferno with the feeling as he still kind of adjusts and gets used to his players and how they respond in these different situations and different match scenarios. I think he had to have felt like he didn't have a whole lot of guys taking initiative on Inferno T side. We heard his timeout talking about them not communicating enough, not passing enough information onto him. So I think here on Dust 2, he's just going to grab the reins. He won't care about his individual level. His goal is to be the first guy creating the space for everyone else.
Utah going out, long corner smoke. Here goes Testes out first, charging up, firing himself forward, but he can't get anything done as Sampaius takes the opener. Natus has got the second, and Falcons' bodies just pile up at long. And the only player that can recover this really is MongolZ, and he's caught as well. So nothing done in this round for Falcons.
Yeah, huge problem now because you've given them, you've let them out of a really tough position, giving them such a clean round win in their first gun round. And I think that one is going to be Testes saying, my bad, stopping inside the double doors, stopping inside the choke point, not swinging wide, not letting his teammates stream out behind him to get involved in the fight. It was 3 1v1 battles from Falcons in the tightest choke point of long.
And still didn't get the kill. You know, like if you're going to plant your feet there, you might as well get the kill, but...
You better get the kill.
You have to, and it doesn't. So they don't even get a single frag going their way there, Falcons. So the silly round it looks like, and there'll be a second here for G2. They're going to be loving the fact, as you mentioned, you come out here, you get your first buy round, and you've kept everybody alive.
It was the huge issue for Falcons on Inferno is too many CT rounds won by G2 with all 5 players staying alive and all 5 players getting extra money built up. So Nico's just trying to toy with these long players, pull Natus into another flank.
Yeah, Matis not going to move forward, not going to give him that free kill. Nico's got to come to him, and the shadow is going to be on Matis' advantage, but Nico gets the kill, but takes a dink on board, 10 HP. Trying to piece this one together, 25 seconds, and we'll start to fade away. Will not be attempting the round victory anymore, but he's getting flanked here.
He's going for kills in this round, right? Throwing utility towards middle, making it feel like he's scaling up short so he can get one of the long players to push, which he does get his 2 kills. Then he throws a smoke out towards long, hoping to get the mid players to push. But Heavy God coming from T-Spawn was one he didn't expect. Right here, crouching in that choke point. First player needs to get out. I know there's flames, I know there's a Molotov, but needs to swing wide so that Kyosuke can follow up and you can 2-on-1 that fight at the corner.
Yeah, just stalls out almost immediately after that. At least you've still got a good buy here at Falcons. You've got the AWP out for MongolZ and Carrigan running down middle. And send that Molotov up towards Hunter and force him further back. So Carrigan on his own has fought for short control. And without the flames as Nico will send some of his own forward, and then Flash is going to be ready to unleash Carrigan. Grenade goes forward. They're actually just going aggressive, and Sampai's going to love that. He peeks up, he catches Kyosuke. Carrigan throwing his body up through short. Getting the 1 kill, but traded out by Matis.
Yeah, important trade for Matis jumping up. Okay, this is dangerous. They're going to come back and try and retake long. Sampaius with the AWP, but Matis will be the first one to turn the corner. Going to be hard for Sampaius to trade this.
Yeah, Testes needs to step up now at long. He goes out, but Sampaius will get that trade. It's now a 3v2 with a minute left. MongolZ trying to cut off the rotations back to bolster that A defense, and he hasn't been able to punish them, so now Nico going forward, trying to get out into the B-bomb site, needs this kill, and he's got it. Takes a lot of damage on board. MongolZ missing the shot, so Nico once again is put under pressure. Grenade, will it find him? It goes past. Nico goes forward, Heavy God, last bullet to a headshot, and MongolZ to a clutch. A 1v2, and this is what he does best. Get him into the clutches. MongolZ against Sampaius. And the AWP's paradise, MongolZ waits, Sampaius goes forward, and never a doubt in the clutch.
Pulls him into the exact fight he wants. Taps the bomb, knows Sampaius wants to make that play through the smoke. Knows he wants to try and catch him coming off the bomb plant. And MongolZ is oh so ready. It's the one facet of the game that Falcons was winning back on Inferno was those clutch scenarios thanks to Nico. It's continuing here on Dust 2 thanks to this one from MongolZ. And he keeps that Falcons offense rolling. Money is gone for G2, back to pistols.
Hunter into the lower tunnels, 5-7 in hand. Gonna drop on him. Carrigan opening kill. Nico to follow up, and these pistols not gonna be too much of a threat at all. You know, over on Inferno, anytime there's a big clutch moment from a Falcons player, whether it be MongolZ or we see Nico obviously pull off a number of them, there would be a response from G2, right? They wouldn't let that be the moment that broke them. You didn't have the weapons to do it this time. So they're actually getting to capitalize on it and extend into the lead.
That's true. We can also say this, because it seems pretty apparent, is this Falcons offense seems just much more comfortable here on Dust 2, and whether that's a map problem or a map thing, or whether it's, you know, maybe just communication has jumped up due to the conversation between the maps. Falcons having a lot more cleaner look, kind of transitioning between ideas, helping that Kerrigan is so motivated and so aggressive on his space taking.
Yeah, seeing Kerrigan take the responsibility is something we've seen in FaZe for years here on Dust 2, and obviously seeing it now in the Falcons jersey as well. It just gives so much more space and opportunity to the better individual players on his team to thrive. TSS going to be taken out by Natus. That 5-7 goes into an AK-47.
Kerrigan's going to go try and hunt it down. He'll risk the MAC-10 to be able to try and find this AK-47. We'll see if Senpaius ever spots him out. So 6-2, Falcons going to take a 4-round lead. First map was back and forth, was a little bit grindy. Took a long time for teams to grab and wrestle any control out of their opponent's hands. This one's been pretty much all Falcons rattling up to a decent lead early on. So AK saved in the hands of Natus. Falcons not really motivated whatsoever to hunt these last remaining guns down.
Yeah, don't have a huge amount of money themselves, obviously. So save those 3 weapons, prioritize the AWP. And a 6-2 lead it is. Much better here from Falcons. Got Senpaius who will get his hands back on the AWP.
And a timeout from G2 to talk things over, because now they're just feeling ran over. Falcons came into this one with a different vibe, a different style, and they're building upon it. Kerrigan's got 9 kills. MongolZ with his 1v2 clutch has his impact. 5 of the last 6 in the favor of Falcons, and G2 still reeling, trying to figure this one out. Falcons have been able to attack up short and get control. We've seen them try and get out long to decent effect. A couple times it's worked, a couple times it was shut down. But a lot of the pressure is coming from Kerrigan working his way up catwalk, working his way up short. Round 9 comes in full buy from both sides. G2 is going to be missing some kits.
Senpaius with the responsibility of holding B on his shoulders, the only player over there for the defense. That is a big risk. Kyosuke gets through the mid doors. He's up there, he's close, and he's got no detection of presence from the CT side. It's the double setup here has to work. Kerrigan getting the information. What is the reaction here for Falcons once they know that 2 players are aggressive short?
Yeah, it's a bummer seeing that. Kerrigan's done such a good job taking space, but no flashbang used to activate him around that corner whatsoever. So caught out by the defensive setup. And again, that's what's been so effective for Falcons, was Kerrigan gaining this space.
Oh, great shot from MongolZ. Hunter was jump spotting, just showing a little bit, but that's enough. That's all he needs.
Yeah, when you get the kill that fast as well, you know it's going to be really hard to react in time, but Nertz has been able to find a gap in the Molotov. He's up! He's up!
He's missed the timing there. MongolZ had utility in his hands, so Nertz able to punish him, gets the headshot, and keeps G2 ahead in the player count. But the bomb is planted, and it must be a retake for G2.
Yeah, that kill kind of negates the timing advantage, but it's brought right back. Good initiative from Kyosuke, and now a 3-on-3. And remember, we mentioned it, no kits on the CT side. Retake's got to come quick.
Yeah, he goes over the top. Kyosuke locked in, ready for his next fight. It's coming from either Heavy God or Natus, and looking like it's going to be Natus because Heavy God has slipped up the ramp. Good tap away from Kyosuke. Heavy God now reveals himself on the ramp. He's got both! And all of a sudden, it's Nico alone, backing away. Time is the problem. No kit for these 2 G2 players, and Nico's going to hold it. He just steps back, realizes with the utility there would be no defuse, goes forward just to make sure of it, picks up the AWP, and will go off with the bomb.
I think in Nico's head, he doesn't realize if someone maybe tapped the defuse during the gunfight, during the Molotov going off, that he couldn't hear, so he's going to make sure. 7-2, another clutch added to the back pocket of Nico. Lovely series he's putting together. 4 versus 5 conversion for Falcons. Really well done. Helps when MongolZ hits such a fast shot on Hunter like that. Able to scale up short before anyone from G2 is able to do anything to stop it. And now a second timeout from G2. The wheels have come off the bus of this G2 defense, and Saw yet again having a conversation trying to get them back into it. And the problem is, you actually probably did exactly what you wanted after the last time out, which is get that kill on Kerrigan, prevent him from being alive, but they still just kind of follow up with the same sort of idea and still find the same sort of success.
Much more of a team effort coming in from Falcons.
Well, everyone on this team has only had positive things to say about Kerrigan since he's joining, since their back-to-back run to grand finals, back-to-back second places. All of them have come out and said, we've really enjoyed playing with him, the way he commands inside the game, the way he commands outside the game.
It's great to hear Kyosuke being so positive about it as well, loving getting to play with that free style of calling, and MongolZ.
They never spotted Nerds.
Taking that opener on some pies. Now, let's see if Nerds is able to reveal the trade kill. You've got Nico stepping into the lower tunnels. Nerds, oh, not a chance. Not even a second to react. Nico, picture perfect with the headshot. Kyosuke boosted over the top of the smoke, and Hunter's caught as well. So if you're G2, you just feel like you can do nothing.
Yeah, and even none of the calls during the timeout work. 2 timeouts called very close together, and out of those timeouts, it's looking like 2-round losses. Would have to take some kind of incredible mistake, some kind of incredible individual effort to recover this 2 versus 5. MongolZ looking for the push off short, so if Natus continues, here it is. Missed shot. He will find one, but traded immediately. 8-2. The lead is now 6 in the favor of Falcons. Looking to force us onto Ancient as a decider.
Yeah, for the first time having a stretch around so they feel comfortable. There's smiles on their faces. Starting to get in the real rhythm. And we're at 8-2 already. It's fantastic for Falcons to see if they can continue into the next couple of rounds here. Should be able to, considering what G2 have brought to the party. It's an M4 for Hunter, the rest on pistols.
Something, anything that they can maybe just hope. Hope gives them the kind of performance they need. Falcons haven't gone back to any kind of play towards long fast, right? Ever since we saw that round where Tessa's kind of led the way and things got bottlenecked and they got mowed down, Kerrigan has just said, you know what, let's not even mess with that kind of an idea. Very passive defense from G2, giving him a lot of room in middle, a lot of room on catwalk, but there's 4 players stacked up on the A bomb site side of the map, including Hunter's M4, the only rifle that G2 have in this round.
Well, Flash does come in just as Falcons were getting ready to throw that initial utility in, but it only slows them for a second as they come in towards Nerds. It's the 5-7, rattling off shots, gets 1 kill. MongolZ trades into the open, bomb down. Hunter damage onto a second player as well. This can get messy. This can get very, very messy very quickly. Kyosuke waiting as that smoke is up. He's out of bullets. He has to come away for just a second. MongolZ reveals 2 kills though, and that's a triple from MongolZ. 12-4 performance and a 9th round for Falcons T side.
Really, really good patience, and now that smile on Onyx's face isn't exasperation. It isn't just like if I don't laugh, I'm gonna cry. Now he can be a little bit proud because Falcons is handling some of these late round situations very well, being very patient in moments where they know they have the advantage, when they know all they have to do is kind of sit and wait. Nobody overextending, nobody trying to make some kind of a play to alleviate the pressure. Just ready and waiting to respond to whatever G2 brings out.
There's a step through from Natus. Carrick gonna be caught, but ooh, a knife out. He actually manages to get around the corner somehow. Kyosuke can't chase after that trade kill. It's daylight robbery from Natus, but he gets his comeuppance in the air. Kyosuke catches him with the grenade around the corner.
Oh, this could be the round. This could be the whole thing right now.
Yeah, double push into the tunnels. Nico waits. Nerds around first. Heavy guard showing that he's got aggressive too. And he just tries to retreat, and Nico will allow him to do so.
That's what I mean by like kind of not forcing issues too much. Nico realizes like, I'm happy with the stalemate. I'm happy with the kill. You can back off now. Sit back into the bomb site because how's anyone gonna get across to you? We got MongolZ in place to cut off the rotation at double doors. We'll just wait out this smoke and we're ready to party.
Ready to overwhelm Heavy God, who hasn't been able to get to a strong position It feels like such a one and done here for Heavy Guard. They force him into the open. There's the 1 kill, and he's done. So that's the site cracked wide open. So Pius and Hunter are going to come back and give this a go. Last round of the half. As you pointed out earlier, Jason, you've got MongolZ in a position just cutting off that rotation.
I love that play from Nico. I know it seems like so small, so minuscule, but I feel like the other decision to be aggressive and go for the second kill is what's haunted them all the past year. MongolZ's up has just been so damn strong here on Dust 2. 13-4 for MongolZ.
That's going to be 10-2 for the Falcons. Disastrous Inferno. But much better here on Dust 2. Smiles return to the faces of the Falcons as they are looking to try and force this series into a third map.
Heading towards the payload.
Falcons playing with the mentality after Inferno that it doesn't matter how you open, it's all about how you close.
Yeah, well, G2 could use a little bit of that mentality. They actually did great on the opening fights here on Dust 2 in the first half. They won 9 of them. They gave themselves 9 5-on-4s in that first half, and they leave with 2 rounds only, which is absolutely crazy. They weren't able to close out a few more of those. It's a testament to how well Falcons played. The engine is fully online. Kyosuke and MongolZ leading the way. Nico with 11 kills. That trio is exactly who you want to be performing for you to bring us to a third map. Now they switch over to the defensive side.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick pistol towards this B site. You've got Kyosuke waiting. The closest player to him is MongolZ.
Well, let's see what the kid's got, right? That maybe he just knocks down 3 of them and it's over.
Well, he's standing in the open, really trying, but good flashes from G2, putting him under pressure. And he'll get absolutely nothing, but he has bought a little bit of time, but MongolZ ends up getting tagged as well, so they know exactly what he's trying to do. And G2 break through to the B site.
No utility for G2 to activate anything. Nico's still all the way out at long. Kerrigan's still on catwalk. I don't even think they're going for this. 4 versus 5 in the pistol. Bomb site loss. Yeah, round's done. Go get some kills elsewhere. See if you can get some extra money for the second round buy if you want to go for it.
Well, finally, G2 winning a pistol round.
That's true. It is their first in the series.
It's got to feel good.
It doesn't feel that way because they've won 3 second rounds.
Let's see if Falcons can get one of those to go their way finally. G2 obviously needed this pistol, lose the pistol here on Dust 2, and your hopes and dreams are dead on the second map. Ancient will be the third map of this series. Currently looks like we're going to be going there.
Oh, that'd be heartbreaking in a whole different way if the Falcons that we've seen in this map found a way to break down and let a comeback happen. They've been so damn strong, and I think we're getting a cautionary timeout right now out of Falcons with a big lead, 10-3. And I think that's the conversation they're happening is don't stress, don't get frustrated, don't freak out if there's a little bit of a mini run here from G2. Let's keep playing poised, keep playing calm, keep playing within the team. And always remember the goal of just winning the round rather than making the play. And saw to burn 2 of his timeouts in the first half to almost no effect. They could never adjust and adapt properly to stop the Falcons' onslaught. But now looking to ride this momentum and this advantage deep into this second half to try and get them within striking distance. A FAMAS on MongolZ, 3-5-7s, and the Deagle on Nico is what Falcons bring to fight here in round 14.
Charging out long, going heavy at Kerrigan, taking him down to 21 health and forcing Falcons to have to fall away. They can't stand and fight with the weapons they've got. G2 will come out with too much strength at long.
Okay, well, they're going to come crunch middle. They know exactly what they're working up against. Play out long, that's just going to get delayed by smoke. G2 will be a little bit patient and actually seeing none of those smokes being put in place by the CT side. They'll start crawling up a little bit early. And Falcons never went and cleared Nerds out from Xbox, so he's going to be a late play they got to be concerned about. Nobody's watching for Heavy God crossing, the smoke obscuring the vision. He's already made it over to rail.
It's going to come down to reactions. Can you take Heavy God down just with the sheer reactions you've got? So he is going to pop up and surprise you at any second. Waiting for his teammates to call for the moment to go, and there he is, straight up towards Nico. Stood no chance, he had utility in his hands. Heavy God does get taken out eventually by MongolZ, but G2 have all the answers. MongolZ going out for a little bit more, but taken down eventually by Hunter, and Tess has now 1v3 with the 5-7. It's all about damage here, really. Can he take anybody to the grave with him? Jumps up, he's been spotted, and taken away by Natus. So a 4th round for G2. They've won the essential first steps here in the second half.
Yeah, lovely work from Heavy God, quietly just crouching to the other side, giving it a few beats, and then finding the perfect moment to pop up. Falcons didn't play the delay tactics with the deep long smokes, so G2 happy to scale. That'll force the Falcons back into weaker pistols. Some upgrades, but not a whole lot of utility. There's going to be a nade stack. It looks like they'll be bringing that out towards long. But nobody heading into cave fast from the G2 side of things, so these nades are going to miss their mark.
No, not going to be effective. The only thing you could hope for in a round like this if you're Falcons is a little bit of MongolZ magic with a Deagle. Nico going forward, really fighting for this even with the weapons they've got. Kyosuke is actually going to win it. The P250's come out on top, so Nico has grabbed an MP7 and he will retreat, and now it's going to be a G2 heavy at long.
Yeah, G2's very happy it's only going to be an MP7 that's passed over, so not any kind of crazy weapon that Nico can utilize to just wreck you on this attack. Or can he?
You can't challenge them at long range with the weapons you've got if you're Falcons right now, so you have to let them get closer.
They might all swing on this, even without a flashbang. They're just going to go.
Oh, they go into the open. Natus and Hunter handling the pressure with this. The MongolZ Deagle entering the feed. Is there another one? Body shot towards Hunter, tagging him, slowing him. And now G2 scratching their heads, wondering how they've got themselves into this situation. Lose this, and it likely cost them the entire map. That's his weight side of the smoke. Carrigan and Tessus at the ready. The two Danes line up either side of that smoke. And G2 creep forward, closer and closer to the site. Tension at an all-time high in this round as they go into the open. Carrigan dead. Natus on the follow-up headshot, so it's got to be Tessus, and he's pretty close. Very close, in fact. 5-7 territory, but Hunter's able to come through, and that AK will recover the round here for G2, but that's a real scary round towards the end.
Yeah, it really was, but you got to give credit to G2 for the recovery. So much pressure on that swing. Even without a flashbang, it's just the last thing that G2 expected, holding it back and then winning a long, extended fight against 3 Falcons players up inside the bomb site. Really, really well done calming it down. 4v5 conversion for G2 this time. It's a 5-round lead for Falcons, and MongolZ is going to have an opening pick peering up through the double doors.
They got Heavy God charging through, and Nico and Carrigan both going to be dead. So a decent start here from G2. We'll see if MongolZ can get away here.
He didn't clear low as deep as he needed to, so Nerds has the timing to pop out basically whenever he wants. MongolZ, this is all going to be just good or bad luck.
He goes forward, and clearance is there. Numbers once again even.
And with that spot into lower, Tessus slides back, committed to the B bomb site. Heavy God just keep moving forward. A one-man army. And Tessus needs to stand his ground, hold his nerve, and he misses the shot.
One-man army, well, MongolZ is him. He's gonna come into this in a 1v2. This would be for the ace for MongolZ. Outside the door smoke. He won a clutch inside of the site earlier. Now he has to win a clutch coming back into it. A lot more difficult. But perhaps not beyond his skill set. Hard to see a way now. And another smoke comes down at the doors. He's got no utility of his own, no kit.
I don't think
MongolZ realizes he has to retreat. The money's not in a great situation. This AWP is very important later into the game, so he peels away.
You could see Tessus just getting pulled between way too many different ideas. I mean, this is... Falcons just let Heavy God have his way with them in this round. 2 kills outside long, 2 individual 1v1s, and then he gets his 1v1 up onto short. And Tessus is thinking the whole time he's got to fall out of the B bomb site because his teammates elsewhere are dying. But right when he's kind of mid-decision, stuck between 2 different mines, gets taken down from the B halls. When does the next timeout come from Falcons? When does Zonic feel like they're losing their grip? 10-2 at half, 4 in a row to open things up on this T side for G2. Falcons defense hasn't locked in quite yet.
Well, you don't have enough for a full buy here if you're Falcons, but you do have a MongolZ AWP. So you're going to buy something around it, you know, pistols and MP9. Give yourself a chance in a round like this, but G2 riding the wave. That grenade going to land just there behind Surprise, but he's staying committed to his attack. He's going out. And Carrigan's going to swing in towards the scope and perish.
That's actually some awesome tracking from Sunpius. Nate is going to blow up Obscura's vision. Another one comes in, and now they've got control of long right back. And now an AK-4, or excuse me, a second AWP on Nico.
Yes, okay, Nico AWPing. Okay, we love to see it. Let's see if MongolZ and Nico can pull this off for the double ops. Tessus next up. 5-7, beyond the doors. G2 are trying to get past it, but they don't check. That's an instant death. Tessus still alive. He's got an AK, but he couldn't get it out in time. But Kyosuke looking to try and capitalize on the chance. He throws the flash up, he tries to delay, and they're actually blocked behind that door smoke for now.
Yeah, but now they have information, they have timing, right? So many bodies spotted in towards mid around these double doors. They know the exact timing. They got to worry about the transition over to the B bomb site. So one is left as a lurk, and it's Nico with the AWP, unfamiliar with the weapon. If he goes down, Kyosuke is exposed.
And Nico will get caught. Heavy God moves out, and Kyosuke now all on his own. It falls to the MP9. Can he stand up? Can he deliver around here? As they come through the tunnels, the MP9 rapid to kill one, but the trade was always coming through from Hunter. And once again, you've got MongolZ in a clutch, but this time switching to the AK-47, and this time he's got a kit.
Yeah, it makes it feel like this time he's going for it as well. Deja vu for MongolZ, another crack at it.
Same sort of positions as well he's got to deal with. No one offering him a chance. The respect is there. They know MongolZ is more than capable in these moments. And that time will take on. The fuse getting shorter and shorter as MongolZ steps to the doorway into the fight. Oh my God, he's close. But Heavy God silences him, retreats to grab the AWP. And G2 are doing this.
G2 are coming right back, 5 in a row now as they've just worked this Falcons defense across the map. It's a competition of the offenses right now because no one can stop anything. Second timeout for Falcons. Now Zonic is getting that same feeling that Saw did in the first half where nothing's working, and now he's got to find an idea to adapt, but it didn't work out of the first timeout either. Laying on some late round punishment, G2 had Heavy God the previous one just being the hero out long with 3 kills. A couple late round plays towards the B bomb site when you've been pulling the defense all sorts of places all over the map. A lot of pressure on this new Falcons lineup and experience together in these moments. And G2 not losing faith whatsoever. Very impressive stretch from them to start this second half, staying alive here on Dust 2.
Yeah, Heavy God definitely being the critical player here for G2.
18 kills for Heavy God. Next up is Natus at 11.
Impact kills as well. Hunter going through the motions. Up on Cat. He's going to molly off the ledge. Maintain the position on his own.
It's going to be a heavy play towards the B bomb site. They're going to come right at it and test Kyosuke. Tess isn't just dumping all of his utility to delay due to the mid to B utility.
So Kyosuke is going to play close to the exit of the tunnels. Minute on the clock.
I think G2 is going to come through this. That's the question for me right now. Hunter just threw his utility.
Here they come, charging in. It's going to be first from Tess. He's toppled too. Madison Nerds both dead. Hunter getting flanked, but he turns. He finds an important kill here on Carrigan. 45 seconds. There's still a chance to recover this round for G2. Thanks to Hunter winning that fight.
It's got to be Hunter right now against the AWP, and it's the best opponent he could pick with the low HP.
Misses the shot. 1 HP from MongolZ. Still alive, getting away, trying to fall back around the wall, but he is hunted. Sunpius now looking in middle. 25 seconds left. He'll climb up on top of the Xbox, and he can't get the kill. He can't get the fry. 20 seconds. Bomb leaping up towards the site.
He's got the AWP now.
Yeah, he switched to it. The sniper in his hands. His teammate Heavy God making his way in, committing to the plant, but Nico's moved forward. Nico's running down. Heavy God's dead, and it's all on Hunter. And he can't do anything. Nico will deny it. The hard work of Hunter undone by Nico. And it's the fact that Nico runs up short just as Hunter moves away and gives Heavy God an impossible task of staying alive.
Yeah, I think Nico just didn't want to overthink it. He probably feels that way maybe throughout this half. We're just not fragging enough. So, I mean, he kind of sends caution to the wind and just scales up onto the bomb site. Got some cover of the smoke and says, why don't I just handle this right now? That's all we need to do. And finally, Falcons have their first round of the second half, creeping up to 11. This has B bomb site written all over it. Just a set piece, but a third defender. MongolZ is going to be playing in middle. He can be or fast. And actually, as I say that, he's shifted back to CT spawn. So Tess and Kyosuke to be tested yet again. They passed it in the last round.
Pretty much the same setup too, right? Tess is hoping for the same result. Kyosuke, they're coming out towards him this time. He's got the first, he's got 2. And G2 are down to 3 members immediately. They haven't traded anybody out. Kyosuke finally dead, but Tessus is up next. He's got 2 on the spray away, and Hunter's stuck in smoke, going out to his death. So Tessus and Kyosuke, that B bomb site will not crack, and Falcons head to 12-7.
Yeah, if you sensed a weakness at that B bomb site at different points in this half, you'd be dead wrong. Back-to-back rounds, they've shut you down. Completely closed access to the B bomb site. It's a tool that's been useful for G2 towards the end of rounds, but opening up with it has been a disaster. So the third and final timeout comes in from G2. Last chance for Saw to change anything and provide some ideas of how they can come back into this. It's been a valiant run. Valiant comeback, that stretch of 5 rounds, but it's not nearly enough.
You'll get to see what they're able to bring to the server in the next round too. You're gonna have a scout for some Pius, Tech 9s, the Eagles. Not looking good for G2. Too little done in that first half. They had a decent start here. They're starting to build something on this T side, but just not enough margin for error. And it has cost them.
So the final gasp, as you said, Scout on Sun Pius, 2 Tech 9s, 2 Deagles for potentially the final round of G2 here on Dust 2.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
Yeah, Hunter peak. Monster getting a taste of the Deagle. Look at the smile on Hunter's face. Gonna reset with that now, G2. It's not a weapon you can recover.
Well, they also now know that Falcons' defense has got to be a little bit nervous about long, so it's going to fit out, spread across the map. Kyosuke going to back away closer to the double doors B bomb site. Him and Tessus are going to play outside the bomb site, focus towards middle.
Yeah, if you're G2, you're feeling like you're going to have to go to this B bomb site, but you've been punished in back-to-back rounds for attempting to do so.
Yeah, but now they've got a kill, and now they've pressured the mid to B split, so instead of Kyosuke being there at a tricky position, it's all on Tessus. He's got a 1v4.
What can Tessus do? From behind the car, looking to drive this one home on Dust 2. Just the first. Nerds trades him. Heavy God, good position. Kyosuke barrels through the smoke. Heavy God yet to reveal his position. Trigger discipline. They go on by. Nerds is taking Kyosuke down. Headshot for Heavy God. And Carrigan knocked over. So G2 actually make the most of it. Hunter's start with a Deagle at long is not in vain. In fact, they will extend play.
Yeah, really nice calling from Hunter. I mean, the opening kill is fantastic, but not kind of lollygagging around the map, not spreading out, trying to find anything else, not giving any frags away, just in that 5-on-4, applying pressure to the mid to B split with utility, and then shifting into a straight up B hit. Everything he called worked perfectly to make that defense as susceptible as possible. So Nico's going to save the AK-47. Plenty of money for Falcons to buy again in the next round, but G2 do creep a little bit closer. 12-8.
Our next series of the day is going to be Na'Vi Spirit. I can see them sitting on the stage, setting up right now. They've got a little while to wait, it would seem, as Falcons still looking like they're going to be the team to extend this. Well, let's see if G2 can pull off something ridiculous. This is the Hunter Deagle shot on MongolZ.
I felt like Tessus could have built up back into it. Just a lovely shot with the Deagle from Nerds, turning the corner. Round 21 is live. The op in the hands of MongolZ, AK for Nico. Full buy for this Falcons side, and they'll try again. Nico's gonna get aggressive. Kyosuke pushed up towards the double doors. MongolZ's op trained.
Hoping this mid setup will be the one for Falcons. Hoping that they can get it done. They start to send a player into the lower tunnels. Head spotted. They know exactly where Hunter is. MongolZ looking for some revenge from that Deagle shot in the last round, but not going to be connecting. They'll send the nade towards Nerds instead.
Yeah, that shot from the op and the follow-up nade towards lower is the signal that they were set up aggressively in middle, so Nerds just stands his ground, doesn't want to mess with any of that, knows they're going to have to back off on the timing. So stalemate on the aggressive piece from Falcons, nothing gets done. You've chewed time off the clock. We're about the 1 minute mark left in the round.
Two flashes, allowing Nerds a little bit of a peek beyond the doorway, but he doesn't want to charge through. Hunter now moving further up cat. It's going to be smoked. Falcons throw a defensive piece of utility down here, and that allows Nico to move up closer and closer to it.
Kerrigan hasn't pushed long at all. He's inside the long cave, and normally we see someone move at about this point, but now that the mid to B utility is there, Kerrigan's got to start making his play. That flank has got to be a little bit faster to activate.
Once again, this B bomb site under pressure. This time Kyosuke is there with Tessus. Is it going to be enough to close it out? Certainly looks like it. Tessus gets 2, and now coming through the window, Tessus traded out. Heavy God with 2 essential kills to keep this one going for G2. They pick the bomb up. Heavy God the difference yet again. And Nico arriving towards the door. Hunter wins the fight. And all of a sudden, G2 believe again.
Kerrigan can't play with this low HP. I think they're just going to play containment.
That's insane.
I don't think they want to mess with MongolZ losing the AWP, so I think this is more about exit kills or coming in very, very, very late.
MongolZ now spotted. He's got the pick on Heavy God. Has to be Hunter. Has to be Hunter. And now he's up against MongolZ, dropping the utility. Former teammates, but it's gonna be MongolZ that'll show him how it's done. Falcons bounce back after an Inferno loss. It is Dust 2 falling in their favor. They will settle this series on Ancient.
Yeah, much better performance out of Falcons this time. So disciplined in the first half, and even though G2 is creeping back into the game slowly but surely, no panic setting in for the Falcons side. So comfortable and confident with that lead. And this time, last map, it was Nico popping off. Now we got MongolZ up on line, 23-9 for the young star, and a victory for Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons course correct after a rough going on Inferno, and now we're going to need Ancient to settle the score between these two teams. Try as G2 might to be pulling things back on that T side. When you only get 2 rounds in the first half to kick things off, you're in for a bad time, whereas for Falcons, truly capitalizing on what was such a hot start in that first half.
Yeah, a valiant effort from G2 in the second half, but you're rightfully saying that the first half was exactly what cost them. You know, we're not able to get enough rounds with them into the second, not able to break through. Falcons, who played a much more disciplined game, something I'm curious to your opinion, Ash. You know, that's been the main thing we've spoken about when it comes to Falcons. You know, the lack of discipline, some of the individual decision making. I think that was much better here in Dust 2 than on Inferno, and one would argue the bar was set pretty low. But it was good to see Falcons actually getting the job done in a rather convincing way.
Yeah, I agree, but even in this last round here, it felt like Tessus does a great job getting to it. Goes again, no problem, trade me. And somehow then Kyosuke dies next. Like, I don't know. Sell, like, it feels like it gets those rounds so much closer than it needs to be. Does this really need to be coming down to a MongolZ 1v1? I don't think so.
I feel like you can't just take the scrappy out of Falcon very easily, right? They do get the job done, though. Let's go back to that first half, though, because you mentioned Kyosuke. He gets away with some really nice shots here in round 3. How are you reading into this, Ash?
I think it kind of highlights how disconnected kind of G2 were on the CT side. I think he had lots of nice ideas, and I don't know what's going on, because it seems like Hunter is just really slow. He doesn't realize that he's getting rushed. He throws a grenade, then he comes and peeks off timing as well. And Kyosuke converts like a messy kind of spray and resets his aim and goes again.
Yeah, he just had an overall great showing, you know, not only in this round, but overall he stepped it up massively, especially when you consider what we spoke about on Inferno. He was not necessarily a weak link, but some of the individual decision-making from Kyosuke wasn't really on par or where you want him to be at. So for him to come in instantly in Dust 2 and get off to a strong start on the T side, find a lot of impact, you know, being in the mix of things, and as you could see on the stats as well, pulling almost 100 ADR throughout this game. It was a good bounce back from Kyosuke, and something we have to keep an eye out, because now we see Nico have a carry performance. We've seen MongolZ be at his absolute best. If they can activate this guy at the same time, albeit there may be certain moments in the game where the decisions are a little bit back and forth, that's just so much raw firepower that it's going to be tough for pretty much any team in the world to contain that.
How would you rate the kind of individual decision making then from Kyosuke transitioning from map 1 to map 2? Is it much better, this Dust 2?
I wouldn't say it was much better. Like the first one was kind of a few mistakes. It was nothing like glaring, like the odd one maybe like this. This is kind of it's a puggy map, and it was played in a very puggy way, and this is why Kyosuke is kind of so exciting, because you put him in chaos. He finds kills he shouldn't do, he insta-headshots people, but it's clear that his game isn't polished, and it's not going to be for some time. And he's so young as well. He's kind of straight into the deep end of Falcons. It's kind of got a give and take with him. He'll go in, he'll win your rounds, and he might throw some as well.
Well, the kind of fashion that we saw from this Dust 2 translated into some quite stylish clutches going down as well. We got to run that MongolZ one, right, Jacob?
Yeah, I feel like that's when he set the tone for the rest of the game. Round 7, a very crucial moment in the game as well. Falcons off to a strong start. G2 still in the mix. Get the opening kill here on Sun Payers. The economy is looking fine. Nice trade coming in as well. Then you have the sequence towards Long as well. Tess is in a good position. Gets traded off as well by Sun Payers. At this point, I think G2 is playing it to perfection. Even here, they're aware of the fact that Nico can potentially come out. Unfortunately for them, he wins this duel. MongolZ gives up his position. Doesn't matter. Heavy Guard does the only thing he has to. That's winning the duel against Nico. And you think to yourself, okay, they contained the situation, but you cannot contain this man. It may look a bit silly for Heavy Guard. He can't do no wrong right here. I think he's already known that MongolZ is exactly aware where his position is at, and then MongolZ is just doing what he's so good at, you know, playing it to perfection, winning against Sun Payers right here, and just showing that individual skill, individual know-how. And I love the fact that he's fake planting again, because it happened twice on Inferno where it didn't work out. Third time's the charm.
And that peak as well to go for it after was so ballsy as well. Played it to perfection. I want to run it one more time, Ash. What did you notice about this moment?
Well, I think this also sums up how uncomfortable G2 were on the map, and they actually got so many entries, they got in great positions, but there's just so many uncomfortable moments moments where it feels like they're getting caught out in the open. They don't really know what's going on. So first off, it starts with a kill there towards shot on bad timing, but then Matty's like, they're in a 4v3. He's uncomfortable. He goes for the push. Luckily for him, Sunfire's trades, but actually here on the radar now, Heavy God has already crossed the door and timed MongolZ. He nearly died in the first place, and you'll see in a second now. He almost dies again crossing back this way, and this was kind of summing it up for me on CT side. Even the spray here, it just felt like the individual skill on the CT side was completely gone. The teamwork, the confidence, but actually the ideas, it relied on MongolZ winning a 1v2, Nico winning a 1v2. They won a force buy as well. It was a poor one, but I think they're going to feel they had opportunities. They were warming up towards the end of the map, but this CT side, it looked like a team that can't win right now on Dust 2, and that's exactly what the numbers
It was
say.
definitely a game where G2 had chances to make it more competitive. I very much agree with that, especially in the first half, but they didn't capitalize at any moment, and this is what MongolZ gives you. He gives you those 1v2 clutches. We even saw it in the second half, a couple of times he's left in a 1v2, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm sitting with the feeling that, yeah, it looks unwinnable, but it's MongolZ, right? And I think that's the same feeling the opposition is having as well. You see his highlight package as well. He's just all over the place. So there's a bit of that fear factor going in, and there's a bit of G2. Maybe let's be realistic as well. A Falcons playing up to their level and G2 playing up to their level, there should be a difference on the server, and I think we saw that difference in this game.
I think that was a really messy one as well, to be fair. Like, I don't think Falcons feel like they had any control, because this was like so many rounds where, remember, they got entry frag, someone's jump spotting with a smoke, MongolZ comes out and kills him straight away. There's like 3v4s, 3v5s where there's no trade potential, there's no map compensation, and somehow Falcons were still winning those rounds. So I don't think they're going to feel great about that map, but now we're going to Ancient, and it could feel, so momentum's going to be important.
Did you ever believe in G2 even being able to make this comeback possible? Like 10-2 is a really strong scoreline to come back from.
Only because they're playing Falcons, to be completely honest, and that's history, right? And it's not fair to use that against them. But in all honesty, no, I didn't believe in G2, and I'm not sure I fully agree with you. I think it could have been much cleaner from Falcons. There were certain moments in the game, where you'd argue that they could have done stuff differently, but that's also how Falcons play Counter-Strike. I think their own observation of a game like this is that they were in full control from start to finish, because that's at the end of the day how they play. With Kyusuke, as you said, he's unpolished. I think Tessus as well was off to a terrible start to this series. The last 4 or 5 rounds, he kind of came alive. So I think they felt they had more in the tank still, and by then being in control. But I guess from observing from the outside, I'll always agree with you in that sense. It's never really truly clean when it comes to Falcons Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I actually felt for a moment when Heavy God went out and got that triple kill at long, that was a good play, because I think his AWP died at middle, and he instantly realized, like, MongolZ's in middle, I'm going to take long. He timed Nico, he got a second kill, and then the moment started kicking in, and I think the individual skill, it came back, because in that first half, it just felt like every kill was taking 10-15 bullets at the start of that half, and I just don't think you have that normally in G2 game, unless you kind of like, you're just used to losing, you're feeling uncomfortable in situations. I felt like, honestly, it was coming back, and if they lost that last round then, which they were very close to doing, by the way, this is quite a few they won in a row, and I think at this point now, you're worried as Falcons, and a game that, like you said, they should have blown them away because G2 were making so many mistakes, but they almost didn't.
Let's take a top-down look at Ancient then. This will decide who is taking the W here in the first series for Falcons here in Cologne, starting on the CT side of things on this Ancient Ash. What are you expecting from their defense?
Well, this is actually, G2 are one of the best CT sides in the world on Ancient, and Falcons are one of the best T sides. So I'm expecting to see a banger of a map, to be honest. And usually what I don't like about Ancient so much is this T side mid-fighting, which is kind of a given of the map, which means a lot of the rounds are decided in the first 20 seconds. But when the CTs kind of concede that space because they believe they're actually good at the map, then we see some mid-rounds, some rotations. Can the T side end the round? I think normally to be a good CT side, you need to not just rely on winning those mid-fights. So I want to see some mid-round in. I want to see a delayed kind of game going on here that isn't over in 10 minutes like Ancient can be sometimes, and yeah, it should be a good one.
It should be a good one. It should be an explosive one. I expect Kyusuke to be involved in a lot of those duels towards middle. Sometimes he's really going for it, and almost
that's where he should excel at. That's what you expect.
Exactly.
You think of Kyusuke, like middle Ancient is the first place I think of CT and T side.
He's a specialist, he's an Ancient specialist, and that's kind of how I want to describe this map as an overall. As you said, G2 being one of the better CT teams in the world. Falcons, historically speaking, have always liked to play Ancient. Kerrigan even coming in from FaZe, one of the few maps where they still played at a high level despite all the struggles. So I think there's a lot of Ancient specialists on the server. So in terms of the quality that we didn't necessarily get on Inferno and maybe at times on Dust 2 was lacking, I think we get that here on Ancient. And I will say, to me, the biggest difference between these two teams is MongolZ and Sunpayers. We often describe Ancient as a map that can be tough to find a lot of impact with the AWP. MongolZ does it consistently because he's so much in your face. I think Sunpayers is a little bit more I wouldn't call him defensive per se, but he's a little bit more calculated, and I think that's not necessarily going in his favor on a map like Egypt.
And he hasn't had the hottest start to the series so far, but time to be course correcting for G2 if they want to be battling back into this one. The battle indeed rages on, and it will come to a conclusion on Ancient.
Yes.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
The Dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary? There it is! $100,000! I've had enough of you!
Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
I'm here with MongolZ of Falcons fame. We'll get a 3D printed map of Ancient right here. This special piece will be you. As you can see, we got 5 CTs, we got 5 Ts. We'll go, the black ones are smokes, the white ones are flashes, red ones are Molotovs.
Okay.
All right?
Oh my god, it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna tell you.
Well, I'm just gonna ask you questions. We'll just see what happens. Okay, so let's just say right now, we'll just put you right here. This is your spawn in any given round in a Falcons game. What are you doing? Where are you starting? It's a gun round, you got an ult.
I will smoke middle, most likely.
Yeah.
I cannot put it, I will just put it here. Usually I don't smoke here, but I smoke here, you know? So I'm gonna smoke here, middle. And depends on the call, I'm gonna start wherever basically I want or wherever the team wants me to start.
Okay, so I'll pretend that I'm doing the setup right now for you guys, okay? So, Nico and Kiyasuke want to fight middle. Is it Tessus or Kicks in cave?
Tessus.
Tessus cave, Kicks in long. Where are you now?
I'm city spawn, mate.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Okay, at the beginning I'm gonna smoke elbow.
They say they want to fight mid.
Depends the way we wanna fight mid. Most likely I'm gonna get double flash both on freeze time, and I'm gonna double flash here on middle. That's the usual fight that a team does on middle. Usually they would Molotov close middle. This black marker smoke is here. Me, I'm gonna be window at this time, flashing double time on the left side. And if you want to have eyes on A, I'm gonna be CT, holding A. Yeah, because most likely if the team, they know how team is fighting on middle, they will hear double flash and a lot of flashes on mid and a lot of action. They most likely can maybe react on A, yeah? But they will expect me on CT, so I might kill, I might not kill, doesn't matter. Or I can be towards B up here, staying backline or short, and just holding banana. The most important part is that I'm not gonna stay here for a long time, right? I'm not gonna stay here and hold banana, because usually the team would react already banana, or they would execute like after 15 seconds of freeze time. So I could already maybe move towards cave, if the smoke will fade here in the middle. Or I can be also donut, why not? I cannot tell you where I'm gonna be, because I don't really have a script.
Plenty of options though. Now let's just say that you had the best spawn for B. Does that change anything?
No.
No, you're not going to say, hey, I want to go fight cave, hey, I want to take B ramp spawn?
Depends on the team, but 80%, maybe 70% of the time you'll have a smoke here in cave, so op is going to be cut, like There is nothing to hold. You need Emperor in cave to get some spams through the smoke, through the walls as well, because these walls you can spam, or also you do some damage here in the middle. Let's say it's Molotov. You put H and Molotov there for cross. You spam with Emperor. You help them to fight mid sometimes. Tezes can also go heaven here through the smoke to help to kill middle, because usually T's they don't really expect it, but sometimes maybe he can do it. So there are a lot of options, like you have maybe some scripts where Opera will be always here on the map, but I'm mostly just moving around the map.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. We've got Falcons and G2 clashing map after map. We get into Ancient now to decide who is going to be taking their opening win here in Stage 3.
Yeah, and it's kind of been a tale of two maps, right? I mean, we had Inferno, which felt close the whole way through, but it kind of artificially so with the way Nico was carrying and performing. Dust 2, Falcons smash him. MongolZ pops off with the AWP. He's an absolute beast. A little bit of a cosmetic comeback, and now we come into this third map of Ancient where we decide everything. And where are you going to go with it? Which one of these players is going to be popping off is going to be the big question, because we had Heavy God heating up towards the end of Dust 2. G2 wasn't completely wiped off the map. There was a little bit of a comeback there, so I don't think either team comes into this all that depressed, all that upset, all that forlorn.
On one side, you have MongolZ, who really showed up. He was the clutch factor. He was the carry on Dust 2. On the other side for G2, Sampaius was quiet, not getting his usual impact. He can rise to the occasion. He can rise to these big moments, and they've got to hope that Sampaius can deliver more here as the AWPer for G2 coming into this final map. They're going to be starting on T side, and the story of these games so far has been the fact that the maps have started such a back and forth with some forced by victories here and there, trading blow for blow. We'll see if we get a more standard start as G2 head into middle.
Kyosuke to spot. Oh, lovely shot. Nerds hits the deck. 5-on-4 advantage for the Falcons defense, but they're coming in hot, pushing right at Kyosuke.
Yeah, he's going to drop a defensive smoke and just hide in behind it. And that's going to pause G2 for the time being.
It's got to change their plans entirely. You can't force your way through that. So Sampaius is left as a lurk, but even he's going to back off. Doesn't want to mess around as soon as that smoke fades. He knows the whole defense has been sucked into this part of the map. It's kind of a disaster for G2. Now you have no more smoke, no more utility to try and break your way into a site, to take away lines, to take away vision. Working their way in towards cave. It's going to be Kerrigan on the initial defense. Tess is still worried about middle. Falcons defense moving on the other side of the map. They'll be here quickly, but how many are they going to have to deal with?
A couple heads cross on by. Tessa takes one of them, Sampaius the other. And he'll move up. Desiring a second, and Sampaius has got exactly what he's looking for. Picks up that USP, retreats. You've now got a 3v3 post plant here for G2, and Falcons are actually quite a long way off of getting into a position to start this retake.
Well, they're all pushed behind Cube is the dangerous thing. Now MongolZ's calling that out. He's got a swing, and he's dropped immediately.
My. What a round from Sampaius. Asking for him to step up, and he's come out delivering in the pistol round. There's a fourth kill if he can grab it. Natus gonna pick that up. Sampaius just about misses out on that ace. That's 4 in the pistol round for Sampaius.
Yeah, lovely work from him, but a great work from G2 overall as a team. Remember, their initial plan got taken away from them. 4 versus 5 conversion as well. Beautiful shot from Kyosuke to start. They deny access towards CT spawn with the defensive smoke. G2's got to improvise this round after the fact. Just waltz into the B bomb site behind the headshots of Sampaius to grab a pistol. Their second of this series. Second round save for Falcons. They don't want to invest anything, so all USPs. G2 has played this map back in Stage 2 of the Major in their qualification attempt. It was against Foot. They actually got beat pretty badly, 13-4 on it.
But for a much better game today, and so far so good in the first 2 rounds. No threats in this one. You ain't got to worry about some Falcons Deagle coming in and destroying you. So Hunter comes out tapping with that Khalil, a 2-0 lead. Nice and comfy, no one dying. And money can be established early for G2, and Falcons can get a buyout here.
Well, the other side of winning that pistol, the other thing that makes it such a good little thing for G2 to have is that, delays the point at which MongolZ can bring out the AWP. That was your nightmare on Dust 2, having to face off against that weapon each and every time. Didn't matter what side of the map it was on. So delaying him picking up that weapon is very, very nice for G2 in the opening stages here of this third and deciding map.
G2 rocking a bit of a bonus here. They've got 3 SMGs, and look at that nade damage towards Nico.
We see that nade set becoming more and more popular, and Nico might have to think about running down the other side of the stairs. That's not how you want to open up these rounds.
Get further damage as well for G2 onto Kyosuke. So this is a great start to the round from G2 as they move up into the red room. They've got space in middle, and they've got the health advantage.
Yeah, unconfirmed for now, but when they secure these kills, they're going to see all the damage they did. MongolZ, he's going to turn his back. He knows what's coming.
Here's those steps coming on out. That's a great kill from Nuke to open things up. MongolZ to die. Advantage siding here with G2 as they look to extend it. It's Karrigan, the next victim, jumping around as Heavy God, finishing off all of that initial damage that was done towards Nico. And this round, nothing happens for the Falcons. They just do not hold water whatsoever.
Yeah, this is actually maybe the worst way you could possibly start this third and deciding map is, I mean, they just got deleted, and it didn't even look like people were, they were really aware of where the attack was going to come from.
You've got hot starts from Natus and Sampaius. Natus now 5-1 to kick things off.
It's going to be a new feature for G2 in this half of Counter-Strike. We haven't yet had a map where like G2 popped out to a really early lead and got to play with that kind of momentum. Yes. So going to be a new feeling for them, going to be a new feeling for Falcons in a bad way.
Yeah, for G2, even on the map they won, it felt like they were just sort of hanging in there, right? Winning the important rounds and down the stretch, able to survive even the big individual moments from Nico and put them to bed. But G2 getting to play with the luxury of a clean start to the game, and Falcons ending up with no money to invest into this round. So it should be 4-0 for G2.
Very aggressive opening from G2 in that first gun round. Benefit of having all the MAC-10s, but now they've upgraded to three free rifles with the M4s that they take off the Falcons players. So right out of the gate, G2 is going to have momentum. They're going to have money advantage. They're going to have tons of cash to rebuy whatever they need. And Hunter's going to keep up this quicker pace, this more direct philosophy. All 5 members of G2 coming towards this B bomb site.
Trying to block them with the smoke, but they're just going to come through it. Natus hurling himself forward. You've got Nuke just in behind. MongolZ's D gets at least 1 here, but it's not going to be anything worth talking about. 4 in a row for G2. Bomb plant going to be coming through to confirm it in just a second.
And we'll see what G2, how they want to play this next gun round coming in, right? Because this is where you'll expect MongolZ to have the AWP, so you have a decision to make. Do you want to keep up this kind of faster pace? Do you want to move around the map, get into position really quickly, or are you going to give it some respect? Play more map control and try and take away its lines of sight.
Trying to fall away as Nuke. That was the chance for Kyosuke to get a kill. A low HP. Nuke once again in harm's way, but helped by timing. Nico. Landing the headshot on Hunter. They're going to try and just charge away from that bomb blast and get to safety into the corner. And no one else from G2 will go down, bar Natus. So 4-0 lead confirmed. As you mentioned, money back in the bank here for Falcons.
Yeah, Tessus will pass over the AWP to MongolZ, and we'll see what he can do with it. We just sort of had the segment with Sponge where he's explaining his different options, the different routes he has to run, going to throw out some utility for the team. Flashes to set up any mid-aggression, deep smoke towards elbow to protect their scaling. And then he gets to make his own decisions on there. There's no script, he said. It's whatever he's sensing around the map is where he wants to move after this responsibility.
Oh, straight up towards the ramp. Natus trying to make the most of this hot start by just running up B and getting involved in the fight against Karrigan. Now he's lost his life, so you're going to see Falcons get the opening kill, but can they convert on the 5v4?
Yeah, dangerous. We've started to see that fight, that slide in behind that lurk smoke towards the B-bomb site be really effective in stage 2 a couple of times, and it's brought out here, but Karrigan's able to put a stop to it early. Deep smoke should deny access, and Karrigan will challenge behind it. Hunter's gonna come through regard.
Oh, okay, took a while. Eventually, Karrigan getting that kill.
And where do you go from here? You lost the kind of aggressive trick play getting behind the lurk smoke at the B bomb site. Now Hunter tries to slip one past the goalie by sneaking through a smoke. Karrigan's got eyes on both of those plays, so Nuke moves next.
Kind of the only player that can do something about this. Nuke making the A play, but MongolZ's over towards the donut. Sampaius is hoping for a mistake, a peek that he can punish, but it isn't arriving, it isn't happening. We'll try and sell some presence while Heavy God gets that bomb over towards main.
He's pulling Nico over, so it is leaving MongolZ all on his own. I mean, despite the 3 versus 5, this is a 2-on-1 against MongolZ.
You mentioned the AWP out for the first time. Is that going to be the key that wins this? Sampias is dead. MongolZ hears them. He knows now it must be him. He must deliver straight to the chest of Nerds. It's Heavy God alone, 1v5, stepping into the scope, and the shadow spotted. The shot will not connect. But Heavy God into the temple with 15 seconds left. He will go down at the hand of Kyosuke. So first round where you get everything that you want for Falcons is a good one. They don't lose a single player.
Yeah, very clean. I think maybe the openings for G2 in this event were a little bit soft, and Falcons able to take advantage of it, taking the 2 opening kills, playing the 5-on-3 just about perfectly, not losing anyone. So good look for Falcons to get started first. Kerrigan well aware of the possibility. Here's the Molotov burning Natus. A nice play as well. Hunter didn't expect him to beat the Molotov and step behind the smoke. Round 6, and we're going fast yet again. This time it's out middle. Sampias tries to line up the bomb site, or the shot.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Sampias to maneuver with the AWP. Once all that utility's landing on the position, it's a huge commitment of that weapon. And it's gone. It's dead. And immediately you've got to play a 4v5. Tessis will slip back into the cave, so Hunter won't even get that chance to trade it out. And Natus is desperately hoping someone overextends, but oh, it's got to be reactions. And Kerrigan got the damage off first, but Natus just more accurate with the headshot.
And I think they'd like to follow that up and scale, but they don't want to because Natus was low HP. He changes opening, he changes, and he pulls Hunter into the fight. Good trade, but Tess is still here.
Able to finish off the damage Kyosuke started, and now Heavy God deep in the site, waiting for Nerds to come and join him. Tessa has planted his feet. You see still just standing, jiggling on the spot, ready for the next fight, waiting for his teammates to rotate over it. MongolZ now arriving. Heavy God locked in, anticipating this peak, anticipating this step into the open. MongolZ eventually goes, but it's the kill on Heavy God. Nerds with the headshot back. 1v3 total for Nerds. They're doubled up. Nico and MongolZ both together.
Damn,
and
dude.
Nerds got the damage off on Nico. Just couldn't finish him off, but that is a damn nice try.
That was so fast. MongolZ couldn't even react. I think he's shocked he just took one to the face. Good recovery from Nico, but very close to being a spicy transfer from Nerds. So G2 still stuck on 4, but they've got another buy in the pocket. They've got so much money built up, and that gives them a chance to take a timeout and talk things over. Halfway through this initial half of Ancient.
Well, you know, Nerds is, in combination with Heavy God, has just done enough damage to keep Falcons on the rope, right? You haven't got full buy available constantly at this point. You've got some issues there that can be broken down the line. So such an important round here for G2 to figure out. They won't have an AWP of their own.
They've started these first 6 rounds, though, being pretty aggressive on the openings, right? Trying to get into play. We have Sampias kind of rushing into the elbow Molotovs to take a look. We've had a couple challenges up B ramp. G2's trying to get something started with some speed, with some pacing to it, to kind of disjoint Falcons early on in the round. It's not been super effective in these last 2 Falcons rounds wins, so we have to see if this time out maybe G2's going to switch things up. Here's the double flash from MongolZ on the left. Kyosuke avoiding the nades. And no aggression in middle from G2.
And Nerds tries to move forward. Just behind that smoke at the time being. Red room smoke fades away. All the early smoke's now fading away. Nerds will send one towards the donut. Look at Nico creeping, crossing into the open. He's got Kyosuke ready for a double peek. Nerds surely dies here into the open. Oh, what? He reacted to Kyosuke accurately enough. Heavy God will fell his own teammate.
That's crazy. Actually, Nico baits for that peek from Kyosuke so well. That actually looked like it was working perfectly. What a reaction from Nerds to grab one before he goes down. Good timing on the defensive smoke in towards Cave that denies access to Madison Hunter, so they've got to come up with a new idea, and it might just funnel them back towards middle, where MongolZ and Nico wait.
Nico edging out again. Heavy God into the fight. Heavy God at least grabbing MongolZ. He's got the information on Nico's position as well. Kerrigan getting aggressive down the ramp. That's the bomb. If he takes this down, surely that will be the round. The bomb spills to the floor. The next fight is up against Tessas, who surely gets at least one here, and he will. He'll confirm it and put Hunter into the clutch. A 1v3 for Hunter to piece together with 25 seconds left. Knowing that he has to go and get that bomb. Knowing he has to go towards Kerrigan. Who's waiting on the other side of the smoke. He anticipates Hunter's position and sprays through the smoke. Falcons have grabbed some control of this game.
Really nice timing for Kerrigan on 2 different points. Obviously spamming down at the bomb when that smoke is up at the end to take down Hunter for free, but also the push down, the timing of that to just tuck himself into the corner. And that bomb just laid out on a silver platter. I can't believe Nerds gets this reaction shot, but yeah, Heavy God, no fault of his own. Awkward situation. Nico does a lovely job in mid though, containing it and holding onto that part of the map throughout the rounds. Falcons clawing themselves into this game. A 0-4 start, but 3 in a row, they're right back in it. And they've taken the money away from G2, who was once so strong. 2 AKs and upgraded pistols.
They're coming out middle again. Nert's going to be at the front. Hunter just in behind him. Good ding. Look at that. Natus straight to the head of Kerrigan. Down to 18 HP with that P250.
It's not a fun bomb site to play when you've been taken down low. There's a lot of chaos.
Look how the defense has receded, though. They've dropped back.
They have to, I think, because of the low HP from Kerrigan, right? If no one can be a point man inside the bomb site, everyone's playing way, way deep behind it, but it's a lot of room to give up over to your opposition. You can recover it because they do only have P250s, so let's see how these M4s do. Tess is going to be challenged.
Yeah, just peeked out towards the cave. Didn't get the fight he's looking for. In fact, getting flashbangs now thrown towards him. He's going to be blinded. Natus goes down to 1 HP. The plant being secured. Kyosuke steps into the open. Grenade is heavy. And that does make these pistols a lot more deadly when those players are so low. Tessus hoping a peek comes in, but it's not happening. Not yet anyway. Natus on 1 HP goes out for the information. Sets up Heavy God to come in with a trade. Heavy God's got one more. No way. P250 doing everything. And now he's got an M4. But he's out of bullets. But is he out of time? Is he out of chances? He goes into the fight, gets the dink on MongolZ. But Heavy God will be put down. It's a damn nice try again, but it's a tie game, 4-4.
Yeah, man, that's beast mode from Heavy God. Just equipped with a P250 and still dealing death, doing such a good job reacting and responding and trading every single fight his teammates get into it. It was always going to be a desperate affair. That's a thing of beauty. Coming back, realizing Kerrigan's pushing up to wrap around. What a great sequence from Heavy God. Taking some of the funds away from Falcons. Not enough to force any kind of an awkward situation as they buy back into round 9. Tied up at 4.
A little glimpse of what Heavy God is capable of. Back into the mid setup. Nico applying utility, applying pressure, and now got the opening kill off the back of Kyosuke and Nico. Oh, the round's done. It's done within seconds. Falcons right out to battle and meet them. And G2 collapse.
That's a lovely piece of aggression. Falcons gonna rattle off a 5th round in a row. Disruptive to anything G2 wants to do. And Hunter and Senpaius have nothing. They got no clue. There's no good options available to them. Man, if you go back to the first map in this series, completely different Falcons team that's built into this now that we've gotten here to this 3rd map. First map from them, you know, had the lead for most of it, but it was so desperate. It was barely clinging on through clutches, mostly from Nico, but you were losing anti-ecos, you were losing silly advantage situations. It was mistake-riddled Counter-Strike, and some conversation happens after that map because the Falcons team that entered into Dust 2, now here coming back on Ancient, is looking solid. Proactive ideas, getting up in G2's face, not afraid of any fights. We'll have a long, extended save back in T-spawn. 34 more seconds to watch Senpaius and Hunter try and keep these weapons in their hands. No one from Falcons moving across the map to hunt them down. And G2's going to have to try and figure this one out on the fly. Perhaps another timeout coming in. They do have the full losing bonus built up, so at least there's that. There's going to be cash for the other players to invest into this round behind these 2 saved weapons, so G2 will have another buy if they want it. But now starting to feel a little bit stumped as Falcons have overtaken them on the scoreboard 5 rounds in a row. And there's that late timeout from G2. talk over the money situation. 2 AK-47 saved up. Natus and Nerds come into this round with 3,500, so they've got to choose what they want to buy, but G2 will indeed be challenging for this round. No one popping off and doing anything crazy yet, quite yet. Nobody has shot up the scoreboard. 7 kills for Natus to lead the way for G2. 8 kills for Kyosuke to lead the way for Falcons. And the Nico have done a very good job in middle. This round was obviously excellent. You had this push on top after the fact, jumping up towards heaven. Taking down one more, just a really secure mid. What a two-man, 1-2 punch.
And Falcons can take control of the half if they win this round. G2, a timeout in, no money left over in reserve. Pretty sparse in utility as well. Sampai's going for a quick play towards Carrigan, and Carrigan's won it. He's beaten out Sampai's in the straight-up duel. Natus ready, he needs to respond. He needs to get at least one of these Tesses. He's going to peek him. Natus down to 1 HP again. He's actually picked up MongolZ. Not bad for Natus, not bad at all.
Oh, but the nade's going to catch him regardless. 1 HP, and Tesses won't let him get away. Disadvantaged again in this round is G2. 3 versus 4. I'll tell you what, you mentioned Carrigan winning that initial fight. Carrigan has done such a good job controlling Cave throughout this half. He's been excellent stopping access to that part of the map for G2.
Yeah, Kyosuke walking out. It's going to be Nerds who's getting sprayed away. Grenade. Going to head towards him. But it'll not finish him off. Doesn't go deep enough. Just trying to block them, trying to dissuade them from going through this red room. 45 seconds left. G2 are going to be repositioning, reallocating those resources. 2 towards the donut. Hunter coming late A main, but Nico's waiting for him.
And he's got the bomb, Hunter. So if he doesn't clear this angle out, off angle for Nico. Oh, good shot from Hunter. A little bit quicker than his cousin. And now a damaged Falcons is rotating over.
They've lost MongolZ and Nico for the defenses. Now Carrigan, Kyosuke, and Tesses out of position. Have to collaborate to get back in on this retake. Tesses is wielding the AWP. Not the player you want in this situation. No, it's going to hear the steps towards the temple. He is keeping his crosshair occupied on Tesses. Off down. Carrigan gone. Kyosuke 1v3. Not getting any peeks, not getting any looks. No chances whatsoever for Kyosuke to win this one. He'll step towards heavy guard, but he's peeked from Nerds, and well played from G2. The all-important fight is Hunter against Nico. If he doesn't win that, round feels off.
Yeah, Nico's in a strong position as well, and Hunter just drills him. Absolutely critical. Bomb drops there, and the round's over. So the huge fight, that one as well. Natus chiming in on a MongolZ, a beautiful reaction shot, even though he pays for it with his life. But G2's going to be pleased with that one. Finally put a stop to the run from Falcons at 5. And they can still wrestle for control of this game heading into the second half.
G2 survived the scariest one. The break was right there. Carrigan trying to block them again. He's going to be the first challenge, and they can't pass him. They cannot get through Carrigan, who's got a second kill. Now MongolZ's waiting for the elbow push, and surely that has to come for G2 because they've lost all other elements of threat. And MongolZ destroys them in middle. It's now Sampai stuck inside of the B lane, and G2 stand no chance in this round.
Yeah, that's one of the most dominant rounds we've seen out of them. No chance in any of those fights, and once again, Carrigan delivering. Deep smoke, plays the right edge of it. Double kill for him. MongolZ's up, shutting down middle. And G2 going to desperately try and tie things up, but the buy isn't going to be pretty.
No, it is definitely looking weak. Heavy Guard's going to have to play with a deagle, but what is this from Carrigan? They just can't get through him without at least taking one death.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it. He's just done such a good job in that part of the map. He's shutting them down all the time, delaying whatever they want to do over in Jaguar. This time he'll be joined by Tesses and Kyosuke at the B bomb site. A committed defense.
Sampai attempts the opening kill from the bottom of the ramp. Shot's not going to be too far off. And attempting the spam there on Tesses will receive some bullets back towards him himself. But this fight again, Carrigan. Surely not 3 times in a row. Let's see, Natus goes in. Yep, it's another one for Carrigan. No trade. Nothing. In fact, they just block out Hunter. He tries to go before the smoke, but Kerrigan's ready for that as well. MongolZ's got nerds. And Falcons towards the end of the half are so dominant. Some players, no chance. 1v5. And they'll just take their time. They'll lock it in. A 7-5 lead for Falcons on this all-deciding map on their opening best of 3 here at the Major.
I break once, okay?
Good. I'm searching Insta.
I'm denying gamer Legion.
Going in front.
I deny.
I'm breaking the flash right side.
One heaven.
Flash, Maxim.
He crossed.
1 mid. Right, Nico.
I'm not going Ilya.
Please.
Guys, I'm taking risk on banana. I'm going through.
One out mid.
I smoke in front.
Going up mid.
Nice.
One in the game smoke here.
I break it, okay? I ate it in front of smoke.
Nice. Take.
Woo! Okay, I was scared of heaven this side. I didn't want to commit.
Nice, Vin. Fucking nice.
Thank you, man.
Well, Falcons is locked in from the sound of that clip, and we heard Zonic, we heard Kerrigan talking about the communication during the first map, and those issues apparently got solved because they fired on all cylinders. Once they grabbed hold on the CT side, they never relinquished. A 7-1 run after starting 0-4. Gives them a 2-round lead coming into this pistol. And they're going to take it slow to open up. Tessa's Kerrigan and Nico with the bomb over towards the B bomb site. MongolZ and Kyosuke could eventually shift over and join up with them, and this looks like it'll be a timing exec onto the B bomb site all day long.
Yeah, Heavy God just waiting towards the top of the ramp. Carrigan has had his fair share of criticism, you know, in terms of lacking kills and halves. A much better performance here, 10 and 8 on that CT side. Heavy God was about to have a challenge against him. He slipped towards the bottom of the ramp. Carrigan's moved off. Heavy God moves out. He's got two. TeSeS and MongolZ both dead within seconds. KyoSuke at least getting that trade out, but you're going to have to play a 3v4, so your initial plan's out the window.
Well, yeah, and you just chucked out all your utility that you wanted to use to exec into the bomb site, but there's a defensive smoke in place, so that aggressive piece from Heavy God negates the entire tactic you wanted to run. Oh, no!
Uh-oh.
Oh, that is a disaster. The bomb site opens right back up.
Yep, and Nerds is coming right back to try and shut it in their faces. Needs that second kill. Couldn't get it. KyoSuke goes back into the site, will now commit to the plant. Nerds keeps them busy, occupied, checking towards him as Hunter starts to creep closer and closer, coming through cave.
Okay, well, KyoSuke just showing the guns, wanted to see where the shot was going to come from, so Kerrigan's going to start scaling to the other side, but they don't know about Hunter. They don't know at all.
That's a quick kill, so KyoSuke has to clutch, gets it down into the 1v1, but Hunter's won it. The flank through cave, he comes in with a double kill. Both of those post-plant players are moved. And it looked like it was going to be a disastrous pistol there for G2, but they're saved by their leader.
Oh man, Kerrigan I think he had to make that move way more aggressively and actually get into some cover and actually push. He couldn't stand there in the open. They weren't aware of that flank. They weren't even considering it whatsoever. Nice job slowly wrapping around from Hunter to grab that pistol round to help win it at the end of the day. G2 almost dropped the ball, trying to re-aggress in towards cave, and now we've got a timeout from Falcons right after the pistol. It's their first to talk things over, how they want to handle now this obstacle, as G2 has won yet another pistol. Makes both pistol rounds for G2 on this all-important third and deciding map.
Yeah, Falcons, a tough task now ahead of them. AK-47 for KyoSuke, Galil for Nico, Deagle for MongolZ and TeSeS, and a Tech-9 for Carrigan.
We had Nico on map 1, we had MongolZ on map 2, and now we have KyoSuke with 13 kills to lead the way for Falcons. This could be the map where he steps up and takes over. Round 14 is live. Falcons bring an AK-47 on KyoSuke's hands. Galil for Nico, upgraded pistols and utility otherwise.
Nico solo over towards B lane. The two rifles are out making plays already. KyoSuke with TeSeS in middle. Smoke will deploy.
Good miss.
It did indeed. Okay, allows them to at least cross out, but they know that's a bad smoke, so Hunter just starts spamming down through it. And look at the damage done to KyoSuke. This is a disastrous start for Falcons into a round where you really need your limited pieces to go perfectly.
Yeah, it's going to be really frustrating. I mean, that was their entire game plan, right? Was smoke off donut, try and step towards Red Room and find a fight there. See if you can catch anyone snoozing in red. Now they have to kind of improvise and wrap around to a different direction.
When you're coming at some Pius, he's the only player in the site. Natus is pushed up here. He's in Jag. He's got the MP9 ready. Gotta take him down easy, and KyoSuke will. He takes some damage on board, but Pius moves in, realizing he's the only player here. Heavy God's now arriving to back him up. Heavy God will get there in time before the pushes really come out. 35 seconds left, and trying to get out of Falcons. They make it into the site. Plant gonna be coming through, being locked in.
No kits, no utility for this retake, but they've got the better weapons.
Yeah, Heavy God goes into the open. Nerds is also taking a kill here for G2. A 3v4, digging deep. Falcons having to play with this AK that's now fallen into the hands of TeSeS.
No smoke to block this, no flashbang to turn in.
And TeSeS waits, goes into the peak, great headshot, drops back, he took damage, but Nico's just below. Don't want to sell him, don't want to give away his position, but TeSeS goes forward, another kill. TeSeS again, Nico with him, and that's it. Pius is alone, and time is ticking, and he's got no kit. That means he's got no chance, and he has to fall away to save this AWP, and they're going to try and take it, rip it out of his hands, and Nico will do exactly that. The bomb goes off, everybody perishes, but that's a huge round to win for Falcons.
And Nico got away with the op as well. That was this little celebration we saw at TeSeS, and maybe even the thanks for the recovery after the missed smoke over in middle that TeSeS threw. What a good job from Falcons. This setup, and you can see when you don't have a smoke, when you don't have a Molotov, a flashbang, anything to activate anyone, there's way too much safety for TeSeS to just kind of take a kill, hide, and stay alive and wait for the next one. Perfectly played from Falcons. and put G2 right again onto the back foot. A taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, MongolZ, he's already got elbow. He's going to push up and have a good spot. Carrigan's going to come and join him, and no one from G2 detecting this yet. There's Pistol sitting back. That leg shot connects, so 2 HP for Nerds. Lucky to still be standing.
Natus and Heavy God want a challenge for cave control. Gonna smoke out the Molotov. Good timing on that. MongolZ was just stepping up. But Falcons in map 2 and 3, they haven't panicked against these low buy situations. We haven't seen them have the same issues they had on Inferno. Another defender arrives here at the B-bomb site.
Yeah, MongolZ gonna be boosted on top of the box. No one from G2 give it a peek, give it a chance. And their hope becomes creating this fortress of defending players.
Yeah, but the Falcons never need to actually take this part of the map, right? You know there's presence in there from the way they've smoked it off. That might have been a bit much. Heavy God with the headshot, now gonna challenge a little bit more.
Oh, another one! Heavy hitting from the Heavy God! And he's gone down to MongolZ, who has to clutch it alone. He goes up to the top of the ramp. MongolZ, he's got smoked out. Surely there's no chance for him now. MongolZ trying to fall away, but even then he's caught, and it is going to be Heavy God on that defuse. What a round out of the Deagle. Oh my God, indeed.
What?
Give him the fist bump.
A sequence of mistakes.
Go on. There we go.
He deserves that one. I cannot believe that Falcons have given that up. You don't need cave control. You don't need to take those fights. You don't need to secure that part of the map. You have it mollied. They can't get to you.
That's insane. And he crossed back as well. He went into the scope of MongolZ, but it's just these shots that you cannot even believe. Divine intervention from Heavy God's Deagle. And that might just give G2 enough energy to reinvigorate them, to stay in this game. You've got Nerds running down and taking MongolZ away, and it's just Glocks now.
It's not a matter of giving energy to G2. You just ripped the heart out of Falcons in that round. That's the oh shit moment if you're on Falcons, where you're like, okay, this is going to get much more difficult from here. What a devastating round loss to take. And if Falcons go on to lose, once again, the conversation is going to be mistakes in these advantage rounds.
Oh, okay, so Pius has taken a dink. At least pressure being put on, but Nerds has come over and he actually got the no-scope through the box as well. Kisuke finishes him off, but the rest of his opponents have rotated over, and Nerds will deal with him as soon as that peak comes in. So 8-8, all tied up again. Not enough money here for Falcons to get the AWP out for MongolZ. Well, at least it will be the AKs and utility returning.
Yeah, but what are they going to look like after you've just been punched in the face like that? That changes the entire environment within the team. Such a tough loss to get over. Round 17 is live. All AK-47s for Falcons, missing a little bit of utility on a couple players. Heading straight for the A bomb site. They're not slowing down.
Some Pius. Can he stop it? Blinded into the temple. Better pray that Nerds can get two, and he will. Nico and Carrigan both dead. Out goes some Pius. Hunter trying to stop them now, but it's just the one before the trade comes in. But that should be enough because Nerds and Heavy God are here. And look how quick they converge on that attack. Falcons can't get out of main.
Yeah, these two rounds back to back. This feels like the sequence that might just knock Falcons off kilter. Old school Falcons for sure. Now it's about what have these last couple of events done with Carrigan at the helm actually done for your mental game? Do you have the fortitude to recover this situation? You had all the control of the world. Felt like you were cruising towards the win. Heavy God takes the wind out of your sails, and then you add in just a devastating loss where you get absolutely nothing. Momentum completely taken away from Falcons.
And once again, you just back down the pistols, ready to get bashed in here by Natus. Carrigan, who was finding so much success in that position on the CT side, can't do much against the rifle superiority in this one. Senpais finds the follow-up kill, and G2 now a 5v3 to convert into their 10th round victory. There's Tesses trying to get out through the smoke, trying to be cheeky, and
just wanted to see what he was going to find, you know?
Yeah. Some bullets to the back. Usually you talk with some optimism about MongolZ and Nico Deagle potential, but not in this round.
We haven't seen either of those two like kind of pop off and have impact on this map the way that we did on the previous two. So it would have to be a complete reversal of what they're bringing out into the server already. See if one of them can wake up. There's going to be a second timeout from Falcons. They're 2 rounds back. It's 8-10. As Heavy God has provided G2 with this lead. Now 4 in a row for the G2 defense. 5 of the 6 rounds played in this half in their favor as well. And going back to that first map, recall that Falcons offense never got going. Got locked down early. Kerrigan, Zonic, they couldn't find the solution, the changes that they needed. Another half on this T side, we're still 6 rounds in and they only have 1 single to their name. So now the op comes back into the hands of MongolZ and a chance to run it back in round 19.
Heavy God might have just broken them apart. Sure, utility going down middle. See Falcons throwing the Molotov out towards the cubby. Now they go through elbow. Yusuke unleashed, attacking forward. Hunter with nerds, they move through and they fight in mid. But Tessus and MongolZ getting both kills back and stabilizing their early fights into a 3v3. But the next fight is coming real soon and it's going to be towards Cave. We've got 2 players up here for G2.
MongolZ backing into the smoke at the moment. Heavy God and Natus, because they're doubled up, do they want to get aggressive? They've got Sun Pius at this bomb site as well. You could make a play at this B bomb site if you wanted to. They'll hold on for the moment and just wait patiently as the smoke fades.
Yeah, they're waiting on Kerrigan to come back with that bomb. He's now arriving towards the double doors.
Falcons will never expect all 3 players here. They'll never expect it.
Never ready for this. Can they deal with it? That's the question. Despite there being 3 players, despite there being a fortress of defense, can Falcons get through? Sampias hits the shot, but it's not lethality for either player. Sampias drops back into the cave. Nico scales forward. Falcons fighting in, trying to reinvigorate their chances here on the map. But Sampias waits, and no one dare go around that corner into the Spanish Opera's hands. This will be a fight to the death, a 3v3 post plant. Falcons trying to move into some better positions, taking the risk to move forward.
It's actually paid off. It's completely paid off. They're going to realize nobody's home. And now how do you get out?
Well, Natus has the utility. Will he use it? He has to. The smoke goes in. It's the flash actually that goes forward first, but Nico in the flash has taken 2 kills down. It's Sampias and Natus both gone. And once again, it's Heavy God. The only player that can do anything about it. He steps out into the open and MongolZ will nail him with the AWP. So despite having 3 players in the right position, it is not enough for the G2 defense.
Yeah, it turns out G2 just kind of bottlenecks them over in Cave. I was surprised to see not one of Heavy God or Natus kind of push out and try and flank back around through B ramp. Everyone kind of stayed in. Sampias, even under all the pressure, the missed shot onto Nico. He's got to fall back into the same position as well. And none of the 3 of the G2 players have any play to make in that situation.
I mean, I started this map saying you would love to see Sampias having a better game, right? He was quiet over on Dust 2 while the Orpa and MongolZ shined on the other side. Sampias needed one of those kills. Would have made the team a lot easier there to deal with. But unfortunately, a missed shot has cost them, and you see Falcons now only 1 round away from tying things up again.
Money's the biggest issue for Falcons. G2 still have a ton of it built up behind them. Even a win here doesn't alleviate the pressure of having to go up against the full buy of the defense. Kerrigan's at $0, Nico at 250, so cash flow is an issue on the other side of the map. That smoke missed again. Not entirely, it's just very, very shallow from the T perspective. MongolZ still making it work. Hunter and Natus inside cave. Heavy God dedicated to the bomb site. Sampias and Donut, and he looks like he'll have next contact.
Stepping into the open, Sampias does take that shot. He gets the info on the second player as well.
Kiyasuke's crossed though, and he has the bomb, so he's got to be careful. He can't be super aggressive here, and he's kind of isolated. It's a dangerous position.
An important cave fight, 1-for-1 with Nico and Hunter. MongolZ does challenge Sampias and win it. Kiyasuke, as you mentioned, now moving forward, taking some space. Hunter's going to hear those steps, though.
Oh, absolutely. And again, remember, this is the bomb. You have secured the A bomb site. Tessus is going to hunt down Nertz. Now the plant coming in.
And Nertz can't move. Tessa's going to move into him, though. Headshots in. Plant is not committed to, but you have to go for it now if you're Kyosuke. Going for the plant, he's out of commission. Hunter goes forward to try and deny, but MongolZ taking that final kill on Heavy Card. Hunter denied by Tessas, and Falcons has stabilized. They're back into the game again.
Yeah, really impressive. I love seeing this out of Falcons. I mentioned it was going to be the point of where we're going to see exactly what these last two events have done for their mental game with Kerrigan at the helm, and you can see there's a little bit more faith and belief. Good fight back, winning 2 in a row, but they're not out of it just yet. One more buy, one more investment from the G2 side as their money finally gets depleted after this. Lovely cover from Falcons during the bomb plant. Look at what it means to them. They've locked in. And a very important conversation for Saw. His team runs out of advantages if they're to lose this buy. If these weapons get wiped off the map, all of a sudden they're fighting with nothing.
This may only be the opening best of 3 of Stage 3 of the Major, but you think about the teams we've got here. We've got the 16 best teams in Counter-Strike, and you have to try and get every single match to go your way. To take one loss might prove to be detrimental down the line with some of the opponents you might face. So both teams presented with an opportunity. A fight for their opening series win here in Stage 3 of the Major in Cologne. Kyosuke going out middle early on. He's got him behind those bottom mid boxes.
And they've done a lot, Falcons, with this kind of mid control. We've seen MongolZ kind of take it on his own. Kyosuke leading the way quite frequently. Once again, now they have this control. Sunpius' op is at the A-bomb site to activate Hunter to push up so the op can rotate off. And Kerrigan wants to toy with the fact that they've been able to exploit you in middle. Now that they've shown that presence and shown that utility, calling for an adjustment, they're going to line up for an execution at the B bomb site, and there's only one player home. Nertz and Heavy God going to be here quickly.
Natus sees that utility coming over the wall and doesn't want to take any damage from the fire, but it does force him away and give that space towards the cave. Nertz is taking damage, steps out towards default.
Oh, double smoke towards ramp, though, a mistake.
Oh, but it doesn't tell them 2 players to deal with. They go forward, Tessets and Kyosuke, they've got the 3 they need. That's the site under wraps. And Sunpius and Hunter are so far away from this, they can do nothing. Money is not there, and Falcons in the lead.
Man, G2 tried to step in front of the execute and play in front, inside the bomb site, in front of the smoke, step through them during the attack, but there was no indication that was coming. That's Falcons players inside the smoke pre-firing as they come out, and there's no chance for G2 in those fights. Now 3 straight for the Falcons offense. They'll be up 11-10.
Hey, you were talking about the fact that MongolZ and Nico haven't given us those stellar performances we've seen in the first 2 maps. It's Tessas and Kyosuke who are coming in with some big impact late into the game here.
Which is honestly fine, and actually in some aspect great to see that, down the entire roster, down the entire lineup, everyone's contributing at different points. It's a team we always talk about the amount of skill that they've got. And we've been able to see pieces of it from each player throughout this series. So no more timeouts for G2 to slow it down, and I bet right about this moment they'd love to have an extended conversation to talk about how they want to play around the AWP and the saved M4. They pick up rifles to surround it. So another strong buy-in for G2, but late round they'll be running out of utility and still no kits in play. I think watching this map back, G2 is going to say, look at how much room we gave Kyosuke in middle. I talked about it a lot last round, but they've had this kind of control whenever they've wanted, and MongolZ drills Nertz to the wall.
Great early flick from MongolZ. 4v5 in what feels like the last chance here for G2. Lose this, it's series point against you, and you do not have the resources to throw everything back into a really solid buy.
And Falcons love getting that early pick. I mean, look how long in this round that G2 has to play a man down without a whole lot of information. Nico's going to come join up with Kyosuke to clear Jaguar.
Kyosuke steps in for a headshot. Sharp shooting, but right back is Hunter.
And they now know 2 defenders at the B bomb site, but how do you get back? You're not in any kind of position to exploit that piece of information to head towards the A site. Sunpius is still parked in Donut with an AWP. If they come back into this, the entire round falls on his shoulders.
MongolZ tracking those steps, following his prey. Carrigan dies in that play towards the donut. So it will be MongolZ and Tesses trying to remove the chances of G2 here. A 3v2. MongolZ in the open, dead. It's got to be Tesses singing his praises in the last round. Can we go higher than that? No. Hunter's going to step out. Tesses goes down. And the all-important round actually won here by G2, and it's Hunter stepping up with the key impact.
Yeah, that's unreal that he gets 2 kills in that situation. It's Nico and Kyosuke double swinging him, and you normally think no one's going to stand a chance in that situation. He doubles up, and that's the turning point in the round. Falcons will be bummed out by that, but you can live with some players missing a trade kill. A round well constructed from Falcons, just missed the all-important frag right here. Nico can't close it out, brought him down to 18 HP. A lovely round from Hunter start to finish, and that forces the final timeout from Team Falcons, their 3rd.
They are not out of the woods just yet. This is a challenge for the opening game of Stage 3, right down to the wire. Every round of regulation is going to be required.
Talking to Kerrigan before their Stage 3 campaign began, and they just mentioned, you know, we always know it's going to be grindy, it's going to be close for whatever reason. Whenever he's involved, it always gets a little bit chaotic. It always gets close down the stretch.
He likes to take the long route, the scenic route, but he always gets there. Somehow he found a way to Cologne. Hunter. And then going down towards the elbow. He's got a little bucket of it. He's going to start tossing them out just to try and drop some of that health early on Kyosuke. It's effective, 49 HP left.
This feels like a much more direct call. Kyosuke, Tesses, and MongolZ out middle, already playing behind the donut smoke, already playing behind the red room smoke as it fades.
It's the bomb and Tesses.
I think Hunter heard the shot of the AK-47 close up. Kerrigan's got to win this, but he can't. Steps in, there's no chance for a trade. So Falcons escalate.
Once again, Hunter having to be the savior of his team. No took it towards a main, and Hunter's gone down with nothing. There's some bias out with his shot. Finally, that AWP arriving. Nico, patient as ever, trying to hold any push that might come over the top.
He's getting flanked out. Heavy God's about to turn the corner on elbow, and then you have no time to do anything. You have no time to recover that scenario.
Well, it depends as well how far Heavy God goes, because Tessa is still the bomb carrier in middle.
Coming now. Matter of time. There's the swing. Nico, no idea.
It's all crumbling here for Falcons. Just Tesses and MongolZ. A 2v4. G2 has shown some real strength here in the CT side. How can Tesses and MongolZ even find a way into this round? 30 seconds left, and they're stuck at red room.
Yeah, and even Natus is going to have a deep spot. If they eventually try and kind of wrap past CT spawn to come up towards the B bomb site, he's going to be able to spot that out the whole way. I don't even think they have time for it anymore. I don't think they have time to manage this defense at the A bomb site. It's time to save.
And if you, you're coming out of the donut, take everything away. G2 looking to take everything out of their hands. MongolZ will white knuckle grip this AWP, knowing how important it is to drag it into the next, but Sunpius has ripped it out of his fingers. His Tesses at least getting a kill.
Can't find the ult. He's looking desperately for the ult. There it is, and he's found it. Okay.
Just scavenging it off the ground. Will that last second grab with the AWP be the difference that gets this one into overtime?
And look, there's no time to stop this game. Both teams have used all 3 of their timeouts in regulation. And for Kerrigan, that really sucks because he hasn't had a whole lot of time with this squad. A lot of it has been improv, and it's got to continue here now. 1 AWP on MongolZ, an AK-47 on Nico, pistols otherwise. And they're fighting for overtime.
Right down to the wire. G2 versus Falcons delivering in the opening game. Tesses, 41 HP to kick things off. There weren't already too many weaknesses going against them, but here it is. The attack into the B site. Heavy God taken down by Nico. But Natus, look at
Wait,
this.
that's a bomb. That's the bomb on Kyosuke. He completely forgot he had it. He's got to scramble back. They used 2 smokes on Cave. Okay, mistakes open the door back up for G2 to steal this round away. The plant has taken so long to get down due to the mistakes, so everyone's here and ready to go.
Is that going to be a mistake that cost them from a young man? G2 readying themselves for a retake. That spam is good.
Again, though, 3 players in the same position in cave. How are you supposed to get out? Double smoke.
The fight for overtime. Falcons digging deep. Bonus rounds on the line. Nico, the player, trying to drag them over the line. Kiyasuke's Deagle ringing out. And now it's just Unpious. And they run away. They don't let him have a shot at this. Do not let him even think about this clutch. Falcons stay in it, and we've got even more.
How impressive is that from Falcons? Buried in the early stages of the second half, a very difficult comeback to claw themselves in. And not even having a crack at the win at the end of the day, having to win a low buy to force overtime, and they've done just enough. Just enough. And both coaches get a timeout, an extra one as we switch into OT. Now it's turned into a Kerrigan game, scrappy and OT.
And no compromise buys, money resets. Everybody's got their choice weapon in hand. And here's the attack down. It's Nerds just waiting here. He's going to get caught by MongolZ. Hunter to respond right back. Kiyasuke gone. Blow for blow again just to kick off overtime.
Yeah, and actually challenging to deny middle, which wasn't happening all through regulation. So they're going to be happy to control that part of the map now. Tesses and Kerrigan forced away. Feels like G2 has such a good read of the situation. Natus already pushed up to the jump up spot. Heavy God and Sunpius at the B bomb site itself. Hunter in middle. They can collapse on this hit. If Falcons continue moving forward, G2 is going to have the flank under control.
Yeah, Heavy God stepping forward. MongolZ not able to punish him. Heavy God going again. Nico next down. Heavy God traded out eventually by MongolZ, but it's Sunpius who sent the shot right back. 2 left, Tesses and Kerrigan. The Danes that need to deliver. Flash going in. It's blinded everybody.
Oh, that could have been such a good kill to have. Such a good kill it would have been.
Yeah, well, Kerrigan at least staying alive, moving forward, getting deeper and deeper control. Tesses is going to hear the steps. He knows the next fight is right here, but he can't win it. Natus baits it out of him. So it's got to be Kerrigan. A 1v3 for Kerrigan.
And it's not planted for him.
It doesn't seem possible at all, does it? Kerrigan will step up, he'll give it a go. Natus in first, Kerrigan with the first, taking the shot through the wall. Kerrigan's got another, it's the defuse, oh, and it's pulled off. The defuse stuck all the way, and Kerrigan, despite getting all the kills, can't make it happen.
That would have been incredible if the captain was able to pull that one off. Very, very close, a quarter second away. Couldn't line up the shot fast enough inside the smoke. Another retake for G2. Despite the effort, the heroic effort out of Kerrigan.
Fast middle again. Kerrigan on the charge. Feeling like he's got a hot hand right now after a couple of kills there at the end of the round, despite losing it. But look at this, aggression from Heavy God. It's caught Nico, opening kill for G2.
I don't think they're aware of that Kerrigan is actually here. I think maybe Sunpius spotted something now. Hunter scrambling, there's the Molotov drop. They saw it right at the perfect moment to deny it.
Yeah, Kerrigan coming back over towards Temple. Sunpius is going to see MongolZ cross. Kiyasuke dies, MongolZ enters the feed, so does Tesses. MongolZ's looking towards heaven, he's preoccupied for the time being. He's just checking on timings.
He's making a lot of noise while doing this, though, so Natus has a good read. Heavy God playing A main, smoked off for the moment. Bomb just gets planted, he's coming through.
Yeah, Heavy God trying to get up through that smoke. The fadeaway happens just at the right time, and Natus ends up getting caught by MongolZ. So no chance for G2 in the end. Again, Falcons stabilizing the round, despite it looking touch and go.
Yeah, but you can see the influence of Kerrigan in a round like that. Super fast scaling out mid. It's something that they've been able to get all throughout regulation, all throughout their T half in the second half. So he just calls it again and gets more than they bargained for. So he just continues moving forward. Gets a little bit disorganized, a little bit scrappy, some isolated fights when you speed up with that kind of pacing. But he's put some faith in the experience of the players around him. And they've rewarded him here with the 13th round, tying things up yet again.
A tied game. That's exactly what you wanted to see when Falcons and G2 head into the server together at the major. Back and forth fighting for every scrap available. Says MongolZ eventually getting the reward for being so patient and locking in that position at red.
And just being that presence there, right? Like Natus was held off of getting involved in that round for so long just because of the alt presence of MongolZ running back and forth. Aggression towards A main from Sampaya, still have one shot at it. Oh, just narrowly misses the scalp of Kerrigan.
And there's the smoke broken open. MongolZ given vision for a second, but no one from G2 on the other side of that smoke.
And then the changeup from Kerrigan as well. High octane rounds followed up by this kind of slow pace, casual opening. G2 dumps a lot of utility at the start, while Falcons gets to hang on to theirs.
Being here on Ancient in overtime with MongolZ taking Heavy Guard down, it's got to feel like Falcons are in a strong spot now with the advantage, but how many games in the past, you remember the old Ents core that had Nerds, it had some pies going up against Kerrigan when he was leading FaZe. Those were some of the best games we've seen in CSGO on this very map. And here we go again, tit for tat. Hunter gonna be waiting in the back lines as teammates hold down the cave. As Falcons readying themselves to attack into the site, but look at the damage done through that smoke. Testis all the way up. Putting pressure with utility. It's going to be Kiyasuke with a headshot. Nurse to trade.
Yeah, you should be well familiar with this defense, though, if you're Falcons. You've seen it a number of times. There's the swing with flashes. One kill for Natus, but Nert still lies in wait.
Yeah, one more player in the same position. Nert's not trying to be secret about it. That bomb plant isn't in. They didn't plant. They're going for the fight. Kiyasuke's got the bomb, and he's giving them it right back. Okay, it's a little chaotic again. Yeah, but it's given a chance to some pies.
MongolZ hasn't seen anyone at Cube, so they should be thinking, okay, let's check the flank. Let's worry about B ramp.
No, they haven't looked. Haven't checked. Now MongolZ spots it, and now Nico will peek. So able to get the advantage, a 14-13 lead now for Falcons. Just about clocking some pies at the right time there.
Yeah, found him
bomb plants, man. They're scaring me on that side.
Sure. Well, I mean, they've dealt with that so many times, and that kind of set up the massive number of bodies in cave for G2. They just said this time we don't want to deal with it. We don't want to we don't want to let you guys just sit in here. So chasing it down, yeah, a bit risky with the bomb being the player to kind of hunt down that kill, but with the flashbang it works out. We switch sides. G2 back to offense. Falcons on defense, and MongolZ is going to be aggressive in middle with the AWP. Grabs the angle towards elbow. No defensive smoke, so we could grab this perch.
Flashes ran in. MongolZ going to drop back and play in from the donut. We got Natus on the challenge, just sending some shots up towards B, but no real presence there from G2. Their forces are slowly making their way out middle. Nico to jump spot. If he goes again, the scope would be waiting for him, but once he realizes he's been spotted, he'll just throw out a defensive smoke to block that walk up. And speaking of walk up, we got Tessis walking down the ramp. We've got Natus, who has just missed it.
They're watching it still, though.
Oh, Tessis round the back. Oh, Tessis ripping the hearts out of G2 with that aggressive play. Kerrigan steps forward, this time dead at the hand of Sampayas.
Information, though, that's the bomb in the AWP in the middle of the map. Still waiting at the jump up, so they know A is still a very real possibility for the finishing move.
When odds have been stacked against G2, when you doubt them most, that has been the moment they have stepped up. Let's see if they can do it one more time. 3v4, 35 seconds, and a finishing move towards this B-bomb site. And it is Heavy Guard who has been their talisman player. Trying to link up with Nertz. He's getting closer. Nertz trying to stab through, but it's such a strong crossfire. Only Kiyasuke is required. The tap on the plant. Nico steps through, and it's all falling apart here for G2. It's going to be series point for Falcons. Heavy Guard doing what he can, but it's the time. There's not enough of it. The bomb is implanted, and even Heavy Guard can't change this fact. Falcons will head up to series point, 15-13.
Falcons didn't get any opportunities in the first half for the strong play. It was G2 with the one chance at 12-11 to win the map. Now Falcons is going to have 2 rounds of their own to accomplish the same thing. Perfect timing from Tessis. I think Hunter was even watching this at a distance, but they kind of both gave up the angle after that jump spot from Natus. A lovely push from Tessis. This timeout will come to a close. Final chance for Saw. Final chances for G2 in this opening series. Falcons can taste that 1-0 start in this Stage 3 Swiss system. Round 29. Op for MongolZ, op for Senpius.
Nico, down elbow, down and out. It is Nerds for the opening kill. Tesses to respond, continuing to be the thorn in G2's side on this final map. MongolZ next, he will strike through. Bomb is spilled, and G2's blood will join it. It is MongolZ going again and again. One of the contenders for the trophy have arrived here in Cologne. Falcons made to work for it. But looking like they are going to close this first series. It's Kyosuke around the back, looking to be the player to close it out, and he will be. The headshot comes in, and Falcons will take it versus G2. Really pushed to the brink.
Really pushed to the brink, and a classic from Kerrigan. A tough, grindy battle on this third and deciding map that goes into overtime, and he takes it over the finish line. Heroics from Nico in this series, from MongolZ in this series. He got up to 22 kills on this final map. Kyosuke, he was the captain, he was the leader. 24 kills on this map. An absolute beast. And you got to be so proud of that if you're Falcons, from getting wiped out of the server on map number 1, the comeback, the standing tall here against a G2 performance that was very, very good. Falcons looking solid coming into this major.
Yeah, G2 showing their level as well. Some of these individuals are incredible. Heavy God's Deagle moment stands out as the highlight from the game, but Falcons can celebrate an opening win right down to the wire, but a victory it shall be. And we know this is going to be an incredibly difficult stage. Stage 3 with so many of the world's best teams all here in play. And G2 taking a loss that was so close to being theirs.
But what's kind of cool about this match is I don't think you can levy too much criticism onto G2. Like, it's not like they looked bad or anything, right? Like, players were there. Nerds played well. Heavy God played well. A few mistakes, obviously, but, you know, it's a grindy game, and this is how it happens. We got Freya down ready to talk to the victors, talk to MongolZ.
I am indeed. Congratulations, MongolZ. Overtime obviously required, but this one does fall in your favor. Can you just tell me what you guys switched up in the overtime? Because it was very close at the tail end of Ancient.
Ask Kerry. I mean, Maxime was very good. 1 second. We were playing very good on overtime. Finn was scoring also insane on T side, and Maxime also, because we fight a lot for mid, and Maxime was taking a lot of also control on middle, and I would say Maxime, Finn, amazing players.
So much impact. Of course, coming from you as well, though. Individual form, firing on all cylinders, MongolZ, a 3K to close out that last round as well. How fired up are you entering this major?
How what?
How fired up are you? How hungry are you?
I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry to play every game here on major. From the first game when we arrived here, you can see everyone in everyone's eyes. Everyone wants to play this game.
The crowd absolutely loves seeing you as well. Just from the outside, though, MongolZ, it did look a bit messy. Did it feel a bit messy inside the game?
At the beginning of the game. Maybe at the beginning on Inferno, yes. I mean, we were kind of in the control on City on Inferno, but we started losing some rounds. It was like very close game, you know. We could have done better, but obviously we step up on the second map, and after everything began.
Obviously, you've got a lot of history versus G2, versus Hunter as well. We saw you giving him a hug after this victory as well. Does it ever get tough facing your former teammates and obviously friends as well?
Yes, of course. I mean, the hardest match was when we played in Budapest, and it was 2-2, and someone from us would leave major, you know. But I mean, this is the first game, and I'm happy that it's first game, you know, not the last one like it was on major on the previous one. But obviously, it's always hard to play. We kind of understand how we play, you know. We expect each other things that we do, and yeah, I don't know. I'm just happy we won this game.
Just final question, MongolZ. You got a lot of fans here. Anything you want to say to them?
Yes, guys, thank you for support. I heard everyone.
Lots of nice Ilias going down here. Congratulations. That's Falcons through 1-0.
You can always count on Falcons to entertain you, whether it's pretty, whether it's clean, whether it's messy. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter as long as you get the job done. And in this instance, Ash, Falcons got the job done. It took overtime, took some, I guess, heroics coming out from MongolZ, Nico, Kyusuke for that matter as well, but a win is a win.
Yeah, win is a win, and to be fair, G2 got off to a good start, and they got the second forced buy round in the second half as well. So I'm happy that I think the better team did win here from Falcons. They were proactive, they were solid. I think I saw more here that I liked, just in general. It's like good signs here that they could do something dangerous later in the tournament. Just need to get some more consistency. This is like, felt like a little bit of a warm-up game for them.
We saw a bit of that mental fortitude as well, you know, that we sometimes have been questioning when it comes to Falcons. Not always sure they have it in them, you know, in terms of staying in the game and mentally sometimes capitulating. But this time around, you know, when it was looking the most dire on Ancient, they found a way to actually string 2 or 3 rounds together on that T side and force it into overtime.
Yeah, they're just about enough, and like I said, I'm happy the way they played overall. I think they did a pretty good job, and then they kept it going in overtime. That was the most important thing, and it was a scary one today. G2 haven't been the best against the best opposition. You don't really care, you get through the game.
Got to be a bit heartbreaking if you're G2, though. You had it right there, you had that opportunity, and it was pretty messy from Falcons to be closing it out as well. If you're G2 right now, that one's got to sting.
I feel like they're looking at this game as a missed opportunity. Obviously, knowing they need 3 wins in order to make the playoff. This one was up for the taking. This one was definitely possible for them to win. And I think it's only going to get harder for G2 the deeper we get into the tournament. So yeah, it's a little bit too early, you know, to tell whether or not this is going to have a consequence for G2. But I agree with your sentiment. I feel like this was a game where they felt they were in it all the way to the end.
I agree as well. And you got to remember, I think Falcons potentially could be the second best team here. Potentially, it's pretty close between a few teams. And you go 3 maps. You go overtime. This game was very, very close. And like I said, Dust 2, there were moments. I understand the confidence is pretty low and you need to convert some of those moments. I think it's not the worst loss in the world for them, and they can look to try and start again tomorrow.
Well, you've picked out a moment from Ancient because it did get down to the wire. We're going to start with round 26. What did you pick out here?
Yes, I wanted to go to this one because it felt like the game kind of reset in overtime again, and this just starts off terribly. They lose the first round and instantly B-push comes down, and the game's kind of in trouble here, but I love the quick reactions here from Carrigan. No hesitation, straight for that window smoke. He isn't worried about the spacing, and because of this quick reaction here, it doesn't matter really that they have the disadvantage and they've lost all this B control. MongolZ is locking the rotations, there's 3 Ts coming from different positions, and they end up in this scenario where they've conceded so much map control for the kill that it almost doesn't feel worth it, and they get unbelievable positions for the opponent as well. And I just love the fact that this was the game potentially right here. You go 2-0 down to a proactive CT side, you're in big trouble. They instantly bounce back, they took the space, and they turned a terrible situation into a very advantageous one.
That's what you get when you sign Carrigan. I'm not saying, you know, in an alternative world that Kixon wouldn't have made the same call, impossible to know, but you get that experience, you get that quickness, you get that reaction coming out from Carrigan. They're not being afraid of actually walking through the smoke and just going for it, despite the game being 13-12, right, where you feel like, okay, maybe that's one of the moments where you just chill out a little bit, you find a different opening into the round. But Carrigan has all that experience, and as all the players have been saying so far, the mid-round calling from Carrigan, that's kind of what they bought into.
Probably one of the many moments MongolZ was referencing in an interview, saying, you know, Carrigan making some great calls. You want to rewind just a little bit, though, more, Ash. We've got round 15. What are you looking at here?
I mean, I just kind of want to shout out Heavy God a little bit, because I think this game wouldn't be epic. You need big moments in Counter-Strike. It doesn't matter how good you are tactically, you need people to show up and show that they really deserve to be at tier 1. And I understand here there's some over-peaking perhaps going from Falcons one by one, but you've got to hit these shots. The game's kind of slipping away from this point. This is 10-6 if you lose this round, you know, full eco. And I think at that point now, the game is done, but you get to overtime, you get chances because people show up in those moments. I think Nertz as well, the stats may not say it, but he felt like he had a lot of kills they shouldn't have got. This is kind of what G2 need more, I think, to be the next level, because they do look good tactically, but Falcons have more of these moments than G2 do.
Yeah, lots of impact coming out of the individuals of G2, but sadly it does end in heartbreak. But one more game does await us today. That is going to be Spirit, who absolutely speed ran through stage 2, taking on one last team ready to make their Cologne debut. That is Na'Vi, and it's going down after this.
hustle, yeah, we hustle. Oh my.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Bro, you're baiting every round talking about, I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
MongolZ, can I grab you for a second? Hey, no, bro. Hi. It's been some weeks, 3 weeks, I believe, that we've seen Navi play. It was IEM Atlanta, obviously, which you won. What happened in those 3 weeks in the Navi camp?
It was boot camp, bro. It was hard work, hard preparation, ready for major. So let's see what's gonna happen here.
Yeah.
It was working hard for this major.
Let's obviously show it, but I have to ask a little bit more about the matchup in Atlanta. You broke the curse called Vitality. Is it time to break the curse called Team Spirit? Because it's also not looking that great. It's not as bad as it used to be, but
okay, let's say like this. Like we play only 2 times inside join. The first time, it was the first tournament. It was Cologne, and we lost in semi-final. And we was beating them 7-1, I think. And Donkey Ram 4 won. And after it was kind of hard, on Nuke we beat them, and the third map it was Ancient. So I wouldn't say it's like to break, because I play only 2 times or so. Let's see what's gonna happen. We are confident, as always. Let's see.
Personally, coming into this individual form of you and other star players, Bit, for example, or IEM, wonderful. How do you think this is going? You can only tell from practice, obviously, but you can let us a little bit insights, you know?
I mean, it always helps, because if you have this good, like you can win some rounds that you shouldn't win, like in some clashes, or like 2 versus 4, or like 2 versus 5 sometimes after plan. It's always good to win this, because you have advantage after, you have like better economy, you fucked up their economy, and it's always good to have it. So I hope we have it. We keep it.
Can you tell me a little bit what happened inside of your brain after that Atlanta win? Like you lifted the trophy and you had a very good run, obviously. Did something change mentally? Like suddenly you feel like you can beat everyone?
No,
nothing like that.
No.
But today you win.
Of course.
Let's see how it goes. Drin, thank you very much as well, and see you on the server.
See you, bro.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Two orgs with a whole lot of history set to take battle tonight, as Spirit are going to be facing the side of Na'Vi. Now for Spirit, they absolutely stormed through stage 2. They only lost 10 rounds over the course of all 3 series that they played in there. Whereas for Na'Vi, we heard it from MongolZ, they sounded confident coming into this tournament, and I think that's fair enough, Jacob. 2 trophies to their name over the course of this season. That's what we want to be seeing from Na'Vi if they have any hope of taking down such a formidable force like Spirit.
Yeah, I think the way to phrase this game is that we're looking at the 2 most improved teams throughout 2026. I don't think a lot of people had Na'Vi, being the only team to win 2 trophies outside of Vitality this season, and especially the win in Atlanta, finally getting the W against Vitality and then bringing the trophy home. That was a big moment. Same could be said for Spirit. Arguably off to the worst start they've had ever as an organization in 2026, but in the middle of it, all of a sudden they were able to turn it around.
Absolutely. 2 teams in really good form here, 2 dangerous ones, potentially 2 that could walk away with the title at the end of this competition. We're not quite sure yet. It's interesting to see how Na'Vi are going to play, introduced into the game now. From a coaching point of view, you can learn so much watching this team. I love the way they play. They don't rely on trickery or anything like this. It's good tactical basics, great fundamentals. They've got good rotations. If you want to learn, watch Na'Vi. And if you're a fan out there, you think, that Falcons playstyle, not quite for me. This is completely the opposite, and for me, they are one of the contenders here, and the individuals as well. MongolZ, Bit, and Wonderful are the ones to look out for.
I was just about to say, you know, everything you're describing right here with Blade, a well-structured team, a tactical team, a team that always plays it by the book, so to speak. They've added a bit of flair with Wonderful coming alive to his best shape ever, with MongolZ emerging into the scene, playing good Counter-Strike, aggressive Counter-Strike, having a bit of that X-factor that they perhaps were missing, and then, as you said, Bit as well, just a Mr. Consistent. And I think it's fair that we also mention Emma. I think Emma has gone a little bit under the radar as of lately in this whole Na'Vi search as well. He's playing good, he's playing solid, and overall there's something to be excited about when you look at every single aspect of this team. 100%,
particularly as you were talking about the peak that we've kind of seen them trying to reach towards the tail end of this half of the season, right? Obviously winning at EPL, that was one thing. Vitality weren't there, but then to do it in Atlanta and actually beat Vitality in the quarterfinal as well, that was I feel like that was a cornerstone moment for them. That proved to them that they have the capacity to take down the world's best.
Maybe, and that's kind of what I want to see confirmed right here in Cologne, and I think that is the biggest storyline for me and looking at this Na'Vi, because yes, they did win that tournament, but the caveat was that Vitality didn't really practice, didn't really take it quote-unquote seriously. That's not Na'Vi's fault, you know. You can only beat who's in front of you, and whatever team is showing up, it doesn't matter what shape they're in, but if we can see them confirm that shape, if we can see them confirm that confidence that they believe they can take down teams like Spirit, Falcons, and Vitality once more, which they've been able to do throughout the season, then yes, I agree with you, they're definitely a title contender.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, they've already proved that their best game overlaps somewhere between Vitality's not best game, and I watched that game. Vitality were far from the best, but it was convincing when they won that one. That's why I love the form that everyone's in right now, because you have Spirit at their best, it seems like. Vitality have been there all year. Na'Vi as well, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, as we alluded to, obviously stage 2 didn't even feel like Spirit were in the building for all that long before they booked their ticket here to stage 3. You've actually picked out some examples of just how terrifying Spirit were in that stage, right?
Yeah, so I talked to Na'Vi and they felt like the teams playing against them didn't play the greatest Counter-Strike, and to be fair, looking at some of these examples, you kind of got to agree with this. So here we go, instantly one of the earliest rounds in the game. A missed smoke, we can see through the edge of it pretty easily, shooting a couple of bullets in there, but it's actually way worse than it looks. He's Insanity throwing the other smoke. I don't think he's meant to throw that smoke sandwich unless they're really scared of Donk hiding in there. But then the pathing, he eats his own flashbang. I already checked, this is a T-side flashbang. And his teammate, I don't know, he thinks he's a Beyblade in this round, but he's just spinning everywhere. So overall, when you come out of the gates like this, it isn't looking good. The pathing is obviously meant to go towards jungle. That doesn't happen either. So it looks even worse from this point of view, but when you're playing against someone like Donk, I tell you now, he's salivating looking at these rounds, and this wasn't the only one in this game. This is very early again in the half. Insani doesn't know any of his nade lineups, I think, unless he meant it to land on this roof. Maybe he thinks Hunden is playing against him and he's going to smoke out that camera, I'm not quite sure. But you're playing against Donk, you can't give him frags like this, shooting in the side and peeking out to people who aren't ready, missing utility. And even in the 9Z game, 4v2 is going to happen in a second. You have to win these rounds. Shiro and Zontix here in the 2v4. Shiro gets one kill. Wasso Peak just massively overcommits to this, and even Max, he just has a huge advantage here, and just like that, the round is given away. And I also forgot to mention, the round before this, it was a 4v1 for Tania. It went to a 1v1, it ruined the economy, and they followed it up with this, and from there, the money was completely...
Where's the clown music at these clips? I need that clown music running in the background, because I very much agree with you. Not looking pretty from neither MIBR or 9C in that matter, but that's also, you know, there's two sides to that story, because I agree, obviously the examples right here, not looking too good, but I also think that if you're 9C, if you're MIBR, or BetBoom for that matter as well, you know that when you're going up against Donk, when you're going up against Spirit, like, you're being forced sometimes to make stupid mistakes, or at least your inexperience are showing, you know, by House of Peak over-peaking, by Max not winning the duel. There's also a bit of fear factor going in when you're going up against Donk, and that's something we have to take into account.
There's a big fear factor. I've seen this in practice. People, when they're dying, they're saying, oh, Donk did this, or they're praising Donk when they die, because people really put this guy...
Then, you know?
Yeah, people are genuinely scared of him. When you're doing this, you're missing your utility, and you're making an elite player, that's to put it mildly, giving him opportunity and more space than he even needs, and then obviously he's going to bite your hand off. And we saw, I think, a 2 rating for the stage. Unheard of. I think most people struggle to have a 2 rating in their entire career.
Yeah, I just have to say it, you know, because there may be a lot of new viewers, or maybe a lot of viewers who's only tuning in now to the later part of stage 2 or at the beginning of stage 3. What Donk did at stage 2, a 2.27 rating, I believe, on average over the maps that he played, it is absolutely unheard of. It cannot be underestimated or understated how insane that is from a player like Donk. And it doesn't matter who he's playing. A lot of people will be like, yeah, but he played 9C and MIBR. Well, we just saw 9C play incredible well today. you know, they're part of stage 3. BetBoom, by the way, also part of stage 3. It doesn't matter who the opponents are. If you post a 2.27 rating on average, you are on something crazy, and I want it.
It's historic for a reason, right? And that's where I'm really fearful for the side of Na'Vi, because if he's going to pull off numbers like that, there's almost nothing you can do. Is there anywhere they can move in terms of the maps, though, Ash?
Well, this just 2-pick, unfortunately. It's very predictable. Some poor form coming in here from Na'Vi on this one, and well, Spirit in fantastic form. Anubis I also expected, but I didn't think Mirage was coming in that third one. We're going to see how the impact of, well, I think we'd all agree here, the best coach of all time against an angry, tall Ukrainian guy, how this impact of the coaching is going to kind of work. So, I mean, it's obviously going to play a part, I think, as well. Also, where they talked about, to me, in person, they feel like having a coach here is a big impact over having a stuffed animal.
Yeah, I just love the dynamic of the maps, right? You have Dust 2 being very open, you have Anubis being very compact, and then you finish it off on Mirage. Again, very open, shoot we need it. It should be a good game here.
Thank you, gentlemen, so much for your thoughts. It's time to get Na'Vi in the server for the first time here at IEM Cologne.
MongolZ. At 19 years of age, is showing all of the signs that point to a long and storied career. A stable, yet brutal package. He is being forged into an asset on the assault. Mid players, beware. MongolZ is coming for your head. Wonderful has conquered his nerves. Will he ascend on the cathedral stage? Bolstered by Blade's system, repeatedly manufacturing advantages in their preparation. The Black and Yellow Battalion is within touching distance of its aspirations for greatness. Will their ceiling remain their familiar foe?
Yes, the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta champions kicking off their run here in Cologne. Na'Vi, we've heard the Death set it up, a team with a veteran in-game leader, one of the greatest coaches of all time, a young player coming into his own, MongolZ, the headhunter of Bit, and then over in Spirit, they have a weapon of mass destruction in Donk. An incredible showing in the second stage of the major, unrivaled by anybody. And now we get into the series to kick off stage 3, Na'Vi versus Spirit in the opening game. I think we're all spoiled by this one.
Well, let's think about it too. You just mentioned IEM Atlanta. Na'Vi taking the trophy there, beating Vitality on the path, and let's see what that win does for this team's confidence. That's a win they've been chasing for a long, long time. And right out of the gate, aggressive up middle. Double nade on a Tanir, 17 HP. He's brought out of the fight, and even Magix gets gushed at range through the smoke. Early advantage to Na'Vi, unconfirmed damage, but they'll love discovering it later on at the end of the round.
Ima waiting for contact up short. It is going to come his way. All those Glock shots ringing out. Alexi can block short with the smoke. He'll do that immediately. Yeah, smoke trickle on down there as well to the CT spawn that Spirit aren't actually going to use just yet at all.
No, they have two players outside long, so it feels like this is always going to be to the A-bomb site, but that smoke surely has got to make some of the defenders a little bit nervous. You have Bit who's pushed into upper tunnels, and now that that's clear, actually, I take it all back. You're not going to be nervous about a mid to B split in any way with this position from Bit. So tons of information on the map.
In fact, you're ready for the exact play Team Spirit's about to throw at you, and they've got no utility and two players who are incredibly damaged. Magix goes forward first. It's Zontex who's drawn first blood into the round, though. Wonderful to send one back, but even though you know they're coming, you can't stop them. Donk and Zontex coming in with headshots. MongolZ and Bit now 2v4.
Surprisingly, that setup didn't feel all that powerful from Na'Vi. P250 on Donk, and he's going to go down to the dualies of Bit. 2 on 3, and no kit available for the defuse.
Now MongolZ coming out long side. You got Shiro waiting in the corner, and MongolZ steps into the open, and Shiro's got that headshot. Bit's got to hunt some heads. He's got the first. They just tuck away, and Zontex peeks out with a very clean headshot. That's Na'Vi losing the pistol. Spirit off to a good start.
A couple missed timings. I think it was Ema who was up at the catwalk corner just kind of peeking out, and the way his jiggles kind of panned out, Magix was able to cross with 7 HP without taking any bullets. And this is what I mean by a weak defense, is you're actually playing, you know, headshot angle on ramp. Nobody's fighting with him at the time. They're not wide enough for the car player to see him. Site player hasn't popped up just yet. So you actually have 3 players there getting pinched from 2 locations, and the fights are a little bit uncoordinated.
Well, Na'Vi going for a force buy here, but it's going to be heavy for Team Spirit into the tunnels. Got 1 player elsewhere as Magic's just throwing out a smoke to the double doors. But everybody else in Team Spirit occupying the tunnels.
And we change everything up on the map. Shiro and Vincere traveling through T-spawn as we speak to meet up with Magix out towards Long A. Wonderful is here with the scout. Alexi joining up with him at the corner. You've got MongolZ and Ema defending inside the bomb site, so a chance, at least for Na'Vi, to put a stop to the first play.
And wonderful weights. Shot will be cast through him and against the wall. Out they come. Another tag. Softening them up.
Not bad damage being dealt.
Not
Ema's
at all.
gonna start sliding over as well.
Got to make the most of it. 5-7 for Alexi B. More damage, but damage isn't enough. If Team Spirit is still taking these kills, Magic's on the MAC-10. It's a double from him. The rest of his teammates charging forward now, trying to shrink this A bomb site. Shiro, headshot at range. Tanir also enters the feed with the same, and you've got Bit on the other side of the map. So yes, great damage from Na'Vi, but nothing from it.
Story of their pistol round as well, right? Great early damage, and the initial engagements, not able to get the kills immediately and not able to clean them up down the stretch. So back-to-back rounds for Team Spirit. This time 5 players going to be surviving 2-0. I'll fly you through Dust 2 just so you can check it out. Lovely map for Team Spirit, been a home map for quite some time. Na'Vi's certainly going to get tested here, and I guess it's a good point to take it because Des touched on Spirit in stage 2, and Ash showed the highlights. Yeah, such a blistering pace, and like with ease they got through the stage, but yet to be tested here at this major in any kind of significant way. And I think a lot of us are hoping that Na'Vi provides that test today so that we can see what this team looks like. No coach behind them. Magix as well, new IGL kind of sliding into the position. So there's a lot of reasons to feel like once pressure gets applied to Spirit throughout this stage, we might see them falter a little bit.
What happens? What is the talking point if they continue it, even against one of the top squads in the world? That is the question, and it's a possibility that it will happen. I think it's when you have a tournament where Donk is playing so well, we've seen it before. It feels like barely anybody is even close to being capable of stopping him.
He does provide a certain level of like stumble-proofness for this team. He's certainly going to carry you through some stretches. But remember, the goal of the roster changes they made, you know, the Des talked about Spirit, you know, Pimp mentioned, you know, starting slow in this year, not a great beginning to 2026. There was a lot of roster upheaval throughout this year so far for Team Spirit. And all those roster changes have been made and theorized and brought in and brought to pass with the idea of creating a stronger team around Donk, so it's not as much of a reliance on one player.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they have one team in their sights, that's Team Vitality, and you know, there's interviews being given before this event even started, before the major even got underway. You know, Donk talking about how they feel confident versus Vitality when that time comes, and it'll be very interesting to see how it all goes down. Magic's, he's going to hear those steps of Wonderful strolling on over. It's been one of my favorite things about Na'Vi recently. It's just Wonderful actually figuring it out.
Sure, yeah, he's managed to find some consistency in these last few months, hasn't he? Absolutely excellent out in Atlanta. MongolZ as well, his rise within this team from when he was picked up from the Academy squad has just been incredible. The way that Blade has been able to make this roster work and able to kind of pick up the pieces of that roster that won the major in Copenhagen. Crumbled after that, but he's been able to recover very, very nicely within this Na'Vi squad. 3-0 for Team Spirit. The guns are going to come out for Na'Vi for the first time here on Dust 2. Shiro's got his AWP. Wonderful now has his on the other side of the map.
Can't reach. It's a bit unfair. The coach's Spirit can't reach the iPad.
Sure. He's got those short T-Rex arms.
Yeah. Doesn't need them, really. Shiro up. That cross. You got MongolZ moving out into mid. Donk is out through lower tunnels. MongolZ defending the Opera of Wonderful.
Oh my God.
That is spicy from Donk. He goes again. Shiro has to respond. Pressure on Wonderful, trying to get away, and he'll keep his head down and he'll back off.
Oh, that's so fast from Donk. MongolZ doesn't have a chance. So Bit is a solo defender at this B-bomb site. Alexi and Wonderful are going to be up on short, and I think they're going to want to get some kind of a play towards middle just so they can be centralized with information and quick to react. During all this, Spirit is reconvened towards the B-bomb site. Magix is going to join up with them, and all three are going to walk out these tunnels. So it's Bit to defend over in the cubby by car. And then it falls into the decision-making of Alexi and Wonderful on the rotation over.
So often you can rely upon Bit to deliver you around, to give you enough to even make this possible. He's worried about getting pushed from that door, so it comes down to a timing of where his crosshair is when this peak comes around the corner. Now the utility signals he has to be aware that Zontix is coming for him, and Bit gets nothing this time, so you have to back away. You have to save the other two weapons.
You can see the look of frustration as well. He even got a glimpse of the shoulder as Zontix falls down. Really, really disappointed in himself, not able to come out on top of that fight. Alexi comes over to just investigate. Nade misses its mark. Zontix brought down to 2. That might have lured them into a retake. But without the kill, Alexi and Wonderful back off.
Well, you've definitely got the better start of your team, Spirit. You come out very hot indeed.
I mean, this is great work from Team Spirit, breaking up this early aggressive stance. And it has to feel, it feels to me like that's got to be part of the game plan, at least in the early stages for Na'Vi. Maybe they start going away from it. That's twice they've run an aggressive stance. Did it in the pistol round as well. The double nade in towards Dark, eventually falling back. One more time, it seems like they want to apply pressure on middle early to make sure that Spirit doesn't have control of it for too long, or at least it's costly. Down the stretch, it backfires as Na'Vi is spread way too thin. Op and M4 brought forward. And Na'Vi's gonna buy up around it. A timeout called right at the tail end of freeze time.
I heard Alexi give an interview with HLTV ahead of this event and coming into stage 3, and he was talking about how since it's the best of 3s and you've got all the best teams now arriving, you're gonna be able to tell very quickly over the first day or two of play what you might expect. You're going to see who you think is going to be the favorite for the major based on who is performing well in these first couple of games. And, you know, Vitality lost the map earlier, but recovered it and looked good down the stretch. And Team Spirit obviously looked like the best team we've seen so far at the major, but they got to play a whole stage before them. But it's definitely interesting to see Falcons get their win, Vitality get their win, and now a question of who of Team Spirit and Na'Vi is going to pull out, because these are the two teams that won the tournaments before the major. You know, the Na'Vi in Atlanta and Team Spirit out in Astana.
Those are the tournament victories that made us feel like they were actual contenders to Vitality finally. That gave us all a little bit of hope turning the corner into the major. So yeah, a good glimpse in what those two wins do for these teams. Zontix gonna start moving up short, up Xbox. Spirit with 3 players outside long. Shiro holding down in middle with his AWP. So pieces in place for a split towards this A bomb site. Alexi gets out of danger as the Molotov comes in. He's got a crossfire set up with Ima.
Ima just tucking his head away here with the blue bin. Flashes going over it. Alexi, the one kills through. Ima gets cleared. Donk has delivered you 2.
Yeah, it's the follow-up flash from Magix, though. I want to give the credit there because that's disgusting that Ima tries to peek out.
Well, it's got to be Wonderful. He has to step up. He has to get multiple kills. The first shot misses. Pressure's on him. Second shot, also a miss. Finally connected on the third time of asking, but the third kill of Donk has arrived, and he's going for it all. Headshot for Donk. The devastating effect of the rifler for Team Spirit has come through. 5 rounds in a row. Na'Vi are not up to snuff right now.
Yeah, Spirit picking right where they left off in stage 2. No chill on Donk. What a trade. Spots it out. Follow-up flashbang. Ima peeks into it, completely blinded. And then the pace. You think maybe they're going to slow down. Maybe they're going to try and get the utility in the perfect position, the detail work. But Donk just keeps moving forward. And you'll have had a conversation. You'll have had a conversation about Donk is going to get his. There's going to be some Donk rounds, and you just have to remain mentally strong. But when it actually just happens, it's so difficult.
especially when it puts your money back in the bin. Gotta take a hit here, and already Team Spirit, look at this, just moving out middle. No one spotting it. B-Split's coming in, MongolZ and Bit here. They're not ready. Dogs come in, instant headshot, second kill from Magix. Round's done. Over and done with within seconds. Team Spirit washing away Na'Vi.
Oh, it's going to be interesting to see this half play out. Feels at the moment as Donk gets another triple kill. Team Spirit playing outside the playbook. Na'Vi masters of the playbook, but if you're not using the same one, it feels like you can really throw them for a loop. Nobody expected Magix and Donk to just step through that mid-smoke. They thought they'd have a little bit more time, a little bit more respect on that, to have their eyes elsewhere on the map. But a killer instinct from Donk and Magix, and they just waltz into the B bomb site. 6-0 for Team Spirit.
Gotta have Sheer up, going for that early picket long, trying to get out. Would be devastating to concede a player there, Na'Vi, and luckily a good flashbang to get the AWPer away. But Donk back to his old tricks. He's in the underpass, in the lower tunnels, and looking up towards short. He'll climb up on top of the Xbox, assisted flash coming forward. And look at the amount of space he's got. The Challenger will be wonderful.
Good piece of nade work, taking Donk down to 54. Surely won't slow him. So first step achieved for Team Spirit is gaining control and map control of Catwalk. Magic's positioned at the stairs and can now drop out utility to apply pressure at will. Tanir and Donk a little bit further behind him. Zontix at Xbox, and Shiro is going to peek into the AWP of Bit, who drops him. A double up setup for the Na'Vi CT side.
Yeah, you're going to know that too. Look up at the kill feed. You see Bit's got an AWP out. You know that's a real possibility. So going to be calling for the smokes to come in. Team Spirit gathering up at short. Utility to clear the site. Wonderful backtracks. He plays further at long.
Yeah, Na'Vi want to play the man advantage and now make it a two-man advantage as Magix drops down to try and steal away a kill. So bomb plan available to Team Spirit.
I got a retake of the double AWP though here, Na'Vi.
Well, as this bomb is getting planted, you're going to have to fall back and take control of short, right? If you don't have a control of long in this post plant, you have to maintain control of Catwalk.
Yeah, Na'Vi may have the man advantage, and it will get extended to 3 now. And removing Donk is a massive help as Zontix and Tanir. What is happening? Oh. How has this round gone back to a winnable scenario? Bit alone can stop it, and Tanir's got it. Even when Donk dies, the rest of Spirit stand up.
And that's the whole point, isn't it? The step up in Tanir over the last few months, trying to bring these players in to give Donk support, and the early time of Tanir in this team was rough, but now he's stepping up in the clutch. 2 versus 5. Him and Zontix piecing this together. A devastating loss for Na'Vi. Everything was going their way up until it wasn't.
Oh man, they are on the ropes already. They can't catch a break. They can't win a round. That's a 5v2.
And look at the confidence now that it puts in Team Spirit. Look how fast they're sprinting up short. They want to lay on the hurt.
Donk smells blood in the water. He's going to go and take it. Wonderful. Just down below him towards CT spawn. Donk is going to see the head over to the ramp. His teammates are right there with him, moving forward as a pack. On the hunt for these Na'Vi players. It's Zontix and Donk who are taking the first 2. The site is overwhelmed.
That's hard. This is mental warfare now from Team Spirit. They sense how much of an advantage they have, how dominant they've been in these first 8 rounds of play. And they're just cranking up the aggression. Look at Shiro, smart move, but can't transfer over to Bit. First kill takes a little bit longer than he would have liked. And saving an AK-47 is the only takeaway positive for Na'Vi is just so indicting. This half has gotten out of control very, very fast. We saw Blade call that timeout at 4-0. Maybe he calls another one, but we've seen in various moments he's also happy to just say, okay, well, you guys have to play yourselves out of this one.
Figure it out. Reigning Cologne champions in Team Spirit.
And this isn't even a tactical call from Blade. This isn't even a conversation about how to set up, how to move. This is more about getting the comms flowing. This is more about getting some motivation, some focus back within the Na'Vi camp. They are getting worked across the map. MongolZ, 0 kills. has not been able to find any impact whatsoever, and it's not going much better for his teammates. So now a recovery mission for Na'Vi as they're just looking to scrape out any window of opportunity, keep that door ajar for when they switch sides, a chance for them to come back into this map, but they need to start putting rounds on the board right now. Eight to nothing for Team Spirit. Donk is at 10 kills, Zontic's at 9.
Silent on the server for now.
It's gonna be a tough vertical stack to break through, even for Donk.
Op for Wonderful. Winding it short, Utility's gonna come in and heat things up for him. Donk's gonna peel away. And Wonderful has to dismount because of the flames at his feet.
Because of the utility at the B bomb site, the stack between Bit and MongolZ breaks up. Because of the Molotov on Cat from Magix, the Op is forced back. No impact from either of those pieces.
So you throw the mid to B smokes out, you create a corridor of cover, but no one's going to play with it.
You kind of freeze the defenders because you've thrown utility at two different parts of the map, and now they're not entirely sure what's coming, and they're forced so far back they don't have information.
Got Wonderful waiting here at long. AWP scoped up and ready for its target. Magix trying to drop down. Good reaction from Wonderful. Donk dead. Him a second kill. It's beautiful here for Na'Vi. That's going to be a 5v3, and truly they can't let this one slide, but they've let worse go already. Tanir going to be playing it long. Zontic's trying to get forward with that bomb. Time is starting to tick. Wonderful's dead. Is that the first thread that is pulled that unravels this round again for Na'Vi? No way! No way! Team Spirit will hear your confession, but they will show no forgiveness whatsoever. Na'Vi letting another one slide unless Shiro... Oh, the timing, he looks away. Tanir's around the back, oh, and there's always an answer. There's always a player, and there's no mercy at all for Na'Vi.
Get him out of the server. That's a 2 versus 5-1 for Spirit, and just a few rounds later, a 3 versus 5-1. Tanir, what good decision making. He slow plays that long flank so much that they actually think he's straight up gone. Wonderful's not convinced he's gonna be there, and man, is that the floodgates opening.
You spend months thinking about this major. You win a tournament leading into the major. Those 3 weeks between now and when we see Na'Vi lift the trophy in Atlanta, I'm sure they would have come in with confidence, but they are getting their asses handed to them by Team Spirit. They don't even look like they're in the same league.
Magix is calling a great game for Team Spirit. They're pressuring so many different positions on the map. They've established success in so many different locations on the map. So hard for Na'Vi to figure out where to adjust this defense to make it work. Lined up bodies at the B bomb site in case Shiro was to get a pick with the AWP. When it doesn't happen, they go elsewhere. 3 defenders stacked up inside that B bomb site. Wonderful's got his op at short, but he hasn't done much from this position. And yet again will be negated.
Wonderful, my goodness, looks away. And as soon as he does so, Magix arrives on his screen. Donk comes in with a second layer of the attack. 35 seconds left. Double figures will be deployed by Team Spirit. And Zontic is ready for the rest. Here they come. 3 through the smoke. Zontic with the AK. He doesn't even pull the trigger on the first. He doesn't get the second kill, but regardless, it's just still hilarious how comfortable they are right now.
Yeah, just toying with him to an extent, aren't they? How much worse could this timing be for Wonderful?
I know, nothing is going right.
I was watching it come, and I was like, he's got a long way to walk still, but I thought he'd get around the corner. It's nice to see him not getting too frustrated and too pissed off. You know it's kind of bubbling beneath the surface, but I think at some level you understand as a player this kind of game happens, and this is just one of those games you kind of got to soldier through.
I mean, you just look around and go, okay, Majors are best of 3s now on stage 3, and that is a positive. At least Na'Vi will have a shot at trying to come back into this, but it feels like it's already done. Dust 2 feels like it's about to wrap up.
Well, third and final timeout for Na'Vi. You don't see it too often, but it makes complete sense at this point. 10-0. Goose egg on the scoreboard, and still, even despite burning 2 timeouts already, Blade hasn't been able to get this team turned around here on Dust 2. Complete dominance from Team Spirit. They've had their moments, they've had their opportunities. Dropping a 5-on-2, dropping a 5-on-3. The chances have been there to rebound into this half, and everything's gone against them. Still haven't carved out any room to work with yet for the second half. And Team Spirit don't even look like they're celebrating. They're still locked in, they're still focused to pile on the round wins. Round 11 is live.
Oh, Donk, again up short.
Shiro's looking for a fight in mid as that smoke fades. Yet again, same round we've seen out of Spirit time and time again throughout this half, taking short, not losing a player, no tax to be paid. Corner smokes out in mid. This time Magix drops down to use them a little bit, clear up close. And he'll set himself up as a lurk.
Lexi handles Tanier. 5v4, wonderful. Getting another kill, Amo to grab one. Is it going to be a single round for Na'Vi? The leg shot will connect towards Shiro, but Magix, the last hope here of Team Spirit in this round. Oh, he's close, he's got the double!
No time, there's 10 seconds. Yeah. I don't even think they can do it.
No, they have to go for elimination, and if you're Na'Vi, you just run away. Get around that corner, Alexi. Alexi will hide and bide his time, at least a round for Na'Vi. But even this round is desperately held on to just by running away.
I mean, that's still a 5-on-2 that comes down to like a 1-on-1.
Just time wins that.
And if Alexi isn't aware of that, if he like maybe misses that detail because they've been getting wiped off the map, if he sticks around a little bit too close to help out on the fight, there's a real chance that goes the other direction. It's a win, but it doesn't inspire a whole lot of confidence. Final round of the first half. Spirit have set up in this position again, but this time they want to flirt with the idea of actually attacking.
Donk is just trying to catch a bit on the jump over it, not too far off. Running in, it's Zontex has got the opener, look at the pressure on Bit. Donk is not going to let up. Running in as that second man. It's a second kill as well here for Team Spirit. 3v5 retake for Na'Vi.
They're not giving Na'Vi any time to execute any protocols, to shift over. It is just 0 to 60 on the execute, so hardcore.
And Tanier is going for the wraparound as well. He's going to drop down towards CT late into the round. He's the insurance policy. They don't even need it. Zontex with a headshot on Imma. Tapping around the back. Tanier has died. Wonderful with some nice shots on the way out. Another chance for Lexi B.
They can go
and
for
the time is on. The time is ticking. But Shiro awaits. And Donk is right here. And of course, it's an 11th round. 11-1 for Team Spirit. They have continued their reign of terror from stage 2 into stage 3.
Well, we came into this one with hopes that someone would finally be able to challenge Spirit out of their dominant run in stage 2. Thought maybe Na'Vi, a very strong strategic team, could at least slow them down, at least throw some obstacles in their face, but Spirit just blitzed them to an 11-1 lead at halftime. Ran them over behind Donk holding W the whole way. He's got 13 kills, Zontix has 12, Shiro's got 12. They're winning 2v5s, they're winning 3v5s. Nothing matters at all because Spirit is just the dominant force today.
Yeah, Braun is definitely beating Brain right now. This is just a one-way street, and it's Team Spirit in full control. Pistol round will put this one to bed, and we'll get ready for Anubis.
There's a layered setup here on short as well. They've got people to peek off Donk's contact with these dualies. There's the flash in, and Donk's going to make that look easy.
Yep, just goes into it, grabs the opener. 5v4 now for Team Spirit.
And there's no utility for the Na'Vi side of things. All their nades have been dropped, have been utilized. So we're going to flash again. We're going to go right back into it. This time it's Ema. Oh, it's all three who get blinded. Donk is on a tear.
Incredible again from Donk. 3 kills. He's just carved them up. There's nowhere you can really go now if you're Na'Vi. Your initial plan was screwed, and well, the fallback plan is really dead. Ima's waiting for Tanir. He's going to miss the jump on the Xbox, which does give Ima the chance. Sends some shots out to Ashura, but he's being pushed by Zontix. And every time you think you've got a little bit of space, there's a Spirit player suddenly appearing.
And how do you get the bomb now? This is just about impossible. How do you recover from this scenario if you're Bit? It's going to have to be something crazy if he wants a chance at it, because they're all stacked up, they're lined up in about 3 different ways.
Yeah, good luck, Bit.
And there's 5 guns.
It's 1. At least something, but 12-1 here for Team Spirit. No bomb plan for Na'Vi, which means they don't have a good force buy. They will, of course, force. They'll throw everything they've got into it, but it's not looking pretty.
They waited a long time to play this game. Sat and set up watching the previous extended series and going into overtime on Ancient, sitting there watching, waiting for their moment. And at least Spirit showed up at the end of all that, because Na'Vi haven't yet.
They brought a level of intensity that Na'Vi just haven't been able to reach yet. It's going to be quite the reset after this map, going in and having that talk in the break to try and get themselves back into Anubis. I mean, they aren't even going to have that cliche, like, play yourself into the map, warm up a little bit, come back. They don't have that. Team Spirit are unrelenting. They will take this and just close it out. Suffocate Na'Vi kicking off the major.
Terrible way to open up stage 3. Na'Vi is going to be frustrated with this one. Not a whole lot of resources to do anything in this round. Scout, 3 Deagles, and a Galil on Ema. Very low on utility. 2 smokes, 2 flashes left. One is used for a mid to B smoke to try and throw a fake into the mix, but I don't think anyone from Spirit's going to be bothered by that. Here's the cat play.
Oh, look at the amount of nades Magix has. He's just tossing them out. Shiro waits a goose, brings the neck of MongolZ. Ema to trade and actually follow up for a second kill here on Magix. He's given his team the sight. Zontix going to nip out. Wonderful, take it away. Good swing from Ema. He's doing it all on his own.
Okay, well, there's still a player out towards long, but it's Tanir with an MP9, so Donk has to slide up next and provide an opening for Tanir to start being able to scale.
Oh, let's see what Donk can do. Slipping under the gaze of Alexi B. He's missed the first couple of shots. He stays in good position, and Donk is taking 2, leaving Ema, who has to get an ace, and Donk will deny that. That is going to be a 13-1 win. Not even a smile on this cold killer's face. A 13-1 win with absolutely no hope for Na'Vi.
You don't see teams win games like that too often. I'll repeat it again. A 2v5 won by Team Spirit. A 3 versus 5 won by Team Spirit. A very uncharacteristic game by Na'Vi, but maybe perhaps put in that direction by just the dominance from start to finish right when Donk entered the server. We got the desk. They're going to have to explain some things to us.
Domination, and then there's that. That was cold-blooded from Spirit, and what just felt absolutely hopeless from the side of Na'Vi. We've been keeping track, Jacob. How many rounds is it that Spirit have lost so far at this major?
11. 11 total over the course of 5 maps.
That's insane.
That is insane. That is absolutely unheard of. And I said, you know, yeah, people said like, well, they played BetBoom, they played decent teams, and now they butchered Na'Vi. I don't know about you, Ash, you know, yeah, you can say Na'Vi didn't play well and they didn't turn up. I don't want to take anything away from Team Spirit. I think the way they came into this game, the pace they were playing with on the T side as well, whether that was in full buy rounds going up against a full buy round or in some of these, you know, semi-buys coming in from Na'Vi, it was just pacey, it was solid, and then 2 or 3 rounds where Na'Vi obviously stood at 1, 2v5, 3v4s, they also find a way to win. So I can't put a finger on the Spirit performance whatsoever.
Well, at least it was hopefully consensual domination. That was something else. And,
punishment.
I mean, it started from the start. I mean, the impact that Donk was having at the beginning of that map was incredible, and the rest of the team was kind of feeding on it. So, I mean, that's a team that is really hot from the first stage or second stage, as we saw, against a team that isn't quite ready and a team that isn't performing that well on Dust 2 recently. Spirit have now won 7 in a row on Dust 2, by the way, and I think Na'Vi have lost 4 in a row. So, it's a best of 3. That's not a great start, I'm not going to lie. But
No.
Only upwards from here, though.
I'm just baffled, though, Ash, because, I mean, you've probably been in some of those situations where you're thinking, okay, surely something is going to work. Surely we're going to throw something at the wall and it's going to stick. And for Na'Vi, it just never materialized. Like, I'm kind of lost for words.
Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes your opponent is just having a good day, and Donk has a lot of good days.
What's your takeaway from it, Jacob?
The takeaway is Spirit is, as you said, like they're coming in hot and they're coming in, you know, very pacey. I think the pace is what I'm the most impressed about. And then obviously, yeah, we can talk Donk, we can talk individuals. You know, everyone stepped up. Tenea had moments as well, but it's the pace and the poise coming in for Team Spirit. And yeah, we can also argue, you know, Na'Vi, they tried a lot of different things on the CT side, but there's only so much you can do on a CT side like Dust 2, right? At the end of the day, your players have to stand up for it, you know, and stop Team Spirit when they're coming at you in that kind of pace, and none of them were able to do so.
MongolZ was even, I think he was 0-9, his first kill, maybe his only kill.
Kills, yeah,
I think his only kill was trading against the saving players on Ticks and Tunnels. I mean, this is your best player against Donk, who was on one there.
Listen, that begged the question for me, right? I know stage 2, people were like trying to downplay it a little bit. It's just stage 2, it's Spirit, they're supposed to do it. At what point do we start to get worried on behalf of everyone else? At what point do we start to look at Team Spirit as this tournament and be like, okay, if you play like this, then I don't care what happened, you know, 2 months ago. With the current form, with the current shape Donk is showing as well, by the way, you know, trying to maintain his 2.27 rating. At what point do we say, okay, Spirit, you are on equal terms like Vitality? When you're playing like this, what is the case to be made that you can't win the major? Because I'm getting to that point now. I want to see a little bit more, but I feel like we can start to have the conversation.
I feel like when they play Vitality.
Yeah, we should calm down a little bit. It's the first map. It's, like I said, it's Na'Vi's not in a good position.
No, it's not the first map. It's the fifth map.
Yeah, but it's the first real big opponent, big test. Let's see how it goes.
It's this guy that's been commenting then. I see where you're getting so fired up, Jacob. Either way, we should go back to the beginning of what was just a monstrous T-side for Team Spirit. What have you picked out for us to start with, Ash?
Well, the first buy rounds in the game are pretty important, I think, and actually Na'Vi had probably the perfect setup, and I think in nearly every situation here, this is just a wipe for the CT sides. The Ts aren't ready at all. And this adjustment here, look how quick this is from MongolZ's POV. Like, no wonder he didn't have a great game. Donk sees the shadow, he flicks down, deletes him. They trade out in middle when it looked like they weren't going to get a kill. And then they're going to B later on in the round. It's a 3v3. It's kind of a forgettable moment, but Donk should just die every single time there. That setup is specifically designed to bait him. And then here again, they're going in the second buy round. Just such an important round. Donk against 2 people in long. The utility is fantastic, by the way. It really is good. They set up nicely, and he just keeps going. And these 2 rounds on the back of a pistol round as well, 5-0 start into a Nico round, and it's going to actually give them so much momentum for the rest of the players, more confidence, and they just absolutely snowballed it from there.
Yeah, no one really stood a chance in any of those rounds. You know, you look at Donk, and I think the last clip you showed us right here, he has 3 bullets left in the AK-47, and he's instantly demolished the guy inside. And that's kind of like a symptom of what you're seeing from Donk. He's just so sharp right now that, again, reverting to the point that I was saying before, we're going to see some rounds from Na'Vi in just a moment. That's not pretty, but I don't really want to hold that up against Na'Vi. It's more so Spirit playing incredible well that I think any team, you know, maybe par Vitality would feel the pressure coming at them when they're playing like this.
Yeah, let's dive into it. This is a 2v5 and you're thinking, surely Na'Vi, surely this is the moment you turn the ship around.
Yeah, and you know, it's not over yet at this point, right? 6-0, sure, it's a very strong start for Spirit, but can you get away with 3-4 rounds? Who knows what happens in the second half if you win the pistol, but a 2v5, you see it right here. Na'Vi players are being caught off one by one, but you also got to give it to Tenea and obviously Sontex in this situation. Rage are sharp, and you know, the reason why I also wanted to show this round, it's not only Donk, right? He was the spearhead, as always, but it was everyone, as you said. It almost feels like he's the one inspiring inspiring the rest of the teams to play a little bit above their normal level.
I mean, you'll know this yourself, but when you get off to a great start and people having big moments, it's easier to play. There's less pressure on yourself. You can take more time. There's no tension in there. On the flip side, Na'Vi have a fantastic plan in the first buy round. On the second buy round, there's 2 people long against the long pop, and they lose out the trades to Dong. And then here they have a 5v2, and the game is just snowballed, and I can't even imagine how bad their mentality was at this point. But we saw they were lucky in the end, I think, to only lose 13-1.
I was just keeping an eye on the Donk rating after that one. 2.48 rating. So definitely going miles to be sustaining the insane record he's already put up. Speaking of records though, Ash, there's an interesting one in terms of the series stats and Swiss stages that maybe people are sleeping on, and this one's crazy.
Something to keep an eye on, yeah. I think Janko mentioned this a few days ago, that Spirit, I think, now have won 27 Swiss stage games in a row, Swiss stage series in a row, and that is incredible. I've never seen a record like this. So we're seeing on for the 28th and potentially 30 in a row to go straight through to the playoffs. I mean, if they play like this, why not? But this is something to keep an eye on, because this is incredible.
At what point do we, strip Falcons from being the group stage warriors and give it to Team Spirit at that point, right? If you won 27 group stage Swiss games in a row, you are the group stage warriors. The cool thing about them is in a lot of those tournaments where they won those, they also end up winning the trophy as well. So that's the one thing Falcons can't do.
Yeah, and a hell of a lot of change for the side of Team Spirit since 2024 as well. So super impressive to be able to keep up that consistent form. Is that consistency going to continue into Anubis? We're looking at them starting on the T side of things as well. You nervous for Na'Vi?
I am nervous, and I think everyone should be nervous. Now, the good thing is, obviously, Na'Vi have been preparing for this. It's their own map pick, and hopefully they have a pretty good idea of what they want to do on the CT side in order to stop this Spirit train that's going to come at you. You said it yourself, Ash. I think the game plan the first couple of rounds for Na'Vi, you have a 2-man stack towards long. Can't do too much about Donk, right? So at some point, it doesn't matter what you do in your coaching position. Doesn't matter what Blade do. At some point, the players have to step up. And that's what I always do when I describe the game of Counter-Strike for people at home. You can have the best ideas, the best tactics, the best preparation. The entry ticket to even be part of the game is the individuals to actually shoot back. Once that's happening, once the players are entering the server, then we get into the second layer of the onion, which is the tactics, the setups, etc., etc. So I'm worried on behalf of Na'Vi not even showing up to even make it a game.
Yeah, they'll be outside now. They'll probably be laughing about it because that's about as bad as it possibly
If you don't laugh, you'll cry, I guess.
Exactly. It's the only way is up from here. It's the first game of a Swiss stage. It's not the most pressure in the world. This map maybe won't be as good potentially as Na'Vi are hoping for here, because Spirit were picking Anubis not so long ago, I believe. They did have 2 bad losses, and Na'Vi did beat Vitality, but I don't think this is as punish of a pick as it might seem.
Do you agree with Jacob's sentiment? You've been in the server more recently than this guy, sorry, Jacob. But the individuals firing up, right? Is that the first ticket, as it were, into a match like this?
Well, you have to shoot back. I mean, we talked about it, the G2 factor, the heavy god factor. He had a big moment. They kind of snowballed on that and nearly got a win on the back of it. You can't just rely on let's be in the perfect positions all the time and make 1 kill. People need to be multi-killing when they're in poor positions, and it felt like here they were in great positions and they couldn't get anything. So if the individuals don't show up today, it doesn't matter how good they are tactically, they will lose this game.
Which, if you're Blade, that must be hella frustrating. We saw a couple of stern glances, I guess, coming from him. That's understandable.
That's why Ashley asked me in the agreement if I ever considered coaching, and I think that's what I wouldn't be able to deal with. The fact that you can't do anything about it, right? Even if you have the perfect plan, you do the perfect preparation, at the end of the day, it's out of your hands. So that's a tough thing to deal with, I assume, as a coach.
Well, Spirit's coach looked pretty relaxed. Barely saw him move.
Best coach in the game, unwinnable, unbeatable.
Ash, please don't give this guy any ideas. I swear to God. Either way, we do have map 2 awaiting on the horizon. That is going to be Anubis, and a chance, hopefully, for Na'Vi to flip the script. That is if they want to make a game out of this one. It's going down after this break.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Again, the first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumpy double for Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is saving Luminosity with the all-play.
I don't know, Mo. I'm just as confused as you are here. Picking your Instaban at a major is a pretty brave move.
У нас есть план или нет? Все нормально, доверьте. Я не могу ждать 2 года. Понял тебя, купи дигл. Дал дроп. Дал дроп, дал дроп. Дал дроп. Дал дроп. Что мы, блядь, делаем? А ты сам как думаешь? Граффити.
Now the bomb goes in, 40 seconds on the clock.
Вокруг всей карты.
Actually going to go around the world to come back through middle.
Такого еще никогда не.
Okay. Where's he off to?
The safest route possible.
This is the longest rotation.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh no. Oh no. Tech issue mid-round.
This wouldn't happen at Blast.
He's playing off his teammates' screens and still wins. Oh, they're gonna have to run this down long.
Воронка, воронка.
Straight up sprint, and here come the volleys.
They've created a passage.
A perfect line. Giro ready off the flashy peaks. Oh!
Хорош, парни.
Every T's dead. The retake's underway, but the guy on site isn't the one with the kit.
This is over now. There's no time to get this done.
Oh, Magic's just sprinting as if he still has time. Yeah, all T's dead, CT's for the retake, but the kit's not where it needs to be. Wait, why? No, the kit! They pick it up, they find it on site, it's just the right amount of time. It's a delivery by Magic from the heavens.
You know, it's just fun and games, it's just a skit, but that's actually how the first map in this series actually played out. It felt like Spirit was just toying with their food. Whatever they did, trigger discipline, holding on, 2v5, 3v5, they ran around doing whatever the hell they wanted.
And now you need to turn Donk's monitor off for Na'Vi to get back into this series, because one map up in this series, I can't even say that Na'Vi showed up. They aren't here at the major yet.
No, that was a very rough showing, and I think that's why we're seeing Blade be this vocal. I think for him, he's just like, okay, well, the boys are just got wrecked. They're feeling absolutely terrible about that opening map, so let me be the one to have the conversation. Let me try and get them amp up before we go live. It's got to be a completely different team inside the server than what we saw on Dust 2. Now, at least they bring this to Anubis, where for Team Spirit, it's a dire history. They've played it twice in the past 2 months, lost both of those. 4-13 to Falcons at IEM Rio, 3-13 at Blast Rotterdam against Paravision. It's been a couple months since we've seen them play it, so maybe, just maybe, they've been in the lab cooking some things up.
Well, maybe, just maybe. Let's see how it all goes down. Team Spirit, if they show that they can also play Anubis, then we really have got an unbelievable team right here in front of us. It's going to be scary for everyone, including Vitality, coming into this event. Alexi B going to drop into the water. Na'Vi desperately hoping they can win a pistol and get off to a good start to kick off the second map. Ima going out into the open. It's a quick headshot. He couldn't get the lineup while the opportunity was there.
Yeah, good first kill, but can they handle what's following up? Donk is here. There's the flashbang in. No one turning the corner just yet. No one committed from the Spirit side. The bomb is outside the B bomb site. They're going to drop out the window into canals and converge towards B, where Wonderful and MongolZ defend. But how many kills can Donk get first?
Yeah, bit missing shots. Donk's got another one. There's 2.
Now he might just push Temple. He's like, why not? I'm right here. Gonna pressure the play. Gonna make the defense feel like Temple is wide open. MongolZ's got to split off from Wonderful. Leaves a single defender inside the bomb site, but Spirit haven't yet pulled the trigger on the finishing move, giving Donk a time to find one more. He spots 2 bodies in mid. Now they slide in.
Yeah, smokes go down, Molly towards Temple as well. So you got the plant coming through, but Wonderful's been waiting this entire round for this moment to finally come out from connector. Shiro dead. Alexi B rings out. It's Magic's trying to clutch up. Low HP right in front. He's actually gone for the reload. It's crazy. He's done it. He's got the kill, and Wonderful had to come through for that headshot.
Yeah, what an aggressive swing from Wonderful. If he does it, Magic's has a real chance in that. Grabs the kill at the perfect point. Good pistol round from Na'Vi. That's one way to start getting the previous map behind you. Start forgetting the beatdown you just took.
This is the initial kills from Donk. He stands in the open. He tries to challenge 2 players. Didn't work out for him. And Magic's actually even going for the reload. Still getting that kill.
I mean, to go for a reload in that situation, you know you're going to need the reload for the second player. It's not so much for the first. Yeah, tough scenario to be put into. Well done from Wonderful, just hiding inside E-Box, popping out at the perfect moment. Donk's got the hero AK, but they drop.
Yeah,
they rush out the window and catch him.
Yeah, it's good that Emma's been able to just move through the water. Donk going to be drowned out instantly, and that AK falls into the hands of MongolZ. Got a nightmare game on Dust to a single kill. See if he can do something with the AK-47 here.
Well, this is the kind of plays I think that can be super effective for Na'Vi throughout this map, right? Like, we just talked about the experience of Spirit. They're not huge fans of Anubis. It's been a while since they've played it. If you're going to push up in their face and kind of disrupt what they're trying to do and disrupt their tactics, it's going to get just exponentially more difficult for the Spirit side of things. So you like seeing MongolZ after that quiet map 1 stepping up into this kind of a scenario.
Getting his head in the game. AK going out for another one. MongolZ going to be burned out by Magic's eventually, but Bit steps forth, and it's just Tenier now left alone. He'll be finished off, and Bit will move off to get that AK-47. And finally something for Na'Vi to celebrate, a 2-0 start. And that was a 4-spot as well for Team Spirit, so it's an eco coming up for the T side, so Na'Vi should be getting themselves 3.
Yeah, 4-spot that goes to 8. That'll be interesting seeing how often Na'Vi decide to play. Dropping down into canals. They did it in the pistol round. They've done it now in the second round to good effect. How many times do they want to call that throughout the half? Early smoke to block off vision into canals.
Donk actually runs. Oh my god, okay, runs to the fire.
That's not fair.
Yeah, that's just not fair at all. Bit gets absolutely domed by the Deagle.
And now you start feeling nervous. I don't think they're going to slow up. Everyone's here. They don't have any utility really to go elsewhere on the map, so you might as well just hit the button and move forward.
Send the AK forward. Zontix walks into Imma. Good work on the rifle. Wonderful's rotated over as well, so really should not allow this to go anywhere.
Yeah, they realize they don't have the opportunity that they wanted to have at the A bomb site, so they back off. This leaves Tenier in a lurk position. I don't think anyone from Na'Vi is going to push forward towards the double doors, but might be able to find a timing to swing out and grab a quick double tap with the Tech 9. MongolZ alone at the B bomb site. Na'Vi still more worried about the middle of the map. And they're coming right at Tenier.
Yeah, that Tech 9 ready, but unable to live up to the rifle of Wonderful. MongolZ at IV knows they're now coming towards him. Donk is ready for that fight, just couldn't get it. Although Shiro certainly will. 2v3, it's doable here for Team Spirit. Shiro!
Oh my God!
Okay, now it's Imma. Left alone all of a sudden, Team Spirit with another round they should have no shot at getting into. But it's Shiro landing the headshot, Imma down low. And no round is unwinnable for Team Spirit.
Shades of dust.
Team Spirit.
Shades of dust too in that round.
Imma steps forth, he tries to get himself back into this round, but he doesn't have a smoke. If he had a smoke, he could get on the defuse, but even then, Shiro's done enough. Imma goes after him, but Shiro's not letting up. He hides in the corner. Shiro with the 4K, stellar round on the AK-47.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, they're both ready for the fights. That's a tap of the bomb. They want to force that play out of Temple. Shiro knows he's got to be off the bomb to actually help Magix win whatever fight comes, and man, he just swings. They're lined up. They're not able to get wide. First player stops cold, and Shiro takes advantage of it. And I mentioned a nice pistol round victory was going to help Na'Vi get over the fact that the first map they got demolished on, but now you're losing another advantaged round. Now you're not able to actually retake the bomb site, a situation you shouldn't have dropped.
It's just crazy the kind of rounds Team Spirit are winning today. The way Dawn gets the opening kill as well, that gets the AK that eventually does that, it's just insane. Well, Na'Vi have an AWP out. Got wonderful on the sniper.
It's also, I mean, look, you got to give credit over to Spirit too, not giving up on that round. Could have been very easily when that AK goes down as you're attacking into the A bomb site of just continuing forward into the slaughter, but hitting the pause button. Spirit's fighting for every single second of every single round. Zontix and Donk to lead the way, and they're going to challenge on contact.
Yeah, okay, Bit had his rifle out in a good enough spot. Zontix wasn't ready for that angle. So Zontix prevented from moving forward and finding success, but Donk is not going to fall away so easily. Keeps the pressure up, flames to the feet of Bit. Despite being in the water, he peeks out into the open, he challenges, and he wins against Donk. So great work from Bit on the FAMAS.
Yeah, Donk didn't spot it at all over the flames. So all that's left is this three-man walk into the B bomb site. I don't even think they're going to want to use utility on this. Again, another contact play. This time on the other side of the map with the FAMAS. Ooh, gets great damage. Can't clean up Magix, down to 42 health.
Alexi's only got an MP9, but Magix was blind. Kill comes in from Shiro. You can't again, surely not again.
Well, you can. We're hoping they don't, but they definitely can.
It's insane. Na'Vi coming back in for the retake. Tanir, Magix, and Shiro. At least you've done damage to Magix and Shiro, but you haven't got any nades to really make that a big issue here, as Team Spirit have found themselves in strong post-plant positions.
2 flashes from Shiro. That's what his life is for at this point, is chucking out these flashes to activate Magix and Tanir.
Oh, he hasn't got them in hand yet. He's still got the rifle out. And there's the fights coming forward. Magix gets the kill, but Tanir is gone. Magix about to be cleared out as well. Big goes into the fight. He's got the pick. It's Shiro again. Shiro to be the hero once more. Flash going forward. Diffuse all the way, nearly right there. And Shiro's got it. Goes out for it. Another round for Team Spirit. And it's Shiro this time who is delivering the impact.
Yeah, in the area we know as well. The late rounds, the post plants, the clutch situations. This one a thing of beauty.
It's breaking Na'Vi. They can't believe the rounds they're letting slip.
Yeah, I mean, there was a slew of them on Dust 2, and now just 4 rounds into Anubis, there's been 2 of them already. So yeah, that is the migraine that comes when just nothing is going right. Spirit finding all the solutions.
And that has ripped all the money out of Na'Vi's hand. That started with Bit getting 2 kills towards A mid. That was a 3v5 push in towards the B bomb site. Yep. That still goes in the way of Team Spirit.
Going to be a very, very late night of conversations for Na'Vi if they can't go on to force a third map here about playing the man advantage situations, or the 2-man advantage situations, or even the 3-man advantage situations.
That's the kind of rounds that's going to make Blade want to rip his hair out. It's incredibly frustrating for Na'Vi to kick off the major.
All right, well, a stack towards the A bomb site for Na'Vi. The unfortunate side for them is that Magix has a Mac 10 over at E-Box, so if he ever works up the courage to just hop out and see what's happening on that side of the map, which is what he's doing right now, he's going to call his voice back. He's saying, there's nobody home, there's no resistance, I'm already through. So Shiro lies in wait to rack up some eco frags, mows him down, just gets the 1.
Shiro gets the hard ones, not the easy ones. Bit fighting forward again. He's doing what he can in these first few rounds. And yeah, absolutely. He's got an AK. MongolZ has one too.
Yeah, you should go for this considering what's been happening in this series so far.
All right, a chance for Na'Vi to get one back. Around they should have no shot at winning. But there's Magix. Look at the flank. Around the back. through the water. They have no idea. MongolZ and Bit are about to get wrapped around. Magic's arriving. There's no way you look at this position. Teneo gets the kill on Bit. It's just MongolZ left, and he has to slip away, realizing the time isn't on his side. Magix isn't going to get the kill. MongolZ is going to be able to fall away. Well, that is going to be Team Spirit into the lead of the game here.
Got a little bit dicey, a little bit too hungry for those eco frags. Everyone's stepping out. I think maybe this is where if they had a coach behind them, someone might be saying during the next timeout, you know, kind of cool it down on chasing these kills. We're playing great. Let's not overextend. Let's not give this one right back. So Na'Vi at least bring a single AK-47 forward in the hands of MongolZ. Helps him build up $2,300 after the investment into round 6. But Na'Vi had that lead for such a short period. 3-2 in the favor of Spirit.
Now Shiro, who's been doing some great work on the rifle, has the AWP out. Ima made this move earlier on in the game, and he's able to remove Donk. This time no one there to meet him, and Magix is actually just pushed up through mid, so they kind of traded positions out. Okay, Bit keeps his head down, waiting on a timing to peek up, but when he does, 2 players on the other side. No one's got their crosshair looking towards Bit, but Donk creeps up, he spots it. Bit able to